Jiang Jing awoke to a startling revelation. He had traversed into a parallel metropolis teeming with Pokémon. However, the subsequent atmosphere felt increasingly surreal, particularly with the peculiar Pokémon accompanying him and his team. Jiang Jing pondered, why does it seem to veer towards a fantastical realm? Are my Pokémon truly prodigies of the mystical arts? Have you ever encountered the blazing sword immortal, Song Yan, who collects 18 varieties of otherworldly flames and rivals the top-tier legendary Pokémon? Or the king of 10,000 visions, Shi Chui, who commands myriad phenomena and orchestrates phantom forces with a mere whisper? Have you seen the Lord of the Free Demon, Manas, who absorbs emotional energies, encompassing the 7 emotions and 6 desires along with the 7 deadly sins? Have you beheld the radiant Shinado, who, through the faith of countless followers, harnesses the immense power of incense to achieve a legendary status? Years later, when Jiang Jing turned back to reflect, he was astounded to realize he had become a living legend, not merely as a Pokémon researcher, but as the champion of a league, and the ultimate victor of the World Championship. Chapter 1. When Pokémon Enter Reality. Candidate, please do not dawdle. An hour remains until the examination concludes. Make haste to answer the questions. He instinctively glanced around, and upon recognizing the familiar desks and the stern visage of the proctor, his former high school homeroom teacher, was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this the very classroom he had occupied during his high school exit exams? He recalled vividly that she had been the supervising teacher during that time. Had he truly been reborn to the moment of his high school exit examinations? At that moment, Jiang Jing's thoughts spiraled. Family. Who can comprehend this? The nature of his transmigration felt exceedingly frivolous. He had merely taken a nap and awakened in this new reality that it was utterly absurd. Perhaps sensing the almost lethal glare from Jiang Yun, he instinctively shrank his neck, diverting his full attention to the examination paper. Yet, upon seeing the black text at the top of the sheet, he trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he might shatter. What was this? The 2023 Huagua Ordinary High School Pokémon examination paper? While he could decipher the individual characters, their collective meaning eluded him. Suddenly, as he sensed something amiss, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. Once he sifted through the influx of recollections, clarity dawned. This was no mere rebirth. He had undeniably traversed into a parallel world where Pokémon existed. Over a century ago, this realm had undergone a transformation, leading to the arrival of Pokémon into reality. Through extensive research and development over the past 100 years, Pokémon had become an integral aspect of human existence. Electricity generation by Magnemites, express deliveries by Pidgeots, shared services by Dodrio, and firefighting squads led by Squirtless had all become commonplace. This evolution had birthed numerous new professions, including Pokémon streamers, Pokémon realm explorers, Pokémon trainers, Pokémon researchers, and Pokémon breeders. This has resulted in a world where the college entrance examination differs significantly from that of the past, primarily divided into 2 components: the Pokémon trainer examination and the knowledge examination, each holding a substantial weight. The Pokémon trainer examination assesses a trainer's battling and nurturing abilities, while the knowledge examination evaluates one's understanding of Pokémon-related cultural subjects akin to the academic assessments of mathematics and history in the previous life. Due to a significant incident during the early days of Pokémon's advent, the laws of Huagua stipulate that eligible high school students may only capture Pokémon after successfully completing the knowledge examination. This is comparable to obtaining a driver's license in the past, where passing the theoretical portion is a prerequisite for practical driving tests. Thus, no matter the circumstances, he must excel in a knowledge examination. After clarifying his thoughts and recognizing his immediate priorities, Jiang Jing promptly dismissed any extraneous notions from his mind. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that there remained 45 minutes until the examination concluded. He pinched the bridge of his nose and began to attentively scrutinize the questions. Multiple choice questions. 1. Which of the following Pokémon possesses the dragon type? D. A Charizard B. Gyarados. C. Tropius D. Woobat. 2. Which of the following sea bunnies is male? C. Left image, pink sea bunny. Right image, blue sea bunny. A. Left image B. Right image. C. Cannot determine D. None of the above. 3. Which move or ability is ineffective against the Wonder Guard ability? A. Trace move. B. Transform move. C. Copycat ability. D. Abilities that break the mold. As an ardent Pokémon enthusiast, The questions posed in the knowledge examination were astonishingly straightforward. Jiang Jing wrote furiously, swiftly flowing through to the final, comprehensive question. Essay question. It is well known that Sloth King is an exceptionally powerful Pokémon, however. Due to its inherent lazy nature, it cannot fully unleash its potential. Candidates are urged to contemplate how to maximize Sloth King's capabilities. 10 points. Jiang Jing pondered for considerable time, not hastily inscribing his answer. Instead, he drew upon his memories of reality, and only then did he leisurely compose his response. To maximize Sloth King's potential, one might employ the chemical transformation properties of a different variant of Wheezing Galarian Wheezing to temporarily eliminate its lazy trait, complemented by the life orb item to trade health for damage, enabling a swift assault. It is noteworthy that Sloth King's laziness is not solely a result of its ability, but is also driven by the innate instincts of its species. Each action taken by Sloth King necessitates a substantial expenditure of energy, and brief rests are essential for accumulating the strength to counterattack. Cultivate a perfect Sloth King. It is particularly important to consistently enhance its stamina and train its will against its instincts. Having eloquently articulated his understanding of Sloth King, Jiang Jing set down his pen, shook his wrist, and glanced once more at the clock on the wall. Half an hour had passed since the examination commenced, with just 15 minutes remaining. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand to signal his intent to submit his paper, departing the examination hall under the watchful gaze of the visibly distressed Jiang. Yun, students, the examination for the spirit assessment has concluded. Tomorrow, you may commence the process of capturing your desired initial spirits. Regardless of how you performed in this assessment, I urge you all to maintain a balanced mindset, the teacher announced. The forthcoming year is crucial, especially for those whose examination results may not have met expectations. Seize the opportunity presented by the spirit assessment. It may well pave the way to your dream university. Keep striving, everyone. In Class 11 of Jiangzhou First High School, the atmosphere was palpable. Jiang Jing, do you feel confident about the assessment? A bespectacled boy, slightly plump, approached Jiang Jing hesitantly as the class meeting concluded. Our homeroom teacher has been glancing our way throughout the session. I fear this assessment may not bode well. Jiang Jing replied, inwardly wishing his results would not dismay his friend. Historically, his performance had been on par with the boys, typically placing him in the lower middle tier of the class. Often unnoticed, I could see that moment. He found himself anticipating the splendid expression that would grace Luo Xiu's face upon seeing his examination results. Noting Jiang Jing's trepidation, Luo Xiu chose not to dwell on the assessment any longer and instead excitedly proposed. Jiang Jing, shall we visit the breeding house tomorrow? I've heard that the Aoki breeding house is currently offering a discount on group purchases. If we buy our spirits together, we could save quite a bit, he continued. Jiang Jing nodded in agreement, happily embracing Luo Xiu's suggestion. After all, it is said that the less affluent indulge in vehicles while the wealthy adorn themselves with watches. Only the truly affluent can afford spirits. Not being from a family endowed with a mine of evolution stones, he recognized the necessity of frugality when it came to the costly endeavor of nurturing spirits. Then let us first go to the Academic Affairs Office to update our identity information cards, Jiang Jing suggested. This way, we won't have to make an extra trip to school tomorrow. Chapter 2. The Sprite Interface. Ascending to Divinity at level 100 after updating his identity card and witnessing the notification allowing him to possess Sprites Illuminate. Jiang Jing exchanged brief greetings with Luo Xiu before parting ways. Exiting the gates of Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School, he paused at a nearby area designated for Dados, casually selecting a particularly robust Dada. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, Jiang Jing mounted the back of the Dada, his hands nervously gripping the reins. Although he had previously ridden shared Dadas on numerous occasions, this experience felt novel and exhilarating to him. Dada, to Eagle Platform Community. Jiang Jing inhaled deeply, tugging at the black reins as he spoke to the poised Dada. In the next moment, with a resonant call of Dada, the creature surged forth like a bolt of lightning, its powerful legs racing along a designated route. At a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, it effortlessly outpaced the vehicles traversing the city streets, the rush of wind tousling Jiang Jing's hair. Yet, he found little concern for this. Instead, he gazed in a daze at the Dado's head, which displayed an ethereal panel signifying its emotional state of anger. This translucent interface unveiled the details of the shared Dada he was riding. Name, Dada, normal flying. Gender, level, 30, senior. Ability, runaway, guaranteed escape from wild Pokémon. Individual values, 21 attack, 23 defense, 13 special attack, 7, special defense, 17, speed, 25, skills, triple attack, peck, screech, quick attack, glare, fury attack, wing attack, beak, double hit. Agility, item held, none, potential. Senior. The individual values displayed on the panel indicated the innate growth direction of the sprite, significantly impacting its future prowess. According to the sprite games Jiang Jing had played in his past life, these values range from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of 31, with 31 being the epitome of excellence. Players referred to having one value maxed out as 1, and so forth, with all 6 values maxed equating to 6. In this world, the sprite's strength was categorized into 10 tiers, from novice, level 110, to master, level 999. Once a sprite's power surpassed level 100, it entered the divine realm, capable of briefly standing alongside second-tier deities, a phenomenon humorously dubbed ascension to divinity at level 100 by many online. Is this truly my unique advantage? Jiang Jing pondered, grappling with the notion that his exceptional ability was merely an interface to view sprite information. Why are there none of those extravagant sign-in rewards, lottery draws, or divine beasts gifted upon logging in, as seen in novels? System, I am quite superficial. Please feel free to humiliate me with those features. Jiang Jing silently yelled at the panel before him, yet even as Dudu Li transported him to the Eagle platform community, there was no response from the interface. He could only sigh in disappointment. Different fanfiction, different fates. However, having a special ability is better than having none. Jiang Jing consoled himself internally while also expressing gratitude to his earthly father for the graduation gift that spared him from starting this journey entirely unadorned. Dudu Li halted at the parking area outside the community. Its head, representing joyous emotions, turned to Jiang Jing and chirped, indicating they had arrived at their destination. Dudu Li nodded and, seeing that Jiang Jing had completed the payment, bid him farewell before dashing off with its strong legs. How dashing indeed. Gazing at Dudu Li's receding figure felt akin to chasing the youth that fades beneath the setting sun, prompting Jiang Jing to exclaim in admiration. Thus, Jiang Jing prepared some dishes for himself, utilizing this time to contemplate which initial Pokémon to purchase the following day. The funds provided by his parents amounted to 300,000, a seemingly substantial sum. However, this amount must cover both the acquisition of an initial Pokémon and the expenses for early-stage Pokémon food. To procure other treasures and items that enhance a Pokémon's abilities, he would need to devise his own strategies. In the market, the ordinary starter Pokémon trio begins at a price of no less than 300,000, with higher quality specimens commanding an even steeper price, certainly approaching 1 million. Even with discounts, such expenses were beyond his current means. Moreover, with the high demand, acquiring high-quality Pokémon necessitated prior application and reservation with the Alliance, making the likelihood of obtaining one quite slim. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jing eliminated the starter trio from his options. Perhaps he should consider grass-type or bug-type Pokémon instead. These options seemed more suitable for someone of his standing. After calculating his ideal budget for an initial Pokémon, Jiang Jing scribbled on paper, ultimately narrowing it down to 2 choices. Among these, the grass-type Pokémon were easy to care for, capable of absorbing energy from sunlight, and had relatively modest dietary requirements. However, if one intended to nurture a grass type for battles, such care would be detrimental. As for the bug-type Pokémon, Jiang Jing was primarily attracted to their rapid growth and ability to evolve into their final forms in a short span, providing support for his future explorations and financial pursuits. Staring intently at the 2 categories of Pokémon on paper, Jiang Jing pondered deeply, feeling torn about which type to select. Eventually, he retrieved his smartphone and accessed the official website of the Aoki breeding house to examine the grass-type and bug-type Pokémon or eggs they were offering. After a thorough browsing session, Jiang Jing discovered a considerable variety of grass and bug-type Pokémon available for sale, though most were merely ordinary specimens. Creatures such as Caterpie, Horned Beetle, Paras, Oddish, Budew, and Beedrill, if chosen as starter Pokémon, would lead Jiang Jing to conclude that it would be more prudent to venture into the wilderness with a trainer to gradually seek out better options. After all, he possesses a panel that allows him to assess their potential. It stands to reason that the final expenditure would certainly be less than that incurred at the breeding house. And in terms of potential, while it may not completely surpass the offerings of the breeding house, it would at least be on par. It is quite vexing. Jiang Jing rubbed his temples and ultimately settled on a grass-type Pokémon that is both cost-effective and possesses considerable potential. As for the final decision, it would require a field observation the following day. Dudwa. Chapter 3, Aoki Breeding House. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Jing was awakened by the incessant ringing of the Pikachu alarm clock placed on his bedside. Having spent the previous night consumed with thoughts about his starter Pokémon, he had suffered from insomnia. To avoid the foolish path of missing out on acquiring an exceptional Pokémon, he had set the loudest alarm for himself before going to sleep. Morning arrived swiftly. He pulled off the air conditioning blanket and turned off the still vibrating alarm clock, yawning sleepily. After a brief moment of dawdling, he recalled his agreement with Luoxio from the day before. Jiang Jing quickly changed his clothes and made his way to the washroom to freshen up. Moments later, having just completed his grooming routine and adjusting his outfit and hairstyle in front of the mirror, he heard the sound of a video call coming from his phone and reluctantly answered it. Jiang Jing, are you on your way? The Aoki breeding house opens in half an hour. We need to hurry. Luoxio's excited voice came through the video call, and Jiang Jing noticed the heavy dark circles under the chubby boy's eyes, realizing he had likely suffered the same sleepless night as himself. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. Just a moment, I'm on my way. After ending the video call with Luoxio, Jiang Jing casually grabbed the buns and fried dough sticks left by his parents on the dining table before hurrying out the door. At 8:45, Jiang Jing arrived at the rendezvous point with Luoxio. Just as he finished paying for the ride on Dudwa, he saw Luoxio rushing towards him in a flurry of urgency. You finally made it. If you had taken any longer, all the good Pokémon would be gone, Luoxio exclaimed, grabbing Jiang Jing's hand and not allowing him any time to respond as he pulled him towards the breeding house. Jiang Jing felt a twinge of exasperation, thinking Luoxio was being overly dramatic, but the reality was quite the opposite. Due to the large number of prospective high school seniors in Jiangzhou this year, despite their early departure, they encountered a considerable crowd on the path to the Aoki breeding house. One could easily surmise the bustling atmosphere within. Hello. Here is our reservation record. Upon arriving at the waiting area of the Aoki breeding house, the two presented their successful reservation from the previous day to the staff at the front desk. The staff member confirmed their reservation, then smiled warmly, saying, Welcome, students. My name is Lu Jiechi. May I inquire if you have any particular Pokémon in mind? Due to Luoxio's financial situation being quite similar to Jiang Jing's, their budget for acquiring initial Pokémon was rather limited, prompting them to reach a mutual understanding prior to their visit. They resolved to pursue grass-type Pokémon as their target. Please take us to see the grass-type Pokémon, Jiang Jing requested. Lu Jiechi nodded. But after reviewing the existing records of grass-type Pokémon in the breeding house, he found himself in a predicament. With a forced smile, he said, I sincerely apologize, but there has been an overwhelming demand for grass-type Pokémon recently. Unfortunately, all the grass-type Pokémon that have been hatched in our breeding house have either been sold or pre-ordered. The woes of poverty, Jiang Jing sighed inwardly, settling for a compromise. Then let us take a look at the grass-type eggs. Thank you for your understanding. Lu Jiechi exhaled in relief and began to lead the way. Please follow me over here. Jiang Jing and Luoxio remained silent, closely trailing behind Lu Jiechi as he guided them to a section of the breeding house. They soon arrived at a magnificent crystal chamber constructed of transparent glass, approximately 500 square meters in size. Bathed in sunlight, the crystal chamber radiated beauty, and from outside, one could clearly see the neatly arranged shelves within, adorned with a dazzling array of Pokémon eggs. The sight was truly overwhelming. There seemed to be countless options. Exchanging astonished glances, Jiang Jing and Luoxio could not help but gasp in awe. Is this the prowess of the Jiangzhou breeding house? It is indeed formidable. Jiang Jing silently marveled. As his gaze swept across the transparent glass, the information before him was updating rapidly. A level 1 Oddish, a potential Vileplume with career prospects. A level 2 Budew with gym potential, a level 3 Egg, and an elite potential Bounsweet. Students, this shelf contains all the grass-type eggs currently available in our Qingmu breeding house. You may take your time to find the Pokémon that captures your interest. Each shelf has relevant information about them, Lu Jiechi confidently stated as he led them to the leftmost shelf within the crystal chamber. These Pokémon eggs come with certification from relevant institutions in Huagua, and I can guarantee their quality based on the reputation of Qingmu breeding house. It is worth mentioning, he continued, that, to date, there exists no scientifically effective method to assess a Pokémon's potential. We can only rely on patterns established over many years. Generally speaking, if both parents of a Pokémon egg possess high quality, the offspring are likely to inherit those traits. For instance, a Bulbasaur born from a champion-level Venusaur is highly likely to also be of champion caliber, though this is not an absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Luoxio's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he seemed to envision the possibilities of acquiring high-quality Pokémon. Jiang Jing remained silent, diligently examining the information of the Pokémon and referencing the prompts on the panel to find his desired initial Pokémon. 10 minutes later, after a thorough exploration, he discovered several grass-type Pokémon of commendable quality, a level 3 Budew, a level 2 Vileplume, a level 3 Bulbasaur, and a level 4 Shrimish. The potential of these sprites has been severely underestimated, as the breeding house has classified them as possessing only professional-grade capabilities for sale. However, the reality is quite different. The first 3 possess gym-level potential, while the mushroom has even reached the threshold of champion potential, igniting a sense of envy within Jiang Jing. Name: Mushroom, Grass. Gender: Level: Unhatched. Ability: Spores. When attacked, it may inflict poison, paralysis, or or sleep on the opponent that comes into contact with it. Individual values: 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 23, special defense, 31, speed, 25. Skills: none. Carried item: none. Potential: champion level. Despite the mushroom's ability not being poison heal, the spore's ability is still quite satisfactory to Jiang Jing. After all, he cannot afford the exorbitantly priced poison jewel, which costs millions. It would be wiser to save up for an evolution stone and cultivate around the spore's ability. Most importantly, according to the label on the shelf, this mushroom's lineage includes a sunflora, making it highly likely that it will inherit the move leech seed. With this, he could capture another Pokémon to counteract the effects of the lazy ability, propelling his team to new heights. Jiang Jing stroked his chin with his right hand, convinced that this plan was entirely feasible. Just as he was about to retrieve the mushroom's egg, he inadvertently glanced toward the bottom shelf, causing his actions to halt involuntarily. Raising an eyebrow, he couldn't suppress a soft gasp. This sprite is rather intriguing. Mushroom. Chapter 4, Must Acquire. Name: Charcoal Squire, Fire. Gender: Level Unhatched. Ability: Blaze. When hit by fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type attacks. Individual values: 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 23, special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills: none. Carried item: none. Potential: champion level. Upon examining the information displayed, Jiang Jing's pupils momentarily constricted, and his mouth instinctively fell open, seemingly awestruck by the high potential of this unhatched charcoal squire. A champion-level potential. This is the highest potential he has encountered thus far in the Qingmu breeding house. However, he found himself puzzled as to why such a high-quality egg would be relegated to the most inconspicuous part of the shelf. Under normal circumstances, one would expect it to be prominently displayed to attract customers' attention. With a heavy sense of curiosity, Jiang Jing turned to the sweet-looking Lu Jiaqing beside him, took a deep breath, and discreetly inquired, "This Pokémon egg doesn't seem to be of the grass type, does it?" Lu Jiaqing paused in surprise at his question. She followed Jiang Jing's gaze, her eyes landing on the lower shelf, where a sprite egg adorned with starry, fiery patterns caught her attention. Indeed, this egg was not of the grass type. It belonged to the fire type sprite known as Charcoal Butler. Lu Jiaqing retrieved her tablet to check the inventory and, upon discovering that it was a sprite egg with vocational potential, casually explained to Jiang Jing. Due to its relatively obscure nature, it had been in the breeding house for quite some time, and its quality was not particularly exceptional. It was likely overlooked during the last shelf organization. Charcoal Butler? A relatively obscure sprite. Jiang Jing's mind was flooded with questions, his expression showing incredulity as he looked at Lu Jiaqing, as if to say she was jesting. Based on his previous experiences with sprite games, he knew that Charcoal Butler's two evolutions, whether it be the Fire Ghost Sanyan Rin or the Fire Psychic Honglian Kaiji, boasted a total base stat of 525, which was fairly impressive. After all, the final evolution base stats of the typical starter Pokémon range only from 525 to 534. Indicating Charcoal Butler's considerable potential. Moreover, it was worth noting that Sanyan Rin possessed an impressive physical attack base stat of 125, only 10 points shy of the highest among demigods like Banjiras and Jinjingguai. The notion that such a potentially dazzling sprite could be labeled as obscure struck Jiang Jing as utterly ludicrous. An obscure singer like Sun Yanzi, is it? Don't think I'm unaware of that reference. Lu Jiaqing nodded, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Jing's peculiar expression, and expressed her frustration. This is indeed the case. As you know, for sprites to enhance their strength, aside from utilizing numerous precious items, the simplest method is through evolution. Unfortunately, Charcoal Butler is one of those sprites that lacks an evolution. Many trainers have attempted to raise it, but ultimately, due to resource constraints, they abandoned the effort. This has resulted in Charcoal Butler's current lack of interest in the market, rendering it a sprite that few inquire about. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lament, "I wonder which fool brought it to the breeding house, making it so difficult to sell now." After listening to Lu Jiaqing's words, Jiang Jing fell silent for a moment, suddenly grasping the crux of her statement. His pupils involuntarily narrowing. Wait, Charcoal Butler lacks an evolution? He finally understood why Charcoal Butler was so overlooked. It seemed that this world was simply lacking, as no one had yet discovered its evolution. Once he sorted through his thoughts, Jiang Jing found himself comprehending Charcoal Butler's current predicament in the market. Unlike other sprites, Charcoal Butler's evolution did not come from using an evolution stone, but rather from utilizing the curse armor or celebration armor. From the hints revealed in the game, both the curse armor and celebration armor required corresponding sprite corpses for their creation. Had he not known the answer in advance, Jiang Jing might not have arrived at this conclusion himself. Upon grasping the key insight, Jiang Jing swiftly retrieved his mobile device and clicked on the Spirit Home application to check the prices of the bitter tea and bronze mirror fragments. Unsurprisingly, the prices of these two items were shockingly low, as their usage had yet to be researched, They were merely regarded as drops from spirits, collected by a select few enthusiasts with peculiar tastes. According to the standard market prices, an ordinary fragment sold for a mere 200 yuan, while even a king-level fragment barely reached around 1,000 yuan, practically a pittance. After perusing this information, Jiang Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey, his mind fervently echoing his desires. This carbon little servant, with 5 king-level qualifications. It must be obtained. He envisioned stockpiling a batch of bronze mirror and bitter tea fragments, ready to capitalize on the evolution of the carbon little servant to bolster his credentials through a published paper, all while profiting from their appreciation in value. A true 2-for-1 deal. Earning money would be as effortless as the labor of a certain nature's transporter. It was simply perfection incarnate. May I inquire about the price of this carbon little servant spirit egg? Jiang Jing quelled the fervor in his heart, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he inquired of Lu Jiechi. Ah, classmate, are you truly set on acquiring this spirit egg? Lu Jiechi seemed momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched on her face. Jiang Jing nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have made my decision. The price for this carbon little servant spirit egg is 80,000. But if you are truly interested, I can offer you a discount of 10,000. Additionally, our breeding house is currently running a promotion, providing a 10% discount for senior students. The final price would be 63,000 Huawei yuan. Lu Jiechi calculated swiftly, a hint of intrigue sparkling in her eyes, contemplating that this neglected spirit egg was finally about to be sold. It was indeed priced so low it tugged at the heartstrings. It seemed even a mountain mouse could scarcely be purchased for this amount. Jiang Jing pondered. Noticing Lu Jiechi walking away, Luo Xiao, who had been contemplating spirit eggs himself, could not resist approaching Jiang Jing, hesitating before offering a cautionary reminder. Have you considered other spirits? The initial spirit is crucial for next year's spirit examination. Do not rush your decision merely to save money. A warmth arose within Jiang Jing. He genuinely appreciated Luo Xiao's words and nodded earnestly. You're right, fatty. Therefore, even if the King of Kings himself were to intervene today, it would not sway my resolve to procure that carbon little servant spirit egg. Luo Xiao staggered slightly, his expression one of existential despair, seemingly overwhelmed by Jiang Jing's stubbornness. So what? You truly haven't heeded a single word I said. Carbon little servant. Chapter 5. Knowledge is power. Luo Xiao fell silent at this remark, and upon observing Jiang Jing's unwavering determination, a singular thought crossed his mind. Forget it. Let it all perish. At that moment, he had indeed found 2 spirits that piqued his interest. One was a trumpet bud, and the other a vine monster, both marked as descendants of gym-level spirits, leaving him in a state of indecision. Perhaps sensing his turmoil, Jiang Jing pointed to the 4 qualification mushroom spirit egg nearby and earnestly remarked, Fatty, if you trust me, choose the mushroom sprite egg on the 3rd shelf to your left. Following Jiang Jing's guidance, Luo Xiao glanced over and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the label indicating the egg's lineage as a professional-grade sprite. Judging by the appearance of this egg, I have an inkling that its potential may be underestimated, Jiang Jing added. Since he had already resolved to purchase the carbon sprite egg, he lacked the funds to acquire this quasi-king mushroom sprite egg. Rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of others, it would be better to advise Luo Xiao to take it. After all, one should not let good fortune slip away to outsiders. Listening to you, I find this sprite egg somewhat extraordinary. Luo Xiao observed for a while and noticed that the brightness of the eggshell was significantly superior to that of other eggs boasting the same qualifications. Gazing at Jiang Jing for a moment, he gritted his teeth and ultimately abandoned his initial intention, opting instead to take down the mushroom sprite egg. Jiang Jing, you better not deceive me. Luo Xiao prayed silently while cradling the sprite egg. A wise choice. Jiang Jing chuckled. As the hour approached 10, more high school students began to arrive at the Qingmu breeding house to purchase sprites. To avoid being trapped inside the store, Jiang Jing was eager to settle the payment and leave. Dear students, this is the sprite egg incubation device, which has already been filled with nutrient solution. You may operate it according to the key points in the manual. Another staff member at the front desk chimed in as Lu Jiaqing was still calculating the discounted price of the mushroom egg. Jiang Jing and Luo Xiao considered it for a moment, realizing that they would eventually need to buy it. And the prices were generally similar regardless of where they purchased it, so they agreed. Seeing them nod, the staff member's smile grew warmer, clearly pleased that this transaction would earn him a considerable commission. Our Qingmu breeding house offers a wide variety of sprite food to assist novice trainers in cultivating their sprites. Would you two be interested in some? The staff member pressed on. Jiang Jing and Luo Xiao remained silent. By the time they exited the Qingmu breeding house, their bank card balance had dwindled by more than half, while their hands were now filled with numerous items. They appeared somewhat dazed, unsure how they had managed to walk out of the breeding house. After experiencing a series of precise recommendations, and seeing the remaining balance of just over 5 digits on his phone, a fervent desire to earn money suddenly ignited within Jiang Jing. Once home, he carefully placed the sprite egg into the incubation device, following the instructions in the manual, and then pressed the start button. As this incubation device was fully automatic and the nutrient solution had already been prepared by the breeding house, there was little effort required on his part. Noticing that the incubation device was functioning normally, with the display indicating that the carbon sprite would hatch in 3 days, he finally let out a breath of relief. Subsequently, Jiang Jing took out his laptop, opened the Huagua Sprite Alliance website, and began to search for information related to sprite evolution. However, since the carbon sprite had yet to hatch, he was unable to register on the Alliance website. Currently, he could only browse as a mere visitor, which limited his permissions and access to the information he sought. Nevertheless, through the exchanges among trainers and various posts and some introductions to bounty tasks, he managed to acquire a considerable amount of information. However, there were relatively few researchers focused on the remaining evolution methods. It could be said that while there was a broad framework covering nearly all evolution methods, specific information pertaining to individual Pokémon was alarmingly scarce. In summary, he possessed a fragmentary understanding of many aspects, yet not a substantial depth of knowledge. For instance, he knew how to evolve Umbreon and Espeon through friendship, as well as how to evolve Lucario, yet remained oblivious to the evolution process of Sylveon. What struck Jiang Jing as particularly remarkable was the fact that evolution had already been discovered and was employed in numerous battles by trainers of the elite level and above. His feelings regarding this matter were quite mixed. If one were to describe his sentiments precisely, it would be akin to witnessing a common rat challenging a legendary Pokémon while simultaneously being bested by a novice, perhaps due to the arrival of Pokémon. These legendary creatures seldom appeared in public view, or perhaps his visitor status precluded him from accessing relevant information, leading the League to maintain a veil of secrecy. From what Jiang Jing observed, little information about these legendary Pokémon was available, and the history surrounding them remained shrouded in obscurity. In response to this situation, various national Pokémon leagues had established corresponding sections on their official websites, offering bounties for information. Even one of the 3 authoritative journals in the field of Pokémon research, Legends, was founded for this very purpose. After gradually organizing the information he had gathered, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh, his smile blossoming into brilliance. Given that the knowledge imparted in universities in Huagua regarding Pokémon was relatively limited, cutting-edge research was seldom mentioned, as everyone understood the slow pace of textbook updates. This led to a dearth of relevant memories in his mind, leaving him somewhat uninformed about the current state of affairs, much of his knowledge remaining superficial and textbook-based. The prevailing circumstances, however, unveiled an immense opportunity for Jiang Jing, an opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of both trainer and researcher. It is noteworthy that the League allocates substantial resources annually to support various academic studies. If he could infiltrate the realm of researchers, leveraging the information he possessed to nurture a few exceptional Pokémon into champions would be well within his grasp. Utilizing the League's funds to pursue his own ambitions, this was indeed the correct approach for an ordinary person aspiring to rise as a titan. Knowledge is power. Truly, an eternal truth. Chapter 6. The Hatching of the Charcoal Sprite. As the sun rises and sets, time swiftly elapses. Amid Jiang Jing's anxious anticipation, the countdown on the hatching device gradually approached its conclusion. The once quiet Pokémon egg began to tremble intermittently, with a faint glow emanating from its shell, illuminating the entire living room. It was finally time for hatching. Jiang Jing smiled, for these 3 days had felt like an eternity of waiting. Sensing the urgent desire of the life within the Pokémon egg to break free, he hurriedly flipped through the manual and proceeded to drain the nutrient liquid from the hatching device. He then retrieved 2 freshly prepared warm towels, one to wipe away the remnants of the nutrient liquid on the egg, and the other to keep as a spare. The luminous glow emanating from the Pokémon egg intensified, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. Cracks adorned the fiery patterned shell, reminiscent of the ice fissures found in Lonquan Celadon, exuding a captivating beauty. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Jing's dark pupils, the radiance peaked momentarily before vanishing into tranquility as if it had never existed. At this moment, the cracks on the eggshell had spread and continued to expand, resembling a vast spider web clinging to its surface. Only when the cracks had proliferated across every inch of the shell did it shatter with a resounding crash into countless tiny fragments. Char, with a soft, innocent voice, a small figure engulfed in flames suddenly emerged from the dark confines of the Pokémon egg. The eyes hidden within the blaze quietly surveyed the unfamiliar world before it, eventually locking gazes with Jiang Jing's ebony pupils, subtly revealing a sense of dependence. Name: Char Buddy, Fire. Gender: Level 0, Novice. Ability: Firestarter. When hit by Fire-type moves, absorbs the flames, enhancing its own Fire-type moves. Individual value potential: 31. Attack: 31. Defense: 31. Special attack: 23. Special defense: 31. Speed: 31. Skills: Glare, Ember, Scare, Shared Life, Smoke Clear, Phosphor Flame, Charged Flame Attack. Item held: None. Potential: Champion. Remarks: Char Buddy is a Pokémon born from life residing in burning charcoal, and it is not fond of water environments. Glancing at the newly updated information about Char Buddy, Jiang Jing noted the 7 additional skills in the skill section. He nodded in approval, silently marveling at its impressive champion potential, evident in the considerable number of skills right from birth. Compared to the images displayed on the League's official website, the living Char Buddy appeared even more spirited. The violet flames flickering atop its head radiated a wave of heat, causing the temperature in the living room to rise significantly, prompting Jiang Jing to break into an involuntary sweat. With this, winter heating would no longer be necessary. Jiang Jing mused to himself, then smiled and extended his right hand towards Char Buddy. Char Buddy, welcome to this world. From now on, we shall be partners, and I look forward to your guidance. Char Buddy gazed intently at Jiang Jing, and, upon seeing his outstretched hand, mirrored the gesture by placing its own right paw atop it while nodding and emitting a low sound. Perhaps due to its recent birth, everything remained in a state of innocence, and Char Buddy could not yet comprehend Jiang Jing's words, but it sensed a profound sense of comfort. After exchanging a few moments of communication with Char Buddy, Jiang Jing retrieved the manual once more, meticulously reviewing the precautions necessary for a newly hatched Pokémon. Upon reading the instruction to wash the newly arrived sprite with warm water, Jiang Jing found himself in a quandary. Unlike other newborn sprites, Charcoal, the small attendant, had certain areas of its body engulfed in flames, which explained why he had opted for a handshake rather than an embrace. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Jing devised a compromise. He dampened a towel with hot water and cautiously began to wipe Charcoal's body. Charcoal, perhaps genuinely averse to water, struggled throughout the process, and the flickering flames nearly singed Jiang Jing's eyebrows. Ultimately, after much effort, Jiang Jing completed the task, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Charcoal tilted his head, observing Jiang Jing's relaxed state, and driven by an instinctive urge to mimic, settled on the opposite side of the sofa. In the next moment, a distinct scent of burning filled the air as the flames from Charcoal unintentionally brushed against the sofa, abruptly rousing Jiang Jing from his languid repose. His expression shifted dramatically, akin to facing a formidable adversary, as he leapt from the sofa and dashed toward the bathroom, shouting instructions. Charcoal, please stay in the corner for a moment. Try to keep away from the other furniture. Otherwise, I fear I may meet an untimely demise. Realizing his mistake, Charcoal stood up, visibly flustered, with a hint of a whimper in his voice. Quickly, Jiang Jing fetched a bucket of water and extinguished the smoldering sofa. Nervously surveying the surroundings to ensure no further fires had ignited, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Charcoal approached Jiang Jing, somewhat awkwardly, lowering his head in silence, the flames on his body flickering restlessly like a child caught in wrongdoing. Charcoal, it's all right, Jiang Jing reassured, gently grasping Charcoal's hand with a warm tone. It was my oversight for not reminding you, so you cannot be blamed. Charcoal, with a tentative tone, inquired softly, as if seeking confirmation of Jiang Jing's words. Jiang Jing nodded in affirmation. Glancing at the wall clock, he tapped his forehead and quietly asked, "Are you hungry? I shall prepare some milk and fig for you." With that, he turned toward the kitchen, retrieving a small bowl designated for the purpose. He poured in the moo milk and figs he had purchased days prior from the nursery. The delightful aroma of milk mingled with the rich scent of figs wafted through the air, prompting Charcoal to display an eager expression, the purple flames atop his head dancing with excitement. "Here, take your time." Jiang Jing gently handed the bowl to Charcoal. Charcoal nodded and eagerly accepted the bowl, diving into the feast. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing hastily cleaned the recently scorched sofa and, upon discovering a conspicuous charred mark, instinctively inhaled sharply. "I hope that when my parents see this black spot, their love will soften their judgment of me," Jiang Jing mused with a wry smile. As Charcoal finished his meal, revealing the drowsiness typical of a newborn, Jiang Jing, with a tinge of regret, said, "Charcoal, for the next few days, you will have to endure residing in the Pokeball." Despite his reluctance to treat a newborn sprite with such harshness, for the sake of the safety of Brother Fong and the potential familial ethical crisis that could ensue, Jiang Jing had no choice but to temporarily accommodate the little fire spirit. Char, understanding the gravity of the situation, Char nodded and, with a yawn amidst a flash of crimson light, vanished into thin air. Jiang Jing gazed at the now tranquil living room, contemplating that for the next few days, he must ensure that Char learns to master the flames within. Chapter 7. Registering and activating as a trainer the following day. Jiang Jing awoke to the insistent pangs of hunger. Those familiar with such sensations would readily attest to their intensity. Groaning, he lay on the bed, grimacing for what felt like an eternity, ultimately losing track of how he fell asleep. Upon awakening, he was acutely aware of the soreness in his shoulders, discomfort in his neck, and an overall sense of malaise. "No wonder I feel so famished," he realized with a start. Remembering that he had yet to feed Char that morning, he sprang from bed and hurried towards the kitchen, disregarding whether he had freshened up. After a brief flurry of activity, he prepared a simple meal of moo milk paired with some dried fruits. Once ready, he retrieved Char's Pokeball and released the little sprite. Char, I overslept today. I'm so sorry for letting you go hungry. Jiang Jing scratched his head. Casting an apologetic glance at Char, the sprite waved its hand, eagerly accepting the bowl from Jiang Jing without a hint of anger. Relieved, Jiang Jing allowed Char to sit on the tiled floor to eat while he took the opportunity to wash up. It seems I've adopted a little rascal. He mused as he took the bowl back, lost in thought. Do you enjoy this? Char nodded enthusiastically, its delight palpable. Observing Char engrossed in watching television, Jiang Jing suddenly felt an urge to share this moment, snapping a quick photo and posting it to his social media. Before long, his phone chimed with notifications indicating that someone had commented on his recent post. Jiang Jing opened his unread messages, spotting one from his chubby friend, Luo Xiao, and quietly clicked to read it. Xiao Luo, my mushroom is hatched too. Shall we head to the training association to register and activate this afternoon? Jiang Jing, while preparing instant noodles for himself, contemplated swiftly accepting the bounties available on the official website to earn some money, and thus agreed. Jiang Jing, sure. Let's meet at the training association entrance at 2 o'clock. After sending the message to Luo Xiao, he casually browsed through the class circle, noticing that many classmates had already shared photos with their sprites. Most featured commonplace creatures, though a few classmates boasted rarer ones. Among them, the most striking were the class monitor, Zhong Chuyo's Ice Ninetales, the study committee member, Yilan's Squirtle, and the wealthy Zhou Yuan's Drapion. How enviable, Jiang Jing chuckled, glancing at his own little sprite, and added silently, but my Char is not to be underestimated either. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the sweltering sun blazed upon Jiangzhou, it rendered even the shade insufficient to invigorate the weary spirits concealed beneath its canopy. In accordance with his agreement with Luo Xiao, Jiang Jing arrived at the office building of the Jiangzhou Training Association. It was not until he stepped inside and felt the cool embrace of the central air conditioning that he experienced a semblance of vitality returning to him. One cannot deny that the sweltering heat of July and August in Jiangzhou is truly inhospitable for humanity. The relentless temperatures are utterly stifling. Before long, after indulging in the refreshing air conditioning for a leisurely 10 minutes, Luo Xiao finally made his entrance, seemingly engaged in a live stream with his phone. Accompanied by a lively little mushroom creature bouncing energetically behind him, Jiang Jing cast a cursory glance at the mushroom, noting its inherited ability to express concern, along with 3 additional skills, and nodded approvingly. What is going on, fatty? Jiang Jing inquired with a curious sidelong glance at Luo Xiao. Dear viewers, today's live stream will conclude here. The host has some matters to attend to, Luo Xiao explained to his audience before wrapping up the session. After hearing Jiang Jing's question, he sighed, raising Pokémon is quite costly. I thought to start a live stream to earn some extra cash. Jiang Jing could relate deeply to this sentiment. He too was troubled by the dietary needs of his own Pokémon, Tan Xiaoshi. Although there was still a considerable supply of food at home, the consumption escalated as Tan Xiaoshi grew. With barely a 5-figure sum left in his bank account, he pondered the urgency of finding a means to earn money. Uncertain how many days that paltry amount would sustain him, after a brief wait in line to obtain their number, the scrolling display screen in the lobby soon announced their turn. Hello, what business may I assist you with? The receptionist inquired, looking up. Please help us register and activate our trainer accounts. Both Jiang Jing and Luo Xiao responded in unison. The receptionist nodded, procuring 2 standardized application forms to present to them. After checking their Pokémon and identity cards for records, she smiled. Please hold on for a moment. The process of registering and activating a trainer account was not overly complicated, and after a few minutes, they successfully completed the procedure. Jiang Jing, shall we engage in a battle? Upon exiting the training association, Luo Xiao noticed the combat arena outside, where trainers were dueling, and felt a stirring desire to propose a match. Now, Jiang Jing asked in surprise, also observing the arena's activity. However, recalling that his Pokémon had only recently hatched, he ultimately declined. Very well. Luo Xiao expressed a hint of disappointment, but, regaining his composure, accepted Jiang Jing's reasoning. He also took a moment to remind Tan Xiaoshi not to meddle with household items. Reassured, he retrieved his laptop and logged onto the Alliance's official website using his newly activated trainer account, preparing to embark on his venture to earn money. As anticipated, the account registered normally, bestowing upon him significantly more privileges than a guest account. The previously gray and unclickable reward task button was now illuminated, along with access to various other sections that had been previously restricted. Jiang Jing patiently perused the newly opened sections of the official website, meticulously searching for avenues that could swiftly secure future sustenance for his companion, Tan Xiaoshi. He scoured the bounty tasks for quite some time, silently examining each requirement, only to ultimately exit the interface with a shake of his head in resignation. Although the rewards for these bounty tasks were substantial, the corresponding demands were equally high, often involving certain thresholds for task acquisition, or the completion of the tasks proved to be quite cumbersome. Thus, Jiang Jing had no choice but to abandon this pursuit. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he couldn't help but draw parallels to the harrowing tales of salt selection from his previous life. With a grin, Jiang Jing gazed at the screen, realizing that his future target audience, the unsuspecting, would predominantly comprise ordinary individuals. After all, the evolution of sprites was the mainstream choice for enhancing one's abilities among the masses. In contrast, the lavish acquisition of evolution stones and rare treasures was a realm reserved for the affluent. With this thought in mind, he began to sift through the currently known list of sprites on the official website, slowly narrowing down his options from the hundreds available. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a sprite that appeared to be perfectly suitable, the fiery and fierce Monferno. The initial form of Monferno was the more common Mac-hop, which was reasonably priced at breeding facilities, making it accessible to the general populace. Its final evolution, the fighting ghost type, known as the abandoned monkey, boasted an impressive base stat total of 535, surpassing that of the final evolutions of the starter Pokémon. More importantly, the evolution process did not require costly evolution stones or rare treasures, but merely the mastery of the skill Fist of Fury. By executing this skill consecutively 20 times within a short span, one could achieve evolution. However, if the skill execution were interrupted for too long, one would have to start anew. But for an ordinary trainer, was this truly a daunting task? Compared to exhausting their finances on evolution stones and rare treasures, he believed many would prefer to invest their time and energy, especially since sustenance remained a priority. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Jing chose the abandoned monkey as the focal point of his research endeavor, harboring a clever intent. By leveraging the news of the abandoned monkey discovered by the Huaguo Alliance, he aimed to create a sensational title that would attract trainers possessing Monferno to engage in paid reading. Once trainers with Monferno were willing to attempt the evolution and successfully transformed into the abandoned monkey, that would be the moment for him to reap substantial profits and garner admiration. Whether Tan Xiaoshi would feast on abalone or merely vegetables in the coming months hinged on this very endeavor. Jiang Jing chuckled softly to himself. Tan, are you still watching television? Tan Xiaoshi, engrossed in the screen, turned his head in confusion at Jiang Jing's words. Yet, upon noticing Jiang Jing was busy, he quietly returned his focus to the television. Shi Xiaohou was a third-year student in the trainer program at Jiangzhou University. Due to financial constraints during his upbringing, he had initially chosen a Mac-hop with elite potential as his first sprite. His previous training experiences had been fraught with hardship, leaving little opportunity to acquire precious items that could enhance Mac-hop's potential and foundation. As a result of evolving into an Infernape, the talents of the creature known as Monkey Monster have fully manifested into strength, leaving no room for further enhancement until now. This has led to the unfortunate reality that each time he challenged the school team, Infernape became a liability within his roster, causing him to face repeated failures. Yet, disappointment lingered. How could a novice account dare to adopt such an extravagant title? Shi Xiaohou rubbed his eyes, seemingly incredulous at what he was witnessing. He glanced at it again, suspecting it might be a fabrication. However, the reluctance to look away stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. Blast! Could it be that some marketing account was once again attempting to lure in unsuspecting victims for quick profits? Shi Xiaohou felt a wave of skepticism wash over him. After all, such occurrences were not unprecedented. They often featured the age-old trick of presenting false pretenses. Yet, after numerous victimized trainers reported these scams, they had eventually quieted down. Subsequently, he tearfully completed all payment processes. Until the following afternoon, under Shi Xiaohou's astonished gaze, the once stagnant Infernape erupted in a brilliant light of evolution after a valiant attempt. The shock resonated through him for an entire year. Goodness, it truly possessed some remarkable qualities. In that moment, Shi Xiaohou felt as though he had been struck by a colossal surprise, teetering on the edge of ecstatic madness. He recognized that after Infernape's successful evolution, nothing could impede his entry into the Jiangzhou University team. This spectacle was also unfolding in various locales across Huaguo. Consequently, the impact generated was such that Jiang Jing's alliance account balance was in constant flux, expanding like a rolling snowball. Of course, he remained blissfully unaware of all this, as Jiang Jing's attention was presently captivated by another matter, the imminent departure of Tan Xiaoshi from its juvenile phase, ready to commence training. Chapter 9. Shall we engage in battle? At the Jiangzhou City Pokémon Research Institute, Gu Mingtang, having just concluded a video conference with the Huaguo Alliance headquarters, now leaned wearily against a chair in the laboratory, a visage marred by distress. The realization that it was already July, with less than half a year remaining until year-end, weighed heavily upon him, especially given that the research papers from the Jiangzhou City Pokémon Research Institute remained unfinished. As the director, this predicament was a source of considerable anxiety. Despite the unwavering support from the Huaguo Alliance, it was crucial to rely on scientific achievements to substantiate their claims. Should this year's research performance fail to meet standards, funding for the following year would undoubtedly face cuts. With only 6 months left, Embarking on new projects, from drafting proposals to yielding research results, was a race against time, as he contemplated whether to revisit last year's projects. Allowing the Institute's personnel to produce a few more papers to satisfy this year's requirements, he was interrupted by the sudden voice of his assistant, Xiao Zhao. Gu Mingtang's train of thought was derailed, prompting him to furrow his brow as he turned to regard the exuberant Xiao Zhao. With a somewhat displeased tone, he remarked, "Xiao Zhao, I must take a moment to reprimand you. As a researcher, one should maintain composure regardless of the circumstances. Look at you now, what kind of demeanor is this? Director, I promise I will be more mindful next time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao offered an awkward smile, nodding bashfully before pushing the tablet in his hands forward. Gu Mingtang was momentarily taken aback, as if turned to stone. His previous assertiveness diminished significantly, and the words he had intended to articulate became lodged in his throat. The topic concerning the evolution of the fiery monkey was one that could undoubtedly yield numerous high-impact papers, potentially suitable for submission to one of the 3 prestigious journals in academia, Evolution, thereby establishing a prominent reputation within the research community. Just imagine if this discovery were attributed to their research institute. Not only could this year's research papers be completed with ease, but they would also have ample material for next year's endeavors. Suddenly, Gu Mingtang appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. "You say you are from the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute, and you wish to invite me to affiliate with your institute?" Jiang Jing, on the other end of the line, was momentarily bewildered. After verifying several times, he checked the contact number for the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute, confirming that it was indeed the number that had called him, thus assuring himself that he had not fallen prey to a scam. Of course, once the paper is finalized and submitted to other journals, the corresponding author and first author will undoubtedly have your name attached. "We merely hope that you can reserve a position for our research institute on the primary author affiliation," Xiao Zhao explained nervously. Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow, coming to a sudden realization upon hearing Xiao Zhao's explanation, and subsequently inquired whether the institute would provide any financial support for his participation in the project. Upon receiving the institute's assurance of a one-time grant of 1 million yuan specifically for his research project, Jiang Jing agreed without hesitation. After all, he had already disclosed the method for the fiery monkey's evolution, which had garnered validation from numerous fiery monkey trainers, confirming the reliability of his findings. The remaining task was simply to procure a fiery monkey from the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute, conduct a semblance of the experiment to gather data, and then proceed to write and submit the paper. As for the remaining research funds, he could easily justify their use for the training of his charcoal sprite under the guise of conducting in-depth studies. Given the authenticity of his research results, it was likely that the Huaguo Alliance would turn a blind eye, choosing not to impede his progress. Most importantly, this opportunity would allow him to penetrate the academic realm, fostering a beneficial relationship with the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute and establishing his scholarly connections. After concluding the call, Jiang Jing felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for the future, marveling at the power of knowledge. He then casually accessed his account on the Huaguo Alliance's platform. The next moment, he was utterly astounded. The nearly 700,000 yuan in his account, which continued to grow, was a clear indicator of his newfound fame. He promptly submitted a withdrawal request, and after settling all taxes, his bank account swelled by 620,000 yuan, alleviating many of his immediate financial concerns. At that moment, his charcoal sprite had also graduated from its juvenile stage, achieving a level 5 capability, with its physical functions nearly perfected, thus enabling it to commence regular training. Jiang Jing decided to first assess the physical condition of his partner and their familiarity with various skills, which would facilitate the targeted improvement of Tan Xiaoshi's dietary regimen and the subsequent formulation of a more suitable training plan. He promptly took Tan Xiaoshi out of the house and ventured to the public battle arena nearby. A cursory glance around revealed numerous novice trainers engaged in battles. Although their encounters appeared somewhat clumsy and amusing, he watched with rapt attention. Tan Xiaoshi, beside him, could not help but emit sounds of excitement upon witnessing the spectacle. "Tan Xiaoshi, do you enjoy this?" Jiang Jing inquired earnestly, turning his gaze towards his companion. He conducted a series of tests on its attack, speed, and other related attributes through ordinary strikes and skill usage. He noted that incorporating the phoenix pear into its diet could enhance Tan Xiaoshi's physical robustness. As he observed and documented the findings, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Hello, may I challenge you to a battle?" Turning around, Jiang Jing encountered a boy wearing a white baseball cap, his gaze intense and unwavering as he brandished a pokeball. "Greetings, I am Lu Xing," the boy exclaimed, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Could we engage in a Pokémon battle?" Jiang Jing refrained from responding immediately, instead glancing at Tan Xiaoshi, who was also looking at him, its fiery eyes glowing with enthusiasm. In that moment, he grasped Tan Xiaoshi's intent. He scrutinized Lu Xing for a brief while, his dark pupils emanating a profound light, before finally nodding and replying, "Certainly, I am Jiang Jing." From the clarity and naivete reflected in Lu Xing's eyes, Jiang Jing surmised that this individual had likely just acquired his Pokémon this year. Only novice trainers would exhibit such fervor for battles among their peers during these initial days of competition. Upon receiving Jiang Jing's consent, Lu Xing could hardly contain his excitement, pumping his fist in the air before releasing his newly obtained starter Pokémon. It was a creature resembling a mouse, its skin a sandy hue adorned with brick-like patterns, with a cream-colored underside from its chin to its abdomen, standing on 2 feet. Sandshrew. This is a ground-type Sandshrew. Name: Sandshrew Ground. Gender: Level 6, Novice. Ability: Sandveil, speed increases during sandstorm weather. Individual value qualifications: 20, attack, 31, defense, 25, special attack, 10, special defense, 14. Speed, 18, skills, scratch, rollout, poison sting, sand attack, item held. None potential. Professional. As soon as Sandshrew entered the fray, Lu Xing issued his command, aiming to catch Jiang Jing and Tan Xiaoshi off guard. Sandshrew, you scratch. Promptly responding to the command, Sandshrew curled into a ball and swiftly rolled towards Tan Xiaoshi. The ground along the path trembled as the burrowing mouse rolled, sending countless dust particles swirling into the air, gradually creating a scene reminiscent of an impending sandstorm. As it approached Charcoal Jr., the burrowing mouse transformed into a sphere, suddenly leaping off the ground into the air, where it unfurled its limbs and, utilizing the force of its descent, raised its sharp and hardened claws to strike fiercely at Charcoal Jr. Charcoal, dodge! Jiang Jing commanded calmly, observing the unfolding scene with an unwavering expression. Charcoal Jr. nodded and leaped to the right, narrowly evading the descending burrowing mouse's claw attack. Charcoal Jr., unleash a spark. Before Lu Xing's burrowing mouse could react, Jiang Jing continued to direct, seizing the moment. Charcoal Jr., silent yet resolute, felt its internal temperature surge to 1,000 degrees Celsius. Flames erupting violently from its surface as it unleashed a fiery torrent towards the burrowing mouse. At that moment, the burrowing mouse had just landed, its feet slamming into the ground, yet it had not yet turned to face its opponent. In the next instant, the spark technique struck the burrowing mouse with precision, the crimson flames causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise dramatically, inflicting considerable damage. Burrowing mouse, roll up quickly. Lu Xing, witnessing this turn of events, became flustered and hastily instructed his burrowing mouse to curl back into a ball and roll out of the flame's grasp. Jiang Jing nodded in approval. He regarded Lu Xing with newfound admiration. Unlike the novices he had seen during his strolls with Charcoal Jr. a few days prior, Lu Xing at least understood the necessity of evasion rather than remaining stationary in a dire situation. Charcoal Jr., instill fear. Jiang Jing commanded. Charcoal Jr., upon receiving the order, became a tempest of flames and emitted an ear-piercing shriek. The burrowing mouse, having just escaped the fiery embrace, was caught off guard by the piercing sound and instinctively covered its ears with its short limbs. Lu Xing, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of what command to issue next. Ultimately, he could only watch as Charcoal Jr. seized the opportunity, launching a final spark that drained the burrowing mouse of its last vestiges of strength. Well done, Charcoal Jr. Once the battle concluded, Jiang Jing unabashedly praised Charcoal Jr. for its initial victory. Charcoal Jr. bashfully touched its head, the flames flickering in response. Yet it was evident that its spirits were soaring with joy. North Wind Training Camp? What is that? Jiang Jing inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced at Lu Xing, seemingly perplexed by the reference. Now it was Lu Xing's turn to be astonished. Initially, he had observed Jiang Jing training Charcoal Jr. alone in the public battle arena, and given the apparent prowess displayed, he assumed Jiang Jing was preparing for the North Wind Training Camp. This prompted him to approach and issue a challenge. Eager to discern the differences between himself and trainers capable of entering such a prestigious camp. However, it appeared he had misjudged the situation. With a sheepish rub of his nose, Lu Xing's momentary embarrassment quickly dissipated, and he patiently began to explain to Jiang Jing. The North Wind Training Camp is a summer program specifically designed for the promising high school juniors in our northern province of Hebei. Participants are selected from among the most exceptional students in provincial high schools. It can be likened to a mock examination for the upcoming elite trainer assessment. And those who perform admirably at the camp will be rewarded with an array of generous prizes offered by Jiangzhou University and the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute. Moreover, it is rumored that the most outstanding students at the camp may even earn the opportunity to select Pokémon from the breeding house of Jiang University. How intriguing. This is indeed an exceptional opportunity for gifted students in Hebei province. Jiang Jing silently nodded in agreement. The North Wind Training Camp sounds quite appealing. Not only does it provide a chance to encounter outstanding trainers of his age from Hebei, but it also offers the possibility of receiving various splendid rewards and enhancing one's skills. Most importantly, one could acquire Pokémon meticulously nurtured by the breeding house of Jiang University. This thought stirred a sense of eagerness within Jiang Jing. However, considering that his results from the upcoming assessment were yet to be released, and reflecting on his previous performance in class. He suspected he might not meet the criteria for a recommendation from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Otherwise, how could he have been unaware of such news? This left him in a bit of a quandary. Perhaps he should inquire tomorrow at the Research Institute to see if there are any surplus spots available? As he contemplated the task he was scheduled to complete at the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute the following day, this notion flashed through his mind. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, casting an orange glow that elongated the shadows on the ground, rendering the public battle arena considerably quieter. Based on the information recorded in the afternoon, Jiang Jing recognized that it was time to update the feeding regimen for his little charcoal servant to facilitate its swift enhancement in strength. Thus, he resolved to procure some supplies from the Pokémon market. Dujali, let us head to the Baisha Island market, Jiang Jing stated, settling onto Dujali's back and gently tugging on the black reins. Dudut. Dujali nodded in affirmation and dashed forth with remarkable speed, resembling a streak of lightning as it raced along the designated Pokémon pathways within the city. In less than 20 minutes, Dujali swiftly transported Jiang Jing to the entrance of the Baisha Island market, then turned to indicate they had arrived at their destination. Thank you for your hard work, Dujali. After scanning the QR code to complete the payment, a smile graced Jiang Jing's face as he expressed his gratitude to Dujali before stepping into the Baisha Island market. As the largest Pokémon market south of Jiangzhou's Third Ring Road, the Baisha Island market spans an impressive 700 acres and specializes in the trade of Pokémon food and berries. After browsing the market briefly, Jiang Jing entered the store renowned for offering the lowest prices on Pokémon food, the Shizi Overlord Flower Food Specialty Store. However, upon reviewing the prices of the Pokémon food within the shop, his expression darkened instantaneously. The cost for the same Pokémon food he had purchased from the breeding house had more than doubled. Hello? Is this price for the Pokémon food perhaps a mistake? Jiang Jing inquired, holding up a bag of Pokémon food marked at 790 yuan, addressing a passing salesperson. I recall purchasing it for around 300 yuan at the breeding house just a few days ago. The expression on the salesman's face changed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. After casting a brief glance at Jiang Jing, he donned a professional smile and denied, "What do you mean by overpriced? My dear customer, I assure you that the prices of our merchandise are the most competitive in the entire market. This has been the standard for many years. If you still have concerns regarding the pricing, perhaps you should reflect on whether your parents have been diligent in their work over the years." Upon hearing the salesman's words, a surge of fury ignited within Jiang Jing. His dark eyes glinted with a chilling resolve as he fixed a long, penetrating gaze on the salesman. Following this encounter, he found himself disinclined to purchase any of the commercially available Pokémon food. Instead, he began to yearn for the energy cubes and Pock muffins from the game. Compared to the mainstream Pokémon food in the current world, the energy cubes and Pock muffins he was familiar with were significantly superior in enhancing a Pokémon's strength. More importantly, the ingredients for these creations were quite commonplace, making them far more ethical than the arbitrarily priced Pokémon food. Why not attempt to create energy cubes? This thought flitted through Jiang Jing's mind, growing wildly like a weed until he finally settled upon the idea after much contemplation. With resolute determination, he turned and entered a shop called 3 Honeybee Tree Fruits. Upon confirming that the prices were fair, he promptly ordered a substantial quantity of ordinary tree fruits from the shopkeeper. He also procured a significant amount of wawangu and materials for making bait, depleting his bank card balance to a mere 300,000 before he stopped. Could you please have these items delivered to room 302, Building 6, Eagle Terrace Community? He requested. Absolutely, the shopkeeper replied eagerly. I will arrange for them to be loaded and dispatched to your provided address right away. At 6 o'clock that evening. Based on the information gleaned from the game in his previous life, Jiang Jing understood that the process of crafting energy cubes was not particularly complicated. It merely required finding the appropriate recipes and mastering the right cooking temperature to create the desired energy cubes with ease. Armed with a few energy cube recipes, he pulled out his induction cooker, intending to emulate a certain squirrel's method of alchemy to recreate the energy cubes. He began by chopping the orange fruits into small pieces and poured them into the pot according to the recipe. With confidence, he pressed the start button, prompting the induction cooker to spring to life. However, to no one's surprise, the induction cooker malfunctioned, leaving the remnants of the orange fruit burnt to a charred black, stubbornly clinging to the pot in a manner that defied all attempts at cleaning. What went wrong? Jiang Jing pondered, perplexed. He had followed the steps meticulously. How could such a simple task have gone awry? His mind mused, isn't it just a matter of having hands? To which his hands retorted, for heaven's sake. Don't you dare say, I don't know what I'm doing. In animated depictions, the process of making energy cubes typically involves first pulverizing the tree fruits, then using an energy cube manufacturing machine to heat and extract the essence from the fruit juice, ultimately achieving the crystallization of the desired product. To expect that all these steps could be accomplished with a mere induction cooker was indeed a recipe for disaster. It turns out that the tool used for production was incorrect. Jiang Jing patted his head, revealing an expression of sudden realization. It seems he needs to acquire a centrifuge. Jiang Jing recalled that he did not possess the specialized equipment at home and thus had to temporarily abandon the notion of creating an energy cube. Following this, his gaze shifted towards the Pak muffin, prompting him to retrieve the necessary ingredients such as wong wong grain, yudwan, flower beer fruit, and cranberry fruit. He began the preparation process following the method for baking bread. In contrast to the extraction needed for the energy cube, the Pak muffin presented no challenge whatsoever. Jiang Jing succeeded with remarkable ease. Tan, come and sample this celebration muffin, and let me know how it tastes. Jiang Jing called out to Tan Xiaoshi, who was still engrossed in watching television. Tan Xiaoshi, puzzled, approached the kitchen and accepted the muffin, taking a careful sniff. It seemed to pose no issues, and he promptly swallowed it whole. How does it taste? Jiang Jing inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Tan Xiaoshi nodded but quickly shook his head, gesturing emphatically to convey his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jing finally grasped the meaning. While the food was acceptable, the flavor did not quite suit Tan Xiaoshi's palate. Jiang Jing let out a silent sigh of relief upon understanding. Tan Xiaoshi vigorously nodded in affirmation. Receiving this feedback, Jiang Jing began to make targeted adjustments to the flavor profile of the Pak muffin, incorporating a variety of berries favored by fire-type Pokémon. At last, he presented a dish that thoroughly satisfied Tan Xiaoshi. Chapter 12. Training and Reflection. The following morning, just as the darkness began to recede and the sun had yet to rise, the sky was a pristine blue, devoid of any trace of drifting clouds. Jiang Jing rubbed his bleary eyes and switched off the bothersome alarm clock by his bedside. After a languid stretch, he rose from bed. Xiao Jing, why are you up so early today? Jiang Ba, still enjoying breakfast, noticed the commotion in the living room and looked up with mild surprise. Jiang Ma mirrored this astonishment, jokingly commenting, Old Jiang, am I seeing things? It seems like the sun has risen from the west today. Mom, Dad, please. Jiang Jing replied, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he explained, I simply wish to take Tan Xiaoshi out for a morning jog and exercise. Presently, Tan Xiaoshi had just transitioned from the juvenile stage into the growth phase, and his strength was set to increase rapidly. Jiang Jing did not want to squander this exceptional opportunity. Thus, after successfully preparing the Pak muffin the previous day, he had devised a training plan for Tan Xiaoshi throughout the night. Jiang Jing believed that a Pokemon's combat capabilities primarily depended on two factors, inherent qualities and mastery of skills. The so-called inherent qualities encompassed aspects such as stamina, speed, explosive power, strength, as well as control over both the body and energy. Stamina influenced a Pokemon's endurance in battle, while speed affected their reaction time, movement, and the swiftness with which they could harness their power to launch an attack. As for explosive power and strength, these could manifest as an additional enhancement during both defensive and offensive maneuvers, stemming from the Pokemon's physical attributes and willpower. In this regard, Ash's Infernape serves as a profound testament, its immense willpower allowing it to unleash the latent strength within. Ultimately, the mastery of bodily control and energy regulation is intricately linked to the aforementioned qualities and can be perceived as a synthesis of these foundational attributes. To a considerable extent, this ability significantly influences the outcome of Pokémon battles, often determining the trajectory of the entire contest. However, assessing a Pokémon's strength cannot be solely based on these factors. One must also consider the array of skills it possesses. Currently, Charcoal Shy has only recently hatched and is still unfamiliar with its own abilities, and Jiang Jing does not intend to have it learn new techniques just yet. Instead, he plans to enhance its fundamental qualities through daily physical training and nutritional supplementation. This explains why Jiang Jing rises so early. Do ensure your safety. Jiang Jing's parents nodded, offering a word of caution as he prepared to embark on his morning run. Jiang Jing smiled in acknowledgement and stepped out of his home, greeting a neighbor before jogging towards a nearby park. Charcoal Shy, let us commence with a leisurely 5-kilometer run around this park. Jiang Jing earnestly instructed as he released the Pokémon from its Pokeball. Half an hour later, after completing the 5-kilometer run, Jiang Jing took a brief respite to hydrate, then retrieved the Pak muffin he had prepared the previous night, offering it to Charcoal Shy. Without hesitation, Charcoal Shy devoured the muffin, a blissful expression gracing its face. After a 10-minute rest, feeling rejuvenated, Jiang Jing turned to Charcoal Shy and said, next, we shall perform 100 push-ups, followed by skill training. Charcoal Shy nodded in understanding and promptly completed the push-ups, subsequently cycling through its learned moves. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun ascended in the sky, and the temperature in Jiang City began to rise. Sensing the increasing warmth, Jiang Jing concluded the morning's training session with Charcoal Shy. Upon returning home, he took a refreshing cold shower to wash away the sweat from his workout, and after enjoying breakfast, he ventured out once again. At the Jiang City Pokémon Research Institute, Gu Mingtang observed Jiang Jing with keen interest, remarking to himself how remarkably young he appeared, even younger than he had anticipated. A true hero emerges in youth, he mused. Individuals like you truly possess remarkable strength. Gu Mingtang merely smiled in response, choosing not to speak. yet internally elevating his perception of the humble Jiang Jing. After all, people tend to favor those who are both capable and gracious over the arrogant prodigy. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries and growing familiarity, Jiang Jing did not forget the purpose of his visit and promptly addressed Gu Mingtang, Director Gu. Let us proceed with the evolution experiment of the Infernape. Gu Mingtang shared the same sentiment, and thus the two quickly reached a consensus. He promptly instructed the assistants at the Research Institute to arrange the laboratory and the necessary equipment. Just before entering the lab, Jiang Jing specifically sought permission and, upon receiving Gu Mingtang's consent, released his charcoal servant, assigning it to the training ground within the institute to utilize the available machinery for further skill training. The subsequent evolution experiment proceeded swiftly. The fire monkey selected for the experiment was procured specifically by the institute and exhibited remarkable physical capabilities, effortlessly unleashing 20 instances of Fury Punch to complete its final evolution. Upon witnessing the successful experiment, Jiang Jing concocted a casual explanation for his unexpected discovery and subsequently delegated the task of drafting the ensuing paper to the institute. Jiang Jing, the research funding you requested will be expedited to your account within the next few days, Gu Mingtang declared, beaming with delight. Since Jiang Jing was currently affiliated with the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute, his discoveries would naturally be credited to the institute's publications for the year. Having accomplished the annual objective in one fell swoop, Gu Mingtang could hardly contain his elation. After securing the certificate for his internship research position, Jiang Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Gu Mingtang's exuberance, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Director, I heard that the North Wind training camp is jointly hosted by the Institute and Jiangzhou University? Indeed, that is correct, Gu Mingtang affirmed with a nod. Are you interested in the North Wind training camp? I am particularly intrigued by the breeding house slots, Jiang Jing replied, shaking his head. Gu Mingtang's expression shifted to one of realization as he regarded Jiang Jing thoughtfully. As the head of the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute, Gu Mingtang was undoubtedly astute. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's remarks, he grasped the underlying inquiry, whether there was a possibility to participate in this year's North Wind training camp through the Institute's channels. However, this posed a dilemma for Gu Mingtang. Had Jiang Jing inquired a few days earlier, he might have been able to devise a solution. Yet, the roster of students for this year's North Wind training camp had already been finalized and disseminated to high schools across Hebei province the previous day, rendering any last-minute additions quite challenging. They had to consider the implications of credibility and public perception. With a sigh, Gu Mingtang hesitated momentarily before speaking. Jiang Jing. The list of students participating in the training camp was announced the day before yesterday, and, sensing Gu Mingtang's reluctance, Jiang Jing swiftly interjected, Director, this is a Pokémon food I inadvertently developed yesterday. Its efficacy surpasses that of all other similar products currently on the market. He placed the Pock muffin he had prepared the night before on the table, his deep gaze fixed intently on Gu Mingtang, seemingly waiting for him to conclude his previous statement. Gu Mingtang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded the composed Jiang Jing for an extended period. After a brief pause, he continued, in principle, this matter is unfeasible, but... Jiang Jing refrained from interrupting this time, attentively listening to the subsequent discourse. However, the personnel for this year's North Wind training camp remained undecided, including the lead battling instructor, the accompanying theoretical researcher, and the breeding specialist responsible for guiding the cultivation of Pokémon. Gu Mingtang, noticing Jiang Jing's silence, sighed inwardly, realizing that this young man likely had no further secrets to conceal, and thus fluently completed his remaining remarks. Since you possess the ability to create Pokémon food, the Institute will arrange for you to participate as a breeding specialist tasked with teaching the preparation of such food. Is it possible to delineate roles so specifically? This seems to be a course tailored for select individuals, Jiang Jing pondered, greatly astonished. Director, does this breeding specialist have the opportunity to enter Jiang University's breeding house? He inquired with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly remember something important. He hastily addressed Gu Mingtang. Director, I just recalled that I have a paper yet to write, and I hope to submit it through the Institute's channels for publication. Gu Mingtang nodded with satisfaction, his eyes reflecting the promise of mentorship. After Jiang Jing departed, Gu Mingtang summoned his own adept Pokémon, and then presented a pastry resembling a Pokémon muffin that lay upon the table. His Pokémon carefully sniffed the muffin, and its eyes brightened with eagerness as it indulged in the treat. It appeared that this new Pokémon food exceeded Jiang Jing's claims. The realm of Pokémon food was bound to become vibrant, Gu Mingtang mused, well aware of his Pokémon's discerning palate. Watching Jiang Jing's retreating figure, he silently reflected, having just discovered the evolutionary method of the fiery monkey. He now concocts new Pokémon food. This young man is truly a born researcher. It seems I must periodically probe into Jiang Jing's depths. Meanwhile, after securing Gu Mingtang's assurance, Jiang Jing made his way directly to the training grounds of the Research Institute. eager to observe the current training status of his charcoal Pokémon. However, upon entering the training arena, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The training ground was ablaze, and charcoal Pokémon appeared as if it were a divine being birthed from the flames, enveloped entirely in searing heat. Its aura had escalated tremendously compared to before, causing several small fire dragons and spicy monkeys sharing the training space to tremble in fear, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Yet, witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it the blaze ability? He murmured, audible only to himself. It seemed that while training alongside these Pokémon, charcoal Pokémon had inadvertently absorbed the flames they emitted, thereby activating its blaze ability, resulting in a remarkable surge in power. I recall in the animated series, Ash's Pokémon had once unwittingly absorbed an energy ball move, instantly triggering its evolution and exhibiting formidable strength. Is it possible for charcoal sprite to harness its fire-igniting trait, emulating the energy absorption of a forest turtle, thereby deliberately transforming its characteristic into an activated blazing state? Jiang Jing stood quietly, lost in thought, his right hand unconsciously stroking his chin. This notion does not seem implausible, does it? After all, the fire-igniting trait merely requires an attack from a fire-type move. It does not specifically necessitate that the attack comes from an opponent. What if I absorb my own flames? Activating the blazing state manually could indeed work. This could serve as charcoal sprite's trump card in the early stages, providing an element of surprise in critical moments. Jiang Jing nodded in agreement, deciding to incorporate this into the training scheduled for the following morning. Charcoal. Upon hearing this, charcoal sprite turned to the entrance and, upon spotting Jiang Jing's silhouette, hurriedly controlled the surrounding flames, extinguishing the fires in the training ground. Subsequently, after exchanging friendly greetings with a few fire-type Pokémon still in a state of shock, charcoal sprite followed Jiang Jing out of the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute. As they vanished from the training ground in trance, the other Pokémon, including the fire lizard, took a long while to breathe a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting the expression of having survived a calamity. Perhaps only they in the heavens could fathom the immense shadow that charcoal sprite had cast upon them. Chapter 14. Journey to the Secret Realm of Hinoki Forest. July 12th. 9 days had elapsed since charcoal sprite commenced its training. Under Jiang Jing's rigorous daily physical regimen, and with the sustenance provided by Pokémon muffins, charcoal sprite's strength had finally reached the novice level. Not only had there been significant progress in its foundational qualities, but it was also a delightful surprise that, alongside its strength enhancement, charcoal sprite had learned the new skill. Flame Vortex. Name: Charcoal Sprite, Fire. Gender: Level 11 Novice. Ability: Fire Ignition. When attacked by fire-type moves, absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type moves. Individual value qualifications: 31. Attack: 31. Defense: 31. Special Attack: 23. Special Defense: 31. Speed: 31. Skills: Glare, Ember, Scare, Shared Fate, Smoke Clear, Phosphor Fire, Charged Flame Attack, Flame Vortex. Item held: None. Potential: Champion. Charcoal Sprite's growth rate aligned closely with Jiang Jing's expectations, observing its advancement beyond the novice level. And with the Northwind training camp approaching in half a month, Jiang Jing resolved to temporarily suspend the current training regimen and shift the focus towards practical combat. Consequently, he decided to take Charcoal Sprite to the nearby secret realm of Hinoki Forest for an intensive week-long training session. According to the information Jiang Jing had gathered, this world categorizes all arrived secret realms based on the maximum potential that can be exerted within them, dividing them into 5 distinct levels. The highest level of the intermediate category has been identified to accommodate powers up to the second-tier deities. There have been sightings of legendary beasts, such as the freezing bird, within the secret realms of Huagua. The lowest tier is at the entry level, exemplified by the Cypress Forest secret realm chosen by Jiang Jing. As for other first-tier deities like Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyurem, they largely exist only in certain records within the secret realms, their true whereabouts remaining shrouded in mystery. With the knowledge that he would spend the following week in the secret realm, Jiang Jing understood that outdoor survival was inevitable. To prepare adequately, he specifically visited the New World building in Jiangzhou, where he purchased equipment from an outdoor shop called Longlongshi Wilderness Adventure. I need outdoor supplies for exploring the secret realm: tents, sleeping bags, compressed food, binoculars, and a compass, he informed the somewhat portly shop owner. As this was his first venture into a secret realm, Jiang Jing was uncertain of what to prepare and could only follow a checklist he found online. The rotund shopkeeper, after calculating Jiang Jing's purchases, confidently remarked, "Young man, this must be your first time entering a secret realm. Is it that obvious?" Jiang Jing replied, somewhat taken aback. The jovial shopkeeper seemed to sense his confusion and chuckled, explaining, "Those who frequently enter secret realms never fail to purchase a windbreaker, waterproof shoes, and a hiking backpack. Without these essentials, encountering rainy and damp conditions in the realm can be quite a hardship." Understanding dawned on Jiang Jing, and he nodded in agreement. "Boss, Could you help me identify any other items I might be missing? He inquired. The cheerful shopkeeper then recommended a secret realm exploration kit from their store. After purchasing the necessary items for his adventure, Jiang Jing had spent over 30,000, which left him feeling a slight pang of regret. Upon returning home, he began to prepare food for his companion, Charcoal Sprite, for the upcoming days. Since the small medical centrifuge he ordered from Taodao had arrived 3 days prior, Jiang Jing decided to make energy cubes directly. He retrieved 3 types of fruits: orange fruit, cranberry, and phoenix pineapple. Following the steps from his previous attempt and replacing his tools with the centrifuge, he easily succeeded in producing the energy cubes. However, given Jiang Jing's limited experience, he struggled with controlling the heat. Most of the energy cubes he created were of ordinary quality, with the more powerful ones being relatively scarce, and perfect or artisan-level cubes being even rarer. The next morning, after a restful night, Jiang Jing left a note for his parents, explaining that he would be taking Charcoal Sprite out for specialized training, assuring them not to worry. Once he organized all the items he intended to bring, he donned the hiking backpack he had purchased the previous day, hailed a taxi, and set off toward the Cypress Forest secret realm. Unlike other secret realms in Jiangzhou, the Cypress Forest is located in a relatively remote area, near a small village close to a wetland park. Upon reaching his destination, Jiang Jing glanced at his phone and noted that the journey had taken over 2 hours, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation, exclaiming how far it was. After disembarking, he meticulously searched for the surrounding signs and, following their guidance, swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Cypress Forest secret realm. However, he did not proceed directly inside. Instead, he made his way to a public restroom, retrieved his gear from his backpack, and donned his windbreaker and waterproof shoes before heading towards the entrance. Perhaps due to the nature of the Cypress Forest secret realm, which is a public interest site in Jiangzhou, entry did not require any tickets or permissions, resulting in a considerable influx of adventurers, particularly many families of modest means, unable to afford the purchase of Pokémon from the breeding center, opted to hire seasoned novice trainers who frequented the area to escort their high school-bound children into the realm in search of suitable starter Pokémon. Such occurrences were far from rare. Jiang Jing observed numerous similar situations along his path. Consequently, the queue at the entrance grew excessively lengthy. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after nearly 3 hours of waiting, Jiang Jing leisurely followed the trainer in front of him to the entrance of the secret realm. From a distance, he beheld a soft white orb of light emanating an extraordinarily bright glow, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky, captivating and enchanting all who gazed upon it. Soon, after completing all necessary identity verifications, Jiang Jing was permitted entry by the guards. His expression remarkably tranquil as he stepped into the luminous sphere. Accompanied by a sudden wave of intense dizziness, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 15. The Discovery of Traits, a Pair of Rodents. When Jiang Jing opened his eyes once more, he found himself within the cypress forest. Looking up, he beheld a vast ocean of oak trees, their dense foliage of vibrant green, obscuring the sky above. Even though it was still daylight, the sunlight could not penetrate the forest, casting a dim light that felt reminiscent of night. Jiang Jing cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no wild Pokémon were lurking nearby, he let out a sigh of relief. He then retrieved a flashlight from his backpack to illuminate the murky area around him, discovering a muddy path winding through the woods ahead. With a hint of caution, he pondered for a moment before releasing his charcoal servant to assist in vigilance against potential dangers, feeling considerably more at ease as he continued along the forest path. After several minutes of walking, he still had not encountered any other trainers, only the increasingly distinct sounds of insects buzzing in his ears. Jiang Jing realized that the cypress forest must be quite expansive. Although he had previously learned from online sources that the cypress forest is predominantly inhabited by bug-type Pokémon, he had not anticipated the overwhelming noise. Listening to the incessant buzzing around him, he grew somewhat irritable and couldn't help but glance upward towards the treetops, where the cacophony originated. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. As his gaze swept past the towering oak trees before him, the panel rapidly refreshed with information, leaving Jiang Jing with an unsettling sensation. A seasoned iron-shelled bug, a 3-star qualified caterpie, a 2-star elite iron-shelled bug, a novice caterpie, and a 1-star seasoned caterpie. Goodness! Have I stumbled upon the hive of the bee drill? This is beyond my capability. Despite the seemingly low levels of the iron-shelled bugs and caterpies before him, the mightiest among them barely reached the novice tier, and the attributes of his companion, Charcoal, had a type advantage over them. Yet, Jiang Jing dared not provoke these iron-shelled bugs. After all, they were notorious as one of the 3 great nuisances for beginners, typically thriving in colonies. Once one spied an iron-shelled bug in the vicinity, congratulations. You were not far from encountering a multitude of bee drills. Jiang Jing's immediate impression of the bee drill species was one of unity, grudges, and a lack of martial ethics. Should one inadvertently offend any member of their ranks, they would be met with a frenzied reprisal from the entire swarm, a fate that had befallen many a novice, often trending on social media. It could be said that newcomers have long suffered under the tyranny of the bee drill. No wonder I pondered why this area was so eerily quiet. Once Jiang Jing cautiously exited the bee drill territory, he breathed heavily, a look of complex realization crossing his face. So, it turns out that other trainers and wild Pokémon have been driven away. Charcoal nodded in agreement, recalling the overwhelming scene of iron-shelled bugs that had just transpired. Still feeling a lingering trepidation. Let us proceed in this direction. After a brief respite, Jiang Jing picked up a twig and made a mark on the ground, deliberately choosing a path opposite to that of the bee drill territory. It must be said that Jiang Jing's panel was exceedingly reliable in matters of secret realm exploration. With just a glance, he could discern whether wild Pokémon lay hidden in the grass. When encountering creatures far beyond Charcoal's strength, they would opt to circumvent them, avoiding battles that could attract other dangers. Conversely, when facing opponents of comparable might, Jiang Jing would instruct Charcoal to launch a powerful attack, allowing them to gain valuable practical experience. As time passed and numerous wild Pokémon were compelled to yield, Charcoal became increasingly adept in combat, amassing a wealth of experience. Jiang Jing felt immense satisfaction. They had gradually approached the southwestern direction of the secret realm, intending to find a suitable camping spot while the air still held a hint of coolness. Suddenly, as they continued on their journey, an update on the panel regarding a wild Pokémon caught Jiang Jing's attention. Name: pair of mice, common. Gender: none. Level: level 13, novice. Ability: pick up. Pokémon with this ability occasionally pick up items used by opponents, and may also find items during their adventures. Individual value qualification: 31. Attack: 25. Defense: 30. Special attack: 23. Special defense: 31. Speed: 27. Item: Starlight Powder. Potential: profession: a pair of Pikachu with the ability to scavenge. Jiang Jing's eyes sparkled with delight. He hadn't anticipated the existence of such creatures within this public secret realm. It is known that encountering a Pokémon with scavenging abilities often heralds bountiful rewards ahead. He motioned for his partner, Charcoal Sprite, to remain silent, and then, with delicate steps, approached the underbrush where the Pikachu were nestled, cautious not to make a sound that might startle them away. Navigating through a thicket of dense shrubs, he parted a cluster of grasses, revealing a small burrow. Upon closer inspection, two petite, entirely white figures were seen busily at work. The two creatures stood upright on their hind legs, their diminutive bodies crowned with round heads and adorned with large ears, while their short, stout limbs bore sharp claws. This was the target of Jiang Jing and Charcoal Sprite, the elusive Pikachu. They had directly located their nest. A smile flickered across Jiang Jing's face, and he couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. However, the entrance to the Pikachu's burrow was relatively small, rendering Charcoal Sprite unable to enter. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an energy cube crafted from orange fruits and tossed it near the burrow's entrance. He then whispered to Charcoal Sprite, "When it emerges, ensnare it with your flame vortex." Thus, the duo settled into a hushed anticipation. Minutes later, tempted by the proximity of the energy cube, the Pikachu, sensing no immediate danger, could no longer resist its allure. With a series of soft squeaks, they nimbly emerged from their den and swiftly pounced upon the energy cube. "Now," Jiang Jing commanded. As his voice echoed, a surge of searing flames erupted, forming a colossal fiery cage that ensnared the unsuspecting Pikachu. In a state of panic, the Pikachu exchanged glances. One grabbed the energy cube while the other unleashed its fangs of fury attack, attempting to shatter the infernal prison encasing them. Yet, Jiang Jing offered them no respite. With a calm demeanor, he continued to direct, "Charcoal Sprite, unleash your phosphorescent flame." Enveloped by the flame vortex, the Pikachu found themselves trapped in an oppressive heat, rendering escape impossible. In that moment, they resembled stationary targets. Despite the presence of the Starlight Powder, which could diminish Charcoal Sprite's accuracy, it proved futile. The confined space afforded no refuge, and they could only watch helplessly as the violet phosphorescent flame merged with the flame vortex, inflicting grievous wounds upon them. Under the dual assault of the phosphorescent flame and the flame vortex, the Pikachu inevitably succumbed to the searing agony, their cries echoing with pain. Jiang Jing remained indifferent, simply biding his time. At present, they held the advantage, and the skills possessed by the pair of mice were predominantly melee-based. Thus, all that was required was to wait for these two mice to exhaust themselves, allowing for an effortless conclusion to the battle. Perhaps sensing their impending fate, the two mice ensnared in the fiery vortex exchanged a knowing glance, disregarding the potential harm they might incur. They were capable of launching sound-based assaults against their adversaries, employing a transformation skill of a general nature. Seizing the opportunity, the two mice resolutely charged towards the wall of flames, breaking free from the confines of the fiery whirlpool. The final sparks. Observing this, Jiang Jing furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "Char, Char, Char." The small charcoal servant received the command to attack. suppressing its throat before suddenly unleashing a torrent of searing flames directed straight at the pair of mice. Struck by the fiery onslaught, the already beleaguered mice could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing to the ground with ashen faces, their last vestiges of combat prowess extinguished. Gazing at the fallen mice, Jiang Jing silently exhaled, then approached to retrieve the luminous powder they had carried. According to current market prices, such treasures were valued at approximately 1 million. This meant that within a mere span of minutes, not even accounting for the potential bounty within the mice's burrow, he had effortlessly secured a fortune of 1 million. Jiang Jing felt a fleeting sense of disbelief. When had earning money become so facile? This was merely their first day in the secret realm. At last, I comprehend the allure of secret realm exploration, Jiang Jing mused wistfully. How could it not be captivating? Mysterious, perilous, exhilarating. It was akin to opening a blind box, gambling with tremendous risks for minuscule probabilities. One could never anticipate what awaited them next, perhaps uncovering hidden treasures and amassing untold wealth, or conversely, facing the misfortune of being ultimately buried in failure. Char, go check the mice's burrow. Jiang Jing lifted his gaze toward the small entrance ahead, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. The small charcoal servant acknowledged the command and stepped forward to the entrance of the mice's den. Given that the pair of mice typically measured around 0.3 meters in height, and the opening was similarly proportioned, the 0.6 meter tall charcoal servant found itself somewhat challenged. To fulfill Jiang Jing's request, it had to stoop down and kneel at the entrance, then reached into the inky darkness, striving to extract whatever it could touch. Oranges, pokeballs, wooden fruits, leaf stone fragments. Jiang Jing approached to inspect and recited the names of these items as if they were cherished treasures. Although there was a considerable quantity, their value paled in comparison to that of the luminous powder, leading to Jiang Jing's considerable disappointment. He had anticipated discovering treasures within the mice's burrow that could rival the luminous powder. As expected, his assumptions had been misguided. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. As a public-serving secret realm, the cypress forest experienced a daily influx of visitors, and any other treasures likely would have been long since claimed. Today, acquiring the precious light powder can be deemed a fortunate blessing, a manifestation of the merits he has accumulated through his diligent practice of striking the electronic wooden fish. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Jing experienced a moment of enlightenment. He conducted a brief assessment of the value of the items he had collected, estimating that the light powder was worth approximately 1.15 million. Despite his previous finds in the nest being numerous, most of those items, save for a few valuable leaf stone fragments, were merely commonplace and of little worth. Before departing from this area, Jiang Jing took stock of his gains and shifted his gaze to the pair of unconscious mice before him. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary about whether to capture these mice. Although their qualifications were only at the second professional level, falling short of Jiang Jing's standards for capture, their unique picking abilities were indeed enticing. Particularly in the realm of secret exploration, they often yielded unexpected rewards. Thus, Jiang Jing hesitated over the decision to ensnare these mice. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the capture. Without further ado, he retrieved a pokeball and captured the still unconscious mice. Following this, Jiang Jing meticulously examined their injuries and discovered that they were currently afflicted by burns. He then took out some berry from his backpack to administer treatment. Subsequently, he fed them some energy cubes made from orange berries to aid in restoring the stamina of the still unconscious mice. Once he completed these tasks, he let out a sigh of relief and, accompanied by his companion, the charcoal sprite, departed from the area in search of a suitable camping spot for the night. During this journey, Jiang Jing encountered numerous trainers. However, prioritizing his safety, he refrained from approaching them and merely observed from a distance before moving on. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, for hours had elapsed since their entrance into the secret realm, and the sky had begun to darken, plunging the entire cypress forest into darkness. Fortunately, Jiang Jing and the charcoal sprite stumbled upon an excellent camping location in the southern part of the secret realm. The terrain here was relatively elevated, making it less susceptible to flooding from rain, and the view was exceptionally expansive, with few oak trees in the vicinity. Checking his watch, Jiang Jing noted that time was of the essence, prompting him and the charcoal sprite to hastily set up their tent and lay some traps not far from their campsite, to deter nocturnal insect-type Pokémon from invading the forest. He also took out a special repellent powder purchased from an outdoor shop and scattered it around the perimeter of the tent. In the following days, Jiang Jing and the charcoal sprite entered a rigorous training regimen. Each morning, they would engage in exercises to enhance their physical fitness. In the afternoons, Jiang Jing led the charcoal sprite in challenging the wild Pokémon surrounding their campsite, leaving those creatures beleaguered over the course of several days. Luckily, when departing, Jiang Jing would leave behind some energy cubes as compensation, which significantly mitigated the hostility of the wild Pokémon towards them. The ultimate outcome of these endeavors was, of course, self-evident. Jiang Jing gazed at the scene before him with a sense of helplessness. It could be described as better than nothing. Yet, He found solace in the transformation of Tan Xiaoshi, who, through a few days of battle-honed experience and his continuous supply of energy cubes, had undergone remarkable improvements in strength. As time passed, the day of their departure from the secret realm drew ever closer. Just as Jiang Jing believed that the final 2 days would unfold like any ordinary ones, an unexpected event transpired. With a thunderous roar, the southern part of the forest near the mountains suddenly became engulfed in dust. Towering oak trees swayed violently, and even from a considerable distance, Jiang Jing could feel the tremors reverberating through the air. What could have possibly occurred? That direction seemed to belong to the territory of the flying mantis. Jiang Jing squinted into the distance, where the deafening noise originated, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his dark pupils. Having explored and challenged the surroundings over the past few days, Jiang Jing was well aware of the delineation of the wild spirit factions in the southern part of the cypress forest. Most of the wild spirits here had already faced off against Tan Xiaoshi, yet there remained a few formidable beings that Jiang Jing and Tan Xiaoshi dared not provoke. At the forefront of this hierarchy was, of course, the fearsome flying mantis that held dominion over the area. Neither Jiang Jing nor Tan Xiaoshi had ever truly confronted the terrifying creature. They had only sensed its presence from afar and hastily retreated. Therefore, one could only imagine the extent of its power. At this moment, Jiang Jing found himself intrigued by who or what wild spirit possessed the audacity to challenge the flying mantis. After a few minutes of silent contemplation, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Slowly lifting his head, he turned to Tan Xiaoshi and proposed, "Let us go and investigate the situation." Tan Xiaoshi nodded, though a rare expression of trepidation crossed his face, before following Jiang Jing towards the territory of the flying mantis. Upon their arrival, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Uncertain of what had transpired and to avoid provoking the fearsome mantis, Jiang Jing and Tan Xiaoshi opted not to approach directly. Instead, they took refuge behind a cluster of tall shrubs, cautiously parting the branches to observe the unfolding scene. What they beheld left them momentarily stunned. The wild spirit factions from the entire southern realm, including Badafu, Paras, and Biber, had all congregated. Why were these spirits simultaneously attacking the flying mantis today? Jiang Jing recognized the adversary engaged in combat with the mantis, and it was this realization that rendered him bewildered. In the past, these wild spirits would typically retreat in the face of the mantis's overwhelming strength, never daring to come close. What had ignited such a frenzy today? Was it that the time for territorial disputes had arrived once more? Jiang Jing's brow furrowed in confusion, as if he could etch a character for river upon his forehead, until Tan Xiaoshi tugged at his sleeve and pointed excitedly towards the direction of the mantis territory. He remained oblivious. Following Tan Xiaoshi's gesture, Jiang Jing's gaze fell upon a peculiar fruit tree, laden with 5 purple fruits that exuded a rare, sweet fragrance unique to extraordinary tree fruits. This was the dragon's eye fruit, the pinnacle among tree fruits. Unlike ordinary tree fruits, such as the orange fruit, the dragon's eye fruit concealed immense power, capable of directly enhancing the physical strength of sprites and bolstering their defenses. Such fruits are exceedingly rare and possess immense value, seldom circulating in the market. Even though a single fruit could fetch a staggering price of 100,000 yuan, they would be snatched up immediately upon appearing, rendering them effectively priceless. Indeed, this was something Jiang Jing could seldom encounter in his daily life. I never expected to find such treasures in the public secret realm of the cypress forest. Jiang Jing murmured softly, casting his gaze towards the wild sprites still engaged in competition nearby, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Given this opportunity, he naturally wished to partake. At that moment, the struggle among the wild sprites became increasingly apparent. Despite the numerical advantage of one side, the majority were relatively weak and could not match the formidable flying mantis. The outcome was, therefore, predictable. As many of their kin fell, the leading figures realized the futility of their efforts and reluctantly retreated with their group. The flying mantis made no move to stop them, merely standing still, its fierce gaze fixed upon their departure. From the impeccable coordination displayed by both sides, Jiang Jing surmised that such encounters had transpired more than once, explaining the terrifying prowess of the flying mantis. It was likely aided by the presence of dragon's eye fruits. Tan Xiaoshi, let us also give it a try. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Jing's black pupils focused intently on the flying mantis, his tone resolute as he addressed Tan Xiaoshi. Observing the recent battle between the flying mantis and the numerous wild sprites, he deduced that the mantis must have expended considerable stamina and had yet to fully recover, presenting Jiang Jing and Tan Xiaoshi with a prime opportunity to seize the dragon's eye fruit. With this thought, Jiang Jing hesitated no longer and led Tan Xiaoshi out of the thicket. The flying mantis, sensing movement from the left thicket, turned its head, its fierce glint re-emerging in its eyes. It swiftly raised its arm, brandishing its sharp scythe-like blade in a defensive stance. Name: Flying Mantis, Bug Flying. Gender: Level: 20, Entry-Level Extreme. Ability: Expert Technician, can reduce the power of attacks while enhancing their effectiveness. Individual values: 31, Attack, 31, defense, 31. Special attack, 23. Special defense, 21. Speed, 31. Skills, glare, quick attack, multi-cut, shadow clone, wing attack, stop at nothing, double hit, agility, bug resistance, bug buzz, cross scissors. Item held, none. Potential, gem. Glancing at the information displayed on the panel regarding the Scyther, Jiang Jing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Though he was aware of the creature's formidable prowess, he hadn't anticipated its overwhelming strength. However, in pursuit of the dragon's eye fruit, he had no choice but to summon the courage to confront the Scyther alongside his companion, Charcoal. Suppressing his trepidation, Jiang Jing met the Scyther's fierce gaze with unwavering resolve and declared earnestly, "Scyther, we challenge you." The Scyther momentarily paused, only to respond with a chilling, mocking laugh. It raised its razor-sharp sides and, with a swift flutter of its gossamer wings, charged towards them, offering no time for a response. Witnessing the immediate assault, Jiang Jing cursed under his breath at the wild Pokémon's lack of honor in battle and quickly commanded Charcoal to retaliate. "Charcoal, use Flame Vortex to halt its advance." As his words fell, searing flames erupted from within Charcoal, spiraling into a sinuous fire dragon that surged toward the Scyther. Jiang Jing thought that this might suffice to impede the Scyther momentarily. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the Scyther's subsequent actions left him wide-eyed and momentarily disoriented. The Scyther did not adhere to Jiang Jing's anticipated script. Instead, in the face of the potentially devastating fire attack, an inexplicable defiance flickered in its eyes. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Jing and Charcoal, it fiercely swung its scythes. In an instant, the sharp blades cleaved through the air, striking the blazing flames with a resounding clash. Accompanied by a cacophony of tearing sounds, the once explosive fire seemed to yield, akin to fresh tofu being sliced, creating a narrow passage of flame. With a relentless buzz of its delicate wings, the Scyther disregarded the flames lapping at its sides, forcing its way through the constricted corridor. Once it fully emerged from the fiery vortex, Jiang Jing observed that the only change on the Scyther's exterior was a slight darkening, a testament to its remarkable resistance to fire. This was untenable. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Jing's spirits plummeted. Charcoal's current strength was already inferior to that of the Scyther, and their only hope lay in exploiting a type advantage. He had originally intended for Charcoal to utilize long-range fire attacks to kite and exhaust the Scyther, ultimately leading to its defeat. However, it was increasingly evident that this plan was futile. As the Scyther drew ever closer, Jiang Jing sighed in resignation and steeled himself, commanding, "Charcoal, unleash charged flame strike." With a low growl, Tan Xiaoshi fixed its gaze upon the airborne mantis, channeling the fiery energy within to envelop its entire form. In that fleeting moment, the temperature surged to a staggering 1,000 degrees Celsius. It first exhaled the flames from its body, deliberately transforming its incendiary properties into a ferocious blaze, resulting in a remarkable surge in power. If Tan Xiaoshi's strength previously hovered around levels 12 or 13, then under this enhanced state, while executing fire-based techniques, its prowess could easily ascend to level 16. Sensing the burgeoning power coursing through its being, Tan Xiaoshi charged forth, darting towards the mantis with the swiftness of a white rainbow piercing the sun. Charging flame assault. The mantis tilted its head, emitting a soft gasp, seemingly taken aback and puzzled by Tan Xiaoshi's sudden surge in strength. However, there was no time for contemplation. Just as the devastating force of the charging flame assault was about to collide with the mantis, it vibrated its gossamer wings and ascended effortlessly into the air, deftly evading the impending attack. Evidently, it recognized the threat posed by this assault and refrained from engaging Tan Xiaoshi head-on. Witnessing the failure of Tan Xiaoshi's attack, Jiang Jing fell into a prolonged silence, his hopes of defeating the mantis dwindling. After all, Tan Xiaoshi possessed a speed stat of merely 35, while the mantis boasted an astonishing speed stat of 105, creating a significant disparity of 70 points. Jiang Jing had initially instructed Tan Xiaoshi to employ the charging flame assault, hoping to leverage its brief acceleration to pose a threat to the mantis. Yet, the reality was that the mantis's agility was overwhelmingly superior. Tan Xiaoshi struggled to land the charging flame assault, let alone any other techniques. "Tan Xiaoshi, encase yourself in a fire vortex for protection," Jiang Jing said, rubbing his temples and sighing in resignation. "Wait for an opportunity to counterattack." Tan Xiaoshi nodded, its eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance as it complied with Jiang Jing's command, enveloping itself within the protective vortex of flames. The mantis, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, scratched its head in confusion. Thus, the two creatures engaged in a fierce exchange of defensive tactics, the battle devolving into an enigmatic stalemate. Observing this turn of events, Jiang Jing silently exhaled in relief, inwardly praying that the mantis would not notice the territory behind it. "Pair of mice, do not let me down," he murmured, casting a sidelong glance towards the direction of the dragon-eye fruit trees. Unbeknownst to the combatants, during the intervals of Tan Xiaoshi's skirmish with the mantis, Jiang Jing had dispatched a pair of mice outside to seek an opportunity for a covert raid. With the mantis currently preoccupied and unable to attend to its territory, the timing was impeccable. As seconds slipped by, the tension in the air thickened. The battle between the flying mantis and the Ember Servant raged on. Yet Jiang Jing could distinctly sense that the Ember Servant was beginning to tire. After all, the flying mantis merely needed to persistently harass it, while the Ember Servant required a continuous draw of its internal fire energy to mount a counterattack. Just as Jiang Jing felt a pang of anxiety, a flicker of joy crossed his face. He quickly stowed the 4 dragon eye fruits into his backpack and did not hesitate to lavish praise upon the duo of mouse spirits. "You two have done splendidly." The 2 mouse spirits, upon hearing this, squinted their eyes into crescent shapes, their expressions transforming into ones of delight. Meanwhile, perhaps due to the dragon eye fruits being hidden away by Jiang Jing, the once pervasive aroma in the air suddenly diminished significantly, prompting the flying mantis to instinctively glance towards the fruit tree. In the next moment, upon discovering that only 1 precious dragon eye fruit remained of what it had deemed its treasure, the flying mantis was consumed by rage. A chilling murderous intent gleamed in its eyes as it disregarded the Ember Servant entirely, its thoughts singularly fixated on reclaiming its dragon eye fruit. In a flash, it surged towards the dragon eye fruit tree, seemingly intent on hunting down the thief who had pilfered its prized possession. The tempest of fury had long since drowned out its reason, rendering the flying mantis oblivious to Jiang Jing and the others. "Ember Servant, we must flee," Jiang Jing exclaimed, jolted into action as he swiftly scooped up the 2 mouse spirits from the ground and urged the Ember Servant to depart. Without hesitation, the Ember Servant sprang into action at Jiang Jing's call. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, wordlessly acknowledging their bond as they dashed towards the exit of the secret realm. Half an hour later, after running for quite some time, Jiang Jing and the Ember Servant finally managed to escape the southern region of the forest. Noticing that the flying mantis had not pursued them, they took a moment to rest. Leaning against an oak tree, Jiang Jing tilted his head back and took a swig from his water bottle, silently praying that the flying mantis would take a while to realize that the dragon eye fruits were in his possession. He also hoped that the wild spirits along the way might lend a helping hand. The Ember Servant panted heavily, its eyes darting around, vigilantly scanning their surroundings in fear that an unexpected situation might arise, putting Jiang Jing in peril. After the prolonged skirmish with the flying mantis and their subsequent escape, it was indeed weary. The 2 mouse spirits, relieved to find that the flying mantis had not followed, patted their chests in reassurance, still shaken from the recent events. They understood well that the dragon eye fruits were their target. Had the ferocious flying mantis discovered this, the consequences would have been dire. "Ember Servant, mouse spirits, come, let us have something to eat," Jiang Jing called, retrieving energy cubes and gently offering them to the 3 spirits to replenish their strength. The little spirits nodded in unison, obediently accepting the energy cubes from Jiang Jing's hands and nibbling on them, for they indeed needed to restore their vitality. Perhaps sensing that the little charred attendant was not quite itself, Jiang Jing contemplated for a moment before approaching it with utmost seriousness. "Little charred attendant, this time it is our inadequacy in strength," he declared earnestly. "Let us strive together. We shall surely enable you to triumph over that flying mantis." The little charred attendant's eyes sparkled with fiery determination, and upon hearing Jiang Jing's words, the earlier despondency dissipated as it resolutely nodded in agreement. Observing this, Jiang Jing smiled. After resting for another 10 minutes, Jiang Jing glanced at his watch and realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Eager to depart from the cypress forest's secret realm, he set forth with the little charred attendant and their companions as soon as he sensed a slight recovery in his stamina. With the continuous notifications from the panel indicating their progress, the ensuing journey remained uneventful as they skillfully avoided areas frequented by wild spirits. Before long, they arrived at a point just 1 kilometer from the exit of the secret realm, with the light within the entire forest beginning to wane. As the exit came into view, Jiang Jing's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, gradually eased. He then turned to the little spirits, suppressing his drowsiness and fatigue as he urged, "Just a little longer. Once we exit the secret realm, we can rest." The little charred attendant and the pair of mice nodded obediently, their faces brightening with smiles, relieved that the ordeal was nearing its end. However, this joy was short-lived. Merely 500 meters further, propelled by a speed stat of 105, the enraged flying mantis finally caught up. Its eyes glinted with a crimson hue as it fixated intently on the pair of mice perched on Jiang Jing's shoulder. Upon confirming that their scent matched that of the thief who had pilfered its dragon fruit, it swiftly turned its gaze to Jiang Jing. In that moment, it unmistakably sensed its prized dragon fruit nestled within the backpack behind Jiang Jing. Thus, it succumbed to a state of fury, its aura intensifying. The 2 mice, sensing the menacing glare of the flying mantis, instinctively fell into a state of terror, clutching Jiang Jing's clothing as if they were drowning victims grasping for survival. Jiang Jing and the little charred attendant exchanged grave looks, acutely aware of the lethal intent emanating from the mantis, their spirits plummeting in an instant. Finding its quarry, the flying mantis wasted no time. It swiftly unfurled its wings, reminiscent of cicada wings, and lunged forward with blinding speed. In a flash of electricity, Jiang Jing, witnessing the scene, instinctively bolted backward and shouted without a moment's hesitation, "Charge up, flame strike." The little charred attendant did not hesitate. It surged toward the oncoming flying mantis. And as it moved swiftly, a searing blaze enveloped it, coating its form in an intense fire. In an instant, a thunderous collision resonated as the flying mantis, hurtling towards them as a streak of white light, crashed violently into the little charred attendant, now shrouded in crimson flames. For just a brief moment, they remained locked in a fierce standoff. Ultimately, the little charred attendant, already at a disadvantage, was the first to be sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a nearby oak tree, which splintered upon impact, perhaps under the enhancement of the blazing flames. The charcoal little servant could barely withstand the onslaught of the Scyther, yet it currently lacked the time for preparation. The outcome was, naturally, predictable. The terrifying aftermath of the battle continued to spread outward, causing nearby wild spirits to flee in panic, as if a flock of birds and beasts were escaping to other regions. Having endured the damage from the charged flame attack, the Scyther's aura, though weakened, still indicated its capacity to fight on. A hint of bitterness crossed Jiang Jing's face as he gazed at the relentless Scyther, and he could only let out a deep sigh. However, in light of the immense disparity in strength, this sentiment was utterly meaningless. With a mere flick of its blade, the Scyther sent them flying away, in a moment of peril, just as Jiang Jing thought he would meet his end there. A powerful and resonant voice echoed from behind him, followed by a dazzling, terrifying, and dark sphere of light soaring through the air. The Mismagius Shadow Ball. The shadowy sphere seemed capable of devouring all, emanating an energy wave that instilled dread. As Jiang Jing stood in stunned silence, it struck the approaching Scyther directly. The impact was extraordinary. The Scyther collapsed in response, unconscious and less than 2 meters from Jiang Jing. "Can you tell me what transpired in the secret realm, young student?" As footsteps approached, the owner of the voice came to Jiang Jing's side, a smile gracing his lips. Instinctively, Jiang Jing turned his head. The first sight that met his eyes was the materialized Mismagius. Next was the face of an exceedingly ordinary middle-aged man, clad in a black tang suit, exuding a natural and formidable presence. Name: Mismagius, Ghost Fairy. Gender: male. Level: 81, Champion. Ability: Illusion, can cover the body to block one attack. Individual values: 31, Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special Attack, 31. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills: Scratch, Jump, Mimic, Wood Hammer, Shadow Sneak, Scare, Round Eyes, Cuddle, Playful, Shadow Claw, Magical Shine, Misty Terrain, Jealousy. Phantom Force, Thunderbolt. Held Item, Fairy Gem. Potential: Champion. Until the middle-aged man, with a tone of resignation, repeated his words. However, in the next moment, upon earnestly scrutinizing the man's face, Jiang Jing was left astounded. At that moment, he recognized the identity of his savior. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the Huan Nation Alliance. The Fairy King, Wei Yuan. Mismagius. Chapter 20. Consuming the Dragon's Eye Fruit, the charcoal little servant falls asleep. In the evening, at the Pokémon Center in Jiangxia District. After receiving 2 Pokeballs from the Pokémon Doctor, Jiang Jing's previously anxious heart gradually settled, knowing that the charcoal little servant and a pair of mice had fully recovered. As he stepped out of the Pokémon Center, he noticed the middle-aged man in a black tang suit waiting not far away. Taking a deep breath, he quickly approached, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he spoke. "Thank you, King Wei Yuan, for your assistance today. Your life-saving grace. Jiang Jing will surely remember it." Wei Yuan, upon hearing Jiang Jing's words, smiled and shook his head, saying, "I am but a champion of the Alliance. This is merely my duty, nothing more. Young student, you need not bear any mental burden." To Wei Yuan's comments, Jiang Jing remained non-committal, silently etching today's events in his memory. "By the way, young student," Wei Yuan seemed to recall something. Looking intently at Jiang Jing and inquiring, "About that matter, can you enlighten me on what transpired in the secret realm today?" A trainer reported that a wild Pokémon riot occurred in the Huapi Forest secret realm, and as a champion of the Alliance, I believe it is necessary for me to grasp the specifics. No wonder there were so few trainers present in the secret realm today. It turns out those individuals had long since fled. Very well, Champion Wei Yuan. The events in the Huapi Forest secret realm unfolded as follows. For the next 20 minutes, Jiang Jing meticulously detailed the situation he was aware of, including the Dragon's Eye fruit tree guarded by the Scyther. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's account, Wei Yuan furrowed his brow, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, clearly taken aback by such an answer. Perhaps the Dragon's Eye fruit was of considerable value to Jiang Jing and those wild Pokémon at present. Yet, for him, the fairy champion of Huagua, It was indeed of little significance. After grasping the entirety of the situation, Wei Yuan shook his head with a hint of resignation and then turned to Jiang Jing, asking, "Young student, it is getting rather late, and I have other affairs to attend to. Let us conclude our conversation here for today." Jiang Jing felt somewhat flattered, seemingly surprised that Champion Wei Yuan would be so considerate, and he shyly scratched his head. "How embarrassing. If possible, please do so." Wei Yuan chuckled, clearly amused by Jiang Jing's words, a blend of shyness and boldness evident in his demeanor. To be honest, it was indeed his first encounter with such an intriguing person. Soon, after arranging a special vehicle to escort Jiang Jing away, Wei Yuan proceeded to the Alliance branch in Jiangzhou. Utilizing his authority, he requested an online meeting with the headquarters. After a brief wait of several seconds, the massive display screen before him, which had previously been dark, suddenly illuminated with 4 live rooms, all synchronously coming to life. Should any trainers from the Huagua Alliance be present, they would undoubtedly display expressions of profound astonishment. For within these 4 live rooms appeared none other than the Fire-type champion Xiao Yan, the Ghost-type champion Yang Jian, the Psychic Queen Xingyi, and the Huagua champion Gu Chensha. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence." Gu Chensha observed that his colleagues were ready and nodded slightly. Then turned to Wei Yuan. "Champion Wei Yuan, since today's meeting was initiated by you, I shall leave the floor to you." Wei Yuan nodded, accepting the responsibility without hesitation. He glanced around at the assembled individuals, gathered his thoughts, and with a grave expression, stated, "Not long ago, the Alliance received intelligence indicating that the Sacred Fire Cult is planning significant actions in Jiangzhou. What is their objective?" Fire-type champion Xiao Yan interjected, furrowing his brow, unable to restrain himself from interrupting Wei Yuan's remarks. The other 2 kings and the champion of Huagua remained silent, quietly observing Wei Yuan, clearly awaiting further developments. At this moment, the situation remained uncertain. After a prolonged contemplation, Wei Yuan articulated his conjecture. "However, I believe the events in Jiangzhou may pertain to legends. This is, in fact, the purpose of my gathering you all today." Concurrently, as Wei Yuan convened the meeting of the 4 kings of the Huagua Alliance, he opened the door to his home and glanced at the cuckoo clock on the wall, realizing that it was only around 8:30 in the evening. He surmised that Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma had yet to return from work, despite appearing completely composed during the earlier discussions. This was precisely what rendered the situation so peculiar. It is essential to remember that he was the fairy king of Huagua, who typically resided at the Alliance headquarters in the imperial capital. Yet now, he was anomalously present in Jiangzhou, personally entering a modest secret realm. This was undeniably unusual. Moreover, Jiang Jing had discovered an intriguing aspect. Before Wei Yuan comprehended the truth behind the wild spirit uprising in the secret realm, he seemed overly fixated on the matter. But upon learning the reality, he displayed an air of indifference. This contradiction was rather striking. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Jing's mind suddenly sparked a notion. Something significant might transpire in Jiangzhou soon, a matter that would require the strength of at least 4 kings to resolve. As for Wei Yuan, he was likely tracing the pivotal elements of this situation. In light of this, Wei Yuan's actions today began to appear quite logical. Contemplating the impending crisis in Jiangzhou, an inexplicable agitation surged within Jiang Jing, accompanied by an urgent desire to enhance his strength. After a brief silence, he shifted his gaze to his backpack, resolutely making a decision. He retrieved a Pokeball, releasing Tan Xiaoshi, and then opened his backpack to take out a Dragonite fruit, solemnly presenting it to Tan Xiaoshi. With gleaming eyes, Tan Xiaoshi met Jiang Jing's gaze and accepted the Dragonite fruit, clearly comprehending the significance of the gesture. Moments later, as Tan Xiaoshi devoured the fruit until only the pit remained, a soft glow enveloped its form, and an overwhelming drowsiness washed over it, accompanied by a surge of energy erupting within, beginning to transform its body. Jiang Jing observed the now tranquil Pokeball. Knowing that Tan Xiaoshi was likely digesting the energy derived from the Dragonite fruit, an anticipation swelling within him. Tan Xiaoshi, do not let me down. Chapter 21. Journey to the black market. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Jing yawned lazily, rubbing his eyes. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly, having just emerged from the secret realm the previous night. And with Tan Xiaoshi in a deep slumber to digest the Dragonite fruit, he decided to grant himself a respite, considering the absence of his training companions. Stretching languorously, Jiang Jing tossed aside the covers and sauntered towards the bathroom. "Old Jiang, your precious son has awakened." Perhaps it was the sound of Jiang Jing rising that prompted his mother in the kitchen to call out loudly. Am I imagining things? Jiang Jing pondered, slightly perplexed. As it was not a holiday and his parents should have been at work, he hastily completed his morning routine and made his way towards the kitchen, feeling a twinge of hunger. However, as he reached the living room, he sensed something was amiss. Had they forgotten to turn off the air conditioning? The temperature in the room felt significantly lower, and just as he was about to grab the remote from the coffee table, he was taken aback by the sight of his parents, who were supposed to be at work, seated solemnly on the sofa, their expressions imbued with an unfamiliar sternness. "Dad, Mom, aren't you supposed to be at work today? Jiang Jing's throat tightened as he spoke, his voice trembling with apprehension. His mother shot him a blank stare, a half-smile playing on her lips as she retorted, "What work? The deadbeat at home is about to bring down the roof. Jiang Jing, you have truly grown capable. You haven't called us even once during your time away." "Mom, please let me explain," he stammered, his body shaking slightly, a rare panic evident on his face. "There was no signal where I was. It's all due to the incompetence of the telecom giants. Do you realize your mistake?" His father interjected, taking a sip of tea, cutting him off without granting him a chance to defend himself. Seeing that even his father, who had always stood by him, was now speaking against him, Jiang Jing felt defeated, like a vanquished rooster, and murmured, "Dad, Mom, I was wrong." "What wrong? It is clearly my fault." His mother huffed in anger, declaring, "If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you into this world. You never give me a moment's peace." With that, she disregarded the bewildered gazes of Jiang Jing and his father, turning sharply towards the bedroom and slamming the door with considerable force. This clearly indicated her immense fury. Jiang Jing fell into a contemplative silence. "Jiang Jing, do not blame your mother." His father sighed heavily after observing his son's silence for a long while. "She is merely worried about you. These past days at work have been fraught with anxiety, especially after hearing about the incident in Jiangzhou yesterday. She nearly fainted from fright." "My dear boy, you are all we have." His father's tone was laced with an inexplicable gravity. Jiang Jing nodded solemnly and replied earnestly, "Dad, I understand. I won't let you worry again. Here, I have a spirit. You and Mom can keep it as a pet. It will bring some joy into your lives." His father paused, taken aback, as his gaze fell upon the Pokeball Jiang Jing offered. With a resigned sigh, he took the ball and headed towards the bedroom. Watching his father's slightly hunched figure, Jiang Jing felt a surge of melancholy, as if a boulder had struck his heart. "I must enhance my strength swiftly," he murmured softly to himself. Setting aside all other matters, this alone could alleviate his parents' concerns. Resolute, he nodded, with his goals becoming increasingly clear. Around noon, the clock struck 12. As Jiang Jing routinely examined the Pokeball of Charcoal Servant, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that it had awakened. Perhaps influenced by the Dragon's Eye fruit, he sensed that Charcoal Servant's physique had notably expanded, its skin becoming denser, and the flames atop its head had shifted to a deep purple hue. Name: Charcoal Servant, Fire. Gender: Level: 18, Beginner. Ability: Firestarter. When hit by Fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own Fire-type moves. Individual value qualities: 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 25, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills: Glare, Ember, Scare. Shared Fate, Smoke Clear, Phosphor Flame, Charge Flame Strike, Flame Vortex. Carried item: None. Potential: Champion. Observing the updated information on the panel, Jiang Jing nodded in satisfaction. Under the influence of the Dragon's Eye fruit, Charcoal Servant's strength had risen by approximately 5 levels, gradually nearing an advanced stage. If it were to face a Scyther now, victory would likely be within reach. In addition to the enhancement in strength, Charcoal Servant's qualities had also improved, particularly in special attack, which had increased by 2 individual values, drawing closer to a score of 6. "Congratulations, Charcoal Servant," Jiang Jing proclaimed, retrieving an energy cube and smiling at Charcoal Servant. As he watched Charcoal Servant indulge in the treat, a gentle smile graced Jiang Jing's lips, and he began to contemplate the plans for the coming days. With about a week remaining before heading to the Northwind training camp, he had originally intended to exit the Secret Realm today, subsequently training as usual to elevate Charcoal Servant's strength to the 15-level standard. However, unforeseen events had transpired, leading to Charcoal Servant's strength surpassing his expectations, along with the acquisition of numerous other items. Perhaps I should first visit the black market, a thought crossed Jiang Jing's mind, particularly recalling the treasure dust that was currently gathering dust in his possession, which could not yet be converted into enhancements for Charcoal Servant. This idea began to flourish. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Jing's gaze grew resolute. After informing his stubborn parents, he set out with Charcoal Servant. Jiang Jing summoned a ride via his phone, and upon entering the vehicle, he addressed the driver emphatically. "Master, to Jiangzhou Antique City." Chapter 22, The Mysterious Wooden Mask. Jiangzhou Antique City, located near Mingxin Street in the Jiang'an district, boasts an architecture that is both ancient and elegant, showcasing a distinct and grand Mingqing style. According to Jiang Jing's memories from his previous life, this place served as the largest antique art trading center in central China. However, in this life, due to the influence of Pokémon manifesting in reality, the items traded in Jiangzhou Antique City have transformed from mere antiques to those associated with Pokémon, such as various Pokémon eggs, treasured items, and even evolution stones. In the present circumstances, one could say that Jiangzhou Antique City stands as an overt black market. Moreover, it was the Alliance branch in Jiangzhou that turned a blind eye, covertly permitting the emergence of the largest black market in central China. Upon disembarking, Jiang Jing strode directly to the imposing entrance of the antique market. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. He first approached the stall closest to the entrance, casually purchasing a black cloak and several masks of varying designs to ensure his disguise was adequate, before continuing toward the array of stalls and shops. The other pedestrians along this route bore a similar appearance to Jiang Jing, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the crowd without attracting undue attention. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Upon entering the largest store in the black market, Jiang Jing was greeted by a staff member clad in a cheapao, who promptly welcomed him with a professional smile. Do you accept rare treasures? Jiang Jing rasped, his voice hoarse. The staff member's eyes lit up, and with a proud nod, she replied, of course. As the largest establishment in the market, Boguzai boasts a comprehensive treasure acquisition and appraisal service. Should you wish to sell, we will certainly offer you a satisfactory price. Jiang Jing nodded in agreement, refraining from disputing her words. He had conducted extensive research prior to visiting the black market and was aware of Boguzai's considerable strength and fair pricing. He even speculated whether this store was covertly supported by the alliance. I have a batch of luminous powder for sale, Jiang Jing stated, his gaze steady behind the mask, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Please guide me to the appraisal. Certainly. Please follow me, the staff member responded, maintaining her warm demeanor, undeterred by the nature of Jiang Jing's treasure. Impressed by her professionalism, Jiang Jing followed her to the room designated for sales transactions. After the expert appraisers at Boguzai evaluated his treasure, he successfully sold the luminous powder for 1 million, bringing his available funds to approximately 3 million. With such a substantial sum in hand, Jiang Jing felt a rare rush of extravagance and decided to explore the black market further, hoping to procure items that could enhance the abilities of his companion, Tan Xiaoshi. Realizing that his current balance would likely limit his options at Boguzai, he opted not to linger and instead ventured toward the area with makeshift stalls. As he wandered, he marveled at the eclectic array of goods on display, from rare spirits and artifacts to various trinkets and crafts, eliciting a sense of wonder. It was not until he reached a particular stall that his attention was captivated. The panel's notifications transitioned from common spirits like Wave 1, Elite Potential Aber Snake, and 3 small Rattatas to an astonishing 5 Zoroa, instantly seizing Jiang Jing's interest. 5-star Zoroa? Surely, this must be a mistake. Such exceptional spirits were typically reserved for auctions. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Jing's eyes as he realized he had stumbled upon a rare and high-quality spirit in the makeshift stall area, causing him to swallow hard in disbelief. Particularly, he noticed the absence of Zoroa around several stalls, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Instantly, his breath grew heavier, and a spark of excitement flickered within him. Ultimately, he discovered his target at a stall run by a vendor resembling Wu Dalong in stature. It was a 6th-grade potential shiny Zoroa. Name: Zoroa, shiny form, general ghost. Gender: level, 16, entry level. Ability: illusion, transforms into a recently seen Pokémon to bewilder opponents. Individual value potential: 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 28, speed, 31. Skills: scratch, glare, frustration, shadow sneak, sharpen, curse, telekinesis, fake cry, protect. Held item: none. Potential: near champion. It was no wonder the vendor had not noticed. Zoroa had transformed into a Pidgey, camouflaged beside the left foot of the Wu Dalong-like vendor's stall. Realization dawned upon him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Jing approached and inquired, "How much for the Pokémon at your stall?" "You have a keen eye, my friend. This is a descendant of a champion-class Pokémon." The vendor, seeing Jiang Jing's apparent interest, rubbed his hands together and cheerfully replied, "You only need to pay 300,000 to take it home." Jiang Jing rolled his eyes and retorted, "How about 60,000? Wait, my brother, your bargaining is a bit too ruthless. This is indeed the descendant of Wu Dalong." The vendor, feeling the sting of the offer, hastily attempted to negotiate further. Jiang Jing waved his hand dismissively, refusing to entertain his exaggerated claims. "Come on, don't try to fool me. If this were truly a descendant of a champion Pokémon, would you still be here selling it? It's probably just an elite potential, right?" The vendor chuckled awkwardly, realizing Jiang Jing was not easily deceived and, seeing his firm stance on the price, reluctantly accepted the offer. Once the vendor agreed, Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief, and they quickly completed the transaction, exchanging money for goods. At that moment, after securing the shiny Zoroa, Jiang Jing turned his attention to other items at the stall. A fleeting glance led him to discover something intriguing. He picked up a wooden mask carved in the shape of a mythical beast, adorned with crystal decorations, and discreetly asked the Wu Dalong vendor, "How much for this artisan mask?" 1,002. The vendor glanced at the object Jiang Jing selected, and upon realizing it was merely a wooden mask, mumbled dismissively. He recalled that this item had been gifted to him during a trade with an explorer from a secret realm, so it hardly seemed valuable. Jiang Jing remained silent, deftly picking up the mask while swiftly scanning the vendor's QR code before turning to leave. The entire process was seamless, executed with fluidity and devoid of any unnecessary movements. In his eyes, the wooden mask was utterly worthless. He merely called out a price of 12,000 to relieve his pent-up frustration. He had prepared himself for a prolonged negotiation when Jiang Jing would counteroffer. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Jing did not adhere to the expected script. Damn! Had he known that the wretched mask would sell for so little, he would have priced it higher. Wu Dalong, the stall owner, was filled with regret. However, recalling that he had acquired the item for free and was now able to sell it for 12,000, his spirits lifted considerably. I must order a batch of similar masks from Tao Tao later. If another fool like this comes along next time, I shall demand a high price. Wu Dalong mused, brimming with resentment. Meanwhile, after successfully acquiring the Shi Chui Suo and the wooden mask, Jiang Jing lost interest in further browsing and turned towards the exit of the antique market. Perhaps due to his excitement, he was so engrossed in examining the wooden mask that he inadvertently collided with another individual who was also clad in a black cloak and donned a fiery monkey mask. I apologize. I was a bit distracted. Jiang Jing's face, concealed beneath the mask, displayed a pained expression, and he quickly offered his apologies to the person he had bumped into. Inadvertently, he noticed the man's left hand, hidden beneath the cloak, which appeared to belong to a young adult, adorned with an attractive flame tattoo. To this, he silently remarked, "That is quite fashionable." The man in the fiery monkey mask scrutinized Jiang Jing for an extended moment. Upon realizing that Jiang Jing was genuinely accidental, he gradually let down his guard, huffing in dissatisfaction before departing. As for the eccentric individual whom Jiang Jing had momentarily forgotten, he could not have fathomed that shortly after leaving the antique market, the man in the fiery monkey mask arrived at the very stall where Jiang Jing had purchased the Shi Chui Suo and wooden mask. "Boss, didn't you have a year beast wooden mask at your stall? Why can't I see it now?" The man in the fiery monkey mask frowned. Having searched in vain for the desired item, he hastily inquired of Wu Dalong. At this moment, discovering that the item was unavailable when he sought to purchase, it was simply unacceptable. Wu Dalong was currently preoccupied and waved his hand dismissively. "It was sold 10 minutes ago. Who did you sell it to?" The man in the fiery monkey mask was growing anxious. Wu Dalong shrugged, his impatience evident. "How would I know who he was with everyone wearing masks? Are you buying or not? If not, don't hinder my business here." Upon hearing this, the man in the fiery monkey mask fell silent, but faced with the situation, he had no other recourse but to turn and leave the black market stall area. With so many eager buyers, that wooden mask couldn't possibly be an ordinary item, could it? Wu Dalong mused, filled with regret. Damn it. Selling it to that young man has cost me dearly. Ignoring Wu Dalong's deep-seated remorse, the man in the fiery monkey mask promptly made his way to a small shop in the black market that sold tree fruits. This modest establishment housed only a few employees, yet it secretly served as a base for the shadow organization operating in Jiangzhou, specializing in the trade of intelligence. "Have you prepared the materials I requested?" The flame monkey-masked man inquired in a deep voice. The somewhat alluring shop assistant responded with a smile, "Of course. This is precisely what we at the shadow organization specialize in." She retrieved a file from the drawer and handed it to the flame monkey-masked man, her smile unwavering as she added, "Snake King, this is the information that the Sacred Fire sect entrusted us to collect. It contains all that our organization has investigated." The man referred to as the Snake King nodded, accepting the file, and continued, "The task for the Sacred Fire sect is complete. However, I personally wish to commission your Knight organization to investigate another matter. Would you be willing to accept this? Rest assured, as long as the remuneration is appropriate, there is nothing the Knight organization cannot accommodate." He then declared, "I wish to purchase the information regarding the man in this mask." With that, the Snake King presented a photograph depicting a wood-carved mask adorned with crystalline embellishments. Just moments prior, he had noticed that his seemingly useless panel had begun an update without any prior warning. He speculated this might be connected to the wooden mask he had recently acquired. After some meticulous tinkering, Jiang Jing discovered that a new feature had appeared on his panel, one that allowed him to view item information. "I thought I might achieve an experience upgrade." Jiang Jing sighed, then redirected his focus to the wooden mask he had just purchased. Fire Stove Mask, a legendary artifact sealed with potent fire energy. It allows specific legendary spirits to acquire fire attributes upon use, and has a subtle effect on other fire spirits. Indeed, it was the mask of the ominous Pong. Jiang Jing felt a surge of excitement upon reading the information provided by the panel. He had harbored such suspicions, which had compelled him to purchase it without hesitation. Acquiring a legendary artifact for merely 12,000 was an incredible bargain, especially since this fire stove mask could enhance the abilities of his carbon servant. Although the panel described its effect as subtle, this was in relation to the terrifying prowess of the grass-type legendary spirit, Pong. As long as the carbon servant could glean even a modicum of benefit from the fire stove mask, its strength would likely experience a remarkable surge. Without a moment's hesitation, upon realizing the fire stove mask's potential, Jiang Jing summoned the carbon servant and presented the mask to it. "Carbon?" The carbon servant was initially puzzled, wondering why Jiang Jing had called for it. But upon receiving the fire stove mask, the flames in its eyes flickered excitedly, leaving no room for further questions. "This mask is a gift for you, Carbon Servant," Jiang Jing declared earnestly. "Carbon." The Carbon Servant nodded in affirmation, assuring Jiang Jing that it would not disappoint him. Satisfied, Jiang Jing then retrieved the cage containing the shimmering Zorua. Inhaling deeply as he stated, "Carbon Servant, a new teammate, is arriving. You must get along well with it. Carbon." The Carbon Servant's eyes sparkled at the mention, eagerly responding. "Come forth, Zorua." Jiang Jing pulled away the black cloth shrouding the cage and unlocked the top, releasing the Pokémon within. In the fleeting moment of its appearance, it scurried to a corner, casting wary glances at Jiang Jing and the little charcoal attendant, evidently displaying a hint of timidity. The little charcoal attendant, taken aback by its demeanor, turned to Jiang Jing with a look of curiosity, seemingly inquiring if this was indeed its new companion. Jiang Jing, feeling a touch of helplessness, retrieved a dragon's eye fruit from his backpack and, with a sincere expression, addressed the wash-green Saria. "Saria, from this day forth, I shall be your trainer. I kindly ask for your guidance." He presented the dragon's eye fruit as a welcoming gift for joining their ranks. Previously, he had acquired 4 dragon's eye fruits in the secret realm, allocating one for the little charcoal attendant, and later gifting one to acknowledge the contribution of a pair of mice. Now, bestowing another upon Saria left him with just one for future use. "Char." The little charcoal attendant chimed in, casting an expectant glance at Saria. "Yeah." Saria lifted its head, gazing at Jiang Jing and the little charcoal attendant, a flicker of human-like contemplation dancing in its eyes, yet ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Despite its youthful age, it could distinctly sense the goodwill emanating from Jiang Jing and the little charcoal attendant, perhaps also moved by their invitation to join. It may have grown weary of its previous solitary wanderings. With a playful grimace directed at the little charcoal attendant, it delightfully began to consume the dragon's eye fruit. The little charcoal attendant, feeling slightly awkward, scratched its head, at a loss regarding this mischievous new teammate. Jiang Jing, however, found this scenario quite delightful. Chapter 24, Jiang Jing. "Next time, please address me as Teacher Jiang." "Saria, sharpen your claws." Upon hearing Jiang Jing's command, Saria darted from the shadows, its claws unwittingly becoming sharper. Bolstered by the move, its aura intensified drastically, rendering its subsequent attacks far more ferocious. Nidalino quickly used Poison Sting to interrupt it. The trainer engaged in battle with Jiang Jing's expression shifted slightly, urgently directing the command. Nidalino, somewhat flustered, emitted a faint purple glow as countless poisonous needles erupted from its back, hurtling towards Saria. Jiang Jing remained unperturbed, calmly instructing, "Dodge, then execute Shadow Sneak." In an instant, Saria leaped to a position behind Nidalino, unleashing a powerful surge of energy, enveloped in radiant light. Concurrently, Saria's shadow elongated rapidly, closing in on Nidalino. Before Nidalino could pivot, the colossal shadow transformed into a fierce onslaught, descending with astonishing speed. Nidalino, struck by the attack, felt a wave of pain coursing through its body, unable to suppress a cry of distress as it was sent sprawling across the ground. "Nidalino, quickly get back up." The trainer commanding Nidalino shouted anxiously, reacting immediately upon witnessing its injury. Yet Jiang Jing had no intention of granting them any reprieve. With an expression of icy indifference, he cast a glance and softly commanded, "Saria, unleash your final psychic assault." Yasuo let out a low growl, his form radiating a unique azure luminescence indicative of his supernatural abilities. In the blink of an eye, this essence transformed into an invisible force, swiftly targeting Nidoking, who was still gasping for breath. The outcome was all too predictable. The unseen power descended, severely injured. Nidoking was powerless to resist, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, his eyes spiraling in a daze. "Shall I arrange your next opponent?" The referee of the King's Club inquired after announcing the results of the battle, turning towards Jiang Jing. To be frank, he had witnessed Jiang Jing's victories since his arrival at the King's Club, and he was curious to see how far Jiang Jing could go if he continued to fight. Jiang Jing shook his head, declining the suggestion. "Let us call it a day for now." The referee, somewhat disappointed by this response, sighed inwardly before reluctantly departing the battle room to officiate matches in other rooms. Watching the referee's retreating figure, Jiang Jing smiled, then approached his trusty partner, the shimmering Zoroark, bending down to affectionately rub its head. "You performed splendidly today, Zoroark." Zoroark shook its body, aligning its fur more closely with Jiang Jing's hand, displaying an expression of sheer enjoyment. "Tomorrow, we will train in a new place." Zoroark nodded in a semblance of understanding. In the past few days, to foster a deeper bond with Zoroark and acclimate it to his battle style, Jiang Jing had specifically invested 20,000 yuan to acquire a membership at the King's Club. Fortunately, the results were satisfactory, although the expenditure stung a bit. The rigorous training sessions arranged by the club significantly enhanced their synergy, perfectly equipping them for the upcoming Northern Wind training camp. On July 24th, as the sun peaked over the horizon, casting the first rays of light across the earth, Jiang Jing, yawning, gathered all his belongings and set out. With just a day or two remaining until the Northern Wind training camp commenced, he could have departed on the day itself. However, since he was utilizing the Research Institute's passage rather than attending as a student, he was inevitably required to arrive early at Cloud Mist Mountain to prepare for the camp's opening and reception. Hailing a taxi from the roadside, Jiang Jing stowed his luggage and instructed the driver to head to Cloud Mist Mountain, promptly dozing off. When he awoke once more, the taxi had reached its destination. Still groggy from a restless night, he paid the fare. Following the signs along the road, he soon found the lakeside camping base. After verifying his identity, he was randomly assigned to a luxurious glamping tent by the staff. Carbon little servant, Zoroark, come forth. After settling his belongings, Jiang Jing noticed the spacious and picturesque surroundings of the base and decided to release his two Pokémon. You may explore the area, but do not wander too far. Tan Xiaosher and Shichue Solia exchanged nods, curiously surveying their surroundings before joyfully dashing out of the tent where Jiang Jing was situated. Observing their departure, Jiang Jing shook his head, noting the relative emptiness of the area, and quietly took out his phone. In the next moment, before he could log into his account to browse humorous videos, he was startled by the incessant notification sounds emanating from his device. Particularly puzzling were the messages that seemed to be directed at him, leaving him bewildered. Filled with curiosity, he opened the top message from Luoxiao. Axioluo, Jiang Jing, you truly are a scoundrel. Heartbroken Axioluo, we agreed to be slackers together. Yet you managed to score full marks on the exam. Are you not betraying the organization, Jiang Jing, you rascal? Realizing that the exam results had been released, Jiang Jing suddenly understood why there were so many messages tagging him this morning. He logged into the designated website, took a glance at the glaring full marks, and soon lost interest, as this outcome was within his expectations, thus meriting no surprise. Not bothering to further engage with the lamenting Luoxiao, Jiang Jing casually entered the class group, scrolled to the top of the chat history, and began to quietly peruse the messages. Class teacher Jiang Yun, the exam results are out. Everyone can log in to check their scores. What surprised me was that our class produced a dark horse, Jiang Jing. Zhou Yuan, how infuriating. I lost 3 points on the last question. Otherwise, I would have scored full marks. But what does Jiang Jing mean? Class monitor Zhong Chuyo, fool. I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest. Quickly confess, have you been controlling your scores all along? Jiang Jing, Yilan, if you have such capability, why didn't you showcase it earlier? What a pity you missed the North Wind training camp. With your scores, you could have definitely joined Jiang Jing. Zhou Yuan, old Jiang, come out and tell me if you regret it. Jiang Jing, Zhou Yuan, I lost this exam. Let us compete again when we come out of the North Wind training camp. Class teacher Jiang Yun, Jiang Jing, your scores mean it's a real pity you missed the North Wind training camp. As he observed the rapidly scrolling messages, particularly those from the class teacher and Zhong Chuyo, a peculiar expression appeared on Jiang Jing's face, and a slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Jiang Jing, there's nothing to regret. Everything feels just right. And here's a photo for you all, North Wind training camp special invited breeder certificate. Jiang Jing, by the way. Zhou Yuan, remember to call me Teacher Jiang next time we meet. Zhou Yuan, Zhong Chuyo, Yilan, Luoxiao. Nidalee Nuo. How delightful. Chapter 25 The Most Powerful Substitute, Zhang Huaimin. July 27th. The North Wind training camp officially commenced. After Zhang Huaimin and the other instructors from Jiangzhou University busily arranged the accommodation for the last batch of students entering the camp, Jiang Jing finally found a moment to rest. The past 2 days had been exhausting, as he continuously welcomed the incoming trainees to the North Wind training camp. Seizing this opportunity to rest, he, leveraging his position as a staff member, had already gleaned substantial information about the fellow trainers participating in this session of the North Wind training camp. After briefly scanning the initial Pokémon of his peers, Jiang Jing found that these fellow trainers possessed considerable talent, showcasing a diverse array of creatures such as Charmeleon, Oddish, Hercross, and Croconaw. While he could somewhat comprehend the information on the registration forms, he was genuinely perplexed by the trainer from Huangzhou Middle School. This individual was indeed formidable. Upon noticing that his Pokémon was Magikarp, Jiang Jing was left speechless for quite some time before managing to utter a few words. The evolution of most Magikarp into Gyarados necessitates a considerable amount of luck and opportunity. Not every Magikarp can successfully metamorphose into a Gyarados. Moreover, Gyarados is often known for its volatile temperament and personality, which can lead to it becoming hostile towards its trainer post-evolution. This propensity has resulted in the widespread prevalence of Magikarp worldwide, making them easy to capture, yet few trainers choose to employ them. Setting aside the details of this trainer, Jiang Jing continued to peruse the information of others, his expression growing increasingly grave, particularly upon learning of the presence of Sharpedo and Ralts in this North Wind training camp. Many may fall into the misconception that quasi-legendary Pokémon are late bloomers, possessing little strength in their initial forms, but this is not an absolute truth. Excluding weaker Pokémon like Beldum and Dratini, the strength of other Dragon-type quasi-legendaries and baby Larvitar is still quite formidable. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Huaimin called everyone to gather by the lakeside, seemingly intending to use this time for the attendees to get acquainted. First and foremost, welcome to the North Wind Training Camp. I am Zhang Huaimin, your instructor for this combat course. Alongside 3 others, researchers who will guide you in theoretical studies and a breeding expert to assist with cultivation. Zhang Huaimin surveyed all the students present, placing particular emphasis on Jiang Jing and the 2 others standing beside him. As his words resonated, the crowd erupted in astonishment, with some casting incredulous glances at the impassive Jiang Jing, their eyes betraying skepticism. The breeding expert appeared remarkably youthful, prompting whispers of disbelief. Is this truly acceptable? Indeed. I can hardly believe he seems to be our age. I suddenly feel quite anxious about the upcoming month of breeding courses. In contrast to the excitement surrounding them, Zhou Yuan, Yi Lan, and Zhong Chuyao wore expressions of complex emotions, having learned of this development 2 days in advance. Though they initially thought Jiang Jing was speaking nonsense, witnessing it firsthand now allowed them to accept the situation more readily. However, they remained uncertain about Jiang Jing's capability to effectively guide the breeding course, causing them to worry for him. Noticing the murmurs circulating around him, Zhang Huaimin first cast a glance at the unflappable Jiang Jing, seemingly satisfied with his ability to withstand pressure. He then addressed the crowd with a booming voice. I've heard many students questioning our young teacher Jiang, doubting his ability to provide guidance in breeding. I must assert that you are simply unaware of his true identity. Perhaps it was the words of Zhang Huaimin that had an effect. The murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, and expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Their gazes towards Jiang Jing now tinged with curiosity. Despite his youth, Teacher Jiang is the youngest intern researcher at the Jiangzhou Research Institute of Pokémon, having recently developed a novel type of Pokémon food known as Pokémon Muffin. Furthermore, his inaugural paper, which analyzes the evolutionary methods of the fire monkey, has been approved by the journal Evolution, and it is anticipated that it will soon be featured in the next issue. Zhang Huaimin eloquently recounted these accomplishments and posed a question to the assembly. Do you still believe he is unqualified to serve as the guiding instructor for this year's Northwind Training Camp? The listeners were rendered silent by the weight of this impressive curriculum vitae, gazing in awe at Jiang Jing, who shone like a celestial star, their heads instinctively bowing in humility. Among those familiar with Jiang Jing, Yi Lan and her companions were particularly taken aback, their mouths agape, each slipping into a state of disbelief. A question flickered in their minds. Is this truly the Jiang Jing they knew? Zhou Yuan nearly let slip her astonishment, her face betraying her thoughts. Jiang Jing observed the silent crowd and glanced at the unwavering Zhang Huaimin, his heart inexplicably stirred with a sense of bittersweetness. Perhaps sensing the students' considerable dismay, Zhang Huaimin swiftly introduced the benefits prepared for the training camp. I shall not dwell on other matters. I am sure you are already familiar with the camp prior to your arrival. Instead, let me address the rewards that have captured your interest. The 3 most outstanding students of the Northwind Training Camp will have the opportunity to visit Jiang University's breeding house to receive a Pokémon, while the top 10 students will be awarded a mandatory training device developed by the Research Institute. The moment Zhang Huaimin concluded his remarks, countless students who had previously lowered their heads lifted them in unison, their eyes gleaming with desire and determination. Satisfied with their reaction, Zhang Huaimin nodded approvingly. He then proceeded with the standard protocol of self-introductions, which concluded the lakeside gathering for the evening. Chapter 26, Baseline Assessment. The next day, around 5:30 in the morning, the dawn was just beginning to break, and the wind ruffled the surface of the lake. Zhang Huaimin had roused Jiang Jing and the others early, and he spoke with gravity. The key to a successful day lies in the morning. Today, we shall conduct a baseline assessment. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, their minds still fresh with the memories of the prizes Zhang Huaimin had introduced the previous night, and they were eager to showcase their abilities. Now, release all your Pokémon, Zhang Huaimin said with a smile. In the next moment, a myriad of red lights surged forth, and an array of Pokémon materialized in the open space near the campsite. Among them, the most eye-catching were the rare Pokémon such as the round land shark, Ralts, and the exquisite shiny Zoroark, followed closely by the dragon-type Pokémon and the starter trio. Naturally, Jiang Jing's charcoal servant also drew a fair amount of attention. The sight of him standing among the elves while donning a fire mask was indeed striking. Many were left speechless, instinctively rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but tease, Teacher Xiaojiang, your elf is rather unconventional, isn't it? Surely, it must be from a Kamen Rider? Jiang Jing remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at him as if he were a fool. Laughter erupted among the others, but Zhang Huaimin, noting their playful demeanor, interjected with a serious expression. I see everyone is quite energetic this morning. The test will be quite simple. I ask you to take your own elves and run 5 kilometers around the Banshan Reservoir area. Instantly, as his words settled, many students appeared dazed, their mouths agape. their expressions resembling that of a bitter melon. 5 kilometers. For Jiang Jing, this was not a daunting task, as he had been consciously training with Ten Xiaoshi and others over the past month. However, for the other students, who were already lacking in fitness, this felt like a near impossible challenge, leading to a chorus of lamentations. Is running really a test? Shouldn't it be about battling elves? Someone murmured in the crowd. Zhang Huaimin's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the source of the voice, frowning as he explained. A good physical condition is fundamental for trainers and their elves during battles and wilderness adventures. Do not think I am merely putting you through trials. Upon hearing this, all fell silent, with Jiang Jing nodding in agreement. Perhaps sensing the students' resistance, Zhang Huaimin stroked his chin and added, the top 10 students in this preliminary exam will receive 3 days' worth of pock muffins, while the top 3 will earn a week's supply. Jiang Jing scoffed at this, finding no allure in such rewards. Yet for those who had yet to experience them, especially after Zhang's grandiose claims yesterday, their hearts were stirred with anticipation. After finishing his remarks, Zhang checked his stopwatch and blew the whistle. In an instant, countless elves began to run alongside their trainers, causing the ground around the lakeside camp to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Half an hour later, apart from Jiang Jing and a few others with better stamina, the rest lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, looking utterly spent. Their elves fared relatively better, but at present, they still did not meet Zhang Huaimin's expectations. He merely shook his head, mentally assigning scores to each student based on the earlier performance. True to his word, he distributed the promised pock muffins to the top 10 and the top 3, eliciting envy from those who did not receive any. Notably, Yilan and Zhong Chuyu managed to secure their places in the top 10 by sheer determination, while Zhou Yuan, due to his weight, found himself among the bottom ranks. There is no need for those who did not receive rewards to feel envious. Such assessments occur weekly. Zhang Huaimin expressed his hopes that everyone would strive harder in the following week. In the eyes of those who missed out on the accolades, a flicker of hope ignited, as they silently vowed to themselves to break into the top 10 next time. Having just completed a run, Zhang Huaimin noticed the fatigue etched on everyone's faces, thus granting them a respite of half an hour. Approaching around 7 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Huaimin led the group to a grassy expanse near the camping base. He instructed everyone to form a circle and sit down, then commenced an explanation of the tactics relevant to the upcoming battles, also analyzing noteworthy skills and techniques. Therefore, he urged the students to take it seriously. A spark of excitement illuminated the faces of the attendees as they eagerly rushed forward, each retrieving a battle number from the lottery box. Identical numbers indicated that the respective participants would battle each other. However, with only 319 students participating in the North Wind training camp, one girl from Jiayu No. 1 High School found herself left without a partner. Despite the numerous groupings for this combat assessment, totaling 160 pairs, the disparity in the students' abilities led to many battles concluding swiftly. It seemed the morning would not involve him. Jiang Jing glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 11 o'clock, yet it was only the 15th group's turn. While he was assigned to the 40th, time continued to slip away, quietly passing amidst the battles and Zhang Huaimin's explanations. At 4:30 in the afternoon, it was finally Jiang Jing's turn to take the stage. The girl from Jiayu No. 1 High School took a deep breath and released her Pokémon. A level 13 Muku Shogun, nervously looking at Jiang Jing and saying, Teacher Jiang, please guide me. Name, Muku Shogun, fighting, gender, level 13, beginner, ability, thick fat, protected by a thick layer of fat, it halves the damage from fire and ice type moves. Individual values, 31, attack, 31, defense, 20, special attack, 16, special defense, 29, speed, 24. Skills, tackle, gather, pounce, palms attack, force push, sand attack, wide defense. Item, none. Potential, gym. Do not be anxious. Jiang Jing reassured, shaking his head as he summoned his own Shisui Zeroya, gesturing for her to commence. The girl clenched her small fists in determination, directing Muku Shogun with focus. Muku Shogun, use force push. As her command echoed, the chubby Muku Shogun dashed toward Shisui Zeroya, extending its hands clad in gray gloves to unleash a forceful shockwave. Jiang Jing remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Zeroya, hold your ground, then counter with psychic. Shisui Zeroya nodded, radiating a mysterious power that effectively absorbed Muku Shogun's assault, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with a psychic move. Watch out, Muku Shogun, evade. As the voice of the female student faded, an intangible force struck the understage warrior at close range. The understage warrior, already weaker than Shitsue Soloria, suffered double damage from the supernatural attack and was sent flying, inevitably losing its ability to continue the fight. Witnessing her opponent fall, a proud glimmer flickered in Shitsue Soloria's melancholic eyes. With all 4 limbs pressed against the ground, it swiftly scampered forward, playfully nudging its head against Jiang Jing's pant leg as if to claim credit. Soloria, you performed splendidly in that battle, Jiang Jing said, bending down to affectionately stroke its pristine fur, lavishly praising it. Hearing Jiang Jing's commendation, Soloria's little face beamed with even greater pride. In the ensuing days, as the second round of combat assessments had yet to commence, Zhang Huaimin had no new tasks to assign. After teaching the students how to create Pock muffins, fulfilling his promise made upon entering the training camp, Jiang Jing had the remainder of his time to manage as he pleased. Considering the possibility of encountering formidable Pokémon such as Round Landshark and Lalalaysai in the upcoming combat assessments, he resolved to utilize these days to conduct specialized training sessions on tactics and skill usage for Charcoal Little Servant and Shitsue Soloria. After briefly surveying the surroundings of the camping base, he ultimately discovered a suitable location near the Bomb Mountain Reservoir, which boasted ample space and relative tranquility. Jiang Jing glanced at the information panel concerning Charcoal Little Servant, his gaze falling upon its repertoire of moves: Spark, Flame Vortex, Charged Flame Attack, and the recently acquired Jet Flame. If it could master the technique of maintaining its moves, it would serve as a safeguard even in the face of strong adversaries. However, contemplating the learning curve for these skills gave Jiang Jing a headache, as this world lacked any devices for skill acquisition. Typically, it took a considerable amount of time for Pokémon to learn new abilities. He was not entirely confident that he could help Charcoal Little Servant master this defensive technique before encountering Round Landshark. Thus, he sought alternative methods to achieve a defensive effect. The principle behind the counter shield was rather straightforward. By having the Pokémon rotate in place, the move could be dispersed over a wide area rather than concentrating in a single direction, transforming damaging techniques into a balanced offensive and defensive form. Once Jiang Jing clarified all the key points of this technique, he meticulously explained it to Charcoal Little Servant before prompting it to attempt using the newly learned Jet Flame move. Charcoal Little Servant nodded, seemingly understanding, and then attempted to rotate in place while executing the Jet Flame. In an instant, a visually stunning scene erupted by the Bomb Mountain Reservoir, as a flame tornado spun rapidly upon the ground, causing nearby dust to dance in the wake of its gravitational pull, gradually forming a fiery sandstorm that threatened to consume all. The results appeared quite promising. Jiang Jing nodded in satisfaction, yet shortly after uttering those words, he felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps due to the inexperience of Tan Xiaoshi, the fiery sandstorm exhibited signs of spiraling out of control. Fortunately, Shitsue Soloria sensed the impending crisis and promptly employed her supernatural abilities to counteract it, managing to hold on until Tan Xiaoshi's stamina waned, thus averting disaster. That was indeed a close call. I owe you one, Soloria. Jiang Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the terrifying approach of the fiery sandstorm. Yeah, Shitsue Soloria tilted her head back, a proud expression flitting across her face. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoshi appeared somewhat dejected, wearing an expression reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved. Jiang Jing found this amusing and quickly offered words of comfort. Tan Xiaoshi, it's perfectly all right. After all, this is your first attempt. Mistakes are inevitable. We can practice again shortly. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's encouraging words, Tan Xiaoshi felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, promising to master the technique as soon as possible. With Tan Xiaoshi's matter resolved, Jiang Jing turned his attention to Shitsue Soloria, noticing Jiang Jing's gaze upon her. Shitsue Soloria, rather than feeling shy, lifted her melancholic little face, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming explanation. Jiang Jing gazed at Shitsue Soloria, seemingly amused by her demeanor, and could not resist ruffling her soft fur before speaking. Soloria, let me see how well you command your illusionary powers. Yeah, Shitsue Soloria nodded, her eyes suddenly ablaze with a blue luminescence, as an invisible force began to influence the surrounding environment. Under the sway of this intangible power, Jiang Jing observed that the space around them appeared to warp, though this was merely a visual effect, a remarkably realistic illusion. The area affected was approximately half the size of the battlefield. Jiang Jing compared the environment around him with the region where his vision was altered, ultimately drawing a conclusion. The range was neither particularly large nor small, effectively aligning with his expectations. Gazing at the still eager Shitsue Soloria, he began to ponder how to leverage this advantage in battle, aiming to develop a combat style suited for her. His thoughts drifted as his eyes scanned the panel displaying Shitsue Soloria's skill set, eventually stopping at the move Shadow Strike. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Jing's mind, as if he had captured an elusive thought. In the next moment, he turned to Shitsue Soloria, contemplatively asking, Soloria, can you conjure eerie phantoms? Fearing that Shitsue Soloria might not understand his intent, he took the liberty of searching for relevant images on his phone, locating stills from horror films to show her. Yeah. Shitsue Soloria leaned in to take a look and, within an instant, was overtaken by fear, letting out a shriek as her entire body trembled. Darting around Jiang Jing's feet. I apologize. I forgot that you're rather timid, Jiang Jing said with a wry smile, quickly offering his apologies to Shitsue Soloria and shutting off the images on his phone. Upon hearing Jiang Jing command the cessation of that terrifying image, the timid Solgaleo, Washikui, cautiously emerged, her melancholic gaze slowly opening to survey her surroundings. After a prolonged moment, she began to regain her composure. Jiang Jing sighed inwardly. It appeared that the cultivation method associated with the ominous codename, Terrifying Phantom, would need to be shelved. He had initially harbored hopes that Washikui would utilize her psychic and ghostly abilities, collaborating with her innate talent for illusion to artificially create a frightful paradise. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed this plan would be temporarily unfeasible. Perhaps sensing the shift in Jiang Jing's expression and the glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, Washikui, who had been paralyzed by fear, suddenly emitted a sound, her face momentarily displaying a flicker of resolve, as if she had made a decision. In an instant, the previous illusion reappeared, yet this time, it was the scene from the image Washikui had just glimpsed. Due to her lingering fear, the illusion trembled incessantly, imparting a fragmented sensation. Despite its evident flaws, a smile of delight crept onto Jiang Jing's face. After all, for a timid Solgaleo to achieve such a feat was indeed commendable. Solgaleo, strive to maintain the stability of the illusion, and then attempt a shadow strike, Jiang Jing instructed. Yeah, Washikui nodded vigorously and promptly followed his command. Alas, in the very moment she executed the shadow strike, the illusion she controlled shattered, rendering the two actions incompatible for the time being. Although Jiang Jing had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Yeah, Washikui drooped her head, questioning Jiang Jing if she was indeed useless. Jiang Jing, with a comforting smile, tousled her head and reassured her, "You have performed admirably. Let us exert ourselves together, and we shall surely succeed." Yeah. At his words, Washikui lifted her head, her spirit rekindled with determination. Having encouraged Washikui, Jiang Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he prepared to recline on the nearby grass for a brief respite for his weary body and mind, he noticed a fellow student approaching him. Upon discerning the identity of the individual, Jiang Jing was momentarily taken aback, filled with curiosity. Guisi? Chapter 28. The secrets of the North Wind training camp. The newcomer was none other than Chengdu, the trainer of the Magikarp he had seen on the registration form, who hailed from Huangzhou High School. As Jiang Jing remained in a state of bewilderment, Chengdu stood before him, somewhat shyly glancing his way, and inquired, "Teacher Jiang, may I take up a bit of your time?" Jiang Jing, perplexed yet intrigued, nodded in agreement. He was eager to discern what this individual sought from him. Upon receiving Jiang Jing's consent, a flicker of joy danced in Chengdu's brown eyes. He took a deep breath to alleviate his nervousness and hesitantly asked, "Teacher Jiang, aside from your research on Pock muffins, have you also developed another superior type of Pokémon food?" Upon hearing Chengdu's words, Jiang Jing displayed an expression of surprise, pondering how he could possibly know about the energy cubes. Without allowing Chengdu to finish his sentence, Jiang Jing interrupted, frowning as he retorted, "How did you come to know about this?" He had no recollection of ever disclosing the matter of the energy cubes, and unless Chengdu provided a reasonable explanation, he was unlikely to relent. After all, in comparison to the Pock muffin, Jiang Jing placed greater importance on the energy cubes, having already devised numerous plans in his mind regarding this product. According to his prior intentions, the release of the energy cubes was meant to occur a year later. By that time, he would have already entered the Pokémon University and established collaborations with relevant companies in the institution. With the backing of Pokémon University, he aimed to launch various energy cubes and earn substantial profits, thereby supporting his efforts to cultivate Pokémon. Therefore, it was imperative that no errors occurred at this juncture. Noticing the displeasure in Jiang Jing's tone, Chengdu instantly became flustered, hastily explaining, "Teacher Jiang, I did not mean to pry into your privacy. It was primarily during my training with the Magikarp the other day that I happened to see you take out a type of food distinct from the Pock muffin. I have never witnessed such a strong desire for food from the Magikarp before. Thus, I dare to speculate that it must be a new Pokémon food you have developed." As Chengdu spoke, his voice grew progressively softer until it faded into the background of Jiang Jing's ears. Jiang Jing's expression brightened considerably upon realizing that he had inadvertently exposed this information. It appeared he needed to exercise greater caution in the future. "What is the purpose of your visit this time?" Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow, harboring a vague suspicion in his mind, yet still adhering to the formalities of inquiry. Chengdu bit his lip, his gaze filled with earnestness as he said, "If possible, I would like to purchase some energy cubes from you, Teacher Jiang, to assist my Magikarp in evolving swiftly." Upon uttering this, his brown eyes fixated intently on Jiang Jing, radiating palpable tension. Jiang Jing thought to himself, as expected, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he directly declined Chengdu's request. "I am truly sorry, Chengdu. Due to the limitations in manufacturing processes, the energy cubes cannot currently be produced in bulk. They are only sufficient for my own Pokémon's use. Thus I am unable to fulfill your request." Chengdu appeared profoundly disappointed, standing there in a daze, lost in thought. Observing this, Jiang Jing shook his head, intending to call for charcoal and Washsin to depart in search of another suitable training location. Just then, Chengdu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, as if he had made a significant decision. "Teacher Jiang, please wait a moment." I wish to exchange a secret involving legendary Pokémon for the opportunity to purchase energy cubes, and I hope you can agree to this. What? Jiang Jing thought he must have misheard, turning to Chengdu, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. You can't be joking, can you? If it truly pertains to a legendary Pokémon, I might consider your request. Jiang Jing was adept at discerning the relative significance of the energy cubes and the matter involving legendary Pokémon. If one could devise a strategy for acquiring legendary artifacts from the secret within Chengdu Port, the rewards would be immense. However, this hinges on the authenticity of the secret that Chengdu has divulged. Chengdu let out a quiet sigh of relief, then gestured toward the nearby Baishan Reservoir. Posing a question to Jiang Jing. Professor Jiang, are you aware of the origins of the Northwind training camp? Jiang Jing appeared contemplative, yet refrained from interrupting, instead encouraging him to continue. Years ago, a crisis of epidemic proportions plagued Jiangzhou, originating from the contamination of the Baishan Reservoir. This significant calamity persisted for an extended period, only to conclude inexplicably, with the Alliance maintaining a veil of silence regarding the matter. Eyewitnesses have recounted that on the day the epidemic was resolved, as the reservoir's waters regained their clarity, a mysterious spirit descended amidst white mist carried by the northern winds. According to the remnants of ancient texts, the only spirit that could possibly align with such a description is the legendary Water Lord, revered as the embodiment of the North Wind. It is said that the Water Lord possesses extraordinary powers to purify water sources, and shortly after the epidemic's disappearance, Jiangzhou University and the Jiangzhou Spirit Research Institute jointly established the North Wind Training Camp at Baishan Reservoir. Thus, we speculate that this location may conceal secrets pertaining to the legendary Water Lord. In a clandestine division of the Holy Fire cult, the Serpent King slowly set down the documents in his hand, a flicker of golden light flashing in his eyes, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, skepticism, astonishment, and soon, resolute determination. This dossier, procured at great expense from the Shadow Organization, had cost the Holy Fire cult dearly, yet its contents proved invaluable. At the very least, he had discovered a method to summon the Water Lord. The key lies in recontaminating the waters of Baishan Reservoir, as the site where the Water Lord once manifested miracles. The Serpent King was unconvinced that the deity had not left some trace of awareness or connection to this place. Should the Baishan Reservoir be restored to its former state, it is likely that the Water Lord would heed the summons of the Holy Fire cult and present itself before them. The plan to capture the Water Lord is set to commence. Following prior preparations, he instructed to contact the Ghost King to expedite the delivery of the crucial spirits. The success of this endeavor rests on their coordination. It is imperative that no complications arise. Yes, Serpent King, I shall attend to it immediately, the leader responded, trembling with excitement, already envisioning the moment when the Holy Fire cult would secure the Water Lord. The Serpent King paid no heed to the leader's exhilaration. Instead, his thoughts drifted into the distance, a rare flicker of emotion crossing his usually cold visage. If he could obtain the Water Lord, surely it would not be long before he found the fabled Phoenix King as well. Baishan Reservoir, Lakeside. After listening to Chengdu's account regarding the legendary spirit, Jiang Jing found himself deep in contemplation. Noticing the pensive expression on Jiang Jing's face, Chengdu grew anxious, fearing disbelief might jeopardize their plans to acquire the energy cubes, and thus hastily reassured him. Professor Jiang, that is all I have to share regarding the legendary spirit. I assure you, I witnessed everything with my own eyes. Teacher Xiao Jiang, you are undoubtedly aware of the dire circumstances surrounding the Jiangzhou epidemic crisis. My family, specifically my grandmother, hails from a nearby village, and I happened to be trapped here while visiting for the new year. It was out of sheer boredom that I took to piloting a drone outside, which ultimately led to the discovery of that legendary spirit. Jiang Jing nodded in understanding. From Chengdu's description and the deeply significant name of the Northern Wind Training Camp, he had already deduced the identity of the legendary spirit that had once appeared at the Baishan Reservoir. Aside from the Water Lord, there seemed to be no other legendary spirits involved. Your choice of the Kingler as your initial spirit suggests that this legendary being must have left something behind in the reservoir, doesn't it? Jiang Jing seemed to recall something. Looking at Chengdu with conviction, Chengdu shrugged, revealing no secrets. Just as you surmised, Teacher Xiao Jiang, I have yet to uncover the whereabouts of that object. Fortunately, even now, there exists a remarkable force within the reservoir capable of enhancing the abilities of water-type spirits. After saying this, Chengdu released his Kingler, which joyfully swam in the water, the sunlight glistening on its golden scales, casting a beautiful array of reflections. Name, Kingler, shiny, water. Gender, level, 16, entry. Ability, swift swim. In rainy conditions, speed increases. Individual values, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, bounce, tackle. Item held, none. Potential, champion. What a remarkable shiny Kingler. Jiang Jing gazed in astonishment at the spirit in the water, his curiosity alleviated. He had often wondered how a newcomer could be audacious enough to choose Kingler as their initial spirit. However, if this Kingler was indeed shiny, it all made sense. Moreover, it possessed a champion potential of 6, truly extraordinary. The more he observed this shiny Kingler, the more Jiang Jing felt a pang of envy. At that moment, he contemplated whether he should capture a water-type spirit from this reservoir. After exchanging a few casual words with Chengdu and agreeing upon the matter of energy cubes, Jiang Jing departed with his companions, the carbon sprite. It seemed that the legendary item left by the Water Lord had yet to be discovered by anyone or any wild spirit. So there was no need for him to worry for the time being. He would search for it later, once he had captured a water-type spirit. As the sun rose and set, and time swiftly passed, the first round of battle assessments concluded. Zhang Huaimin took the opportunity to regroup the victorious and defeated participants based on the results before commencing the second round of battle assessments. This time, Jiang Jing faced an opponent from Yunming No. 1 High School, a boy named Dong Yong, whose initial spirit was a sturdy 17-level Cocodora. Name: Cocodora, Steel Rock. Gender: Level: 17, Entry. Attributes: Resilient. When attacked by moves, it retains at least a hint of battle capability and cannot be defeated by one-hit knockout moves. Individual values: 31. Attack: 25. Defense: 31. Special attack: 20. Special defense: 31. Speed: 11. Skills: Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Roar, Headbutt, Mudslap. Item: None. Potential: Near Champion. Upon glancing at the information displayed on the panel, Jiang Jing noted that this Kecleon possessed commendable attributes, while also marveling at the affluence of Dong Yong's family. After all, Kecleon feeds on iron ore, and an ordinary household would inevitably be overwhelmed by the substantial daily expenses unless supported by a robust financial foundation. As the battle was about to commence, Jiang Jing dispatched his Pokémon, Charcoal Sprite, eliciting a subtle smile from Dong Yong. Little teacher Jiang, my Kecleon holds the advantage in attributes. Prepare yourself for defeat this time. Jiang Jing, upon hearing this, merely rolled his eyes at Dong Yong's confident demeanor. Feeling a tinge of exasperation, he retorted, attribute advantage does not dictate everything. If we were to rely solely on type advantages, what would be the point of battling? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a master of reverse attributes. A certain sage, I am well versed in this matter. With both sides prepared, Zhang Huaimin, acting as the referee, promptly announced the commencement of the battle. At the very onset, Kecleon, under Dong Yong's command, unleashed Rock Tomb, intending to exploit its attribute advantage to deliver a heavy blow to Charcoal Sprite. Countless rocks cascaded down like dumplings towards Charcoal Sprite, gradually forming a chain-like encirclement, seemingly aiming to trap Charcoal Sprite in place. With such sluggish speed, where does your confidence stem from? Jiang Jing remarked, not even lifting his eyelids as he observed the barrage of rocks descending upon Charcoal Sprite, shaking his head in disbelief. Naturally, Kecleon was inherently slow due to its steel armor, and it appeared that Dong Yong's Pokémon had not been adequately trained, resulting in an even more sluggish execution. At Jiang Jing's subtle indication, Charcoal Sprite adeptly evaded all the falling rocks and seized the opportunity to close the distance towards the cumbersome Kecleon. Flamethrower, Jiang Jing uttered softly. As his command echoed, Charcoal Sprite unleashed a torrent of flames from within, transforming into a colossal pillar of fire that swiftly engulfed Kecleon, which failed to evade in time. With the close-range impact of Flamethrower, coupled with the high thermal conductivity of Kecleon's steel helmet, the surrounding temperature soared momentarily, inevitably leaving Kecleon in a scorched state. As the searing pain from the burns surged through its body, Kecleon could not help but display a visage of agony, letting out a pained cry. Thanks to its resilient characteristic, despite being heavily wounded by Charcoal Sprite's recent strike, Kecleon retained a semblance of battle capability, thus avoiding immediate defeat. Kecleon, hold on. Dong Yong, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of panic and hurriedly encouraged his Pokémon. Observing the now disordered Cacnea, the young trainer swiftly seized the opportunity, executing a precise flamethrower that concluded the battle. Witnessing his Cacnea's swift defeat, Dong Yong was still in a state of disbelief, muttering incessantly, this cannot be. Type advantage does not yield such results. Zhang Huaimin, unable to bear the sight, promptly announced the battle's outcome and instructed for Dong Yong to be escorted from the arena. The next morning, due to adjustments in the battle sequence, the winner's bracket commenced its third round. Jiang Jing was not particularly fortunate this time, as he faced one of the two top contenders participating in the North Wind training camp, Lu Yi. Mr. Jiang, I have eagerly anticipated our duel, Lu Yi declared. Brushing her wind-tousled hair, a sweet smile gracing her fair face, her charming dimples subtly visible. Name, Ralts, Psychic Fairy. Gender, Level, 19, Beginner. Ability, Telepathy, read opponent's moves and evade their attacks. Individual value qualities, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Growl, Charm, Double Team, Confusion, Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Teleport, Magical Leaf, Flame Burst, Item, None Potential. Champion once again. A Pokémon of champion potential, and this time, it was the psychic type with a hidden ability, Ralts. To be honest, Jiang Jing felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, Zhang Huimin, observing that both participants were prepared, announced the commencement of the battle. The moment his voice fell, Lu Yi's smile vanished, and her demeanor transformed into one of intense focus, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Ralts. Under her command, Ralts struck first, unleashing charm as a probing tactic. The soft, melodious sound emanated from the petite Ralts, gradually enveloping the entire battlefield. As the move threatened to affect Shinx with its psychic allure, Jiang Jing calmly commanded, Shinx, use Protect. At the instant Jiang Jing spoke, Shinx, who had initially considered enduring the attack, brightened with understanding and immediately activated Protect, shielded by an invisible, mysterious force. The charm move was successfully repelled by Shinx, inflicting no damage whatsoever. In response, I shall not be outdone. Jiang Jing regarded the charming Ralts, dismissing other thoughts, and issued a new command to Shinx. Shinx, use Shadow Sneak. With a nod, Shinx lowered its body to the ground, swiftly advancing toward Ralts, while an enigmatic transformation occurred beneath it, altering its shadow. Suddenly, the shadow vanished, as if it had burrowed directly into the ground. The surrounding onlookers, a number of students, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Lalolesai, for in this world, there are indeed many who are enamored by beauty. Who could possibly resist a charming Lalolesai? In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the nearby spectators, the trainer Lu Yi remained remarkably composed. Her face a portrait of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the impending predicament facing Lalolesai. Just as a colossal, pitch-black shadow emerged abruptly from behind Lalolesai, poised to strike fiercely at its back, several female students could not suppress their gasps. In the critical moment, Lalolesai appeared to possess a premonition of the impending attack's trajectory. With a swift teleportation, it evaded the shadowy ambush of Shitsue Soroya and, seizing the opportunity, retaliated with a psychic move. A pale blue luminescence erupted from within Lalolesai, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a cataclysmic tide towards Shitsue Soroya. Psychic power. Shitsue Soroya, caught off guard, was propelled away by this invisible force, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured the vision of all present. Witnessing this, Jiang Jing couldn't help but furrow her brow, gazing at the dust-laden direction and exclaiming softly, wow. Lalolesai's teleportation was nothing short of miraculous, barely escaping the shadowy ambush of Soroya. Indeed, Lalolesai was formidable, a perfect blend of beauty and strength. One could hardly resist the temptation to adopt such a splendid creature. Am I the only one who thinks that teacher Jiang is on the verge of defeat? Lu Yi, our goddess, truly embodies the brilliance of this year's North Wind training camp. Just how did Lalolesai achieve that? It was as if it had eyes on the back of its head. Is there an expert among us who can enlighten me? The astounding turnaround of the situation ignited a flurry of discussions among the nearby students, their diverse opinions creating a cacophony that elevated the atmosphere of the battle to a fever pitch. Amidst the speculations surrounding him, Zhang Huimin remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently on Lalolesai, and then, as if a thought had struck him, the furrow in his brow gradually eased. Truly, telepathy is a trait that evokes both admiration and frustration. Zhang silently mused, his gaze toward Jiang Jing tinged with a hint of sympathy. This match is bound to be a challenge for teacher Jiang. Moments later, a commotion arose from the dust-choked area. Shitsue Soroya sprang forth, landing gracefully on all fours. Its once pristine white fur was now sullied by dust, rendering it a sorry sight. Shaking off the grime, a frown of indignation crossed its face, evidently displeased that Lalolesai had tarnished its pristine appearance. In the next moment, as if seeking retribution against Lalolesai, Shitsue Soroya radiated a blue sheen, and an invisible, intangible force erupted forth, hurtling towards Lalolesai. Divine power. Lalura's illusion ray. Lu Yi smiled gently. Lalura's nodded and conjured a pale blue magical beam, which erupted from the red horns atop its head and shot toward the direction of the washing emerald Zoroark. Illusion ray. In the next moment, perhaps sensing a danger, Lalura's teleported away from the attack of the psychic force. Zoroark evade. Seeing that the illusion ray was about to strike the washing emerald Zoroark, Jiang Jing couldn't help but shout loudly. Yeah. The washing emerald Zoroark let out a low cry, agilely leaping backward to narrowly avoid the attack of the illusion ray. However, before it could catch its breath, Lalura's launched another assault. Just as it was about to land, a powerful wave of psychic energy erupted beneath it. With no way to evade while still in free fall, the washing emerald Zoroark had no choice but to endure the bombardment of Lalura's psychic attack, resulting in significant injuries. Sensing the weakening breath of the washing emerald Zoroark, Jiang Jing's expression turned grim as if he could wring water from it. But he forced himself to regain his composure and began to devise a solution. He quickly reviewed the entire battle process in his mind, combining it with the information provided about Leluras, and ultimately Jiang Jing finally discerned the cause. It was indeed the influence of telepathy that had him somewhat helpless. At this moment, he understood why Leluras could continuously evade at critical moments. It was precisely because it sensed the thoughts of the washing emerald Zoroark. One couldn't help but admit that due to the peculiar characteristic of telepathy, the battle between the Pokémon had been reduced to an open-book examination for Leluras. Teacher Xiaojiang, I shall accept the victory of this battle. Seeing the washing emerald Zoroark being forced back repeatedly by her Leluras, Lui beamed a smile at Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing, upon hearing this, cast her a glance, regaining his earlier calmness, and shook his head in response. Classmate Lui, the battle is not yet over. Do not draw conclusions too soon. As soon as Jiang Jing's words fell, not only was Lui taken aback, but many surrounding students also failed to react, as if they had just heard the greatest joke imaginable. At this moment, the situation of the battle became increasingly clear. Any discerning observer could see that Leluras was on the verge of victory. Given this, they found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Jing's confidence, who had instilled such assurance in him. It couldn't possibly be Liang Jingru, could it? Jiang Jing ignored the peculiar gazes of those around him, his expression unperturbed as he addressed the struggling washing emerald Zoroark. Zoroark. Terrifying phantom. Terrifying phantom? Is that even a skill? Everyone who heard Jiang Jing's words fell into deep confusion. Unlike the bewilderment of the onlookers, the washing emerald Zoroark's expression changed upon hearing this. In the next moment, phantoms distorted the current battlefield, conjuring an array of terrifying shadows that enveloped the area where Leluras stood, casting a chilling and eerie atmosphere that seemed to set the tone for the ongoing battle. Leluras gazed at the phantoms that had suddenly materialized around it, its inherently timid nature rendering it susceptible to their influence. Particularly, it sensed the palpable fear emanating from Shi Chui Salaw, which only amplified its own inner terror. Frozen in place, it wore an expression of utter confusion and dread, utterly unable to focus on the surrounding circumstances. Despite Lui's continuous attempts to soothe Leluras' frayed emotions, her efforts proved largely ineffective against the overwhelming fear enveloping the creature. Thus, the outcome was all but inevitable, as Shi Chui Salaw unleashed a relentless series of shadowy ambush techniques, each strike finding its mark with precision. Leluras, already at a disadvantage due to its ghostly vulnerability, succumbed to the onslaught and lost its remaining fighting capabilities. Chapter 31. The Holy Fire Sect in Action, Part 2. With the result of the battle unmistakably clear, Shi Chui Salaw could no longer maintain its composure, collapsing onto the cold ground, while the ominous phantoms that had loomed over much of the battlefield dissipated into nothingness. Already injured, its frequent use of the energy-draining technique had pushed it to its limits. Its continued fight was a testament to sheer willpower. Observing Shi Chui Salaw's plight, Jiang Jing rushed to its side and gently lifted it into his arms. Salaw, your performance was truly remarkable, he said, tenderly brushing the dust from its fur with the utmost care. Now, take a good rest. Upon hearing this, Salaw proudly lifted its little face, displaying unmasked delight. Its soft body nuzzling against Jiang Jing. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, it began to yawn repeatedly, eventually finding a comfortable spot in Jiang Jing's embrace and promptly drifting off to sleep. Jiang Jing chuckled softly at the sight, cradling the 25-pound Salaw. He slowly exited the battlefield. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed that a crowd had gathered around him, their eyes shimmering with palpable excitement and awe. The only discordant figure among them was Lu Yi, who regarded Jiang Jing with a complex mix of disbelief and astonishment. Utilizing its telepathic ability, Leluras had triumphed in previous battles, yet today, it faltered against Shi Chui Salaw and Jiang Jing, leaving her momentarily at a loss. At that moment, the onlookers parted, and Zhang Huaimin stepped forward, enthusiastically patting Jiang Jing on the shoulder. Teacher Jiang, that terrifying ghostly technique was your own creation, wasn't it? He exclaimed, his excitement unmistakable. Jiang Jing nodded slightly in affirmation. Indeed, it was as I suspected. You are truly suited for a career as a researcher, Zhang Huaimin continued, his enthusiasm only growing with Jiang Jing's acknowledgement. In this world devoid of the existence of fairy coordinators, the research and innovation of move techniques and battle strategies are primarily undertaken by scholars. Knowledge is power, and I am merely an unremarkable student. Upon receiving praise from Zhang Huaimin, Jiang Jing humbly shook his head and gestured towards his sleeping shiny Zorua, apologizing to the crowd. Afterward, he followed the path created by the others, cradling shiny Zorua as he departed towards the direction of his tent. Was Teacher Zhang's remark about being unremarkable sincere? I suddenly feel an urge to confront him. The crowd pondered for a moment, acknowledging that his words were indeed discomforting, and nodded in agreement. Yet their focus shifted to the preceding notion that knowledge is power. The subsequent battle assessments continued, but Jiang Jing's involvement for the day had concluded. Upon returning to his tent, Jiang Jing promptly retrieved an energy cube from his backpack and gently shook his sleeping Shiny Zorua awake. Drowsily roused, Shiny Zorua, still in a state of half-slumber, instinctively began nibbling on the delicious energy cube offered to it. What a little glutton. Jiang Jing chuckled softly as he continued to feed it. Once the entire energy cube had been consumed, he took out his usual supply of healing ointment and carefully applied it to the various wounds on Shiny Zorua's body. After completing this task, he finally exhaled with relief. At the hidden branch of the Holy Fire sect in Jiangzhou, the Ghost King, one of the 4 leaders, arrived in a state of weariness and met with the Snake King and others. The plan to capture the Water Monarch was finally set to commence. Please share your upcoming strategy, the Snake King inquired. Perhaps due to the journey, the Ghost King appeared slightly pale, and his tone carried a hint of fatigue. Without hesitation, the Snake King took command of the operation, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his dark pupils as he spoke leisurely. Tomorrow morning, the 2 of us will lead the majority of the branch members to first secure the area surrounding Yunwu Mountain. At that time, we shall utilize the industrial waste produced by the chemical plant to contaminate the Bashan Reservoir, which should effectively draw out the Water Monarch. The remainder of the task will rely on that batch of special Pokémon. The Ghost King nodded in agreement with this straightforward arrangement, yet he cryptically remarked, "It seems that the Fairy King has recently made Jiangzhou his base. Thus, before we initiate our plan, we must devise a task for this Fairy King." The Snake King licked his lips, a spark of madness igniting in his eyes. What about inciting a wild Pokémon uprising in the open secret realms within Jiangzhou? The Ghost King remained silent, their gazes locking, before they both erupted into hearty laughter. It must be said that they shared an uncanny synergy in their thoughts. Given the scattered nature of the open secret realms throughout Jiangzhou, should wild Pokémon uprisings occur simultaneously, it would certainly provide Wei Yuan with quite the challenge. The Sacred Flame sect seizes this opportunity, without concern for any interference from the Alliance, to wholeheartedly execute their plan of capturing the legendary Pokémon, Suicune. In merely a few brief exchanges, the 2 individuals have meticulously arranged the events set to unfold in Jiangzhou City the following day, leaving listeners with an unsettling sense of dread. At dawn the next day, under the meticulous orchestration of the Serpent King and the Ghost King, a small contingent of the Sacred Flame sect members from the Jiangzhou branch dispersed according to their objectives, swiftly converging on the various open secret realms within Jiangzhou City. The remaining majority, however, accompanied the 2 King-tier trainers towards the location of the Misty Mountain, preparing for the final stages of capturing the legendary Pokémon, Suicune. At this moment, all members of the Sacred Flame sect in Jiangzhou were mobilized. Their actions were grand and unabashed, inevitably catching the attention of the Jiangzhou Alliance branch. This development was swiftly reported to the Fairy King, Wei Yuan, stationed in the area. Chapter 32, Battle Against the Roundland Shark. King Wei Yuan, we have grave news. In the level secret realms of the White Jade Valley and the Cool Beach, wild Pokémon have erupted into chaos, resulting in numerous trainers and civilians being attacked. Similar disturbances have been reported in all other secret realms. It was noted that prior to the unrest in these secret realms, several mysterious trainers clad in fiery attire were seen forcibly entering, proclaiming this to be a lesson for the Alliance. Within the Jiangzhou Alliance branch, upon hearing these reports, Wei Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. However, he found himself perplexed. The Sacred Flame sect had chosen to expose themselves, inciting turmoil within the open Pokémon secret realms of Jiangzhou City. What could their true objective be? Something unusual is afoot. Wei Yuan could not accept that their actions were merely a means of venting frustration. What were the Sacred Flame sect's intentions? He fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the branch leader, Sima Qingshan, rapped on his office door, the heavy knocking shattering the silence and interrupting Wei Yuan's thoughts. Enter. Wei Yuan sighed, lifting his head with a solemn tone. Upon receiving permission, Sima Qingshan hurried into the office, his face etched with anxiety. Many trainers and civilians remained trapped within the secret realms, facing the dangers posed by the wild Pokémon disturbances. The Jiangzhou branch has dispatched numerous station trainers for their rescue. However, the suddenness of this incident, coupled with the widespread nature of the affected areas, has resulted in a severe manpower shortage, preventing us from addressing the situation at the Cool Beach secret realm. King, I implore you to assist us in navigating this crisis. Sima Qingshan's forehead glistened with sweat as he earnestly pleaded. Wei Yuan tapped his fingers on the desk, myriad thoughts flickering in his dark eyes. Upon hearing Sima Qingshan's urgent request and reflecting on the aberrant behavior of the Sacred Flame sect, a moment of clarity struck him. He suddenly grasped their underlying motive. The Sacred Flame sect's actions are intended to hinder my endeavors. As Wei Yuan comprehended the crux of the matter, a sense of heaviness enveloped his heart. In their bid to thwart his intervention, the Holy Fire sect resorted to inciting chaos within the various secret realms of the city, revealing the magnitude of their ambitions. Despite his fervent desire to intervene, The thought of the perilous situation faced by the populace within the secret realms induced a bitter smile upon his lips. This was the brilliance of the Holy Fire sect. Confronted with the audacious schemes of the sect, Wei Yuan sighed deeply. His mood weighed down as he spoke to Sima Qingshan. I shall expedite the matter concerning the secret realm of Cool Beach. Please instruct the branch to focus their search on the whereabouts of the remaining members of the Holy Fire sect. I suspect this incident is orchestrated to fulfill a particular scheme of theirs. Sima Qingshan, taken aback by his words, wore a distressed expression once more. Nodding in anger, rest assured, Lord Wei Yuan, I will arrange for the investigators to ascertain the situation and ensure that these criminals do not succeed. Wei Yuan remained silent, silently praying that he could swiftly quell the turmoil within the secret realms, thus enabling him to thwart the nefarious plots of the Holy Fire sect. Meanwhile, the crisis emerging from the secret realms in Jiangzhou did not attract the attention of Jiang Jing and his companions. At that moment, at the camping base of Yunwu Mountain, the third round of combat assessments at the Northwind training camp was in full swing. Perhaps inspired by the combat techniques displayed by Shichue Sulia the previous day, Zhang Huaimin waved his hand decisively, advancing the matchups for the victors once again. Unfortunately for Jiang Jing, misfortune struck anew. The opponent he drew was yet another seed competitor from the Northwind training camp. Gazing at the girl adorned in a black horse-patterned skirt, who stood in the arena with the Roundland Shark, her eyes brimming with combat fervor, Jiang Jing found himself at a loss for words. Teacher Xiaojiang, I look forward to your guidance. The girl with the black horse-patterned skirt playfully tossed her hair, her beautiful eyes sparkling like autumn waters as she glanced at Jiang Jing. Ahem, classmate Yin, you are being modest. Jiang Jing, transfixed by the ethereal beauty before him, felt his focus wavering, prompting him to cough several times to regain his composure. From the information he had gathered, this seemingly agile girl was named Yin Feishua, hailing from Jiangzhou Experimental High School, and was the daughter of a local real estate conglomerate. Although the documents did not specify which group, it was evident from Yin Feishua's choice of the Roundland Shark as her initial spirit that her backing was quite formidable. Speaking of the Roundland Shark, Jiang Jing couldn't help but steal a few more glances before becoming somewhat entranced. Name, Roundland Shark, Dragon Ground. Gender, level, 20, entry. Ability, Sand Veil, evasion rate increases during sandstorms. Individual value qualification, 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31. Skills, tackle, quicksand abyss, sand toss. Dragon breath, heavy tread, self-destruction charge. Item held, none. Potential, champion, a potential demigod with 6 champion qualifications. Moreover, her prowess was on the verge of reaching an advanced level. Was Yin Feishua perhaps preparing to employ the Zhulan template? Jiang Jing's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and his peripheral vision instinctively darted toward the girl opposite him. The more he looked, the more he felt she bore a faint resemblance to a certain ice cream-loving blonde beauty. Noticing that Jiang Jing and Yin Feishua were ready, Zhang Huaimin, who had long anticipated their battle, promptly announced the commencement of the match. Since the Shichue Soroya had yet to recover, Jiang Jing had no choice but to send forth the fire-type Shoda, which was at a disadvantage against Yin Feishua's Pokémon. What a pity. Teacher Xiao Jiang didn't deploy Soroya this time. I was eager to see its performance against the Roundland Shark. Were you truly anticipating its prowess? It was evident you were merely looking to seize the opportunity to glean teacher Xiao Jiang's battle techniques. Your intentions are glaringly obvious. With the fire-type Shoda at a disadvantage against the Roundland Shark, I wonder if you all are not concerned about how teacher Xiao Jiang will fare in this match. What else could he do? Naturally, he would succumb to my goddess Yan's exquisite charm. You insufferable sycophant, go away. As the Pokémon of both combatants entered the arena, the surrounding students began to engage in animated discussion. The moment Zhang Huaimin declared the battle commenced, Yin Feishua immediately commanded the Roundland Shark. Roundland Shark, you Sandhell. In an instant, the Roundland Shark shimmered with radiant energy, and a whirl of sand and wind erupted in the arena, gradually evolving into an overwhelming sandstorm that obscured everyone's vision. The ferocious winds howled, and within this tempest, the fire-type Shoda felt the painful impact on its body and instinctively retreated a few steps, inadvertently losing sight of the Roundland Shark in the process. Upon witnessing the Roundland Shark initiate Sandhell, Jiang Jing quickly discerned Yin Feishua's strategy. She intended to leverage the sandstorm to amplify her own advantages. However, due to the limited moves available to the fire-type Shoda, Jiang Jing found himself at a loss and could only advise it to stay vigilant. Shoda, the fire-type nodded, cautiously surveying its surroundings. As it gazed into the vast expanse of swirling sand enveloping the battlefield, it gradually assumed a defensive stance. Amidst the ferocious sandstorm, the Roundland Shark capitalized on its sand veil ability and swiftly closed the distance to the fire-type Shoda, launching a surprise attack before it could react by forcefully stomping the ground, unleashing a powerful assault. Heavy stomp. Feeling the tremors from the ground and an ominous sense of danger, The fire-type Shota leaped backward in an attempt to evade the round land shark's onslaught. Alas, the impact radius of Heavy Stomp was vast, and as the colossal ground energy reverberated throughout the battlefield, the entire arena quaked, striking the still unsteady fire-type Shota directly. In the blink of an eye, the fire-type Shota was sent hurtling backward like a shooting star, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving cracks on the previously intact surface. Round land shark, Dragon Breath. Driven by a desire to strike down the fallen, Yen Feishue, upon witnessing a successful hit, commanded the round land shark to continue its assault. Determined to leave Tan Xiaoshu without any means of retaliation. With a fearsome roar, the round land shark concentrated terrifying dragon energy in its maw. Its gaze fixed intently on Tan Xiaoshu's position, before unleashing it with great force. A brilliant beam of bluish-purple light streaked across the sky, radiating an aura of dreadful power that instilled fear in all who beheld it, hurtling directly towards the still reeling Tan Xiaoshu. Dragon Breath. As the formidable attack approached, Jiang Jing furrowed his brows and urgently called out, Tan Xiaoshu, dodge. In response to his voice, Tan Xiaoshu, who had just leapt into action, sensed the overwhelming energy wave surging swiftly behind. Without a moment's hesitation, it curled its body and rolled to the right. A thunderous sound erupted as the energy attack from Dragon Breath narrowly grazed Tan Xiaoshu, crashing into the ground where it had previously stood, the sheer destructive force creating a massive crater. Tan Xiaoshu turned to gaze at the newly formed pit, cold sweat beginning to bead on its forehead, experiencing a profound sense of survival against the odds. With a low growl, Tan Xiaoshu unleashed the searing flames it had been harboring within, the intense heat rendering the swirling sands unbearably scorching. One could only imagine the intensity of its ire at that moment. The blazing inferno morphed into a roaring dragon, swiftly closing in on the round land shark with a direct trajectory, intent on engulfing it entirely. Fire Blast. Round land shark, counter with Dragon Breath. Observing the approaching fiery dragon, Yen Feishue's expression shifted, yet she had no intention of retreating. Instead, she opted for a head-on clash. With a deep roar, the round land shark fixated on the oncoming flames, once more releasing its Dragon Breath to confront the surging fire. In an instant, the two formidable energy attacks collided, resulting in a brief stalemate before erupting into a cataclysmic explosion. A resounding boom echoed throughout the arena, blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, compelling everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. The two Pokémon caught within the vicinity of this explosive energy were not spared either. They were struck by the tremendous shockwave. Their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Feeling the pain coursing through its body, Tan Xiaoshu could not suppress a pained cry, having sustained considerable injury. Meanwhile, the round land shark fared little better, finding itself toppled and unable to right itself. As the spectators reopened their eyes, they were greeted by the somewhat comical sight on the battlefield, leaving them momentarily stunned. Tan Xiaoshu, unleash another fire blast. Tan Xiaoshu, filled with excitement and unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, aimed once more at the round land shark and released its fire blast attack anew. Predictably, the searing jets of flame struck the round land shark with precision, engulfing its entire body and causing it to emit desperate cries as the intense heat scorched its form, rendering its visage increasingly pale. Yen Feishue, in a state of urgency, could no longer maintain her graceful demeanor and urgently called out to the round land shark, Round land shark, break free. As if receiving some profound insight, the previously trapped round land shark suddenly found strength, leaping with a vigorous motion that allowed it to break through the fiery confines. Jiang Jing, witnessing this unexpected turn, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, a hint of incredulity flickering across his face as he contemplated the reasonableness of the situation with those around him. With a mighty effort, the round land shark dashed out of the flames, swiftly regaining its footing on the sandy terrain, only to conceal itself beneath the swirling dust once more. Panting heavily, its breaths were noticeably labored, a clear indication of the energy expended. Noticing the round land shark's diminished state and comparing it to the condition of charcoal minion, Yen Feishue realized they were equally matched and made a decisive choice. Round land shark, it's time for a final sacrifice charge. As if on cue, both Pokémon sprang into action at their trainer's commands. Bathed in radiant light, the round land shark, despite the overwhelming side effects of its sacrificial charge, propelled itself toward charcoal minion with unwavering determination. Sacrifice charge. Jiang Jing could almost envision the dire consequences charcoal minion would face if the round land shark succeeded. Fortunately, reality diverged from his grim expectations. Before the round land shark could fully reach charcoal minion, it was intercepted by a barrier of flame, hurling it back and inflicting burn marks upon its skin. Round land shark, evade. Both Jiang Jing and Yen Feishue shouted simultaneously as the tides of battle shifted. Observing the combat prowess displayed by the young teacher, Jiang Jing couldn't help but feel inadequate in comparison. This is remarkable. Utilizing body rotation to release energy attacks effectively combines offense and defense. How could it be so uncomplicated? Isn't anyone concerned about Goddess Yan's potential defeat? This young teacher is rather ungentlemanly, isn't he? Shouldn't he at least consider yielding victory to Goddess Yan? As the battle between Jiang Jing and Yin Feishue concluded, fervent discussions erupted among the surrounding students, igniting the atmosphere with excitement. After all, this clash against the semi-divine round land shark was far more exhilarating than the previous battle against Larulus. Teacher Jiang, you truly are a treasure, Zhang Huaimin exclaimed after announcing the results, making a point to circle around Jiang Jing before continuing. You always manage to surprise me. Jiang Jing, scratching his head, could only respond with a humble chuckle. Teacher Xiao Jiang, I will win next time. Of course. I must also thank Teacher Xiao Jiang for teaching me a new battle technique. With that, a sweet smile graced the face of the girl in the skirt. Jiang Jing, upon hearing this, felt somewhat helpless but found no way to respond. Chapter 34. Ambush. Upon returning to his tent, Jiang Jing, as he had done the previous day, first retrieved an energy cube to restore the stamina of his companion, the charcoal sprite, before applying ointment to its wounds. Charcoal sprite, you performed excellently today. After administering the ointment, Jiang Jing looked at the quiet charcoal sprite, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he generously praised it. To be honest, he had felt uncertain about today's battle. Not only because the charcoal sprite was at a severe disadvantage against the round land shark, but also due to the considerations regarding skill moves. Given the limited repertoire of fire-type techniques mastered by the charcoal sprite, most of them were ineffective against the round land shark. At this juncture, he felt particularly grateful to a certain 10-year-old world championship winner. The charcoal sprite, while reserved in its emotions and unlike the exuberant Shichue Salgaleo, merely nodded in response to Jiang Jing's words. However, the observant Jiang Jing could discern its appreciation for the compliment through its subtle demeanor. At the same time, as Jiang Jing and the charcoal sprite shared this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the mist-enshrouded Yunwu Mountain, renowned as the sacred place of Xiling and the ancestral mountain of Hand. What a delightful place, remarked the Snake King, gazing at the ethereal beauty of Yunwu Mountain, which was veiled in thick fog. The Ghost King glanced at him, a hint of exasperation flashing across his pale, handsome face as he reminded him. This is not the time for sightseeing. If we linger here any longer, that fairy-like celestial king is likely to intercept us. After pondering for a moment, the Snake King acknowledged the wisdom in this observation, suppressing his desire to admire the scenery as his expression turned impassive. He then addressed the members of the Holy Fire sect behind him. Quickly set up the signal jammers and secure the entrances and exits around Yunwu Mountain. We must delay the League's discovery of our presence here. Yes, Lord Snake King, I will relay the orders at once, responded one of the highest-ranking members with urgency, swiftly disseminating the commands. The Snake King and the Ghost King exchanged satisfied glances and proceeded to lead the remaining members swiftly toward the direction of the Bashan Reservoir. As they neared the reservoir, the battle assessments at the North Wind training camp were still ongoing, completely oblivious to the presence of the ill-intentioned strangers nearby. While some students might inadvertently notice the newcomers, they would likely regard them as ordinary tourists rather than associate them with an evil organization. We cannot allow the North Wind training camp personnel to interfere with our plans. The Snake King and the Ghost King wore mischievous expressions as they faced the unsuspecting and defenseless students below, prompting them to instruct the Holy Fire sect members to swiftly take control of the situation. At the command of their leader, the members of the Holy Fire sect unleashed their Pokémon, charging down upon the trainees like ferocious tigers amidst a flock of sheep. In an instant, the once lively and peaceful camp turned chaotic, as every trainee exposed to the gaze of the Holy Fire members found themselves under attack. Faced with a staggering disparity in power and the overwhelming numbers of the Pokémon assaulting them, the trainees of the training camp quickly succumbed to the combined onslaught of the Holy Fire members. Even seed competitors like Lu Yi and Yin Feishue, who managed to temporarily hold their ground against the members attacking them, found their situation dire. Their resilience only drew the attention of even more formidable members of the Holy Fire sect, forcing them into combat against increasingly powerful Pokémon, ultimately leading to their capture. Professionals such as Zhang Huaimin, along with 2 other researchers and breeders, were directly assaulted by the monarch serpent dispatched by the Serpent King. Under the attack of a Pokémon of such caliber, Zhang Huaimin and his companions were rendered powerless, helplessly witnessing the leaf storm descend as their Pokémon lost the ability to fight. The nuisances have finally been dealt with, scoffed the Serpent King, to which the Ghost King nodded in agreement. With the outdoor trainees now subdued, the members of the Holy Fire sect redirected their attention to the surrounding tents, beginning a thorough search accompanied by a legion of Pokémon. Fortunately, Jiang Jing had sensed something amiss as the Holy Fire sect commenced their assault and had vacated his tent in a timely manner. Initially, he had intended to deploy his shiny Zoroark and Charcoal Butler to assist in repelling the Holy Fire members' attack, but upon noticing the presence of stronger trainers, He realized the futility of that plan and chose to temporarily vacate the camp to avoid further trouble. Many other trainees shared Jiang Jing's sentiments. Yet lacking the ability of shiny Zoroark to create illusions, only a scant few managed to escape the turmoil. Jiang Jing concealed himself in a relatively open area, utilizing the illusions conjured by shiny Zoroark to evade the search conducted by the Holy Fire members. He carefully observed their movements and noted that, after subjugating the training camp, they did not resort to lethal measures against the trainees. Gradually, his previously anxious heart began to find solace. Uncertain of the Holy Fire sect's motives and recognizing that his current strength posed no real threat to them, Jiang Jing refrained from acting impulsively. He resolved to report the unfolding events to the Alliance, waiting for the arrival of King Wei Yuan and others before seeking an opportunity to rescue Teacher Zhang and the others. After meticulously analyzing the situation, he let out a resigned sigh, quietly retrieving his phone to dial the number he had noted for Wei Yuan. However, upon pulling out his phone, he discovered the signal bar displayed a small no-signal icon, indicating that his hopes were dashed. The very fact that even the signal had been jammed suggested that the assault on the training camp had been premeditated. With this realization, Jiang Jing's heart sank. In such an isolated and helpless state, even the most skilled hands would struggle without resources. He could only hope that the Alliance would soon discover the anomalies at Cloud Mist Mountain and dispatch aid. What were they up to? While Jiang Jing was still contemplating strategies, his attention was inevitably drawn to the movements of the members of the Sacred Fire sect. Several members were seen directing their Pokémon to transport barrels marked with hazardous chemical waste directly towards the reservoir's lakeside. They proceeded to pour the contents of the barrels into the Ba Mountain Reservoir, swiftly tainting its once crystal-clear waters. The wild aquatic Pokémon residing in the reservoir sensed the deadly threat posed by the chemical waste and collectively surfaced, launching an assault on the members of the Sacred Fire sect in an attempt to halt the discharge of pollutants. In the face of this resistance from the wild water-type Pokémon, the pale and handsome face of the Ghost King displayed a hint of mockery as he dispatched his formidable Jengar, effortlessly repelling the attackers. Witnessing this scene unfold, Jiang Jing found himself momentarily bewildered, his mind flooded with questions. Were these individuals truly deranged? Had they attacked the North Wind training camp merely to poison the Ba Mountain Reservoir? Could it possibly be any more absurd? Chapter 35, Legendary Pokémon, Water Sovereign. Only after the members of the Sacred Fire sect had completed their dumping of chemical waste and witnessed the complete contamination of the Ba Mountain Reservoir did they step aside, quietly awaiting the next phase. Observing this highly abnormal occurrence, Jiang Jing gradually began to piece together the truth. No, there was a far greater ambition at play. Clearly, the actions of the Sacred Fire sect were not merely intended to pollute the water source. There was a more sinister plot afoot. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he felt a flush of embarrassment as he realized he had mistakenly equated the actions of the Sacred Fire sect with the oceanic dumping by Sakura Nation. What could their true goal be? As he pondered the current enigmas, a sudden recollection of what Chengdu had once said flashed through his mind, causing his expression to shift as he became momentarily dazed. The second tier, Divine Water Sovereign. He mentally roared. This was the only explanation that could elucidate the current behavior of the Sacred Fire sect. Sure enough, the subsequent events confirmed Jiang Jing's suspicions. Shortly after the reservoir was contaminated, the foul, dark water underwent a dramatic transformation. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the very center of the reservoir, piercing the clouds and soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the anomaly at Ba Mountain Reservoir captured the attention of many in Jiangzhou and the surrounding regions. Wei Yuan, having just emerged from the serene confines of the secret realm of Cool Beach, felt a heavy weight settle upon him as he stepped through the portal. Before he could inquire about the current findings regarding the Sacred Fire sect members, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the radiant beam of light stretching across the sky. What could that place be? Wei Yuan turned to the staff member who had come to assist him, eagerly pointing towards the direction of the light and voicing his curiosity. Somehow, the unusual actions of the Holy Flame cult today evoked an inexplicable premonition within him, suggesting a potential connection to the cult. The Heavenly King. It seems to be in the direction of Misty Mountain. The staff member furrowed his brow, gazing towards the source of the beam, pondering for a few moments before responding uncertainly. Misty Mountain? Wei Yuan repeated the name, nodding slightly to indicate his understanding, before instructing the personnel from the Alliance branch. The remaining task of pacifying the public is entrusted to you. The staff, not daring to take this lightly, promptly assured him that they would execute the task diligently. Having completed these arrangements, Wei Yuan produced a high-level Pokeball, releasing a sky-blue creature with wings as fluffy as cotton, the Chishi Skybird. This was a dragon-type Pokemon, one of his trump cards, possessing strength akin to that of a champion. He swiftly mounted the Chishi Skybird's back, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of Misty Mountain, and spoke with resolute seriousness. Chishi Skybird, head to that location. With a soft chirp, the Chishi Skybird looked in the direction of Wei Yuan's finger, then flapped its wings and soared into the azure sky. Naturally, many trainers in the Jiangzhou area made the same decision as Wei Yuan, hastily setting off towards the site of the disturbance at Misty Mountain. As time passed, the radiant light above the Baishan reservoir gradually faded, leaving only a translucent blue crystal that shimmered with a faint glow, quietly suspended above the water's surface. Under the influence of this blue crystal, the previously dark, foul-smelling water began to transform, gradually reverting to its untainted state. Indeed, something was hidden within the reservoir. Jiang Jing gazed ahead, unable to suppress a sigh as he looked at the blue crystal. He mused that the earlier Qingtian must have failed to detect its presence, likely because it was concealed within a dimensional space. The Holy Flame cult's destruction of the reservoir's environment had caused disturbances in the dimensional space, resulting in the emergence of this blue crystal. Subsequently, upon learning about the blue crystal, he fell into a daze. Source Crystal of Waterlord contains a fragment of the Waterlord's essence, possessing the incredible power to purify water sources, capable of enhancing the strength and potential of water-type Pokémon. One could only marvel at the legacy left by the second-tier deity. Though it merely contained a trace of the Waterlord's essence, its effects surpassed many attribute treasures. Jiang Jing felt a stirring desire within him. Had it not been for the presence of the Holy Flame cult members, he might have been unable to resist taking the blue crystal for himself. In stark contrast to Jiang Jing, the moment the Source Crystal of Waterlord appeared, the Serpent King and the Ghost King promptly arranged for personnel, mounting their mook eagles to fly towards the center of the reservoir. They anticipated the imminent arrival of the Water Lord. Witnessing the members of the Holy Flame cult acquiring the blue crystal, as the environment of the reservoir deteriorated once more, a smile involuntarily crept onto the Serpent King's lips. The Ghost King nodded in agreement, excitement bubbling within him, but considering the Water Lord's formidable power, he could not help but add, "We must double-check our preparations. We cannot afford any mishaps at this critical moment. Otherwise, we could scarcely withstand the wrath of a second-tier deity." Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, the Serpent King gradually tempered his emotions, for as the Ghost King had articulated, their current strength was still vastly inferior to that of the Water Sovereign. After much deliberation, the Serpent King hastily dispatched key members of the Sacred Fire sect to make final preparations, then settled into a quiet anticipation for the Water Sovereign's arrival. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Huan National Alliance, an undiscovered secret realm, the Azure Lake, lay in wait. At the very moment the crystal blue waters of the Ba Mountain Reservoir were seized, a mysterious spirit, concealed beneath a veil of white mist, swiftly traversed the water. Seemingly sensing the disturbance of the primordial source, the spirit's previously rapid pace gradually came to a halt. In that instant, a wondrous power emanated from beneath its feet, shimmering like stars scattered across the night sky, swiftly radiating outward from its position, exuding an extraordinary force. Under the influence of this power, the waters of Azure Lake became increasingly pristine, subtly revealing an enigmatic charm. Numerous wild spirits dwelling in the lake detected the changes in the water and joyously leapt from the surface, filled with excitement, drawing near to the mysterious being as if in a sacred pilgrimage. Yet, this enigmatic spirit offered no opportunity for engagement. Its expression was inscrutable, and its ruby-like eyes flickered with concern before it abruptly turned and dashed toward the exit of the secret realm. In that moment, it seemed to embody the north wind, accompanied by a gusty breeze that left traces upon the water's surface. As the north wind howled past, the delicate white mist was ultimately dispersed, revealing the true form of this mysterious spirit. Its body shimmered in hues of blue, adorned with white, block-like patterns, a sapphire-like ornament gracing its forehead, and two flowing tails swaying elegantly in the breeze. This was the target of the Sacred Fire sect, a legendary spirit, the Water Sovereign. Chapter 36. The Unknown Totem and the Confidence of the Sacred Fire sect. As time passed, the Sacred Fire sect ceased their activities, and the Cloud Mist Mountain suddenly fell into a notable silence. Whether due to the presence of the Sacred Fire sect or not, the chirps of the various bird spirits that once echoed through the forest had vanished without a trace. Just as Jiang Jing, anxious and fervent, prayed for the Alliance's swift arrival, a long, melodious bird call suddenly pierced the air, shattering the stillness above the campsite. Everyone instinctively looked up, their eyes drawn to a swift Qishi bluebird soaring through the sky, upon whose back sat a serious-faced middle-aged man. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Jing recognized that Wei Yuan had arrived, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. In contrast to Jiang Jing's ease, the members of the Sacred Fire sect appeared tense, their faces portraying a grave demeanor. Unexpectedly, it was this fairy monarch who had arrived first. A hint of helplessness flickered in the Serpent King's eyes as he sighed. In an effort to delay Wei Yuan's advance, the Holy Fire sect had meticulously prepared for a considerable time, yet the ultimate outcome was still unsatisfactory, which left him somewhat distressed. The Ghost King maintained an expression of calm, as if he had long anticipated this result, his deep-set eyes conveying, "This was entirely predictable. There is no room for disappointment." "Ah, How true that is. The Serpent King, taken aback by the remark, could not help but chuckle. Ignoring the hushed exchange between the Serpent King and the Ghost King, Wei Yuan, seated upon the back of the Qixi Qingyao, surveyed the members of the Holy Fire sect below with a piercing gaze, meticulously observing the state of the encampment. Upon witnessing the complete pollution of the reservoir and the countless wild water spirits appearing lethargic, an expression of fury emerged on his visage. How dare you, Holy Fire sect? Wei Yuan bellowed through clenched teeth. The moment he realized the pollution of the Baishan reservoir, he understood the Holy Fire sect's intentions. The situation aligned with his earlier suspicions. Their series of actions were aimed at the legendary spirits. Had he not recently consulted the Alliance's database, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly ordinary reservoir bore a connection to the legendary spirit, Lord of Water. However, what perplexed Wei Yuan even more was the audacity of the Holy Fire sect to dare to covet the legendary spirits. It is worth noting that even with his current strength, he could not hope to withstand even a brief confrontation with a legendary spirit of the second tier, let alone the Serpent King and Ghost King, who were both weaker trainers than he. Do not trouble yourself with this matter, King Wei Yuan, the Serpent King remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone as he beheld Wei Yuan's furious countenance. The Holy Fire sect has its own arrangements. Seeing that the Serpent King and his companions showed no remorse, Wei Yuan could no longer contain the flames of wrath surging within him. His icy gaze swept across all the members of the Holy Fire sect present, and he let out a cold snort. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Qixi Qingyao Dragon Pulse. As his words fell, the Qixi Qingyao emitted a sharp cry, its blue-violet radiance flickering erratically as terrifying dragon energy coalesced in an instant. Under the influence of this overwhelming energy surge, the entire space trembled faintly, the surrounding clouds torn asunder, permeated by an aura of impending destruction. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the mouth of the Qixi Qingyao, hurtling toward the Ghost King, Serpent King, and their companions with blinding speed. Dragon Pulse. As this formidable assault descended, the expressions of the Ghost King and Serpent King shifted noticeably. They hastily unleashed several Pokeballs, commanding in unison, Lord Serpent, Leaf Storm, Abolisher, Mud Bomb, Gung Gui Shadow Ball, Night Demon, Dark Pulse. With the combined efforts of their King-tier Pokémon, various techniques were unleashed, soaring towards the heavens, ultimately colliding with the Dragon Pulse unleashed by the champion Qixi Qingyao. In an instant, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a blinding radiance. As the surrounding space appeared to fracture ominously, the residual energy surged outward, creating a colossal wave that swept toward the entire camping base. Under the impact of this force, everyone was uncontrollably thrust backward, while numerous objects around them were ruthlessly destroyed, the tents being torn asunder in disarray. Moments later, as calm returned, the campsite lay in utter devastation. Noticing Wei Yuan's intent to continue his assault, the Ghost King's pallid visage betrayed a hint of urgency. Seething with indignation, he admonished, "Humph. Wei Yuan, I advise you to cease your actions at once. Surely you do not wish for any harm to befall these students?" Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, Wei Yuan felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelid. Following the direction indicated, his countenance darkened considerably. Before him, the students previously under the control of the Holy Fire sect were now ensnared in several tattered tents, trembling uncontrollably with fear. Not far from them, numerous members of the Holy Fire sect stood poised to unleash their skills, their intentions unmistakably menacing. Wei Yuan fell silent, caught in a dilemma, uncertain of his next move. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing, who was keenly observing the situation, found himself at a loss. Confronted with the hostage threat posed by the Holy Fire sect, which could be likened to an ace in a game, he had no viable strategy and could only bide his time, seeking an opportunity for rescue. Below, the Ghost King and the Serpent King exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that Wei Yuan would indeed refrain from further aggression. Confident in their hold over the hostages, they felt assured of their success. Consequently, they shifted their focus away from Wei Yuan in the skies, directing their attention instead to a device designed to detect energy fluctuations. As they awaited patiently, the previously inert detection apparatus began to exhibit new activity, suddenly displaying a massive light point that moved rapidly toward their location. "It's coming." Both the Ghost King and the Serpent King exclaimed in unison. "Holy Fire sect, you are playing with fire." Wei Yuan, noticing the members of the Holy Fire sect beginning to mobilize, realized that the Water Lord was approaching and could not help but issue a warning. "While the Water Lord has yet to arrive, you still have time to withdraw." The Ghost King and the Serpent King exchanged disdainful chuckles, their gazes laden with implication as they replied, "Wei Yuan, do you not wish to know how we found the audacity to scheme against a legendary spirit? Prepare to witness how the Holy Fire sect captures the Water Lord." Without hesitation, they produced numerous Pokeballs and released the spirits contained within. In an explosion of radiant crimson light, 28 spirits emerged, each uniquely formed and reminiscent of letters and punctuation marks. They were the unknown totems. The unknown totem. Chapter 37. The Ripple of Water, a paradoxical spirit from a bygone timeline. Upon witnessing the release of the spirits by the Holy Fire sect, Wei Yuan was rendered utterly bewildered. Despite being a master trainer specializing in fairy-type Pokémon, he possessed a certain understanding of the enigmatic unknown totem, a rather peculiar species. Unlike the majority of psychic Pokémon in this world, the unknown totem, while also of the psychic type, could only wield the skill of awakening power. Perhaps a select few with exceptional talents might learn the technique of psychic force, but that was the extent of their abilities. Were it not for the unknown totem's psychic nature and its combat-capable awakening power, coupled with its connection to the inscriptions found on ancient tablets unearthed from secret realms, these Pokémon would likely be relegated to the category of useless creatures by mainstream scholarly factions. Contemplating these circumstances, Wei Yuan found himself questioning the very fabric of existence. Had the members of the Holy Fire cult truly lost their minds? He mused. Simultaneously, he prepared himself for the impending battle with the Water Lord. Although the second-tier deity in a furious state was beyond his capabilities to confront, he felt compelled to face this challenge head-on for the safety of the trainees at the Northern Wind training camp. He hoped the Alliance would swiftly dispatch the 4 hidden stars upon receiving the news. After all, only legendary powers could contend with legends. On the other hand, in stark contrast to Wei Yuan's thoughts, Jiang Jing was struck with an unsettling sensation upon witnessing a multitude of unknown totems. The presence of 1 or 2 of these enigmatic beings may not pose a significant threat, but a large concentration signified something far more ominous. It was said that such gatherings could give rise to a mysterious and formidable power. In the animated film of his previous life, there had been instances where a swarm of unknown totems summoned the legendary Pokémon Inai's Phantom. Though merely a phantom, the involvement of legendary creatures was never a trivial matter. I hope my fears do not materialize, Jiang Jing murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. Otherwise, the success of this group is truly uncertain. Yet, the whims of fate are peculiar. The more Jiang Jing wished to avert disaster, the more it seemed fate delighted in such mischief. Shortly after the unknown totems manifested, the Serpent King, suppressing his excitement, retrieved an ancient tablet and a faintly drawn image from a meticulously secured box. The image, yellowed with age, displayed a blurred outline reminiscent of the Water Lord. Both items had been discovered by the Holy Fire cult in a certain secret realm beyond the borders, and the information inscribed within was believed to be the key to their planned success. After today, the Holy Fire cult would capture the world's attention. The Serpent King chuckled softly, his gaze fixated on the throng of unknown totems floating in midair, before shouting with fervor, "Unknown totems, summon the Water Lord." As his voice resonated, it seemed to activate some hidden mechanism, causing the floating unknown totems to spring into action, rapidly converging towards a common point. In the next moment, a terrifying and enigmatic purple orb materialized, as if a portal to another dimension had been unveiled, with crystalline formations spreading into the realm of reality. Mysterious and vast. Under an unseen force, the yellowed papers within the box began to flutter in the wind, drawn irresistibly towards the purple sphere. At that moment, an unsettling feeling surged within the hearts of all present, and the atmosphere at the camping site grew oppressive, as if something momentous was about to transpire. A heavy and savage roar echoed, and within the purple orb, a shadowy figure began to materialize. Although it had yet to fully emerge, the overwhelming and terrifying aura radiating from it instilled fear in all who beheld it, as if they were being targeted by some dreadful entity. Damn it! Jiang Jing sighed helplessly. He had already begun contemplating an escape, for facing the unknown entity summoned by the totem with his current strength could only lead to death. Wei Yuan, too, felt an immense pressure. Even though the spirit had not yet appeared, he recognized the formidable presence that belonged to legendary spirits. He never anticipated that the Holy Fire sect could actually summon such legendary power. Such strength was possessed by only a few alliances in this world. And yet here it was, in the hands of a nefarious organization he had disparaged. Heaven knows how incredulous he felt at that moment. Ignoring Jiang Jing and Wei Yuan's thoughts, the transformation of the purple orb gradually approached its climax. In the next instant, the orb began to shrink, and with it, a mysterious spirit emerged. The Water Lord had truly manifested. Wei Yuan widened his eyes, instinctively swallowing hard. The Snake King and Ghost King, along with other members of the Holy Fire sect, erupted into raucous laughter, confident that their plan was progressing without a hitch and that ultimate success was inevitable. Meanwhile, the captured students of the North Wind training camp stared in awe at the newly revealed Water Lord, their expressions filled with curiosity. What on earth is this Water Lord? They mused. It was clearly the paradox spirit, bouncing water. Among those present who recognized this enigmatic spirit, apart from Jiang Jing, everyone else assumed that the Holy Fire sect had summoned the Water Lord. However, the reality was quite different. As Jiang Jing gazed at the information presented before him, he felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. Name, Bouncing Water, Phantom, Water Dragon. Gender, none. Level, 100, Legendary. Ability, Ancient Vitality. When carrying driving energy or under clear weather, its most adept capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Individual value qualification, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, Sunny Day, Scratch, Glare, Roar, Hurricane, Water Jet, Bite, Water Pulse, Battle Cry, Dragon Breath, Area Destruction, Dragon Dive, Steam, Dragon Wave, Dragon Tail, Flamethrower, Water Cannon. Carried item, none. Potential, Level 2 Deity. The legendary entity known as the Ripple Water Phantom emerges from a timeline steeped in primal and wild paradoxes. Jiang Jing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing due to the current predicament. He recalled the Phantom NTI from the theatrical version, which had nearly spiraled out of control. Had it not been for Ash's protagonist aura, their escape from the verdant plains would have been questionable, perhaps seeking to test the prowess of the Ripple Water. The Ghost King and Snake King, after their initial excitement, pointed towards the sky where the watchful Wei Yuan lingered and maliciously proclaimed, "Water Lord, bring down that 7 stars bird in the sky." With that utterance, they eagerly anticipated the ensuing spectacle. Even Wei Yuan felt a hint of panic. This was a legendary Pokémon, and even in its phantom state, it was beyond his capacity to withstand. He contemplated whether to temporarily retreat and deal with the Holy Flame sect after the 4 hidden stars appeared. However, what transpired next left him dumbfounded. The Ripple Water stirred, emanating a terrifying aura as it conjured a potent blue-violet energy in its maw, unleashing it directly towards the Holy Flame sect's members. Indeed, you read correctly. The Ripple Water was targeting the Holy Flame sect. "Waterlord, what are you doing? Our summoning is what brought you into this world." The Snake King and his companions, caught off guard, hastily attempted to evade while vociferously questioning the Ripple Water. According to the information they had deciphered from the stone tablet, summoned legendary phantoms were supposed to obey their summoners. Yet the current situation starkly contradicted their records. How could this not incite their fury? In response to the Snake King's inquiry, the Ripple Water's eyes were filled with ferocity and disdain. With a mere roar, it resumed its assault. As an ancient paradoxical spirit, it was inherently infused with a primal wildness, retaining the bloodthirsty and brutal essence of prehistoric beings. Submission was far from its inclination. Had the Holy Flame sect truly miscalculated? Wei Yuan observed the ludicrous scene below, tilting his head as if momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure and witnessed the chaotic flight of the Holy Flame sect's members, a glimmer of realization struck him, prompting him to direct the 7 stars bird towards the trapped trainees. Thanks to the Water Lord's interference, the members of the Holy Flame sect, who were supposed to guard the training camp students, had rushed to assist the Snake King and his cohorts, presenting him with the perfect opportunity for rescue. Moments later, Wei Yuan successfully liberated the trainees and guided them to a nearby safe zone for shelter, while he continued to monitor the situation involving the Water Lord and the Holy Flame sect. At that moment, under the relentless onslaught of the Ripple Water, the members of the Holy Flame sect found themselves akin to a fragile boat battered by a tempest, perilously close to capsizing. They could hardly fathom such an outcome. Reflecting on Wei Yuan's earlier words, the Snake King and Ghost King exchanged glances, each seeing regret mirrored in the other's eyes. As they beheld the dwindling number of remaining spirits and the relentless advance of the formidable Wave King, the Ghost King's expression hardened. He proclaimed loudly, to the students. Convinced that Wei Yuan would not remain passive while the students faced danger, he led the remaining members of the Holy Fire sect in a frenzied rush toward the training camp. Witnessing this scene, Wei Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. His desire to intervene ignited. Yet, before he could approach, another assault from Wave King struck, a terrifying beam of energy emanating with a destructive aura, launching forth with unbridled ferocity. Perhaps foreseeing the impending chaos, Wei Yuan's hands trembled violently. He could not suppress the tears that streamed down his face as he cried out in despair. In that critical moment, another equally fearsome attack suddenly emerged, hurtling towards the Wave King's offensive. The two dreadfully powerful forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Space itself seemed to tear apart, and the clouds dissipated into nothingness. A blinding white light engulfed all present, rendering them incapable of opening their eyes. The residual energy obliterated every tree and rock within sight, laying waste to the entire camp as it spread outward, enveloping the misty mountain in a swirling storm of dust and smoke. This was but a mere display of the legendary spirit's might. Wave King. Chapter 38. The Legendary Battle. Wave King, the Phantom Water. When tranquility was finally restored, Wave King ceased its assault on the Holy Fire sect, casting a gaze towards a particular spot on Misty Mountain. Its fierce visage now tinged with an unusual sense of caution. The survivors of the training camp, having narrowly escaped, greedily inhaled the air, feeling grateful for their unexpected survival against the recent onslaught. They had believed their end was nigh, yet assistance from an unknown entity had arrived with astonishing swiftness, leaving them in awe. As this realization dawned upon them, their eyes instinctively turned towards the direction of Wave King's gaze, filled with gratitude and reverence. Jiang Jing and Wei Yuan were no exception. They anxiously focused on the unknown presence, their hearts a mixture of tension and anticipation. At that moment, the dust on Misty Mountain began to settle, and a white mist rose around them. Within the nebulous fog, the silhouette of a mysterious figure gradually came into view, accompanied by an ethereal wailing that caused the mist to part. This unveiled the obscuring veil of white surrounding the enigmatic being. In the next instant, upon glimpsing the visage of this mysterious entity, the trainees of the North Wind training camp instinctively rubbed their eyes, convinced they had misperceived the scene before them. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Another Water King had appeared. However, this one bore a striking contrast to the one summoned by the malevolent faction. Numerous trainees began to compare the appearances of the Water King and Wave King, engaging in animated discussions upon recognizing their differences. As for Wei Yuan, he displayed no surprise at the emergence of the Water King, for he had long harbored suspicions. This moment merely confirmed his thoughts. Jiang Jing was somewhat taken aback as he gazed at the information displayed on the panel, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Name: Shui Jun, Water Sovereign. Gender: none. Level 2 Deity, Purification Deity. Traits: Mental Fortitude, possesses a trained spirit, unyielding in the face of adversarial attacks. Remains steadfast against intimidation. Individual value qualifications: 31. Attack: 31. Defense: 31. Special attack: 31. Special defense: 31. Speed: 31. Skills: Absolute 0, Glare, Water Gun, Wind, White Mist, Blizzard, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Bite, Meditation, Ice Fong. Tailwind, Crunch, Psychic, Surf, Mirror Coat, Rain Dance, Hydro Pump, Protect. Carried item: none. Potential: Level 2 Deity. The expressions of the members of the Holy Fire sect were considerably complex. It is worth noting that Shui Jun was the target of their current endeavor, while Bodang Shui was the summoned ally to assist in achieving their goal. However, the current situation had taken an unexpected turn. The entity regarded as an ally, Bodang Shui, immediately launched an assault upon their arrival, while the target, Shui Jun, extended a helping hand. This peculiar reversal was strikingly odd. In response, the Snake King and the Ghost King remained silent, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events. Ignoring the thoughts of those present, as Shui Jun emerged from the white mist, Bodang Shui could no longer suppress its inherent nature, emanating an aura of brutal ferocity, charging straight towards Shui Jun. Its feet propelled it rapidly across the ground, the weight of its massive form causing the earth to tremble, creating deep impressions in its wake. Simultaneously, the menacing aura it exuded intensified. The chilling intent to kill seemed to crystallize, posing a threat and instilling fear among all living beings present. This was the dragon-type skill, Dragon Dive. Initially tranquil, Shui Jun displayed a flicker of confusion in its ruby-like eyes upon witnessing this scene, seemingly perplexed by Bodang Shui's actions. Woo-woo. The ethereal voice of Shui Jun resonated once more, attempting to dissuade Bodang Shui from its assault. Yet, faced with Shui Jun's inquiries and reassurances, Bodang Shui paid no heed, becoming increasingly savage and ferocious, driven by a primal urge to rend Shui Jun asunder. Seeing that its entreaties bore no fruit, Shui Jun's irritation began to surface. It unleashed a torrent of water from its mouth, akin to a roaring river cascading forth, aimed directly at Bodang Shui's path. Surging forward with remarkable force, Hydro Pump. As the mighty wave surged toward it, Bodang Shui instinctively sought to evade. Yet the momentum of its advance rendered it unable to halt its charge. Ultimately, it could only watch helplessly as it collided head-on. Fortunately, a timely reaction allowed it to barely regain control, flipping its body to land firmly on the ground, sending dust soaring and particles swirling through the air. The undulating water shook off the droplets clinging to its form, its eyes still retaining the ferocity and ruthlessness from moments before. Although it had been struck by the Water Lord's powerful water cannon, its innate quadruple resistance to water-type attacks mitigated the damage significantly. With a furious roar, the undulating water expelled a torrent of blue-purple dragon energy from its mouth, which swiftly coalesced into a massive shockwave aimed once more at the Water Lord. Perhaps influenced by the clear skies, the ancient vitality inherent in its nature was awakened, enhancing its special attack capabilities and amplifying the potency of this Dragon Pulse technique. Confronted with this terrifying onslaught, the Water Lord's previously placid demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of gravity and complexity, as if sensing the immense threat concealed within the attack. With a powerful leap, it propelled itself forward into a running stance, evading the fearsome Dragon Pulse that surged towards it. The blue-purple energy wave continued its trajectory, now devoid of a target, soaring skyward and scattering the clouds into disarray until it finally dissipated. Casting a glance at the scene behind, The Water Lord felt the lingering energy waves and resolved to no longer hold back, summoning forth a fierce blizzard. In an instant, the weather over Cloud Mist Mountain transformed. The once clear skies were shrouded in thick clouds, and countless snowflakes began to fall, rapidly lowering the temperature of the mountainside. Under the Water Lord's deliberate control, the northern winds howled, directing the icy blizzard toward the location of the undulating water. The undulating water, ill-equipped to withstand the frigid assault, could not suppress its roar, attempting to invoke a sunny day technique to alter the weather. However, it ultimately failed. In the struggle for control over the weather, the already weaker undulating water stood no chance against the Water Lord's formidable second-tier divine power, and the outcome was all but inevitable. As the blizzard engulfed it, the undulating water became encrusted with ice crystals, seemingly trapped in a frozen state that severely hampered its mobility and strength. Noticing the undulating water's predicament, the Water Lord seized the rare opportunity, swiftly closing the distance with elegant grace. Like a startled swan, it approached the undulating water, its teeth glowing with an icy blue light, radiating a piercing chill as it bit down fiercely. Frozen Fawn. Due to its frozen state, the undulating water could not evade the attack, enduring the brunt of the Water Lord's frozen fawn. Pain flickered across its fierce visage, compelling it to emit a heart-wrenching cry. Chapter 39. The method to break the stalemate. Target unknown totem. The Water Lord intended to press the advantage and further its dominance. Yet, the undulating water would not grant it this opportunity. Gritting through the pain coursing through its body, it lashed out with its long, resilient tail, unleashing a sweeping strike. The immense tail, infused with its entire strength and unwavering resolve, descended like a divine blade, delivering a devastating blow. Area of destruction. Due to the proximity of the encounter and the suddenness of the event, Shui Jun was unable to evade in time, leaving him to endure the crushing impact of the formidable tail. A low, mournful cry escaped his lips, reminiscent of a kite severed from its string, as he was propelled backward at an alarming speed. It was not until he struck the ground with a heavy thud that the force exerted by Bo Dang Shui upon him was finally released, causing his body to slide a considerable distance across the earth. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers who had gathered to witness this legendary battle were engulfed in panic, their hearts racing with anxiety for Shui Jun, fervently hoping for his triumph over Bo Dang Shui. After all, he was their sole reliance. And the ferocity displayed by Bo Dang Shui had instilled a profound sense of despair among the crowd. As Bo Dang Shui's feet pounded the ground, charging towards Shui Jun with reckless abandon, intent on inflicting a devastating blow, Wei Yuan's expression shifted in alarm. He swiftly commanded the Qixi Qingyao, employ Dragon Pulse to thwart him. With a solemn nod, Qixi Qingyao cast a grave glance at the menacing Bo Dang Shui below, before unleashing the full might of Dragon Pulse. Perhaps sensing the commotion behind him, Bo Dang Shui abruptly turned, eyeing the incoming wave of azure-purple energy with a dismissive snort, his contempt glaringly evident. In a swift motion, he lashed out with his razor-sharp claws, tearing through the energy wave in mere moments, dissipating it into nothingness. Following this, perhaps driven by his brutal nature, Bo Dang Shui lifted his gaze and unleashed the Dragon Meteor technique. In an instant, the sky was filled with a multitude of meteors cascading down like a meteor shower, each trailing a slender tail and exuding an aura of terror as they hurtled towards Qixi Qingyao. Witnessing this cataclysmic sight, Wei Yuan's countenance stiffened, and he hurriedly directed Qixi Qingyao to evade, attempting to escape the wrath of the Dragon Meteor. However, the power emanating from a legendary Pokémon was formidable. The range of the Dragon Meteor attack was vast, and the sheer number of falling meteors was overwhelming. Qixi Qingyao found it impossible to evade entirely, ultimately being struck by a colossal meteor. With just one blow, Qixi Qingyao was rendered incapable of battle, her body succumbing to the forces of gravity and inertia, plummeting heavily towards the ground. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, still perched upon her back, was also jolted by the impact, feeling a disorienting wave wash over him as his insides shifted slightly. This was, however, the best outcome they could achieve, thanks to Qixi Qingyao's valiant efforts to shield him with her defensive techniques. The sheer strength of a legendary Pokémon was indeed unfathomably potent. As the speed of the Qixi Bluebird's descent gradually stabilized, Wei Yuan discerned that he was drawing ever closer to the ground. In this precarious situation, he hesitated not a moment to unleash his other flying spirits. Once he had completed this task, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, leaning weakly against the back of the valiant eagle, which then began its descent toward the earth. Upon finally touching down, Wei Yuan sensed a slight resurgence of his strength, allowing him to slowly dismount the eagle. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the turbulent waters and the Water Lord, observing that the two legendary-level spirits were once again embroiled in fierce combat, with the Water Lord regaining the upper hand. A sigh of relief escaped him, though he pondered how long this battle might endure. With the resurgence of this legendary conflict, the Cloud Mist Mountain was inevitably suffering catastrophic damage. countless trees and rocks being reduced to dust, leaving behind a landscape riddled with craters. Should the battle persist, the individuals still within the mountain would inevitably share the same grim fate. It was at this moment that Jiang Jing, accompanied by the rejuvenated Choi Solaria, approached him with urgency. Wei Yuan, I seek your assistance in halting this senseless battle. Jiang, do share your thoughts. Wei Yuan, though taken aback by Jiang Jing's sudden appearance, chose not to dwell on his surprise and instead inquired about a specific solution. Wood on water? Is that the name of that legendary spirit? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Jing, and then nodded firmly. I understand. Despite his curiosity regarding how Jiang Jing had discerned the spirit's name, he deemed it not the moment for such contemplation and opted to set aside his thoughts for the time being. After a brief moment of reflection, unable to conceive of a superior approach, he ultimately resolved to trust Jiang Jing's judgment and take action against the unknown totem group. Mimikyu. Unleash the most potent wave of malevolence. Wei Yuan directed his finger towards the unknown totem, his expression grave as he addressed the newly summoned Mimikyu. The fabric surrounding Mimikyu drooped, its gaze fixated intently upon the gathering unknown totem group, and it unleashed a terrifying aura filled with malice, launching it straight at them. The black, menacing energy sliced through the air with precision, striking the unknown totem group and causing their gathered violet orb to tremble violently. This also inevitably impacted Blood on Water, who was still locked in battle with the Water Lord, rendering its form somewhat ethereal. This is promising. Wei Yuan felt a surge of excitement at this development, urging Mimikyu to intensify its onslaught, hoping to aid the Water Lord still engaged in conflict. Observing the balance among the unknown totems being disrupted by the champion-level power, Jiang Jing did not hesitate. He quickly released the recuperating charcoal attendant and directed it alongside Choi Solaria to unleash their skills, joining the assault on the unknown totem group. In an instant, a multitude of skills and techniques manifested, relentlessly bombarding the location of the unknown totems. The traitor of the Dragon Clan, Qixi Qingyao. Chapter 40. An unexpected turn of events. Awakening superpowers. As the attacks intensified, it appeared that the unknown totem group was beginning to falter. Many of the unknown totems emitted piercing cries, seemingly attempting to dissuade Tan Xiaoshu and Mafenkyu, the sprites still engaged in their assault. However, with the dawn of victory glimmering ahead, how could Jiang Jing and Wei Yuan choose to retreat? Not only did they not allow the sprites, including Shitsue Suolia, to cease their onslaught, but they also urged them to escalate their attacks, determined to scatter the unknown totems. Success was imminent. Mafenkyu, push harder. Wei Yuan gazed intently at the unknown totem group, noticing their unusual behavior, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Jing also shouted encouragement. Tan Xiaoshu and Suolia, we must not concede defeat. Bolstered by their motivating words, the spirits fighting spirits soared, resulting in an even more vigorous barrage. Ultimately, with a resounding shatter, the once tightly unified group of unknown totems erupted explosively, sending countless totems scattering in disarray. With the control over the unknown totems shattered, the amassed violet light orb began to exhibit signs of instability, trembling violently and expanding, hinting at a potential loss of control. This is bad. We must evacuate immediately. Wei Yuan sensed the impending danger. Disregarding all else, he turned to Jiang Jing and urged him to flee toward a safer area along with Mafenkyu. At this moment, Jiang Jing fully grasped the gravity of the situation. His usual composure dissipated, replaced by urgency and trepidation. He shouted to Tan Xiaoshu and Shitsue Suolia. Tan Xiaoshu and Suolia, cease your attacks at once. Tan, Suo. The two sprites nodded, their faces reflecting a newfound anxiety, and they promptly halted their assault, swiftly moving closer to him. It was then that the violet energy orb abruptly ceased its transformation, and the points of contact with the real world began to fracture. A colossal surge of psychic energy poured into reality, gradually coalescing into tangible form, manifesting as enormous violet crystals. The situation continued to deteriorate as these violet crystals spread outward at an incomprehensible pace, engulfing everything they touched and converting it into crystalline form. Witnessing this cataclysmic transformation, the crowd was beset by confusion and dread, fleeing in disarray towards safety. Under the influence of this uncontrolled psychic energy, the strength of the previously battling Bo Dangshui began to wane, its form growing increasingly indistinct. Sensing the shift in Bo Dangshui's power, the Water Lord seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating beam of destruction at a critical moment, sending Bo Dangshui hurtling away. In an instant, already weakened, Bo Dangshui was severely harmed, its form becoming even more nebulous, as if on the verge of vanishing. A roar echoed, perhaps aware of its impending fate. The malevolent gaze of the tumultuous waters revealed a trace of unwillingness, followed by a surge of frenzied wrath. Yet this time, it did not launch an assault on the Water Lord. Instead, it directed its fury towards Wei Yuan and Jiang Jing, retreating in their direction, its expression now rife with madness and resolve. Clearly, in its final moments before vanishing, The tumultuous waters chose to unleash all the hatred and anger harbored within against the two culprits responsible for its demise. Wei Yuan discerned the energy attack unleashed by the tumultuous waters and, without hesitation, commanded the Mirage Hill to block the onslaught, while he continued his escape from the crystalline-covered area. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing's expression darkened, perilously close to despair. The Water Lord, noticing Jiang Jing's predicament, felt a sense of gratitude towards this human who had recently aided in the defeat of the tumultuous waters. Thus, in the fleeting moments before the energy attack descended, the previously serene Water Lord sprang into action, utilizing its divine powers to unleash an invisible, miraculous force to shield Jiang Jing. Grateful, Jiang Jing cast a quick glance at the Water Lord before urging Tan Xiaoshi and Shi Chui Su Luoya to hasten their escape from the mist-covered mountains. However, the next moment brought an unforeseen turn of events. The collision between the divine powers and the energy attack triggered an uncontrollable reaction, causing the previously steady crystalline structure to accelerate its spread without warning. In the blink of an eye, this unbridled mental force, manifesting as crystalline matter, surged beneath Jiang Jing's feet, and before he could react, it violently invaded his body. Simultaneously, under the influence of this force, his legs began to crystallize, a trend that rapidly intensified, spreading upward. Jiang Jing, caught off guard, could not help but offer a bitter smile as the thought crossed his mind. Observing his legs now ensconced in crystalline matter, he sighed helplessly and urged Tan Xiaoshi and Shi Chui Su Luoya, "You must leave this place at once." Tan Xiaoshi shook his head, attempting to dissolve the crystalline matter with flames, yet in the face of such an overwhelming situation, his efforts proved futile. Shi Chui Su Luoya, with glistening eyes, relentlessly rammed against the crystalline cocoon enveloping Jiang Jing's legs, embodying a determination to not relent on they could perceive that. As time progressed, the aura emanating from Jiang Jing grew increasingly potent. Although Tan Xiaoshi and Shi Cui Suliya were uncertain whether this was beneficial or detrimental for Jiang Jing, it seemed to be an improvement compared to the earlier perilous situation. Notably, the circumstances surrounding Jiang Jing had notably stifled the previously uncontrollable spread of the crystal entities. A soft, ethereal voice echoed, drawing attention to an enigmatic totem in the sky. The unknown totem shook its head in refusal, seemingly reluctant to acquiesce. It was only when Shui Jun exuded the unique pressure characteristic of a second-tier deity, striving to win over the spirits with virtue, that the unknown totem group begrudgingly consented. At that moment, his psychic powers could easily rival those of a quasi-king-level psychic entity. Chapter 41. The Departure of Shui Jun, a Godless Era. Jiang Jing was unaware of how long he had been asleep. Upon awakening, he found it was already dusk. Tan Xiaoshi and Shi Cui Suliya stood by him like loyal sentinels, quietly guarding his side. The setting sun cast elongated shadows upon them, rendering the scene remarkably serene. Seeing the surroundings gradually return to normal, with the terrifying crystal entities vanished, he found himself momentarily stunned, only to realize that everything had concluded. Jiang Jing smacked his lips, feeling parched, and instinctively reached for his backpack to retrieve a bottle of water. Shi Cui Suliya, seemingly attuned to Jiang Jing's thoughts, deftly unzipped the bag with her delicate paw and skillfully retrieved a bottle of water, presenting it to him. Tan Xiaoshi remained silent, the flames flickering in its eyes as it naturally settled beside Jiang Jing. "Thank you, Suliya," Jiang Jing said, accepting the water and affectionately ruffling her small head. Overjoyed, Shi Cui Suliya nuzzled against him with her soft fur. After downing a bottle of water, Jiang Jing turned his gaze towards Tan Xiaoshi and Shi Cui Suliya, reflecting on the day's events, his voice low as he murmured, "I truly owe you both so much today, were it not for their unwavering support." He doubted he would have endured until his psychic awakening, likely succumbing to the overwhelming mental forces far sooner. Recalling the previous circumstances, Jiang Jing felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He attempted to sense the nature of his awakened psychic abilities, curious about what powers he had acquired, only to be left in astonishment. The formidable psychic force coursing through him, akin to that of a quasi-king, was not the result of gradual meditation and training. Rather, it was a shortcut to power. It was akin to a 3-year-old unexpectedly wielding an unparalleled divine weapon without the slightest idea of how to utilize it. What troubled Jiang Jing further was his tendency to unconsciously employ his psychic abilities, which began to disrupt his daily life. At that moment, a hauntingly ethereal voice resonated through the air. Perhaps noticing Jiang Jing's embarrassment, the Water Lord, enveloped in a misty aura, gracefully approached him, leaving delicate ice crystals in her wake. Her ruby-like eyes fixed intently on Jiang Jing for a moment, before the sapphire adornment upon her head began to emit a gentle, radiant light that cascaded over him. Jiang Jing could feel that under this soft illumination, his once boundless abilities seemed to be shackled, most of them sealed away, leaving only a fraction for his use. Even though this limited power was not yet within his complete command, it was nonetheless a significant improvement from his previous state. "This shall be one of my tokens of gratitude," He heard a celestial voice whisper in his ear, prompting him to look around, only to realize he was alone. Waterlord, were you just speaking to me? Jiang Jing gazed at the Waterlord with a mixture of doubt and certainty. This must be what they call telepathy. He mused silently, wondering when he might master such a skill. The Waterlord nodded gently, her purple hair and flowing tail swaying gracefully in the breeze, creating an indescribably pleasing sight. It is I. Her telepathic voice resonated again, and with her exquisite control, a familiar blue crystal materialized before Jiang Jing. Seeing this, Jiang Jing felt a flicker of confusion and couldn't help but ask, is this a gift for me? Despite having battled the turbulent waters earlier, her heightened perception as a second-tier deity allowed her to recognize Jiang Jing and Wei Yuan's contributions. Had they not intervened, the legendary battle might have continued indefinitely. Even though the Water Lord was confident of her eventual victory, she knew it would greatly affect her strength. Then I shall not be polite. Jiang Jing's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together, accepting the gift without a second thought, embodying the principle of unity between knowing and acting. Through the legendary battle that had erupted today, he had come to fully comprehend his own limitations, and seeing an artifact of such significance being offered to him, how could he refuse? He smiled silently, stowing the blue crystal away in his backpack. Immediately after presenting the token of gratitude, the Water Lord leaped gracefully, landing firmly atop the polluted Ba Mountain reservoir. In the next moment, her sapphire adornment radiated a brilliant light, unleashing a pure, sanctifying force that spread swiftly throughout the reservoir, as though a river flowed into the sea through her limbs. After a brief pause, perhaps sensing the Water Lord's intent to depart, Jiang Jing recalled something and could not suppress his curiosity. Water Lord, have the top-tier legendary spirits already descended into this world? This question had plagued him for quite some time, and the thought of the cataclysmic power those legendary beings possessed filled him with a fervent desire for an answer. The legendary battle that transpired today was merely an unintended consequence, nearly leading him into an irrevocable abyss. The subtle hints of impending calamity suggest that if the true legendary beings were to emerge, the ensuing conflict would be unfathomably terrifying. The northern winds howled, and the white mist receded. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's call, the Water Lord's hurried steps momentarily faltered, his eyes flashing with a complex expression before he resumed his predetermined course. Just as he was about to turn away, a familiar, ethereal voice echoed in his ears, leaving Jiang Jing momentarily stunned. In a world devoid of deities, the creator god, Arceus the Llama. Chapter 42, The Holy Flame Sect. Do they keep cats? In a world without gods, Jiang Jing could scarcely fathom such a revelation. It is important to note that the Water Lord is a second-tier deity endowed with divine authority, yet even he refrains from claiming the title of a god. Clearly, in his eyes, only top-tier legendary beings like Ho-Oh and Rayquaza could truly bear such a designation. Upon contemplating these four words, Jiang Jing felt an overwhelming sense of hidden implications, sending chills down his spine. Based on the information he currently possessed, he speculated that there were perhaps two possibilities regarding this statement. The first being that top-tier legendary beings like Ho-Oh had yet to descend into this world. The second being that they had all perished. These seemed to him the most plausible outcomes. Otherwise, the whereabouts of these supreme legends would remain inexplicable. He pondered which of the two scenarios might hold true. If it were the first, it would be somewhat acceptable. However, if the latter were the case, it would be utterly horrifying. Jiang Jing rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, as Jiang Jing remained lost in thought, Wei Yuan had finally resolved the crisis at Cloud Mist Mountain triggered by the legends. Noticing Jiang Jing had awakened, he approached with a slow, measured pace. Classmate Jiang, you are finally awake. Wei Yuan exhaled in relief. Jiang Jing smiled wryly and sighed. This time, I've been a burden to the king. The swift resolution of the crisis at Cloud Mist Mountain was largely thanks to your suggestion. Wei Yuan responded with a serious demeanor. Classmate Jiang, how can you say you've been a burden? In a few days, the Alliance will credit your achievements to your identity card, so be sure to check it then. All right, I understand. Jiang Jing nodded, then inquired, how are the trainees in the camp faring now? He glanced around for a while, but found few familiar faces, prompting him to voice his confusion. Rest assured, classmate Jiang, Wei Yuan replied, gazing lazily towards the reservoir. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and turned to Jiang Jing with a teasing glint in his eye, though it is somewhat unfortunate. Your cohort at the North Wind training camp has concluded in such a haphazard manner. Jiang Jing briefly paused at this remark, then shrugged in realization. Indeed, it was quite a haphazard conclusion. Who could have anticipated encountering a legendary battle? However, he found it difficult to agree that it was indeed bad luck. After all, this time he had achieved considerable success, awakening his superpowers and acquiring the legendary artifact, the blue crystal. He was uncertain whether the rewards from the training camp would still be valid. Jiang Jing sighed inwardly, his expression shifting as he began to harbor resentment towards the group that had attacked the training camp. If only they had waited until the camp was nearly over to execute their plan. That way, I wouldn't have to be troubled by this matter, he thought to himself. Classmate Jiang, I have something important to remind you. Pondering over this, Jiang Jing tentatively inquired, Tian Wang, is the situation you mentioned related to the group that attacked the training camp today? In the next moment, Wei Yuan nodded solemnly and proceeded to explain. The assailants were members of the nefarious organization known as the Holy Fire Cult, which has long been active within our nation. The identity of their leader remains a mystery, while the 4 senior officials are trainers of the Tian Wang level. Among them, the 2 leaders today were the Serpent King Su Xian and the Ghost King Ming Kai-shen. Regrettably, due to the legendary battle, these 2 formidable figures managed to escape. Considering that this organization was obsessively seeking the Phoenix King to fulfill some unrealistic obsession, it was likely they would harbor resentment over this incident and potentially resort to extreme actions. After delivering this unsettling information, Wei Yuan noticed Jiang Jing bowing his head in silence, mistakenly believing him to be frightened by the sudden news. Just as he was about to reassure Jiang Jing that the Jiangzhou Alliance would prioritize the safety of the North Wind training camp students, Jiang Jing abruptly lifted his head and posed a question that left him questioning his own existence. By the way, Wei Yuan Tian Wang. Classmate Jiang, do you have any other questions? I just wanted to ask, does the Holy Fire Cult keep cats? This unexpected query rendered Wei Yuan speechless. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, contemplating the possibility of being targeted by the Holy Fire Cult, Jiang Jing rubbed his stomach, which was growling in hunger. With tears in his eyes, he consumed 3 large bowls of rice, only to be left with a slight headache afterward. Being pursued by an evil organization was hardly a good omen. After all, he was not someone like Qi Yi, who could topple Team Rocket within 2 months of debut. Although he had certain advantages, they were not substantial. After a moment of silent reflection, realizing that overthinking would serve no purpose, Jiang Jing could only pray that the Jiangzhou division would swiftly apprehend those members of the Holy Fire Cult who did not keep cats. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the panel to check on the progress of Tan Xiaoshi and Shi Chui Luoya, as this journey to the North Wind training camp had indeed enhanced their abilities significantly. Name, Tan Xiaoshi, Fire. Gender, Level 21 Senior. Ability, Firestarter. When attacked by Fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own Fire-type moves. Individual value qualifications, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 25. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, Glare, Spark, Intimidate, Destiny Bond, Clear Smog, Phosphor Fire, Charged Flame Strike, Flame Vortex, Nightshade, Protect. Item held, none. Potential, Champion. Name, Zoroark, Shiny Form, General Ghost. Gender, not specified. Level, 22 Advanced. Ability, Illusion, transforms into a recently seen Pokémon to confuse opponents. Individual value qualifications, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 28. Speed, 31. Skills, Scratch, Glare, Taunt, Shadow Sneak, Swords Dance, Curse, Psychic, Fake Cry, Protect, Provocation. Item held, none. Potential, Near Champion. Upon witnessing the substantial advancement of Charcoal Little Servant and Shiny Zoroark to the advanced level, as well as their acquisition of new skills, Jiang Jing could not help but nod in satisfaction. The joy radiating from his face dispelled much of the gloom that had lingered overhead. Photographer, Phoenix King. Chapter 43, Invitation to Join. On the morning of August 30th, Wednesday, Jiang Jing awoke from his slumber. Just as he prepared energy cubes for Charcoal Little Servant and Shiny Zoroark, he received an unexpected phone call, a call from Jiang University's breeding house. Due to a recent surge in applicants, they requested that he promptly visit the breeding house to select his Pokémon. The voice on the other end was soft and melodious, evoking a flurry of thoughts. According to her introduction, this was the reward promised from the last North Wind training camp, and Jiang Jing's performance had certainly merited it. At this moment, nearly a month had passed since the crisis at Cloud Mist Mountain, and there had been no sign of activity from the North Wind training camp. He had thought that the rewards were destined to be indefinitely delayed. He could hardly believe it. The August heat was unbearable, and Jiangzhou's weather was particularly oppressive. Even the trees were on the verge of heat stroke. Braving the scorching sun, Jiang Jing rode on Duduo for half an hour before finally arriving at the Jiang University breeding house at the foot of Luojia Mountain. Little Jiang, you finally made it. Yan Feishue and Lu Yi waved at him. Beside them stood an unexpected figure, Chengdu, who had participated in the North Wind training camp with his shiny Magikarp. After paying for Duduo's fare, Jiang Jing approached slowly, astonished as he inquired of the three. Did you also receive a call from Jiang University's breeding house? Chengdu and the others nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grain. Seeing their enthusiastic acknowledgement piqued Jiang Jing's curiosity. Given the prowess demonstrated by Yan Feishue and Lu Yi, it was entirely understandable that they had the opportunity to select Pokémon from Jiang University's breeding house. However, the fact that Chengdu was also granted this chance was indeed a surprise to him. With meticulous attention, Yan Feishue observed the subtle shifts in Jiang Jing's expression. After a moment's contemplation, she discerned the source of his bewilderment and could not help but stifle a laugh. It was not until Lu Yi, unable to contain her concern, leaned closer to Jiang Jing and whispered in explanation that he grasped the underlying reason. It transpired that during the recent assault by the Holy Fire cult, Chengdu's shiny Magikarp had, in a bid to protect him, inadvertently been struck by a member of the Holy Fire cult. This unfortunate incident ignited a surge of anger within the creature, culminating in its evolution. Consequently, the shiny Magikarp transformed into a red Gyarados, significantly enhancing its power. This remarkable evolution allowed Chengdu to shine amidst the escape from Yunwu Mountain, leaving a lasting impression on Zhang Huaimin and the other teachers responsible for the assessment. Oh, so that is it, Jiang Jing exclaimed, his gaze toward Chengdu now tinged with a sense of complexity and peculiarity. He mused to himself, pondering whether the member of the Holy Fire cult was perhaps possessed by the spirit of a certain Kujuro, who had inadvertently propelled the shiny Magikarp toward a luminous future. Indeed, the rapid evolution of the Magikarp owes much to teacher Xiaojiang, Chengdu remarked, somewhat bashfully. Had it not been for teacher Xiaojiang's abilities, ahem, Jiang Jing, upon hearing Chengdu's words, quickly cleared his throat, interrupting the continuation of his sentence. Yan Feishue and Lu Yi exchanged glances, sensing the awkwardness between the two and realizing that there must be a story behind it. Yet out of respect for their youthful dignity, they refrained from probing further. Noticing that time was slipping away, Jiang Jing gestured toward the entrance of the Jiang University breeding house and declared, "Let us proceed." The trio nodded in agreement and followed Jiang Jing inside. After explaining their purpose to the staff within the breeding house, they were escorted to the designated area where the Pokémon were raised. Here are the exceptional Pokémon nurtured in our Jiang University breeding house. You may select one that you fancy and which is willing to accompany you. I shall register it for you shortly, the staff member said, pride evident on their face as they pointed to the playful Pokémon in the vicinity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Jing and his companions exchanged glances before dispersing to seek out their desired Pokémon. As the persistent notifications echoed in his ears, Jiang Jing followed the signs leading to the area designated for water-type Pokémon, determined to find a suitable companion. With the water source Crystal of Legend in his possession, he was confident that he could soon cultivate the forthcoming water-type Pokémon into a formidable force. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Jing arrived at the water-type Pokémon area. Gazing upon the verdant expanse of the lake before him, he began to meticulously search for the Pokémon he desired. He perused the available options: a potential gym leader-level Squirtle, a prospective elite-level Psyduck, a gym-level Tadbulb, a master-level Shelder, a near-elite-level Seahorse, a master-level Totodile, and a champion-level Feeba. Jiang Jing, in his cursory exploration, noted with satisfaction that every Pokémon in the Jiang University breeding house exhibited qualifications no lower than the professional grade. At last, upon noticing the timid and unappealing fish in the water, Jiang Jing's eyes sparkled with delight, especially upon realizing that it possessed the dragon blood within. Inheriting the dragon breath technique. Without hesitation, he approached it directly. Name: Ugly Fish, Water, Gender, NA level 18, Beginner, Ability, Adaptability, moves of the same type will be boosted, individual values, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Leap, Tackle, Dragon Breath, Item held, None, Potential, Champion Ugly Fish, would you like to leave with me? Jiang Jing earnestly extended his invitation, locking eyes with the ugly fish. Upon hearing his words, the fish's vacant gaze seemed to reflect surprise, only to swiftly retreat, frightened, into the aquatic vegetation. Due to the high price of beautiful scales, the scales shed by the professional and powerful Milotic cost an astounding 2 million, with prices soaring even higher for those above gym leader level. Furthermore, before its evolution, the ugly fish was comparably weak, akin to a Magikarp, and lacked significant combat prowess. Consequently, many trainers would opt to purchase a Milotic rather than nurture an ugly fish from scratch when given the choice. Thus, although the breeding house was bustling with trainers selecting Pokémon by the lakeside, none had ever issued an invitation to the ugly fish as resolutely as Jiang Jing had. It is no wonder, then, that the fish reacted as it did. Perhaps only someone like Fan Jin, upon passing the imperial examination, could empathize with the ugly fish's plight. Observing the fish's alarmed demeanor, Jiang Jing momentarily paused, yet quickly composed himself. He retrieved a prepared energy cube and placed it into the water. Ugly fish, become my partner. He reiterated, his gaze unwavering and resolute. I shall ensure your evolution into a Milotic. Upon hearing this, the ugly fish cautiously emerged from the foliage, sniffing the enticing aroma of the energy cube, and a flicker of brilliance seemed to pass through its otherwise vacant eyes. Chapter 44. The ugly fish joins the team. Utilizing the cover of the aquatic plants, the ugly fish tentatively began sampling the energy cube, relishing the enhancement it provided. and joyfully blowing bubbles. Jiang Jing, witnessing this, chose not to rush the process, instead patiently waiting. He understood that the more he desired to capture the ugly fish, the more he must refrain from impatience, which could provoke resistance. The best approach was to continue demonstrating his goodwill, allowing the ugly fish to gradually accept him. As time trickled by, Jiang Jing observed the ugly fish finishing the energy cube, its expression lingering in delight as if yearning for more. A faint smile began to curve the corners of Jiang Jing's mouth, for he sensed that the fish's psychological defenses were beginning to crumble, inspired by the momentum of success. He took a deep breath and once more extended his invitation to the ugly fish. Ugly fish, join my team and become my companion. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's invitation once more, this time the ugly fish did not choose to evade. Instead, it locked its vacant gaze onto him, and thus, the two, one human and one Pokémon, stared at each other for an extended period. Eventually, as bubbles began to rise to the surface, the ugly fish finally stirred. It quivered its tattered fins and slowly swam toward the shore where Jiang Jing stood. Observing this scene, Jiang Jing hesitated not a moment longer. He swiftly retrieved a great ball from his pocket and aimed it at the ugly fish, casting it forth. The instant the great ball made contact, a brilliant crimson light enveloped the ugly fish, causing it to vanish before Jiang Jing's eyes, accompanied by the sound of a successful capture notification. Contrary to expectations, the great ball did not shake incessantly, but instead settled gently upon the tranquil water's surface. Jiang Jing extended his hand, employing his psychic abilities to levitate the now still great ball from the water and securely into his grasp, before turning to head toward the Pokémon nursery to register his new companion. Upon his arrival at the front desk for registration, he noted the smiles adorning the faces of the staff, indicating that they had all found suitable Pokémon for themselves. Little Jiang, what Pokémon have you captured? Lu Yi inquired, playfully twirling her hair, her beautiful eyes glistening with curiosity as they turned toward Jiang Jing. He replied with a calm smile, a remarkable ugly fish. I shall evolve it into a Milotic. Considering that he would soon be registering and would inevitably reveal the nature of his capture, he chose to disclose the identity of his new Pokémon without hesitation. Yan Feixue and Chengdu appeared somewhat surprised, seemingly unable to comprehend his decision. After all, the Zhang's nursery housed many powerful Pokémon, and they found it difficult to understand why he would forsake other formidable creatures for an unevolved ugly fish. Jiang Jing merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate on his thoughts. He quietly slipped his hand into his pocket, resting it upon the great ball containing the ugly fish, utilizing his limited psychic abilities to soothe it. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the staff, their captured Pokémon were swiftly registered. It was at this moment that Jiang Jing discovered the identities of the Pokémon acquired by the other three. Lu Yi had captured a psychic-type Galarian Ponyta, Yan Feixue had procured a dragon-type Motisma, while Chengdu had chosen a fire-type Charmeleon. Jiang Jing couldn't shake the feeling that Chengdu bore a resemblance to a certain familiar flying-type champion. If only he were to dye his hair red and don a black cape, the likeness would be even more striking, Jiang Jing mused silently. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as he gazed at the unfolding scene, he suddenly found himself momentarily stunned before making his way toward the restroom. There, Jiang Jing filled a large basin with water and released the recently captured ugly fish, alongside his charcoal servant and the Washisaro. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, the ugly fish appeared somewhat disoriented, continuously expelling bubbles from its mouth to alleviate its anxiety. Charcoal, curious. Tan Xiaoshu approached it and inquired of Jiang Jing whether this was a new teammate. Jiang Jing nodded and smiled, saying, Cho-Cho-Yu is our new companion. Tan Xiaoshu and Suoluya, you must treat it well. Tan Xiaoshu gently patted his chest, seemingly offering a silent vow. Yai, the vibrant Suoluya, overheard this and joined them, gazing at the Cho-Cho-Yu in the water. Mischievous thoughts arose in its mind, and it made a face at the Cho-Cho-Yu. However, the Cho-Cho-Yu remained unresponsive, as if it were merely air, utterly oblivious to its surroundings. Disheartened, Suoluya drooped its head and quietly retreated to a corner, drawing circles in the water. Observing the heartwarming scene before him, Jiang Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then retrieved the prepared ink berry fruit and began crafting energy cubes designed to enhance the Cho-Cho-Yu's beauty, following a specific ratio. As the ink berries were crushed and spun rapidly in the centrifuge, crystalline forms emerged, which Jiang Jing poured into a basin of water. The once dull and rough skin of the Cho-Cho-Yu began to gleam with vitality as it eagerly consumed the floating energy cubes. Noticing its transformation through the water's surface, a look of disbelief mingled with newfound confidence spread across its face. Jiang Jing calculated that the Cho-Cho-Yu would likely evolve into a Manasi in about a week, so he decided to foster a bond by holding the basin close. Cradled within the basin, the Cho-Cho-Yu felt a surge of joy. The bubbles it released burst rhythmically, as if composing a beautiful melody. Chapter 45. The school year begins before long. September 4th arrived, marking the first day of school for the seniors. Staring at the familiar yet strange date on the wall calendar, Jiang Jing fell into contemplation. Where had the time gone? How had the holiday slipped away without being fully savored? Before he could ponder further, the impatient voice of his mother broke through his thoughts. Old Jiang, go see if your son is awake. Look at the time. Why is he still inside? Does he think today is still summer vacation? Jiang's father, meekly responding, made his way to Jiang Jing's door, munching on an energy cube. He knocked firmly. Xiao Jing, you'll be late for school. A moment later, a refreshed Jiang Jing emerged from the washroom, tidying up the various books and stationery on his desk before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and stepping out of his room. Mom, Dad, I'm off to school, he called as he passed through the corridor leading to the dining area, grabbing a pancake from the table. After exchanging hurried goodbyes with his parents, he rushed out the door. His mother shot him a disapproving glance. Hurry up, just looking at you makes me anxious. Meanwhile, his father chuckled and advised, Xiao Jing, be careful on the road. I know, Jiang Jing replied. After leaving a remark, Jiang Jing firmly shut the door behind him and swiftly made his way to the shared doodoo-li vehicle. It was precisely 7:10 in the morning. With the doodoo-li speeding along, Jiang Jing finally arrived outside the gate of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. He deftly scanned the code to settle the fare. Noticing that there were still 10 minutes before the morning reading session commenced, he instinctively broke into a jog, joining several other students who had also overslept. As they hurried through the school entrance, it felt to him as if only a brief holiday had passed, yet the campus before him appeared both foreign and familiar, evoking a sense of disorientation akin to being in a different era. As the crisp sound of the class bell echoed, Jiang Jing navigated his way to his class. Senior 3, Class 11. Just as he stepped into the classroom, he overheard Zhou Yuan boasting. My summer was rather ordinary, just a simple participation in a legendary battle. Wow, Zhou Gu, you truly are the best in this class. I guess I'll have to rely on your support from now on, a nearby sycophant chimed in. His expression exaggerated. Zhou Yuan, somewhat pleased, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. While most classmates were in awe, a few, including the astute Luo Xiao, couldn't he help but murmur, is he just bragging? Didn't Jiang Jing also attend the Northwind training camp? Why hasn't he mentioned it? Don't doubt me. I fought alongside the level 2 Divine Water Lord, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, adding flair to his narrative. Jiang Jing was somewhat taken aback. You know, Zhou Yuan does possess a certain talent. Despite his grandiose claims, the underlying truth was rather astonishing, hinging on a veil of ambiguous information. Hadn't Ti Yilan and Zhong Chuyao, both seasoned participants, turned crimson at this very moment? To Jiang Jing, Zhou Yuan's embellishments were reminiscent of the accolades bestowed upon the 2006 Person of the Year by Time magazine, the 2008 Special Award of Touching China, and a joint recipient of the 2019 Earth Guardian Award from the United Nations. Just as Zhou Yuan seemed poised to continue his lengthy exposition of valiant deeds, Jiang Jing could no longer bear it and interjected with a cough. Ahem, the homeroom teacher is here. Jiang Jing stood dumbfounded, internally marveling at the formidable reputation of a homeroom teacher during student days. Suddenly, he noticed Luo Xiao giving him frantic gestures, urgently nodding toward behind him, as if to alert him to something. Jiang Jing was momentarily puzzled. What does the chubby one mean? Is there something terrifying behind me? Instinctively turning his head, he locked eyes with a pair of authoritative gazes, causing his complexion to shift uncomfortably. Good morning, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Jing rubbed his nose, surprised that his casual remark had genuinely summoned the homeroom teacher. At that moment, he felt so awkward that he could probably use his toes to carve out a massive sports arena. Jiang Yun cast a sharp gaze around the classroom, noting that all the students of Class 11 in their senior year had arrived. She nodded silently and continued, Dear students, from this day forth, you have officially embarked on your final year of high school. I trust you are all aware of your performance in the upcoming examination. The prospect of gaining admission to a prestigious Pokémon university now hinges on your dedication in both training and physical education over the next year. Tell me, do you have confidence in securing a place in your dream Pokémon university? We have confidence. The entire class exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with fervor. Since you are all so assured, I shall wish you success in advance. Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction at the resounding affirmation that echoed in her ears. Now, your training instructor has arrived and is currently waiting for you at training hall number 3. You may head over there now. With that, Jiang Yun clicked her black stilettos as she exited. From this moment on, they would finally bid farewell to the endless exercises that once seemed insurmountable, no longer needing to grapple with the perplexing questions that plagued them daily. Having completed the initial formalities, everyone eagerly left Class 11, racing towards the direction of training hall number 3, brimming with anticipation for what the training sessions would entail. In the training hall number 3 of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, Meng Huai, a newly graduated elite trainer from Jiang University, stood at the forefront. He could have chosen a more illustrious path, perhaps joining the alliance or taking a position in a high-tech company, prospects that undoubtedly promised a brilliant future. Yet, unexpectedly, Meng Huai's final decision diverged from either of these options. In response to the persuasive suggestions of his peers and mentors, Meng Huai merely smiled and shook his head, expressing that his choice stemmed from a reluctance to part with the beautiful life at school. However, the true reason lay in the promotional flyer he held, prominently featuring the words Northern Hubei Pokémon High School Newcomers Duel Tournament. This was the most prestigious competition for high school students in the province, with resources allocated by the Provincial Training Association based on performance rankings. Meng Huai still vividly recalled that year's promotional material, equally attractive as the one he now possessed. At that time, he and a few friends, now sadly departed, had represented Jiangzhou No. 1 high school in this competition, only to fall agonizingly short of the championship title. If it weren't for me, how could Jiangzhou No. 1 high school have missed the championship by such a narrow margin? A flicker of self-reproach crossed Meng Huai's eyes, particularly when he thought of those dear friends who had shared his aspirations. Their greatest regret before their sacrifice had been the failure to secure the championship for their school. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing and the others arrived at training hall number 3. Reporting. Class leader Zhong Chuyao knocked on the door of the training hall, her voice ringing like silver bells. Meng Huai's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he turned his head towards the entrance, where a throng of students was gathered, indicating they were the ones he would be mentoring this year. "Come in," he called out, his voice resonant and commanding. Following his lead, the students of Class 11 in their final year swiftly filed into training hall number 3, much like birds flocking to the trees. "Hello, everyone. My name is Meng Huai, and I will be your instructor for the training sessions leading up to next year's spirit examination," he announced, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he surveyed the room. "As we are still unfamiliar with one another, let us commence with a roll call so I may become acquainted with you." He produced a list and swiftly scanned it. Luo Xiao, present. Zhou Yuan, present. Jiang. As he called out names, he matched them with the students present until he reached the last name, at which point a satisfied smile graced his face. "Excellent. It appears that everyone has arrived for our first training session." The students stood silently, observing, yet none dared to speak. "In order to formulate an appropriate teaching plan, I would like to assess your individual strengths," Meng Huai said, pursing his lips, his expression enigmatic as he regarded them all. "By the way, who among you is the strongest? Please step forward to engage in a battle with me, so I may gauge your capabilities. Rest assured, I will not use my main spirit in this match, so you need not worry." "Is this a show of strength?" Jiang Jing mused internally. As Meng Huai's words settled, both Yilan and Zhong Chuyao turned their beautiful eyes towards Jiang Jing, but before they could speak, the chubby Luo Xiao loudly proclaimed, "Teacher Meng, our strongest student is Zhou Yuan. He fought alongside the level 2 water spirit during the Beifeng training camp over the summer." Meng Huai's interest was piqued, and he instinctively turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuan. "Then let us have Zhou Yuan step up first," he declared. Given that he had fought alongside a level 2 water spirit, it was reasonable to assume Zhou Yuan possessed considerable strength. Jiang Jing nearly laughed out loud upon witnessing this, while Zhou Yuan turned pale at the unexpected attention. He had not anticipated that Luo Xiao would take his earlier boasts seriously. If he performed poorly, it might lead to utter embarrassment. "I hope I can hold out for a while," Zhou Yuan silently prayed. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he reluctantly approached the battleground, and at Meng Huai's signal, he released his spirit, a ground-type jaw ant. "Quite a commendable spirit indeed," Meng Huai remarked. At the same time, he retrieved a super ball and summoned his secondary spirit, an Alolan Executor of Grass Dragon type. Name, Executor, Alolan, Grass Dragon. Gender, level 30, beginner. Ability, Harvest, upon entry, can detect the opponent's held items. Individual value qualifications, 28, attack, 29, defense, 31. Special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 19. Skills, Dragon Hammer, Seed Bomb, Wood Hammer, Psychic, Leaf Storm, Absorb, Hypnosis, Reflect Wall, Leech Seed, Telekinesis, Mega Drain, Photosynthesis. Seed Machine Gun, Mind Power, Solar Beam, Worry Seed. Carried item, none. Potential, Gem. Jiang Jing cast a glance at the information displayed on the panel. Upon realizing that the Alolan Executor, with its impressive qualifications nearing elite strength, was about to engage, he couldn't help but take a second look at Meng Huai. With even the second team's Pokémon reaching elite level, it seemed a bit of a waste for Meng Huai to merely serve as a high school training course instructor, given his prowess. "Zhou Yuan, you may begin," Meng Huai signaled, tilting his chin toward Zhou Yuan to initiate the attack. Feeling the imposing aura radiating from the Alolan Executor, Zhou Yuan glanced at his trembling ants with great jaws, gritted his teeth, and boldly declared, "Ants with great jaws, charge forward and use bite." Under immense pressure, the ants with great jaws bolted forward with remarkable speed towards the Alolan Executor. Just as it was nearing, it opened its mouth wide, revealing its massive jaws, with sharp teeth emanating the unique energy of bug-type moves, and lunged forward to bite fiercely. "Executor dodge," Meng Huai said calmly, unaffected by the unfolding situation. Upon hearing this, the Alolan Executor took a sudden step to the left, deftly evading the incoming bug-type attack. Before Zhou Yuan and his Pokémon could react, the Alolan Executor instinctively executed Dragon Hammer, swinging its long neck with force. Caught off guard by the inertia, the ants with great jaws had no time to respond, only feeling a tremendous force strike from behind. In the next moment, the level 18 ants with great jaws was crushed, rendered unable to battle after being struck by Dragon Hammer, its body stiffening as it collapsed onto the battlefield. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they cast curious glances at Zhou Yuan. Meng Huai was also taken aback. This was the trainer capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Sucun? Chapter 47, Jiang Jing takes action. Upon witnessing the ants with great jaws being swiftly defeated, Luo Xiao was the first to react, mimicking Zhou Yuan's previous exaggerated expression, and sarcastically remarked, "Is this really the trainer who can fight alongside Sucun?" Zhou Yuan's face flushed crimson, unsure whether from embarrassment or anger. He struggled to articulate a rebuttal, but faced with the undeniable outcome witnessed by all, words lodged in his throat. Others who had long harbored disdain for Zhou Yuan could not help but chuckle, their gazes filled with mockery and derision. "Zhou Yuan, it seems you are not in optimal condition today. Your strength was not fully realized." Meng Huai expressed disappointment, yet, in consideration of Zhou Yuan's dignity, he felt compelled to quiet the crowd. Upon receiving a lifeline from Meng Huai, Zhou Yuan's previously sullen expression brightened considerably. He promptly sought refuge in a quiet corner, adopting the role of an ostrich, remaining silent. "Which classmate shall take the stage next?" Meng Huai inquired, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He noted that many heads shook vigorously, resembling a tambourine, and upon his glance landing on them, they averted their eyes, too timid to meet his gaze. "Jiang Jing, please step forward," Meng Huai declared after a moment of contemplation. Faced with the collective scrutiny of his peers, Jiang Jing shrugged in resignation and strode confidently to the battleground. Under Meng Huai's expectant gaze, Jiang Jing summoned his fiery companion, the Charcoal Servant. The fire-type Charcoal Servant has been cultivated quite impressively, Meng Huai mused, stroking his chin. "Jiang Jing, you may begin." Jiang Jing nodded, directing his attention to the Charcoal Servant. "Start with a flame burst," he commanded. Immediately, the Charcoal Servant entered a state of heightened fury, propelling itself into the air and unleashing a torrent of flames toward the Alolan Executor. Bolstered by its fiery state, the Charcoal Servant's prowess rivaled that of a level 26 Pokémon. Sensing the impending danger, the Alolan Executor swayed its body to evade the onslaught of flames amidst the rising temperature. Seizing the opportunity while the Charcoal Servant recharged, Meng Huai interjected without hesitation. Psychic impact. Without a moment's delay, the Alolan Executor unleashed a formidable psychic force, transforming ethereal waves into a tangible assault directed at the Charcoal Servant. The Charcoal Servant's pupils dilated as it instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding the psychic barrage. Breathing heavily, it regarded the Alolan Executor with newfound seriousness. Deprived of its target, the psychic energy crashed to the ground, reverberating with a thunderous sound, sending dust swirling into the air. "The Charcoal Servant's reflexes are quite remarkable," Meng Huai noted, visibly impressed. It was noteworthy that even newly promoted elite Pokémon often struggled to react so swiftly, yet the Charcoal Servant had managed to evade the attack, indicating rigorous training. Indeed, Jiang Jing had dedicated considerable time over the past 2 months to enhance the Charcoal Servant's abilities. "Use Whirlwind of Flames to restrict its movement," Jiang Jing calmly instructed. As his command resonated, the Charcoal Servant adeptly executed the Flame Whirlwind move, enveloping the Alolan Executor in a colossal fiery cage. At this juncture, Meng Huai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed the Alolan Executor. "Do not let them prevail. Utilize the Dragon Hammer move to break free." In the next instant, the Alolan Executor, previously ensnared by the flames, suddenly sprang into action. It transformed its entire form into a battering ram, concentrating its strength at the head, and charged through the inferno towards the Charcoal Servant with fierce determination. Under the influence of flames, the Alolan Executor resembled a colossal hammer forged from fire, launching an unstoppable assault. Charcoal Butler did not hesitate. With eyes enveloped in flames, he gazed at his opponent. Just as the Alolan Executor was about to strike, he completed his final preparations. Boom. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Adhering to the principle of pursuing the retreating enemy with the remaining courage, Charcoal Butler deftly evaded the attack and delivered a spark move to the Alolan Executor. Despite being at a disadvantage, the double damage from the spark move proved too much for the already wounded Alolan Executor, which succumbed to its injuries and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing the fall of the Alolan Executor, Meng Huai's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily forgetting his earlier words. As a notification appeared on the screen, Jiang Jing could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation, silently lamenting the irony of Meng Huai's insistence on using only his second-tier Pokémon. The final outcome was unsurprising. Recognizing the shifting circumstances, Jiang Jing sighed quietly and, in order to spare Charcoal Butler further torment, chose to concede. As the battle concluded, Meng Huai applauded Charcoal Butler's recent performance, generously showering him with praise. The onlookers quickly followed suit, joining in the applause. Chapter 48. Evolution of the Electabuzz into Milotic. Before long, it was time to prepare for dismissal. During this period, Meng Huai called out several students' names, hoping to discover more promising talents like Jiang Jing. The results, however, were predictable. Realizing his eagerness might have led him astray, Meng Huai had to temper his expectations and reconsider the names he had jotted down on a piece of paper. Gradually, his furrowed brow began to relax. For now, he would settle on Jiang Jing, Yi Lan, Zhong Chuyao, and Luo Xiao. Leaving the rest for later contemplation, he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. As the dismissal bell rang, the atmosphere in training hall number 3 grew restless. Noticing the frowns on his classmates' faces, Meng Huai, who had been deep in thought, did not wish to prolong the class unnecessarily. He cleared his throat, effectively capturing everyone's attention. Since the bell has rung, we shall conclude for today? Yay. Teacher Meng. You are so cool. Teacher Meng, I adore you. The students of Class 11 of the senior year could not contain their excitement, erupting into jubilant cheers. Like birds released from their cages, they surged out in a flurry, swiftly leaving the training hall number 3 in a state of calm. Gazing at the now vacant training hall, Meng Huai shook his head in resignation. He then picked up the promotional information sheet and his recorded list of names, heading directly towards the principal's office. Principal Zhang, are you still there? He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the office door. Almost immediately, a voice, aged yet powerful, resonated from within. Is that you, Meng Huai? The office door remained ajar, inviting you to enter. After receiving Principal Zhang's permission, Meng Huai gently pushed the door open, stepped inside, and casually left it slightly ajar. Meng Huai, is there something you wish to discuss today? The elderly Principal Zhang poured a cup of tea, smiling warmly as he placed it before Meng Huai. He held a fondness for this student who had returned to the school after graduation. As Meng Huai gazed at the increasingly aged Principal Zhang, he was transported back to his days at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, unable to suppress a slight smile as he spoke. Principal, the newcomer competition is about to commence again. Upon hearing his words, the principal momentarily paused his actions, then lifted his gaze to meet Meng Huai's, studying him for a considerable time before slowly responding. Proceed, as you envision. Meng Huai nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination as he pledged, Principal, this time Jiangzhou No. 1 High School will undoubtedly claim the championship. With his oath declared, he exited the principal's office. Principal Zhang turned his gaze to the window, his murky eyes clearing somewhat. After a deep sigh, he murmured softly, as long as one strives earnestly, I can accept any outcome. Yet, Meng Huai, you deserve a life of greater promise. Compared to this modest campus, the vast world beyond should truly be your domain. Simultaneously, glancing at the wall clock, Jiang Jing realized it was already past 6 o'clock. The time to prepare dinner for his 3 little companions. Yeah, Shichue Solia looked up at Jiang Jing with a pitiful expression, its short limbs feebly flailing in his arms, resembling a forsaken little creature. Although Tan Xiaoshi did not utter a word, the discontent on its face suggested it, too, might be feeling the pangs of hunger. Cho Yu maintained its usual vacant expression, lazily floating in the water, though the frequency of its bubble blowing seemed to increase. Please wait a moment. I will prepare your energy cubes, Jiang Jing said, noticing the lethargy of the 3 little spirits, and hurried towards the kitchen. He clumsily retrieved 3 plates, each adorned with energy cubes of different flavors, accompanied by a bottle of moo milk, and placed them on the dining table. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Shichue Solia seemed to come to life, springing off the sofa and scampering eagerly towards the dining table. Tan Xiaoshi followed closely, carrying a water bowl containing Cho Yu, moving at a leisurely pace. Yeah, Shichue Solia savored its dinner, a look of pure delight gracing its face. Tan Xiaoshi, though comparatively reserved, had flames flickering brightly atop its head, evidently in high spirits. Jiang Jing picked up a blue energy cube and fed it to the still somewhat incapacitated Cho Yu, while reminding Shichue Solia and Tan Xiaoshi, you two should complete today's training tasks after a brief rest. Shichue Solia, upon hearing this, displayed reluctance, lazily leaning against the back of the chair, unable to resist playfully coaxing Jiang Jing in hopes of evading responsibility. The honest Tan Xiaoshi nodded repeatedly upon hearing Jiang Jing's words, indicating his commitment to fulfill the task. Jiang Jing cast a disdainful glance at the adorable Shitsue Sola, entirely unmoved by its charming tactics. In response, Shitsue Sola could only reluctantly nod, its eyes filled with a sense of disillusionment. Just then, Jiang Jing was about to utter something when he noticed the recently consumed energy cube Cho Yu suddenly become motionless, its body flickering with a faint glow. Witnessing this spectacle, his first instinct was that it was about to evolve. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. The radiance emanating from Cho Yu grew increasingly brilliant, gradually enveloping its entire form, hinting at an impending transformation. Cho Yu, wait a moment. In the next instant, The evolution light reached its zenith. The blinding brilliance left Jiang Jing somewhat dazed, and in his hazy vision, he seemed to glimpse the ethereal silhouette of Sukun, which then surged toward the center of the light. When tranquility returned and Jiang Jing reopened his eyes, the former Cho-Cho-Yu had vanished, replaced by a stunning Pokémon resembling a sea serpent. This exquisite creature was Milotic, one of the most beautiful beings in the Pokémon realm. Name, Milotic Water. Gender, level, 30, senior. Ability, Marvel Scale, sometimes causes opponents that make contact to become infatuated. Individual value qualification, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, Bounce, Tackle, Dragon Breath, Thrash, Water Gun, Bind, Water Pulse, Attract, Water Ring, Hurricane, Charm, Aqua Ring, Dragon Tail, Recover. Item held, none. Potential, Master. Remarks, unexpectedly absorbed a fragment of Suicuan's essence during evolution, hence it harbors remnants of purification power within. Upon seeing the information displayed, Jiang Jing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had not anticipated the profound impact of the Suicuan essence crystal on the evolution process. Not only had Milotic ascended from level 18 to level 30, nearing the elite tier, but it had also acquired a plethora of new skills. At this moment, Milotic, the latest addition to his team, had successfully surpassed Shitsuisua and Tan Xiaoshi, becoming Jiang Jing's most formidable Pokémon. Milotic, congratulations. Jiang Jing gazed at the elegantly poised Milotic, a pleasing smile gracing his lips. Moo. Milotic emitted a soft coo, its serpentine body twisting around Jiang Jing, nuzzling against him with excitement and fervor in its eyes. Tan! Exclaimed Tan Xiaoshi, unable to contain himself as he watched the transformed Milotic, fiery sparks dancing in his eyes, seemingly congratulating it as well. Yeah. Only Shitsuisura felt a tinge of discontent as it gazed at the graceful figure of Minas, who occasionally exuded an alluring charm, causing Shitsuisura to instinctively tense up. Oh no, I fear I am losing favor, it thought. Raising its head, Shitsuisura locked eyes with Minas's affectionate gaze, sensing the goodwill radiating from it, and quickly turned its head away, adopting a haughty demeanor. Jiang Jing, noticing that no conflict arose between the female competitors, let out a quiet sigh of relief. The trait of a captivating physique was indeed a delightful aspect, but it primarily pertained to interactions between different genders, as same-gender encounters could lead to unintended misunderstandings. Next time, I must remind Minas to exercise caution, Jiang Jing pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. The following day, upon arriving at school, Jiang Jing was called to a nearby office by Meng Huai before he could reach training hall number 3. Accompanying him were Yilan, Zhong Chuyao, and several outstanding students from other classes. A brief glance at the composition of the group left him contemplative. If his memory served him correctly, those gathered by Meng Huai were all among the top students at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Feeling reassured, Jiang Jing inquired, Mr. Meng, may I ask why you have summoned us today? Upon entering Meng Huai's office, he was the first to voice his curiosity. The others, seeing Jiang Jing speak up, relinquished their own inquiries and remained silent, awaiting an explanation from Meng Huai. Meng Huai produced a promotional flyer, extending it with a smile. The Provincial Pokémon High School Newcomer Competition is about to commence, and the principal has granted me full authority to oversee it. After observing you all over the past few days, I am confident in your abilities and combat awareness. So I would like to invite you to participate in the competition and bring honor to our school. Rest assured, the rewards are substantial. The school places great importance on this event, and those who achieve notable success will be well rewarded. The crowd could not help but exclaim in surprise. Clearly, they were familiar with the competition Meng Huai spoke of. The Provincial Pokémon High School Newcomer Competition differed from previous formats, primarily taking the form of a team competition, which most accurately represented the educational standards of a high school, with strategic roster arrangements and crucial teamwork. Even teams with lesser abilities had the potential to stage an upset against stronger opponents. If Jiang Jing were to describe the nature of this competition, he might liken it to the glory of past games such as League of Legends or Honor of Kings. Could this be akin to a large-scale live-action battle in the canyon? A thought flickered through Jiang Jing's mind. Scanning the crowd, immersed in hushed conversations, Meng Huai seemed to catch a glimpse of his former self and cleared his throat to add, in preparation for this competition, we will begin intensive training in the secret realm starting the day after tomorrow until just before the competition. Mr. Meng, what about our classes? A slender youth in the crowd raised his hand to pose the question, uncertain of others' thoughts. Jiang Jing found it hard to associate the name with the slender figure before him, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. In response to Kong Wu's raised concerns, which echoed the apprehensions of several others present, Meng Huai merely smiled. During our intensive training, I shall take full responsibility for the issues you are currently worried about, so I assure you, dear classmates, there is no need for concern. As his words settled, several students from less affluent backgrounds suddenly brightened with eagerness and excitement. Observing the unanimous agreement among the crowd, Meng Huai exhaled a sigh of relief and continued with a smile. I kindly request everyone to gather in this classroom at the same time the day after tomorrow. After the brief meeting concluded, Jiang Jing, Luo Xiao, and the others departed from Meng Huai's office. Perhaps feeling the weight of pressure and a fervent desire to enhance their abilities, the chubby boy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiang Jing before finally mustering the courage to ask, Brother Jiang, could you help me examine my Kuguachong? I feel like its strength has stagnated recently. Naturally, Jiang Jing was more than willing to oblige. He casually surveyed their surroundings and then led Luo Xiao toward the playground. Let us head to the playground first so I can assess the situation. Father, Luo Xiao exclaimed, filled with excitement upon receiving Jiang Jing's consent, and promptly bowed deeply. In the bustling campus, had it not been for the students and teachers passing by, Luo Xiao might have knelt down, reenacting a dramatic scene reminiscent of Elbu acknowledging his adoptive father. The two arrived at a quiet corner of the playground. At Jiang Jing's signal, Luo Xiao quickly retrieved a Pokeball and released his recently captured Kuguachong, staring at the creature before him, which resembled an apple. Jiang Jing fought the urge to devour it, silently shifting his gaze to the panel. Name, Kuguachong, Grass Dragon. Gender, Level, 15 Novice. Ability, Bulletproof, can withstand ball and projectile-type moves. Individual value qualities, 31, Attack, 25, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 25. Special Defense, 31, Speed, 20, Skills, Frighten, Withdraw into Shell, Bug Bite, Round, Rollout, Item Held. Orange Fruit, Potential. Near champion Jiang Jing pondered for a long moment, arms crossed. Although Kuguachong possessed a dragon attribute, it did not stand out as much compared to other Pokémon. Based on the information he knew, only Magikarp could be compared in terms of skill moves. Thus, to rapidly elevate the combat prowess of such a Pokémon, the options left were limited to intensive training, fundamental quality enhancement, and evolution. Understanding Luo Xiao's situation, Jiang Jing dismissed the idea of intensive training, as the necessary resources for attribute treasures were certainly beyond the chubby boy's means. I have thought of two methods, Jiang Jing finally said, meeting Luo Xiao's gaze after a moment of contemplation. If you wish for your Kuguachong to continue improving, you must focus on honing its foundational qualities and consider evolution as a means to achieve this. Upon hearing these words, Luo Xiao suddenly gained clarity. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that cultivating foundational qualities necessitates a sustained effort over a prolonged period. It cannot be accomplished in a mere short span. In other words, if he wishes to elevate the fruit muncher to the level of a mushroom in the near future, evolution remains his sole viable option. However, contemplating that the fruit muncher has 3 evolutionary forms, Apple Dragon, Honey Dragon, and Honeyworm, Luo Xiao, already prone to indecision, found himself in a dilemma. Particularly as he held a fondness for all 3 evolutionary forms, he was momentarily at a loss as to which to choose. Brother Jiang, my unjust guardian. Luo Xiao's face was etched with distress. A fleeting glance at Jiang Jing sparked an idea, and he tentatively inquired, if you had a fruit muncher, which evolution would you choose? Certainly, the Apple Dragon. Jiang Jing responded without hesitation. Among the 3 evolutionary forms, only the Apple Dragon possessed the ability to fly, offering agility and freedom of movement, qualities that he valued greatly. An ancient mythical beast grumbled, feeling somewhat affronted, and swiftly drew a cliff sword as a warning. Jiang Jing shook off the mental images that clouded his mind and turned his gaze back to Luo Xiao, eager to see what choice he would make. Luo Xiao fell into a brief silence, then, with determination, declared, then I shall evolve the fruit muncher into the Apple Dragon. As evening descended, the sky was painted with hues of crimson, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun. Frankly, such a dinner combination felt rather extravagant, at least in Jiang Jing's eyes, as he observed the dwindling balance in his bank account. Merely the daily expenses for his 3 Pokémon required an outlay of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, compounded by the costs incurred during training in August. Jiang Jing's savings were now alarmingly low. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Jing resolved to focus his upcoming research paper on the legends of Pokémon history. This decision was partly inspired by the recent incident at Yunwu Mountain involving the Water Monarch, in which he was one of the key participants. Thus, pursuing research related to the Water Monarch seemed entirely justifiable. Additionally, the journal legends offered a considerably higher remuneration for submissions, and with his current financial predicament, this opportunity was particularly appealing. From the information Jiang Jing had gathered, papers related to Pokémon history rarely fetched less than 10 units of payment, let alone the pressing interest of the Alliance in the historical accounts of legendary Pokémon. He estimated he could secure at least 20 units, especially since this money felt like a windfall to him. In the realm of legendary Pokémon history, others typically unearthed records left in ancient ruins, then gathered and compared various sources of information to ultimately deduce events related to legendary Pokémon, compiling their findings into a paper for publication. In contrast, Jiang Jing had first-hand knowledge of these legendary Pokémon's deeds, He merely needed to search the Alliance's database for records of the ruins to complete his paper. While both processes would yield the same outcome, the ease with which Jiang Jing could navigate his approach underscored why Gu Mingtang claimed he was inherently suited for a career as a researcher. Let us first examine the materials released by the Alliance regarding certain secret realms. Jiang Jing activated the Alliance interface, delving into the relevant sections to swiftly uncover the information he sought. Among the findings was the account of the Phoenix King reviving 3 spirits within the Scorched Tower, as well as fragmented references to the Water Sovereign within a particular relic. Upon perusing this information, Jiang Jing was suddenly inspired about how to articulate his thesis. To enhance the credibility of his paper, he interwove speculations regarding the relationship between the waves of distortion and the Water Sovereign, stemming from the Yunwu Mountain incident. Prior to the update of the Zhuzi version, netizens from his previous life had speculated about the origins of the Flame Emperor, Water Sovereign, and Thunder Lord, leaning towards the notion that the 3 evolutionary forms of EV had been resurrected by the Phoenix King. However, following the Zhuzi update, the timeline introduced the existence of the contradictory spirits, waves of distortion and Thunderdrum, making the hypothesis regarding EV's evolutionary forms being revived by the Phoenix King increasingly untenable. Although no contradictory spirit corresponding to the Flame Emperor had yet emerged, he firmly believed that such a spirit ought to exist under normal circumstances. With eloquence, he pinned all his viewpoints and substantiated his arguments with relevant materials from the Alliance database, thereby solidifying the crucial components of his thesis. The remaining sections required him to elaborate further, incorporating perspectives from renowned scholars in the academic community to meet the requisite word count for a conventional thesis. After laboring for 6 or 7 hours, he finally completed the paper he intended to submit. He meticulously reviewed it for typographical errors and formatting issues, and upon finding no discrepancies, Jiang Jing followed the standard procedure to sign his name and promptly submitted it to the Journal Legends. Chapter 51, Wilderness Survival. September 7th, Thursday. The day had arrived for the assembly to train in the secret realm. After rising and completing his morning routine, Jiang Jing rummaged through his belongings to find the adventure gear he had purchased during the summer vacation. Although he was unaware of the specific environment of the upcoming secret realm, he figured it would be prudent to bring the equipment along. He cast a glance at the still slumbering Shichuezurua, recalling the chilling wails that had permeated the night before, and couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps it was the influence of meanness that had spurred Shichuezurua to face the horror of watching a frightening film, seemingly intent on perfecting its ghostly techniques. Fortunately, in terms of strength, it had caught up to the far superior meanness. Zorua, it's time to rise. Jiang Jing gently shook it awake. The sleeping Shichuezurua furrowed its brow, its little face resembling one that had just tasted bitter melon, instinctively swatting Jiang Jing's hand away with its tiny paw. We're going to be late. Jiang Jing sighed in exasperation. If you don't wake up soon, Meanness and the others will devour all the energy cubes. Upon hearing this, Shichuezurua jolted awake, expressing its displeasure as it began searching for its energy cubes. However, upon realizing it was still in bed, it paused. He appeared somewhat bewildered, then turned to Jiang Jing with a disdainful curl of his lip. The words of a man are mere fabrications. Ignoring the resentment flickering in Shichuezuluo's eyes, Jiang Jing grasped the soft nape of its neck and cradled it in his arms as he exited the room. Shichuezuluo momentarily froze, only to soon display a proud expression on its adorable face. So what if that magnificent water serpent was beautiful? Jiang Jing's affections remained firmly with it. After hastily preparing a simple breakfast, Jiang Jing released Meanness and Charcoal, and together they joyfully commenced their meal. During this time, Shichuezuluo tilted its head, resembling a victorious general, subtly provoking Meanness. Meanness merely cast a glance its way, offering little in response. Jiang Jing pondered that it was necessary to mediate the dynamics within the team soon. In light of the scene before him, he hurriedly finished his breakfast, retracted his Pokémon, and stepped outside to head to Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Upon reaching Meng Huai's office, he found that Luo Xiao, Yilan, and the others had nearly all arrived, save for a few students from distant homes who were yet to appear. Dear viewers, today's livestream will conclude here for now. The host has some matters to attend to and will notify everyone of the next broadcast time in the fan group, he announced. You're finishing already, my dear disciple? Have you completed today's 20 head bumps? My dear disciple Xiao, are you trying to make a run for it? As the class time approached, Luo Xiao promptly ended his livestream, inciting a flurry of colorful exclamations from the irate viewers in his chat. Jiang Jing shook his head in amusement, crossing his arms with interest. According to the information he had gathered, thanks to his underhanded tactics of exploiting 3 fans, the chubby boy's follower count had surged. And he had recently secured an advertisement for a card-drawing mobile game called Pokémon Yongqing, currently reveling in a rather prosperous existence. When 8 o'clock arrived, Meng Huai arrived fashionably late, entering the office right on the dot. At this moment, everyone was present. He scanned the crowd, silently counting the heads, and upon confirming that all was well, He led the group out of the school with great enthusiasm. Under Meng Huai's guidance, they ventured to the secret realm of Moon Mountain on Jiangxin Island. This realm was one of the treasures of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, temporarily closed to the public, with teachers stationed there year-round. Naturally, it also served as the designated training ground for Jiang Jing and his companions. Observing the silent crowd, Meng Huai spoke softly, revealing the first task of their training. The Rookie Confrontation League involves skills for survival in the wild, an essential capability in the growth of any trainer. Thus, our upcoming training will take the form of wilderness survival. You will be randomly teleported to a location within the secret realm, and before sunset tomorrow, you must locate the items required for your tasks. Anything you obtain in this realm may be kept and processed as you wish, which also serves as a reward from the school. Pausing momentarily for emphasis, he continued, given that this is the first day of training, the primary goal is for everyone to become familiar with their surroundings. Should you encounter wild Pokémon and find yourselves at a loss, do not hesitate to seek help. During this training session, numerous skilled trainers will be observing discreetly, so there is no need for you to be concerned about your personal safety. Based on your performance today, I will temporarily establish the official roster of teammates. As Meng Huai's words resonated, Jiang Jing and the others were left in a state of astonishment. They had presumed that today's training would merely involve battling in a different environment, unaware that it would instead adopt a wilderness survival format. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement among Luo Xiao and his companions. To be candid, apart from Jiang Jing, none of them had ever experienced survival in a secret realm before. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Just before their departure, the group encouraged one another, then entered the entrance of the secret realm in an orderly manner. Meng Huai, along with other teachers stationed there, also released their second team Pokémon, closely following one particular student into the secret realm. As the students vanished from sight, Teacher Zhou, who was stationed there, expressed his confusion and could not help but inquire of Meng Huai. Meng, why have we suddenly changed our training method this year? In previous years, we always conducted our training within the school. Isn't it a bit hasty to come directly to the secret realm this time? Meng Huai shook his head in response, lowering his gaze as he spoke in a low tone. This is precisely the right moment. As a new generation of trainers, they will inevitably encounter such situations. Allowing them to adapt and advance will prevent them from being flustered when faced with unexpected challenges in the future. Besides, even if they encounter perilous situations, they still have us to safeguard them from behind. Teacher Zhou and several other instructors fell silent, their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. Chapter 52. The Shrine on the Mountain Peak. When Jiang Jing opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the sight of the towering Moon Mountain in the distance. With various trees standing tall and majestic, their shade-casting branches extending endlessly, the proud call of the swallow occasionally echoed in his ears. The presence of Luo Xiao and the others had vanished entirely. Utilizing his limited psychic abilities, Jiang Jing began to probe his surroundings, and the information on his panel swiftly updated in response to his inquiry. An elite qualified Swallow, a seasoned qualified Oddish, an elite qualified Butterfree, a professional qualified Spearow, a seasoned qualified Pikachu, a professional qualified Nidoran, and a Leaf Stone. The efficacy of this information was truly remarkable. That elite-level Butterfree must be one of the Pokémon sent by Teacher Meng. Jiang Jing was pleasantly surprised by the outcome of combining his psychic abilities with the panel. His dark eyes sparkled with excitement. It is crucial to note that the psychic abilities at his disposal were still quite limited, most of them sealed by Sucun. Yet, even in this constrained state, he could probe an area of approximately 5 meters. Once his strength is fully restored, utilizing his Quasi-King level psychic abilities for probing, he could only imagine the extent of his reach. The hidden treasures and high-quality Pokémon within the secret realm would no longer escape his discerning gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, he was lost in thought. He first retrieved the leaf stone mentioned on the panel from the nest of a proud swallow, satisfactorily placing it into his backpack. Although it was merely a low-grade leaf stone, it held a market value of at least 30. Such a beginning was indeed quite favorable. Following this, he took out the map of the secret realm and compared it with the locations of the task items, discovering that they were situated precisely on the mountainside of Moon Mountain. The phrase running to the mountain will exhaust the horse aptly described his current predicament. Despite the seemingly short distance to Moon Mountain, Jiang Jing had been wandering for nearly an hour and still had not exited the confines of Meteor Forest. Perhaps sensing Jiang Jing's ennui, the Pokeball containing the Wash Sensoria stirred suddenly, emanating a brilliant glow. The Wash Sensoria appeared restless, scampering around Jiang Jing, its large, watery eyes fixed upon him. Our goal is the mountainside of Moon Mountain. Let us hasten. Jiang Jing bent down to pat the Wash Sensoria's head. Thus, the duo continued their journey, undeterred. During their expedition, they encountered several wild Pokémon, but under the commanding presence of the Wash Sensoria, those wild creatures either succumbed or retreated. With the Wash Sensoria's formidable prowess, it could easily be likened to a force that could overpower the likes of Groudon in the southern mountains and kick Kyogre in the northern seas. Compared to his fellow students who were undergoing rigorous training within the secret realm, he found himself on a leisurely holiday, a notion that felt somewhat disconcerting. It was akin to a fairy struggling to adapt to a new version while engaged in combat on a foreign server. The only distinction lay in the fact that while the fairy learned through the harsh realities of the Lion City server, Jiang Jing was effortlessly dominating the Moon Mountain secret realm with his wash sensoria. How tedious, Jiang Jing sighed, observing the fallen Tylo beneath his feet. Yeah. The wash sensoria nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Jiang Jing's sentiment. Let us proceed. With fewer wild Pokémon obstructing our path, I believe we can reach the mountainside by this evening. Jiang Jing gazed toward the direction of the task location, realizing they were nearly out of Meteor Forest and on the brink of entering Moon Mountain. Yeah. The wash sensoria shook its head, a sudden sense of foreboding rising within, as if sensing that the forthcoming journey would not be tranquil. Indeed, as they stepped into Moon Mountain, Jiang Jing quickly discerned that they seemed to have lost their way. Due to the formidable nature of Moon Mountain, reaching the mountainside typically required navigating through the correct path from the cavern of the ravine. Even with the extraordinary abilities within him, Jiang Jing found himself at a loss amidst the intricate and darkly elongated passages of the ravine. Currently, they had ventured into a fork in the road, unwittingly progressing toward the mountain's summit. It was no wonder that Teacher Ming had allotted a day and a half for this task, given the complexity within Moon Mountain. Completing the mission in a mere afternoon seemed highly improbable, eliciting a wry smile from Jiang Jing. Yeah. The wash sensoria drooped its head, appearing rather listless in the dim surroundings. After driving away yet another swarm of Noctowl, it climbed wearily into Jiang Jing's embrace, seeking a comfortable position before promptly closing its eyes to rest. Jiang Jing, upon witnessing this, felt no irritation. Instead, he held the shiny Zorua and continued onward. They traversed for what felt like an eternity until, at last, they beheld a glimmer of light ahead. Finally, they had arrived. Jiang Jing let out a long sigh, stifling his excitement as he rushed forward with the shiny Zorua in his arms. Zorua. The sudden jolt from Jiang Jing's vigorous sprint stirred the shiny Zorua awake. Upon realizing they were about to escape the dim surroundings, anticipation shimmered in its brown eyes. In the next instant, both the human and the Pokémon plunged into the light. However, upon discovering their current location, Jiang Jing found himself momentarily bewildered. How had they ended up on the mountaintop? Frustration washed over him, a sentiment mirrored by the shiny Zorua. As they turned around, Jiang Jing's gaze instinctively swept across the mountaintop, and upon noticing the notification displayed before him, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Name: Jirachi, Steel Psychic, Sleeping Seal. Gender: None. Level: Level 2 Deity, Wish Deity. Ability: Serene Grace, increased chances of additional effects occurring. Individual value qualities: 31. Attack: 31. Defense: 31. Special Attack: 31. Special Defense: 31. Speed: 31. Skills: Psychic, Wish, Swift, Healing Wish, Mind Reader, Gravity, Telekinesis, Meteor Mash, Heal Wish, Sleep, Future Sight, Sacrifice, Doom Desire, Cosmic Power Wish. Carried item: None. Potential: Level 2 Deity. Jiang Jing's pupils constricted slightly, his emotions surging like a tumultuous river, refusing to settle as his gaze lingered on a particular spot atop the mountain. There stood the shrine. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a secret realm? Why has the atmosphere shifted so bizarrely? Even a level 2 deity like Jirachi has appeared. What kind of secret realm is this? Once realization struck, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself repeatedly, muttering under his breath, "This is what you get for acting recklessly." Zorua? The shiny Zorua stared in confusion, unable to comprehend Jiang Jing's sudden descent into self-harm. Concerned for Jiang Jing's well-being, it resolved to take action to rouse him. With a soft thud, the shiny Zorua landed gracefully on the ground. Jiang Jing felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his eyes snapped back to clarity, bewildered as he glanced at the shiny Zorua. Thankfully, the Zorua had not just unleashed an attack. Otherwise, Jiang Jing might have been in dire straits. Despite his body having been augmented by psychic powers, it was not as resilient as Ash's extraordinary physique. Gazing into those big, watery eyes, Jiang Jing rubbed his abdomen, hissing softly in discomfort as he asked irritably, "Zorua, what was that for?" Zorua. Shih Tzu Sualia squatted on the ground, her expression grave as she gestured, seemingly conveying her concern for Jiang Jing's safety. Was she truly worried for me? Jiang Jing pondered, harboring a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing his thoughts, Shih Tzu Sualia promptly nodded in affirmation. She could swear that her worries were genuine, not stemming from any desire for retaliation due to Jiang Jing's habitual denial of her leisure. "I shall choose to believe you for now," Jiang Jing mused after a considerable pause, momentarily suppressing his doubts. Sensing his acceptance, Shih Tzu Sualia exhaled in relief, inadvertently twitching her fox tail, a mischievous glint fleeting across her brown eyes as she feigned a demeanor of obedience. "Sualia, do not rush," Jiang Jing cautioned as he noticed her stepping forward towards the encroaching darkness of the cave. Let us first assess the situation at the shrine. His heart raced upon recalling the panel notification regarding Giratina, echoing the vivid memories of the last legendary battle. However, upon realizing that Giratina remained in a state of slumber, he felt a surge of confidence. Seizing the opportunity while Giratina was still asleep, he contemplated the possibility of gleaning some advantage. Shitsu Sualia tilted her head in confusion, but nonetheless followed him toward the shrine's location. The shrine atop the mountain was constructed of wood, marked by dark, mottled stains that testified to its long existence. Inside, it housed a circular white stone, indistinguishable from any ordinary mountain rock. Was this merely a visit to observe an unremarkable stone? Ignoring Shitsu Sualia's puzzled expression, Jiang Jing focused intently on his search. If not for the panel notification, he would not have associated this stone with the slumbering Giratina. As time passed, the sky darkened, twinkling stars beginning to emerge. Jiang Jing meticulously examined the ancient shrine. Yet disappointment washed over him as he found it utterly devoid of any other treasures. Besides the circular white stone that symbolized Giratina's slumber, there was nothing else to be discovered. Could it have been taken away by the school's faculty long ago? Jiang Jing furrowed his brow at this plausible explanation. He could hardly believe that such a significant secondary deity as Giratina would be enshrined here without any accompanying artifacts. With a silent sigh, he shook his head, recognizing that his treasure hunt had yielded no results, thus losing the desire to linger further. As for the cocoon of slumber that Giratina had transformed into, Jiang Jing chose not to take it with him. His deliberation stemmed from the unique nature of Giratina's legend. Unlike other legendary spirits, Giratina could only awaken for 7 days at a time before succumbing once more to slumber, which would endure for a millennium. Jiang Jing harbored doubts about whether he would live to witness her awakening. Perhaps it was best to regard it as a sight unseen. At that moment, just as they prepared to depart, to his astonishment, the moment this consciousness made contact with his extraordinary abilities, it began to rapidly expand, softly resonating with a gentle voice. The stars are coming. Hey Jing, wait for me to awaken. Jiang Jing trembled, gazing at the slumbering cocoon formed by Kira, his face etched with disbelief. Zora, did you just hear that? Jiang Jing's throat tightened as he turned heavily to look at the timid Zorua, quivering as he posed the question that lingered in his mind. Zorua, startled, nervously tugged at his pant leg, its brown eyes fixated on the white stone in the shrine. Nodding frantically, this scene undeniably conveyed to Jiang Jing that the voice he had just heard was not a figment of his imagination. Yet, how could Kira possibly know him? Jiang Jing found himself perplexed, having only encountered Kira that very day. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Jing decided to set aside the matter for now. The information at hand was still too scant, and Kira had merely left a single phrase before falling back into slumber. To unravel this mystery, he would likely need to await the next meteor shower. Judging by the benevolence Kira had exuded, once she awakened from her slumber, it seemed unlikely she would pose any threat to Jiang Jing. Rather, she might bestow upon him certain advantages. Zorua, perhaps sensing the unease, rushed forward as Jiang Jing prepared to leave the eerie shrine, urging him on. Jiang Jing felt a mix of annoyance and amusement at Zorua's timidity. With a resigned shake of his head, he followed. Just as he was about to step into the inky black cave, his footsteps halted momentarily as he silently uttered, Kira, until we meet again, before vanishing from the mountaintop. As a gentle breeze swept across the peak, rustling the leaves, a faint, soft voice echoed once more. Hey Jing, farewell. Kira. Chapter 54. The competition begins. Danjang Middle School, Shiyan City. The following morning at 8 o'clock, as the first rays of sunlight descended from the clouds. At last, he had found the right place. Jiang Jing emerged from the intricate cave system, and upon realizing he was at the mountainside where the task item was located, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with joy. Yay! Zorua exclaimed, a newfound sparkle illuminating its weary eyes. What a stroke of bad luck, Jiang Jing muttered. Zorua nodded in deep agreement. Heaven knows what they had endured the previous night. After departing from the mountaintop, they had lingered in the oppressive darkness for quite some time, losing their way countless times and facing numerous wild Pokémon attacks. Confronted with those wild Pokémon intent on ambushing them, Jiang Jing and Zorua found the encounters manageable, typically concluding battles within 2 to 3 minutes, though they were somewhat vexing. Now, they had finally reached the correct location. As long as they retrieved the required task item, they could complete the survival mission assigned by Meng Huai. Therefore, without hesitation, Jiang Jing and Zorua stepped forward. The agile guardian assigned by the school, upon witnessing their arrival, launched an immediate assault without hesitation. Observing this exceedingly familiar scene, Jiang Jing's eyes became as tranquil as an ancient well, and he instinctively nudged the slithering Soraya. The slithering Soraya, expressing her discontent, promptly engaged the guardian in combat. 3 minutes later, the skirmish concluded swiftly, leaving only a chaotic scene and the guardian in a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Jing retrieved a healing balm to treat the fallen guardian while unceremoniously collecting his task item. Upon discovering that he had obtained a shard of fire stone, He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a pensive expression crossing his face. It seemed the school had truly invested considerably this time. If his assumptions were correct, the task items they received should correlate with the initial Pokémon they would utilize. This could indeed be regarded as a harvest within the secret realm. After resting briefly with the slithering Soraya and feeling his strength gradually returning, Jiang Jing proceeded towards the rendezvous point. Around noon, he and the slithering Soraya exited the secret realm without surprise. However, he was utterly astonished to learn that he had been the last to leave, while Luo Xiao and the others had been waiting outside for an indeterminate amount of time. With a plethora of questions, he approached them, only to find his expression darkening significantly. Aside from a few unfortunate classmates who had met their demise upon entry due to an ambush by a flock of fiery sparrows, the remaining group, including Luo Xiao and Zheng Chuyao, had enjoyed remarkable fortune, being directly transported near the task location and effortlessly acquiring their items. Jiang Jing thought to himself, should I even express my frustration? Alright, so this is how we're playing it, huh? No wonder I didn't TC this group in the secret realm. Brother Jiang, your luck is unparalleled. Luo Xiao chuckled, envisioning Jiang Jing's frantic escapades within the cave. Yilan and Zheng Chuyao could not contain their laughter either, offering words of consolation to Jiang Jing. At that moment, Meng Huai, accompanied by several teachers stationed at the first high school, approached the group. He surveyed everyone before his gaze lingered on Jiang Jing for a few seconds, then spoke. To be frank, I am not particularly pleased with the performance of most of you this time. Aside from Jiang Jing, the ease with which the majority completed their tasks was largely attributable to luck, which contradicts the very purpose of the assignment I set forth. In the days to come, you must enhance your awareness of survival in the wild. After all, luck cannot perpetually favor you. Hearing these words, Luo Xiao and the others bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Following Meng Huai's admonition, they realized their performance had indeed been lacking, heavily reliant on fortuitous circumstances. We understand, Teacher Meng, they chorused. Meng Huai's expression softened considerably. He granted them half a day to rest, allowing Jiang Jing and the others to rejuvenate their spirits. I shall now impart to you some insights pertaining to tactics. After the break, Meng Huai reappeared before everyone, his countenance grave and earnest. This pertains to the collaboration among teams, and I hope you will listen attentively. Luo Xiao, noticing the seriousness etched on Meng Huai's face, anxiously inquired, Teacher Meng, will there be an examination on this knowledge? He was particularly averse to the prospect of any form of testing. Meng Huai, with a semblance of a smile, cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing no discernible emotion. Luo Xiao felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes dimming in an instant. Clearly, he grasped the implication behind Meng Huai's words. Realizing that escape from this ordeal was unlikely, Zheng Chuyao and Yilan exchanged silent glances, yet a flicker of concern was evident in their eyes. The seriousness of Meng Huai's demeanor suggested that fulfilling the requirements would not be an easy task. The days passed in a simple and mundane rhythm, alternating between team tactical studies and wilderness survival training, devoid of significant upheaval. As they delved deeper into their studies, Jiang Jing began to recognize Meng Huai's proficiency. His arrangements regarding team tactics proved immensely beneficial to Jiang Jing, particularly in terms of rotation during combat and timing, illuminating several aspects he had previously overlooked. Before long, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the provincial competition for new students approached, the group, having acclimated to the alternating regimen of wilderness survival training and tactical studies, was finally poised to leave the Moonlight Mountain secret realm. Jiangzhou No. One high school was set to face its first opponent in the upcoming match, Danjang High School from Shiyan City. Chapter 55, The Proposal. As soon as the competition roster was announced, Meng Huai convened the participating contestants, including Jiang Jing. Teacher Meng, what is the strength of Danjang High School? Luo Xiao could not help but ask, sensing the tension in the office. Yilan and Zheng Chuyao fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to Meng Huai. Jiang Jing, too, felt a spark of curiosity, as he was not well versed in the strength of high schools outside Jiangzhou. Meng Huai pondered for a moment before producing detailed information, his expression grave as he spoke. Danjang High School is one of the provincial key high schools in northern Hubei. Backed by the resources from the Honglian wetlands in the Wudong Mountain secret realm, they are formidable contenders for the championship title. Upon hearing Meng Huai's words, a chill ran through the group. Despite being merely a municipal high school, the designation of provincial key significantly enhanced its stature. Coupled with the support of resources from the secret realm, their strength could rival that of several prestigious high schools in the capital and Shanghai. Goodness, are we in for a rough ride? Luo Xiao gasped, instinctively murmuring, surely we won't be eliminated in the first round? Fatty, what nonsense are you spouting? Bah. How can you bolster others' spirits while diminishing your own before the competition has even begun? You're incorrigible. Teacher Meng, I suspect that this chubby fellow is an undercover agent sent by the opposition, intent on disturbing our morale. Before Luo Xiao's words could fully resonate, the surrounding members immediately shot him furious glares, vociferously denouncing this disruptive little rotund figure. Realizing he had unwittingly incited the wrath of the crowd, Luo Xiao instinctively retracted his neck, resembling a quail, and buried himself in the corner, his face awash with embarrassment. Enough. Let us pause for a moment. Meng Huai interjected, furrowing his brow and gesturing to halt the farce. His gaze swept over the members until it settled on the composed Jiang Jing. Classmate Jiang Jing, what are your thoughts on our opponent, Danjang Middle School? The outcome will only be revealed in battle. The crowd pondered his words. To speak of defeat before the fight is a grave error in strategy. Danjang Middle School is not invincible. Do we have confidence in securing victory? We do. With Meng Huai and Jiang Jing's encouragement, the morale of the members surged once more, erupting into a deafening cheer. As the competition was set to take place not in Jiangzhou, but in a hidden realm of Danjang City, Jiang Jing and his companions had to embark on their journey early, taking the high-speed train from Jiangzhou to Danjang City. As the train departed from Hangkou Station, gradually accelerating, the towering buildings along the route gave way to the breathtaking beauty of nature. The members gazed out of the windows, where they beheld rows of birds soaring high in the sky. In the grass, Nido Lang and Nido Ran frolicked playfully, while in the river, King Carp leapt joyfully from the water. Various wild spirits seemed to gather en masse, breathing life into the magnificent landscape, prompting smiles of appreciation from all the travelers witnessing such splendor. As time passed, Luo Xiao, perhaps weary from the scenery, could not suppress a yawn. How much longer until we reach Danjang City? I'm utterly exhausted. Zhong Qiu cast him an exasperated glance and shook her head. It takes 4 hours to travel from Jiangzhou to Danjang City, and we've only been on the train for less than an hour. Does that mean we still have 3 hours to go? How dreadfully tedious. Luo Xiao grimaced, genuinely feeling the pangs of boredom. Indeed. Zhong Qiu nodded, munching on snacks as she resumed watching her drama. Jiang Jing, Yi Lan, and the others, however, chose to ignore them, quietly reclining in their seats to rest. Seeing that no one was engaging with him, the restless little chubby one sighed. He idly pulled out a travel brochure from the front seat, fortuitously finding it featured an introduction to Wudong Mountain in Danjang City, which piqued his interest greatly. Moments later, as Luo Xiao finished reading the brochure, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he tugged at Jiang Jing's sleeve and enthusiastically proposed, "How about after we complete the match against Danjang Middle School, we all visit Wudong Mountain together?" Upon hearing his suggestion, silence enveloped the group, all eyes fixated on him. Luo Xiao felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny and spoke again. "What sort of expressions are you all wearing?" Jiang Jing replied, "Chubby, something is off with you." Yilan, "When something seems amiss, there must be a hidden motive." Zhong Chu Yao, "Offering undue favors often indicates ulterior motives." Other classmates, "Can I simply wish to travel to Wudong Mountain?" Luo Xiao defended, his neck flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Jing showed no mercy, ruthlessly exposing his deception. "Fatty, you struggle to ascend a mere flight of stairs, yet you claim you wish to climb Wudong Mountain? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive us into donating a kidney." At Jiang Jing's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Faced with the futility of his excuse, Luo Xiao sighed in resignation and opened a page of the promotional brochure. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I read in the brochure that there seems to be a sound monkey appearing in Wudong Mountain." Instantly, Jiang Jing and the others were enlightened. After a brief period of contemplation and discussion, they received Meng Huai's consent. Ultimately, they accepted Luo Xiao's proposal. After all, the legendary spirits of the 3 prominent families were enticing to most of them. A couple of hours later, the high-speed train finally arrived at the Danjang station. Jiang Jing and his companions followed the throng of disembarking passengers towards the train station's exit. Just as they approached the ticket validation gate, a group of security personnel emerged. What has transpired now? Jiang Jing pondered, slightly taken aback. Kong Wu and the others were equally curious and couldn't resist glancing back. "Stop looking." Meng Huai, feeling exasperated, reminded them, "There's a competition tomorrow." Under Meng Huai's guidance, they boarded a vehicle to the City Convenience Hotel, which the school had specifically reserved for them. The environment was quite satisfactory, and it was conveniently close to the competition venue. Chapter 56, Showdown with the Rainy Day Team, 1, the following day. As the sun began to rise, Jiang Jing awoke early and commenced his meditation. This had become his routine over the past month. In pursuit of mastering his newfound super abilities, he sought out basic meditation instructional videos released by the Super Ability Dojo online for study. The effectiveness of these videos was undeniable, and Jiang Jing found them immensely beneficial. For someone like him, a novice in superpowers, the results were promising. During his meditation, he ensured that his spirits, Tan Xiaoshi, Mei Naz, and Shi Chui So Luo Ya, were not idle. As the competition against Danjang Middle School was scheduled for around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he effortlessly retrieved 3 pre-prepared tablets, tossing them to the spirits to watch videos and learn new skills. Mei Naz and Tan Xiaoshi dutifully followed his instructions, while Shi Chui So Luo Ya, with tearful eyes and a pitiful demeanor, softly called out to the meditating Jiang Jing in hopes of dissuading him. However, in the face of such adorable antics, Jiang Jing hardened his resolve, fortifying his resistance to the utmost level, effectively withstanding Shi Chuesa Luo Ya's assault. Realizing her efforts were in vain, Shi Chuesa Luo Ya flicked her tail in frustration and begrudgingly picked up the tablet, sulking as she began to watch the video. The little fox, ever so pretentious, kept its eyes half open, casting a sidelong glance at the charming Saria, inwardly amused as it murmured a quiet jest before returning to its meditation. Time passed slowly, and approximately 2 hours later, Jiang Jing felt the onset of bodily aches, signaling that today's meditation must come to an end. He opened his tightly shut eyes, indulging in a languorous stretch before gradually rising from his bed. Approaching the vicinity of the sprites, including Tan Xiaoshi and Minus, Jiang Jing cast a glance at the instructional video on skill techniques playing on their tablet. He pursed his lips and inquired, Tan Xiaoshi, Minus, and Saria, have you made any progress today? Minus, with her serpentine form, coiled around him, her captivating visage shaking slightly to indicate that she had yet to master any new skills. Tan Xiaoshi, quietly affirming the same, chimed in. This display elicited both frustration and amusement from Jiang Jing, who couldn't help but ruffle the fur of the little creature while playfully chiding. You really have the audacity. Jiang Jing was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in learning new techniques. After all, this world lacked any devices for skill acquisition. The sole method of learning those techniques remained through online video courses. He had prepared himself mentally for this reality. Yet hearing it aloud still stirred a tinge of disappointment within him. However, this sentiment did not linger for long. While tidying up the room, he stumbled upon a pile of cold dust that Tan Xiaoshi had inadvertently dropped. This discovery plunged Jiang Jing into contemplation. If memory serves, this substance seems to be a potential component for crafting a skill acquisition device. Similar materials, such as Meowth's fur, Ghastly's gas, and Magikarp's scales, could yield the same effect. Jiang Jing stroked his chin, a flurry of thoughts cascading through his mind. He remained uncertain whether this game mechanic could manifest in reality. Yet he pondered the possibility of experimentation. If he could indeed fabricate such a device, it would be nothing short of splendid. With this thought, Jiang Jing felt the promise of a bright and prosperous future beckoning him. After sharing a light meal with the sprites, he realized it was nearly noon. Remembering the competition scheduled for 2 o'clock, he gathered them and departed the hotel. By 1:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Jing and his companions arrived at the competition venue, the secret realm Shallow Red Wetland, where Meng Huai was briefing them on essential points to consider during the contest. In this competition, you will be placed directly in a designated area within the secret realm, much like Danjang High School. Your objective is to swiftly navigate through the wild sprites obstructing your path and prepare accordingly in the central zone of the realm. The outcome of the competition will hinge upon which team, yours or Danjang High School's, can achieve greater speed, given the formidable strength of their opponents. Meng Huai had selected Jiang Jing, Luo Xiao, and Yi Lan as the official members for this match to ensure a more secure victory. Before he could conclude his statement, however, Jiang Jing interjected, Teacher Meng, let Yu Miao Miao and Chun Xiaolong handle the remaining 2. Given the abundant aquatic resources in Danjiang City, it was highly probable that the initial Pokémon for novice trainers would predominantly be of the water type. The data he had reviewed on the competitors from Danjiang High School corroborated this assumption, especially noting their possession of Pokémon such as Pelipper, Jolteon, Seadra, and Lotad. He speculated that the opponents might adopt a rain team strategy. Thus, Jiang Jing felt compelled to consider selecting Pokémon capable of countering this approach. It was not that he was unwilling to devise a robust strategy to confront Danjiang High School's rain team. Rather, the Pokémon available to Jiangzhou No. 1 High School were rather uneven, lacking the diversity necessary to form a weather team or any other cohesive unit. His current choices were simply a matter of necessity. After all, the competition rules stipulated that each school could only field 5 participants, each permitted to bring only 1 Pokémon. This arrangement rendered the entire contest heavily reliant on teamwork, resembling a grand live-action game. Meng Huai remained silent for a while, contemplating Jiang Jing's strategic intent, and soon grasped his reasoning. He nodded in agreement, stating, let us proceed as Jiang Jing suggests. Whether we can triumph over Danjiang High School rests upon your shoulders. Do your best. The substitute team members, including Zhong Chuyao, rallied their spirits. We will undoubtedly defeat Danjiang High School. Staff members assigned by the Provincial Training Association registered and verified the Pokémon each competitor carried, ensuring they had only one before signaling their entry into the Shallow Red Wetlands to commence the match, as a wave of intense dizziness washed over them. When Jiang Jing and his team regained consciousness, they found themselves already within the Shallow Red Wetlands. Noticing that the surrounding wild Pokémon had been startled by their arrival, Jiang Jing promptly released his shiny Zorua to assist in calming the area. The others also summoned their Pokémon to lend a hand. Unsurprisingly, against the mere novice-level Pokémon, shiny Zorua, and its companions swiftly accomplished their task. The 5 of them consulted their map to ascertain their current location, and upon confirming their precise position, hastily proceeded toward the center of the secret realm with their Pokémon, racing against time to compete with the competitors from Danjang High School. In a residential area of Danjang City, these security officers and inspectors from the Huagua Alliance are truly bothersome. Were it not for the urgency of this mission, I would certainly give them a good kick, teaching them the might of the Canaanites. Cybran exhaled a plume of smoke, venting his frustrations. He found his journey with the Huagua Alliance utterly dismal. The air was thick with smog, devoid of any sweet fragrance. Were it not for his desire to assist Canaan in achieving victory in the Israel-Palestine conflict, this noble scion of Hebrew lineage would have long since abandoned the endeavor, just as he was about to continue his tirade. Among the Canaanites accompanying him, a high-ranking youth with white hair and white eyes seemed to have discovered something, his expression suddenly shifting dramatically. Hurry, I see the people from the Huagua Alliance approaching. This location has been compromised. Benjamin, what should we do next? The others inquired patiently, showing no signs of panic as they awaited the white-haired youth's plan. I have discerned the whereabouts of the manifestation mirror from the temporal ripples. It lies somewhere within the Red Lotus wetlands. They hastily gathered their belongings and headed towards Wudong Mountain. Shortly thereafter, about an hour after Benjamin and the others had departed, the law enforcement officers and the Training Association investigators of Danjang City surrounded the small building where they had previously stayed. Curse it, they've managed to escape again. The captain of the law enforcement team, upon finding the house deserted, angrily struck the wall with his fist. The investigator from the Training Association sighed in resignation, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, as if he had anticipated it all along. Oldly, don't be angry. Those Canaanites possess the ability to foresee the future and are aware of our movements in advance. There is no way to prevent this. However, that does not justify their audacity within our Huagua Alliance. The captain known as Oldly retorted fiercely, just wait. I will eventually capture that group of Canaanites. At the same time, within the shallow red wetlands of the secret realm, the judges and other staff from the Provincial Training Association, along with Meng Huai and others who had entered the secret realm, stood atop a massive hot air balloon, patiently awaiting the arrival of the 2 teams. It remains uncertain which team will arrive first, remarked Dong Wenlong, the head of the Danjiang City Training Association, with a cheerful demeanor. It should be the team from Danjiang High School. They hold the advantage of familiarity with this realm. Lu Feiyu, a researcher invited to observe the competition, analyzed earnestly. The other judges nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lu Feiyu's assessment, as they shared the same sentiment. The actual situation did not deviate from their expectations. The first team to reach the center of the secret realm was indeed the 5-member squad from Danjiang High School. Teacher Meng. Victory in this match belongs to Danjiang High School. The team leader from Danjiang High School, Zhen Peiqiang, couldn't help but smile as he witnessed the unfolding events. Meng Huai's heart sank immediately. Having lost the opportunity to strategize, he realized the scales of victory had begun to tip in favor of Danjiang High School. The companions waiting alongside him, including Zhong Chuyao, now wore expressions of concern. Noticing the team's morale faltering, Meng Huai took a deep breath, regaining his earlier composure, and met Zhen Peiqiang's gaze. Teacher Zhen, the team from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School has yet to arrive. It's premature to declare a winner at this stage. Zhen Peiqiang scoffed dismissively at his words, viewing Meng Huai as a stubborn individual refusing to accept defeat. With the advantages provided by the shallow red wetlands and the rainy day tactics, Danjiang High School undoubtedly held the upper hand. Once the participants from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School appeared, they would face a relentless assault from Danjiang High School. What reason remains for defeat? I shall eagerly anticipate the performance of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Zhen Peiqiang grinned. Meng Huai remained silent, a flicker of concern glinting in his eyes. The quintet from Danjiang Middle School had already made all necessary preparations. Suddenly, the rain dance Pokémon, Pelipper, emerged, flapping its wings as it hovered above the team. Soon after, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Influenced by the dampness of the shallow red wetlands, the atmosphere was already saturated with moisture, causing the rainfall to escalate toward a downpour. Concealed nearby, Reika shook off the raindrops, its ears perked, attentively monitoring its surroundings. The moment Jiang Jing and his companion's Pokémon appeared, it would unleash a thunder attack, summoning a tempest of lightning. Its presence was strategically aimed at targeting the water-type Pokémon within Jiangzhou No. 1 High School's team, such as Yilan Squirtle, intending to exploit type advantages to breach their watery defenses and launch swift assaults. Seahorse awaited its cue, ready to activate its swift swim ability under the rain, effectively doubling its speed. It served as the special attacker in this tactic, although it could not yet rival the dominance of a fully evolved Kingdra. It was sufficient for the current circumstances. Once Jiang Jing and the others dispatched their Pokémon, the speed boost from the rainy weather would likely enable a powerful Dragon Pulse attack, teaching their opponents a lesson. The final Pokémon for Danjiang Middle School was a Scyther, serving as the defensive linchpin of this strategy. vigilantly observing Polyper's status to prevent it from being swiftly targeted, which would undermine their weather advantage. Awaiting the arrival of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, Lu Wenla chuckled with anticipation gleaming in his eyes, while the others wore relaxed expressions, already envisioning the reactions of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Once the rain team strategy was deployed, it remained uncertain how long Jiangzhou No. 1 High School could endure. I only hope it doesn't tee in too swiftly. That would be rather dull. Stay alert to the surroundings. Be cautious of ambushes, the leader, Ji Chang'an, advised, his expression serious. Yet a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. We understand, boss. The group replied in unison. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Danjang Middle School, Jiang Jing and his companions had already arrived nearby. Let us pause and not advance further. Jiang Jing noticed the unexpected downpour that had emerged around them, sighing inwardly as he furrowed his brow, instructing Jiangzhou No. 1 High School's team to halt. Upon witnessing this abnormal rainfall, he realized that the team from Danjang Middle School must have arrived at the venue ahead of them. At this moment, it was highly probable that they had already set up their rain team strategy. Yilan, noticing the change in Jiang Jing's demeanor, felt an ominous premonition rise within her and could not resist asking, Jiang Jing, is something wrong? With a resigned sigh, Jiang Jing shared his suspicions with the group. Upon hearing this, Yu Miao Miao and Chun Xiaolong appeared somewhat at a loss. Jianggu, what should we do now? Luo Xiu asked anxiously, surprised that despite their efforts, they still found themselves a step behind the team from Danjang Middle School. Jiang Jing remained silent, lost in contemplation. Given the current circumstances, penetrating the rain team with the sprites at their disposal seemed an almost impossible task. However, if they were to take a bold risk and employ alternative methods of sabotage, perhaps victory was not entirely out of reach. With this thought in mind, he turned to the group with a serious demeanor and inquired, Do you trust me? The others, somewhat bewildered but driven by their faith in him, nodded vigorously. Then let us proceed with this plan. Rayquaza. Chapter 58, Confrontation with the Rain Team, 3. Everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation as Jiang Jing elaborated on his strategy. Yet he noticed a look of astonishment and hesitation on the faces of Luo Xiu and the others. Isn't this a bit too reckless? Chen Xiaolong asked cautiously, clearly taken aback by the audacity of Jiang Jing's proposal. Do you have any other alternatives? Chen Xiaolong opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Seeing no other options, Yilan and Yu Miao Miao, despite their lingering doubts, ultimately chose to trust Jiang Jing and accepted the plan. Let us act according to the strategy. Jiang Jing's gaze swept over the four, his voice resonating with a deep, magnetic cadence. This time, we shall prevail. Indeed, we shall win. Inspired by Jiang Jing's fervor, the group echoed his sentiment earnestly. They then proceeded to relay instructions to their sprites, initiating their actions according to the devised plan. Zorua, we are counting on you. Jiang Jing affectionately ruffled the head of his cherished Zorua, his eyes brimming with expectation and trust. Jing, I will not let you down, Zorua silently promised, puffing out its chest with determination. Isn't the Jiangzhou No. 1 High School team lost? Lu Wenla yawned, noticing the absence of their opponents and muttering, I might just fall asleep. The expressions of Ji Chang'an and the others were similarly lackluster, the dreary rain-soaked environment instilling a sense of drowsiness and fatigue. At that moment, unexpectedly, the figures of Jiang Jing and his companions materialized, like the late arrival of winter, launching a fierce assault upon them. A colossal shadow emerged from behind the Scyther, crashing down with tremendous force. The Scyther, sensing the disturbance behind, instinctively darted forward, skillfully evading the oncoming attack. In that fleeting instant, the battle commenced. Attack! Jiang Jing and Ji Chang'an shouted in unison. Before their voices faded, Rayquaza, bathed in golden, crackling lightning, tilted its head, summoning the thunderous storm clouds to unleash a torrential strike aimed directly at the Squirtle in Jiang Jing's team. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed through the skies, carrying an aura of annihilation, instilling a sense of dread. This was the electric-type sprite's ultimate move, thunder. Meanwhile, as Rayquaza surged into action, the Mareep and the Lombra were evidently not idle either. They surged forth as per the premeditated plan, targeting the objective designated by their trainer without a moment's hesitation, unleashing the terrifying energy that resided within them. A torrent of bluish-purple energy erupted from the elongated snout of the seahorse Pokémon, instantly transforming into a fearsome dragon-like figure, exuding a potent draconic aura as it soared towards the apple dragon. Dragon Pulse. The young lad in the lotus hat raised his arms, locking eyes with the opposing Raichu, grinning widely as he mimicked a clapping gesture, channeling the power within him. This was a surprise attack, clap ambush. In midair, the soaring wind gull croaked loudly, flapping its wings to generate blades of air that sliced through the curtain of rain, aiming for the sunflora below. Air slash. Witnessing this spectacle, Ji Chang'an and his companions shared smiles brimming with confidence. Conversely, Jiang Jing and his team also smiled, but their expressions were tinged with an enigmatic thrill. Surprise, and an excitement they could scarcely comprehend. What was happening with the students of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School? Were they truly in a state of bewilderment? This thought crossed Ji Chang'an's mind fleetingly. However, it did not linger long, for the ensuing events rendered them utterly astounded. Countless bursts of energy from the various moves coalesced into a terrifying torrent amidst the downpour, effortlessly descending upon the apple dragon and its companions. In a moment of disbelief, they beheld the Kamikame turtle and its allies being torn asunder by the descending bolts of thunder, disintegrating into ephemeral wisps that vanished before their eyes. Was everything that had just transpired merely an illusion? Where had the Pokémon of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School gone? Only a solitary figure remained on the field, emanating a pure white light, an indication of the move's successful execution. With the effects of the move preserved, the shiny Zoroa made a face at the opposing Pokémon, emitting a teasing sound, seemingly mocking them. The effect of the clap ambush had been thwarted, yet the residual Thunderbolt, Dragon Pulse, and Air Slash moves inexorably descended upon the shiny Zoroa. Cold sweat beaded on its forehead as it braced itself to evade. With agile movements, it successfully dodged the Dragon Pulse and Air Slash, but was ultimately struck by the Thunderbolt. Under the onslaught of the raging thunder, it could not suppress a cry of agony. Its body uncontrollably propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. This was bad. They had been deceived. Lu Wunla and his companions' pupils involuntarily contracted as a thought flashed through their minds. Realizing the dire situation, they immediately turned their gaze toward the Wingull and its allies, intending to shout a warning to evade, but their words faltered on their lips. Indeed, the scenario unfolded just as they had feared. The previously vanished Pokémon suddenly surged forth, converging their attacks towards a singular target, the Wingull, the very epicenter of the rain's influence. As the magnificent apple dragon hovered, surrounded by a plethora of fallen leaves, it emanated a potent wave of grass-type energy. Under its willful guidance, the leaves shot directly towards the great-mouthed gull. Magical leaf. The clouds above morphed once more, accompanied by a resounding roar of thunder. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the thunder attack unleashed by the Raichu. However, this time, the target was none other than the great-mouthed gull. With the Raichu leading the charge, Leafland's Squirtle was not idle either, determined to prevent the gull from escaping. It unleashed the water pulse attack to encircle and block any potential avenues of escape for the gull. Given such circumstances, the outcome for the great-mouthed gull was all but predictable. In the instant when both the magical leaf and the thunder attack struck simultaneously, the gull, already at a disadvantage due to its type, was swiftly eliminated, plummeting uncontrollably to the ground and causing the torrential rain to begin to subside. Without hesitation, the Sunseed followed its trainer's prior command and executed the Sunny Day move, attempting to seize control of the weather. Unfortunately, due to the wetland environment of the secret realm, the humidity in the air was so dense that it could not directly transform the rainy weather into a sunny one. However, it was fortunate that the effects of the rain faded, and the enhancements granted to the Horsia and the Shroomish also dissipated. The dynamics of offense and defense shifted in an instant. The Flygon was caught off guard, unable to react in time to support the great-mouthed gull. Meanwhile, the Pokémon from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School did not pause in their advance. They were well-versed in Jiang Jing's teachings, understanding the sophisticated tactics of high-stakes battles. Targeting the agile Raichu and the Horsia, they unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing these already fragile Pokémon to swiftly follow in the footsteps of the great-mouthed gull. As for the remaining Shroomish and Flygon, although they wished to retaliate and secure victory for Danjang Middle School, the outcome of the match was already sealed in that fleeting moment. The rapidity of the battle left all spectators momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the astonishing turn of events. Dong Wenlong smacked his lips, feeling somewhat parched. Lu Feiyu nodded in approval, his gaze towards the five from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School filled with admiration. What a brilliant idea to use the illusion of the foreign Solgaleo to deceive the opponent. The others echoed his sentiments, sharing their thoughts, all expressing congratulations to Jiangzhou No. 1 High School in their own ways. Meng Huai let out a sigh of relief, his previously tense body gradually relaxing. In contrast, Zhen Peiqiang appeared flustered, utterly unprepared for such a dramatic shift in what was supposed to be a favorable situation, leaving him in a daze. On the battlefield, upon hearing the news of victory from the referee, Luo Xiao and his companions could not help but cheer. Jiang Jing merely smiled faintly at the outcome, swiftly making his way towards the muddy Solgaleo, lifting the little fox from the ground. The Solgaleo gazed weakly at Jiang Jing, its large, watery eyes reflecting an incomprehensible determination. Jiang Jing understood its unspoken question and nodded solemnly in response. Zoroark, we have triumphed in the match. All thanks to you. As Jiang Jing reflected on the contributions of the little fox in this contest, he quietly handed it the award, believing it to be appropriate. Upon hearing this, Zoroark's haughty expression returned, and as weariness overcame it, it nestled into Jiang Jing's embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang Jing, ever considerate, ensured it was comfortable. In Chapter 59, Kojiro expressed his frustration about the situation. With the match concluded, the crowd swiftly departed from the shallow red wetlands of the secret realm. Unlike the crestfallen students of Danjang High School, the team from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School held their heads high, with Meng Huai unusually bursting into laughter. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how the match had unfolded in such a manner. The formidable rainy day team had seemingly faltered inexplicably. He likely could not grasp the underlying issues. It turned out that the interference of that peculiar Zoroark had disrupted their plans. Zhen Peiqiang slapped his thigh in exasperation, his expression one of profound dismay. This then offered the opposing team, including the likes of Porygonzi, the opportunity to flank and eliminate the formidable Wingull while seizing control of the weather, leading to a rapid disintegration of their strategy. Moreover, the delayed reactions from Ji Chang'an and his team allowed their opponents to relentlessly pursue their agenda, culminating in a complete collapse of the match. In summary, the players from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School had resorted to underhanded tactics, employing deception to launch surprise attacks, while their counterparts from Danjiang High School foolishly unleashed all their ultimate moves, ultimately falling victim to a coordinated counterattack. The mere thought of this left Zhen Peiqiang seething with frustration, filled with resentment and determination to ensure that Ji Chang'an and his cohorts would engage in rigorous practice. At the Danjang City Pokémon Center, "Nurse, is my Pokémon alright?" Jiang Jing inquired, gazing at the fair-skinned, beautiful nurse before him. As the sun set and rose anew, a night had passed. Having previously arranged a visit to Wudong Mountain, they embarked on a journey to this world-renowned natural wonder. Wudong Mountain, revered as a sacred site of Taoism in China, boasts an unparalleled scenic beauty and is hailed as the foremost immortal mountain of the realm. Influenced by its faulted cliff terrain and the northern subtropical monsoon climate, the area is characterized by towering peaks, intricate geological formations, and an abundance of natural resources, home to a variety of wild Pokémon. The presence of the secret realm, the Red Lotus Wetlands, further attracts countless tourists and aspiring trainers seeking adventure and treasure, resulting in a throng of visitors. As Jiang Jing and his companions disembarked, they were met with a sea of people. "Goodness, there are so many visitors at Wudong Mountain," Luo Xiao exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, seemingly taken aback by the scene before him. Yilan and Zhong Chuyao nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. "Do we still need to ascend?" Yu Miao Miao, overwhelmed by the crowds, hesitated, not wishing to jostle among the throngs of tourists. Luo Xiao, sensing her reluctance, quickly attempted to assuage her concerns. "We've come all this way." The sound of the monkey echoed before them. Could one truly forsake such an opportunity? Yu Miao Miao pondered for a moment, gently shaking her head. In comparison to the allure brought by the esteemed trio of families, the throng before them appeared less daunting. "Let us first procure a map from the nearby shops," Jiang Jing remarked, casting a glance at the hesitant group, and with a resigned sigh, he strode toward the pedestrian shopping street at the mountain's base. This bustling street was replete with shops, their signs dazzling the eye, most selling items related to exploring the mysterious realms. As Jiang Jing and his companions meandered, they ultimately halted before a store named Adventure House. Their pause was not due to a lack of desire to continue browsing, but rather the irresistible allure of the message scrawled on the small blackboard outside. "For only 998. Seize the chance for an intimate encounter with a quasi-deity." With excitement bubbling within them, the group pushed open the glass door and entered the shop. Upon noticing their arrival, the previously drowsy Mediterranean owner instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming as if he had spotted a bounty of green chives. He hurried over to them, concealing his shrewdness behind a relatively affable smile. "Greetings, handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Are you interested in our youth fishing gear package for 998? Or perhaps the luxurious package for 8,888? I assure you, I am not exaggerating. A trainer once caught a miniature dragon from Taiji Lake using our fishing rod. Why not give it a try?" The words piqued the interest of Luo Xiao and the others, especially upon seeing the photograph of the owner with the miniature dragon adorning the wall. After all, that was a quasi-deity's juvenile form. It was one of the ultimate dreams for countless trainers. Yet, before they could voice their thoughts, Jiang Jing decisively declined the offer. "For now, we do not require a fishing rod. Please provide us with a detailed map of the surrounding Pokémon distribution. Are you truly not considering it further, handsome?" The Mediterranean owner inquired, unwilling to relent. Jiang Jing remained steadfast, insisting only on the map. Disappointment flickered in the owner's eyes as he recognized Jiang Jing's refusal to be swayed. His enthusiasm waned, and he lazily retrieved a map from beneath the counter. "It's a bargain at 168 yuan. Despite the owner's shift in demeanor, Jiang Jing bore no resentment. He promptly completed the payment and departed with his companions. Shortly after exiting the shop, Kong Wu hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Jing, and could not suppress the collective sentiment of the group. "Jiang Jing, that was a miniature dragon. Are you truly not tempted?" "Naturally, I am tempted by the miniature dragon," Jiang Jing replied, his pace unwavering as he continued forward, while also countering with a question. "But after so many years, are there still miniature dragons in Taiji Lake?" He turned to survey the stunned expressions of his companions, shaking his head in disbelief. He could not help but think, if one were to believe the Mediterranean owner's words, they would surely become naive fools. A miniature dragon? More likely it would be a boisterous kingler. Little Zilong expressed his agreement with a firm nod. As they continued their journey, they did not forget to transform the caught king carp into a Gyarados. In Chapter 60, titled Searching for the Sound Monkey, Jiang Jing and his companions emerged from the bustling commercial street and arrived at the ticket hall. Each of them paid 243 yuan for admission to the mountain. Following the nearby signage and swept along by the throngs of people, they made their way toward the ticket-checking area. A staff member, upon receiving their tickets, merely glanced at them and, with a look of regret, informed them that the South Rock Palace was currently closed to visitors. If you have plans to visit, please adjust your itinerary accordingly. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused, he said. Jiang Jing and his friends were taken aback for a moment, but nodded in understanding, realizing their purpose for this trip did not revolve around the South Rock Palace. Thus it did not significantly affect their plans. They chose to disregard the situation. However, some visitors behind them were less accommodating. A few irate individuals rushed forward, tugging at the staff's clothing, demanding, "You must provide a reasonable explanation for this. To be frank, we came to Wudong Mountain specifically for the South Rock Palace." Jiang Jing and his companions paid no mind to the altercation between the staff and the disgruntled visitors. They merely observed for a moment before stepping into the depths of Wudong Mountain. Having just departed from the entrance, the pace of their ascent was not swift due to the number of climbers ahead of them, allowing them to overhear the ongoing dispute near the gate. Fortunately, the surrounding tourists seemed to share a mutual inclination to keep the noise down, thereby minimizing disruption. In the distance, Jiang Jing could faintly discern fragments of conversation, piecing together that the Red Lotus wetland in the secret realm had encountered issues, prompting official closure, which in turn led to the temporary shutdown of the nearby South Rock Palace. He gazed toward the direction of the South Rock Palace, his eyes deepening with concern as he silently prayed, "Let it not affect us." Glancing at the map he had purchased, he was aware that the monkey spirits resided around the Yushu Rock Grand Canyon, and thus he followed the arrows on the park signs toward Yushu Rock. Luo Xiao and others engaged in quiet discussion, seemingly still preoccupied with the earlier events, trailing closely behind Jiang Jing as they advanced toward their destination. After what felt like an eternity, Yilan and Zhong Chuyao began to feel fatigue in their legs, finally arriving at a certain point on the northern bank of the Tianjin Bridge in the Nine-Crossing stream. "How much longer do we have to walk?" Luo Xiao exclaimed. Drenched in sweat and feeling his legs nearly numb, unable to contain himself, he proposed to Jiang Jing, "Bro, should we take a break? Look at the class monitor and the others, they're exhausted." Jiang Jing cast a disdainful glance at the chubby fellow but did not dismiss his proposal. He nodded seriously to the crowd, stating, "Since everyone is weary, let us take a brief respite here." "Huzzah!" the group exclaimed in unison. During their pause, Jiang Jing remained vigilant. He released the somewhat pent-up Shitsue Soul Rock, allowing it to stretch its limbs nearby, before turning his gaze toward the cliffs in the distance. Through the synergy of his psychic abilities and the interface, a plethora of information regarding the local wild spirits flooded into Jiang Jing's awareness. 2 seasoned potential monkey monsters. A gym potential fire monkey, 4 elite potential cauliflower monkeys, 3 seasoned potential searing monkeys, 1 gym potential toss monkey, and 3 professional potential toss monkeys. Indeed, there are numerous monkeys in this vicinity. Jiang Jing mused quietly, his thoughts barely audible to himself. It was no surprise that this place was dubbed Monkey Valley. After a brief moment of reflection, he was compelled to confront a new dilemma. He had not detected any signs of the sound monkey. Of course, this might be attributed to the limitations of his psychic range, which could have prevented him from encroaching upon the sound monkey's habitat. After a moment's deliberation, he glanced at the exuberant crowd and chose to keep this matter to himself, wishing to spare Luo Xiao and the others any disappointment. Approximately 15 minutes later, having observed the group's recovery of stamina, Jiang Jing led them away from the scenic area, veering into the dense forest. This was the path leading to the gathering place of the wild spirits. The thick foliage obscured the sun, while various insects buzzed about, creating a cacophony of sounds. The earthy aroma of the surrounding vegetation mingled with a faint scent of decay, assailing their nostrils and prompting them to cover their mouths and noses, their faces contorting in distaste. At this juncture, even Shitsue Soul Rock was reluctant to touch the ground, fearing that the unwholesome environment would soil its delicate pads, opting instead to burrow into Jiang Jing's embrace. "Yeah," Shitsue Soul Rock protested, urging him to hasten their departure from this wretched place. "Endure a little longer, Soul Rock," Jiang Jing replied, feeling equally uncomfortable as he quickened his pace. Only after they emerged from the foul-smelling area did he take deep breaths, greedily inhaling the fragrant air that surrounded them. That place was truly unbearable. Luo Xiao could not help but comment. Yu Miao Miao nodded in agreement, producing a tissue to wipe the perspiration from her brow. "I hope the sound monkey's habitat is not of such dismal nature." At that moment, A rustling sound suddenly emanated from the trees around them, as if some creature was hurriedly approaching. Before Jiang Jing and the others could react, a monkey adorned with a broccoli-like protrusion atop its head burst forth from the dense foliage, launching an attack. Two slender vine whips, woven together, shot from its sides with tremendous force, descending upon them with alarming speed. Vine whips. Soul Rock, unleash your psychic power, Jiang Jing commanded, patting the Shitsue Soul Rock nestled in his arms, maintaining his composure. Shitsue Soroya yawned, sensing that the strength of this chayote monkey was rather lacking. Consequently, he did not exert excessive force. Perhaps it had never encountered such a situation before. As the vine whip surged towards it, the chayote monkey appeared to neglect its defenses, rendering its body uncontrollable. It could only watch helplessly as the whip descended upon it. Thud, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Dust erupted around them, gradually permeating the air and infusing it with a rich, earthy aroma. The chayote monkey succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing beneath the tree. Having lost its fighting capability, it was merely a level 13 chayote monkey. Jiang Jing was not the slightest bit surprised by Shitsue Soroya's swift and decisive conclusion to the battle. Chayote Monkey. Sound Monkey. Chapter 61. The Theft of the Mirror of Revelation. The Rage of Affectionate Cloud. Jiang Jing turned to the group and pointed at the chayote monkey on the ground. Does anyone wish to capture it? Its potential seems promising. According to the information from the panel, this particular chayote monkey possessed a gym potential of 3. Although its current strength was somewhat lacking, with proper training, it could become a key asset for an ordinary trainer. Thus, he couldn't help but mention it to the others. Yet, the group collectively shook their heads. Brother Jiang, let's hurry and search for the sound monkey, Luo Xiu urged, unable to contain himself. Despite the chayote monkey appearing to be decent, it was not to his taste. Yu Miao Miao and Chun Xiaolong nodded in agreement, their sentiments mirroring Luo Xiu's. Raising Pokémon was inherently a costly endeavor. When presented with better options, who would willingly settle for a lesser choice? Such is the nature of humanity. Jiang Jing could not argue against this. He merely shrugged and continued to lead the group onward. As time passed, Jiang Jing and his companions ventured deeper into the dense forest. The atmosphere here felt even more desolate and primal than the outer regions. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, and towering weeds surrounded them, invoking a profound sense of solitude. Thanks to their supernatural abilities and the panel, they encountered no further obstacles along the way, successfully avoiding the territories of the Monkey Monster clan and the Throwing Monkeys. Unlike their initial foray into the forest, which had attracted the attention of wild Pokémon like the chayote monkey due to territorial trespassing, they now navigated without incident. Of course, this deviation led them gradually astray from their originally intended path. Just as the group began to feel drowsy, a rhythmic sound emerged. Thump, 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 thump. The sound was surprisingly melodious. Luo Xiu involuntarily exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. The others could not suppress their laughter, finding amusement in his words. The gloom that had enveloped them dissipated significantly in that moment. Jiang Jing, however, paid no heed to his remarks, instead wearing a contemplative expression. He recalled that sound monkeys were known for their affinity for carrying a wooden stick, often tapping it rhythmically while playing, infusing the surrounding flora with vitality. Shitsue Soroya observed his movements, leaping gracefully to position herself in front of him, chest held high as she cleared the path. Jiang Jing, you. Zhong Chuyao widened her beautiful eyes, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Jing had already darted past her, transforming into a fleeting figure like a youthful wind. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Luo Xiu shivered, his face flushed as he could not help but shout, everyone, hurry up. Brother Jiang might have discovered the sound monkeys. Thus, under Luo Xiu's leadership, the group hastily pursued the direction Jiang Jing had taken. When they finally caught up with him, they found him gazing intently ahead. Upon noticing their large gathering, Jiang Jing pointed forward, simultaneously making a shushing gesture. A sudden thought ignited in their minds. Could it be? They suppressed their excitement, their breaths quickening as they followed his pointing finger. In the next moment, a group of monkeys, their bodies enveloped in green with orange-tipped limbs, frolicked joyfully before their eyes, each holding a short wooden stick. Concurrently, as Jiang Jing and his companions discovered the sound monkeys, a new development unfolded in the Scarlet Lotus wetlands of the Secret Realm, the Manifestation Mirror. Sibulin gazed intently at the ancient copper mirror in his hand, tracing the intricate patterns with his fingers, then frowned as he turned to Benjamin, whose hair and eyes were white as snow. He knew that acquiring this item had come at a considerable cost, and he was unwilling to let a blunder undermine their efforts. Benjamin nodded seriously. This is indeed what we seek. We must depart this secret realm quickly. I see the affectionate cloud is awakening. My God, we truly must leave now. Sibulin recoiled slightly, urging the others to hasten their exit. He had no desire to be pursued by a second-level deity. Contemplating the impending events, he found no inclination to linger any longer. Head southwest. I foresee a new exit will briefly appear there, Benjamin said, pressing his right hand against his forehead, his expression pained. This was the price he paid for glimpsing the future through time ripples, a punishment inflicted by Tila for siphoning his powers. Each use left him with excruciating headaches. Without hesitation, Sibulin and the others trusted Benjamin, having spent considerable time with him. Soon, they arrived at the location Benjamin had indicated. Just as he had foreseen, the stability of the space was tenuous, with energy fluctuations causing new exits to crack open in the realm. Of course, the existence of these exits would not be prolonged. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Ominous clouds swiftly obscured the sunlight, and the roar of thunder echoed resoundingly, accompanied by violent blue lightning. A terrifying pressure surged forth, an overwhelming sense of oppression spreading throughout the realm. In that instant, it felt as if the entire secret realm was on the brink of collapse and annihilation. Countless wild spirits bore expressions of terror as they anxiously gazed towards the sky, where a figure bathed in light began to materialize. Divine, majestic, sacred. It symbolized the beauty and compassion of life in early spring. Yet, at this moment, the power emanating from this being was more one of wrath and fury. Its gaze swept slowly across the entire Red Lotus wetlands, searching for the legendary artifact, the mirror of manifestation, stolen during its slumber. Quickly, the affectionate cloud is about to discover us, Benjamin exclaimed, his face paling, his previous composure shattered, replaced by urgency. Without hesitation, Sibulin and the others plunged into the emerging exit, swiftly vanishing into the secret realm. As their group disappeared, the atmosphere of the secret realm grew increasingly oppressive, and the thunderous roars of lightning struck down, shattering vast expanses of rock. Destruction seemed to become the prevailing theme of that moment, a manifestation of the wrath of the affectionate cloud's spiritual beast form. Chapter 62. The Reaction of the Huaguo Alliance. A moment later, as Benjamin and his companions reopened their eyes, they were greeted by brilliant beams of crimson light, heralding the arrival of the massive forms of the fire dragon, armor bird, and tropical dragon before them. They exchanged glances and immediately mounted the backs of the flying spirits, intending to seize this opportunity to flee from Wudong Mountain. However, this plan was thwarted. The commotion caused by the emergence of the fire dragon and other spirits was too great, and coupled with the presence of a high-level secret realm in the Nanyan Palace area, a region under strict surveillance by the Huaguo Alliance, it attracted the attention of the nearby Quasi-King trainers at the first sign of disturbance. Coincidentally, it was Zheng Xiaoqiang's turn to be on duty that day. He had intended to conduct a routine inspection, but was taken aback to see Benjamin and his companions attempting to escape on flying spirits, resisting the search by the Huaguo Alliance. Enraged, Zheng Xiaoqiang summoned his steel snake without a second thought, his face darkening as he issued commands. Steel snake, rock blockade. With his command, the steel snake shook its massive body, conjuring rock-based energy that transformed into boulders hurled toward them. The tremendous weight of the steel snake caused the ground to rumble, sending clouds of dust and debris flying in all directions. Quick evade. Seeing the boulders approaching and blocking the sky, Sibulin and the others felt a surge of frustration as they urged the fire dragon and other spirits to dodge. Retreat towards the dense forest. Benjamin, enduring great pain, realized they could not escape through the skies and reluctantly chose the densely wooded area as their route of escape. After he spoke, he directed the armor bird to descend into the forest, followed closely by the others. Zheng Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow and quickly contacted nearby staff to arrange a search and pursuit team. Simultaneously, he reported the situation to the Alliance branch in Danjang City. Utilizing the complex and ever-changing environment of the forest, Sibulin and the others gained a momentary respite. The pervasive surveillance of the Huaguo Alliance truly is a source of great frustration. It is, without a doubt, an infringement upon human rights. Sibulin rubbed his temples, gasping for breath, feeling an unprecedented aversion to this intrusive mechanism. Were it not for its existence, how could the members of the Huaguo Alliance have discovered their whereabouts so swiftly? With a resigned sigh, he shifted his gaze to Benjamin, unable to suppress his inquiry about their next escape plan. Hey brother, what should we do next? The others, upon witnessing this, refrained from urging him, seizing every moment to rest and regain their strength, patiently awaiting Benjamin's new escape strategy. Not long after, Benjamin, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, surveyed the group before uttering an unexpected declaration. Next, we shall split up. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Huaguo Alliance in the imperial capital, the champions, including Gu Qinsha, convened for a meeting regarding Danjang City. The moment the Red Lotus wetlands in the secret realm encountered a crisis, researchers at the local institute had already identified the situation and established communication with the capital. Through energy monitoring instruments, they traced the abnormal energy fluctuations, ultimately determining that they originated from the area surrounding Mount Wudong. It was well known within the trainer community that a second-level deity resided in the secret realm atop Mount Wudong. Given that this matter involved a legendary Pokémon, the Alliance staff liaising with the Danjang Research Institute found themselves unable to handle the situation. ultimately escalating it to the 4 heavenly kings and the champion. Is the situation truly this dire? Gu Chunsha pondered solemnly as he perused the real-time monitoring reports, particularly the predictions regarding the departure of the Pokémon, Zhu Lianyun, from the secret realm, which plunged him into deep contemplation. From the information he gathered, it appeared that Zhu Lianyun had not emerged from the secret realm since its arrival at the Red Lotus wetlands. The current circumstances were indeed perplexing. According to the conjectures of researcher Chenong, Zhu Lianyun was expected to leave the secret realm and appear atop Mount Wudong within 3 hours, posing a tremendous threat to the entirety of Danjang City. This is precisely why I sought assistance from the Alliance headquarters. The head of the Danjang branch, connected via video link to the headquarters, offered a wry smile, highlighting the predicament they faced. The Fire-type king, Xiaoyan, furrowed his brow upon hearing this, unable to suppress his curiosity. What could possibly have triggered the agitation of the legendary Pokémon, Zhu Lianyun? The Red Lotus wetlands had existed for so long, and Zhu Lianyun had slumbered there peacefully for many years. Without some other underlying cause, Xiaoyan could hardly believe such disturbances could occur. The specific reasons remain under investigation. However, trainers stationed at Mount Wudong reported that numerous suspicious individuals had lingered near the Nanyan Palace, seemingly having come from Canaan. To him, it appeared that this group was behind the current turmoil. Anyone could draw parallels upon witnessing the situation. As his words lingered in the air, Gu Chansha and the others instinctively furrowed their brows in unison. Perhaps they had not anticipated that this matter would involve individuals from other alliances, particularly those from Canaan, which was currently embroiled in conflict. What could the Canaan alliance possibly be plotting? The superpower queen, Qing Yi, was filled with confusion. Gu Chansha and his companions were equally perplexed. It was important to note that the Canaan alliance was still engaged in warfare with the Bale alliance. Both factions locked in a critical struggle over the ownership of a certain secret realm. How could they dare to provoke the Huaguo alliance at such a perilous time? Were they courting death? After a brief moment of silence, Gu Chansha solemnly declared, "I shall have Wei Yuan investigate this matter. Our immediate priority is to find a way to address the situation concerning Wan Lianyun." Mu Qingyun, one of the 4 hidden stars, was presently in Jiangzhou. Why not allow her to intervene and resolve this predicament? Suggested the Phantom King, Yang Jing. It is widely acknowledged that within the entire Huaguo alliance, the most formidable forces are not the 4 kings or champions, but rather the foundational entities known as the 4 Hiddens and the 7 Sons. The 7 Sons comprise 7 master trainers who can temporarily attain legendary battle prowess through evolution. They are all retired champions and kings from previous generations. The 4 Hiddens, however, are somewhat distinct. Most of them have gained the recognition of legendary Pokémon, ascending to become legendary trainers themselves. Together, these 2 groups serve as the peacekeepers of the Pokémon world and represent the greatest strength of the Huaguo alliance in this realm. Gu Chunsha nodded in agreement with Yang Jin's proposal, a flicker of fervent light igniting in his eyes, an aspiration for legendary power. Chapter 63. The initial encounter with Mu Qingyun. As time gradually passed, an hour after Benjamin and the others had fled, the energy fluctuations atop Wudong Mountain reached a new zenith, surpassing the maximum range detectable by the Research Institute's monitoring equipment. The trainers stationed near the Nanyan Palace appeared like ants on a hot skillet, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. Have the reinforcements from headquarters not yet arrived? Zheng Xiaoqiang inquired, his expression clouded with worry as he sensed the increasingly oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. The others shook their heads in response, falling into a heavy silence. Observing this, Zheng Xiaoqiang's eyes filled with disappointment as he forced himself to remain composed. Have all the residents evacuated? He pressed on. The majority of the residents have left, but a small number of elderly individuals refuse to budge, replied the staff member in charge, offering a wry smile as he succinctly recounted their challenges. Zheng Xiaoqiang's expression tightened. His throat constricted as if choked by a stone, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, feeling the mounting tension in the atmosphere, he recognized the ominous sign that a legendary Pokémon was about to make its appearance. Gripping the Pokéball tightly in his hand, it seemed he had made a resolute decision within his heart, his bright eyes now reflecting a sense of fearless determination. Old friend, let us unite and defend Danjang City. In a voice audible only to himself, Zheng Xiaoqiang gazed intently at the Pokéball in his hand and murmured solemnly, to safeguard the lives of the people of Huaguo. This is my duty as an official trainer of the Huaguo Alliance. The atmosphere around him thickened with a sense of impending climax, akin to the pinnacle of a dramatic narrative. His face was etched with a tragic resolve, heightening the tension of the moment. Yet, in the very next instant, before he could take a step forward, a melodious voice, like the chime of silver bells, pierced the solemn air, as if a heavenly sound had descended. Hello? Could you please tell me where the entrance to the Red Lotus wetlands is? Zheng Xiaoqiang's expression froze, and he instinctively gestured in a certain direction, his mind spiraling into chaos. Oh no, what are you doing? I had finally steeled myself for this. Half an hour later, The previously tumultuous Red Lotus wetlands gradually returned to a state of tranquility. The energy fluctuations that had unsettled Danjang city dissipated into oblivion. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he were caught in a dream, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloping him. Even now, he had yet to regain his composure. His mind still occupied by the image of a girl, ethereal as a flower on a distant peak, her voice akin to heavenly music. She wore a traditional Ming dynasty hanfu adorned with intricate patterns, her arms as pale as snow, her eyes sparkling like water, and her flowing black hair cascading down her back. Cradled in her arms was a rockruff, shining like a radiant gem under the sun. Everything appeared to be extraordinarily beautiful, save for the incongruity of the bag of fried buns she held. It was her arrival that swiftly resolved the crisis atop Wudong Mountain. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of regret as the girl, having quelled the turmoil in the wetlands, departed on a dragonite without giving him a chance to connect. He pondered the origins of this celestial maiden, sighing as he joined the other staff members in organizing the aftermath. Meanwhile, the celestial girl, Mu Qingyun, sat atop the back of the dragonite, her eyes twinkling with delight as she munched on fried buns, playfully kicking her legs while teasing the rockruff nestled in her embrace. However, upon discovering the empty bag, her long lashes drooped in disappointment, her expression momentarily devoid of hope. Wang Wao? Rockruff wagged its tail. Unable to suppress an eye roll at Mu Qingyun, its gaze filled with a look that conveyed, "You're hopeless." Its trainer was perfect in every way, except for her utter lack of resistance when it came to delectable food. Rockruff, don't say that. Mu Qingyun met its gaze, fully aware of what it was conveying. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and replied, "I haven't forgotten my promise to Wan Lianyun. We shall seek out the shape-shifting mirror at once." Through their amicable discussion over the past half hour, she had come to understand Wan Lianyun's anger, which stemmed from the theft of the shape-shifting mirror. In a bid to quell Wan Lianyun's fury and prevent her from exiting the secret realm, Rockruff regarded her with a look of disdain, albeit with a temporary semblance of trust. Mu Qingyun's expression was somewhat awkward, a sense of being seen through enveloping her. Wasn't it said that dogs were generally rather foolish? Why, then, was the one she had raised so astute? The mere thought of seeking the revealing mirror made her suppress other distracting thoughts. She extended her fair arm and pointed in a certain direction. "Vulcan, let us first investigate that area." A powerful intuition surged within her, a deep-seated belief that the revealing mirror was likely to be found there. With this innate ability, she had navigated through the years with remarkable ease, even earning the recognition of legendary spirits, thus becoming a renowned trainer. Hence, she had faith that her premonition would not lead her astray. Roar. Vulcan nodded in agreement. Accelerating towards the direction indicated by Mu Qingyun, its crimson wings slicing through the surrounding air like blades. Soon, they arrived near Yushi Rock, lowering their altitude slightly. Mu Qingyun nudged the rockruff in her arms, adopting a somewhat placating tone as she spoke. "Rockruff, it's your turn now." Woof woof. Eventually, it lifted its gaze towards a specific spot, its blue-black eyes gleaming with excitement. Woof woof. Rockruff yelped enthusiastically at Mu Qingyun, despite its earlier enthusiasm. A hint of resentment flickered in its heart. "Jiaozi, I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. Think carefully before you tell me who this reward is for." Paying no heed to Rockruff's grumbling, Mu Qingyun urged Vulcan to proceed in the direction it had indicated. Before long, they arrived at the hidden area of the Noivern. Even before Vulcan could descend, Mu Qingyun felt a gaze fixed upon her. Following the source of the gaze, she was momentarily stunned. The owner of that gaze was a boy a few years younger than her. At that moment, the boy had just put down his phone. His eyes filled with astonishment and shock, as though he had witnessed something extraordinary. Mu Qingyun, too, was momentarily lost in thought, for she realized that the ancient bronze mirror held in the boy's left hand was precisely the revealing mirror she sought. Chapter 64, The Thunderous King Kong. Jiang Jing and his companions arrived at the habitat of the Noivern. Perhaps due to Luo Xiao and others' excessive excitement, they inadvertently made a slight noise, drawing the attention of the playful Noiverns. Observing the uninvited humans, the leading Noiverns immediately emitted chattering sounds, seemingly issuing a warning or conveying some form of message. "Noivern, we mean no harm. This is the Pokémon food I prepared. You may give it a try." Jiang Jing sighed, taking a Pokémon muffin from his backpack and tossing it to a spot in front of the Noiverns to express his goodwill. Luo Xiao and the others followed suit, throwing their prepared food to the same location. Chirp. The Noiverns exchanged glances, hesitating as they gazed at the food before them. As a handful of particularly gluttonous Qingling monkeys approached, unable to resist the alluring aroma of the delectable Pock muffin, they eagerly picked up a piece to sample. Chittering excitedly, they recognized the rarity of such a delightful treat and beckoned their companions to join them in savoring the delicacy. With this display, the remaining Qingling monkeys cast their gazes towards Jiang Jing and his companions, their previous hostility noticeably diminished. "Jiang, you truly have a way with them," Luo Xiao remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he patted Jiang Jing on the shoulder, witnessing how effortlessly he had defused the monkey's animosity. The others chimed in, showering Jiang Jing with praise. Only Shitsue Soroya regarded the scene with suspicion, feeling an unsettling familiarity, until a memory surfaced of how Jiang Jing had once persuaded it to join the team. Ah Jing, you remain that same youthful spirit, Shitsue Soroya reflected, casting a complex glance at Jiang Jing, whose demeanor remained unperturbed. As the Qingling monkeys neared the end of their feast, Luo Xiao and the others eagerly approached, eager to seize the opportunity to challenge the monkeys for their allegiance. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Upon noticing Luo Xiao and his companions drawing near, the Qingling monkeys, driven by an instinctual desire to protect their own, launched an unhesitating attack. In an instant, the bodies of the Qingling monkeys erupted in a green luminescence, as countless energy particles coalesced into swirling leaves, resembling sharp, flying daggers, and hurtled towards Jiang Jing and the others. This was the grass-type move, Leaf Blade. Be careful, Jiang Jing exclaimed, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck as he turned to assess the incoming barrage. Sensing the imminent danger, Shitsue Soroya instinctively leaped in front of Jiang Jing, summoning its psychic powers to create a barrier. At that moment, an invisible psychic force materialized into a wall of air, intercepting all the leaf blades unleashed by the Qingling monkeys. Thanks to Jiang Jing's timely warning, Luo Xiao and the others dove to the sides as the leaf blade attack was unleashed, escaping injury. Jiang Jing glanced at the information displayed on his panel, and upon realizing that the leading Qingling monkey, the rampaging Goliath gorilla, was at the Quasi-King level, he immediately contemplated retreat. Name, Rampaging Goliath Gorilla, Grass. Gender, Level, 63, Quasi-King. Ability, Grassy Surge, sets up grassy terrain upon entering battle. Individual value qualifications, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31. Special Attack, 25, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills, Hammer Arm, Roar, Scratch, Taunt, Double Hit, War Cry, Grassy Terrain, Wood Hammer, Leaf Blade, Screech, Flail, Takedown, Ruckus, Wood Hammer, Reckless, Boom Burst, Item Held, Miracle Seed, Potential. King had the rampaging Goliath gorilla merely possessed elite-level strength, Jiang Jing might have considered a fight. However, the current situation revealed it to be of Quasi-King caliber, far beyond what he could withstand. Even if he wagered all his Pokémon and coordinated with Luo Xiao and the others, they could not withstand the onslaught of the rampaging Goliath gorilla's grass slide. Jiang Jing cast a quick glance at the crowd, just as he was about to urge them to leave. At that moment, the noisemaker monkeys, having realized the situation, hurriedly approached the rampaging Goliath gorilla and the Padun monkeys, chattering to explain what had just transpired. Upon grasping the sequence of events, the rampaging Goliath gorilla emitted a low growl, signaling the Padun monkeys to cease their assault on Jiang Jing and his companions. Witnessing this development, the group exhaled in relief, their trembling legs giving way as they sank to the ground. The rampaging Goliath gorilla fixed its gaze upon them, releasing a deep roar. Jiang Jing understood that it was inquiring about their intentions. Without hesitation, he articulated his desire to capture a noisemaker monkey. Upon hearing his words, the Padun monkeys were immediately filled with rage and prepared to retaliate. However, before they could act, the roar of the rampaging Goliath gorilla quelled their restlessness. The rampaging Goliath gorilla scrutinized Jiang Jing and the others, suddenly exuding a formidable aura in an attempt to intimidate them into retreating. Yet, upon seeing their resolute expressions, despite the fear that flickered across their faces, the Padun monkeys comprehended the Goliath gorilla's intent and followed suit. Rampaging Goliath gorilla, we promise to treat the noisemaker monkeys well. Jiang Jing called out loudly, watching the retreating figures of the rampaging Goliath gorilla and the Padun monkeys. Luo Xiao and the others quickly echoed his commitment. Upon hearing this, the rampaging Goliath gorilla momentarily paused its advance before continuing onward. With the Goliath gorilla no longer obstructing them, Yilan, Yu Miao Miao, and the others could no longer contain their excitement and dashed towards their chosen noisemaker monkeys to challenge them to battles. After a brief skirmish, each of them successfully captured their desired noisemaker monkeys, satisfaction evident on their faces. Jiang Ge, aren't you going to capture a noisemaker monkey? Chen Zhaolong, having captured his own, approached Jiang Jing, questioning his inactivity. Jiang Jing shook his head, gazing towards the direction in which the rampaging Goliath gorilla had vanished, and replied with a smile, I already have a target for capture, but I lack the capability for the moment. According to the hints provided by the interface, the group of noisemaker monkeys and Padun monkeys he had just encountered possessed potential only up to the gym leader level, which did not meet his standards for capture. For him, if he wished to capture new Pokémon, their potential would need to be at least at the quasi-champion level. One could hardly blame Jiang Jing for this stance, having witnessed the evolution of a Magikarp into a Gyarados, and under the influence of Suicune's essence, it could merely elevate its potential to barely reach the master level. He quickly understood the challenges associated with enhancing a Pokémon's potential later on. Given the option, He naturally preferred to capture Pokémon with high potential that would not require excessive effort or resources to augment their capabilities. Chun Xiaolong pondered this and chose not to disturb Jiang Jing further. Jiang Jing utilized his extraordinary abilities to scan his surroundings. Upon inadvertently detecting something, he couldn't help but emit a soft exclamation, his face reflecting disbelief. Jiang, is something wrong? Luo Xiao inquired, clutching his sound monkey. The others turned their heads toward Jiang Jing, their eyes filled with curiosity. I just suddenly remembered that I have a few matters to attend to. Jiang Jing waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and smiled at the group. After uttering these words, he departed with Shitsu Sulia, leaving no room for Luo Xiao and the others to respond. As they separated from the group, Jiang Jing held Shitsue Sulia and sprinted in another direction. Although the reason for his haste remained unclear, Shitsu Sulia could distinctly sense his urgency. Yeah, Shitsue Sulia tilted its head, looking at Jiang Jing in confusion. Hey Jing, are you running so fast to pick up money? Jiang Jing heard Shitsue Sulia's voice and lowered his gaze, making eye contact, instantly comprehending its meaning. It's somewhat akin to picking up money. Jiang Jing gasped, chuckling. I've discovered a great treasure. Isn't that a great treasure indeed? That is said to be the manifestation mirror. Although Jiang Jing was puzzled as to why the manifestation mirror appeared in the wilderness, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. The foremost priority was to secure it swiftly, otherwise he would truly miss the opportunity this time. Upon hearing this, Shitsue Suolia's eyes transformed into star shapes, radiating excitement. Jiang Jing chuckled softly, ruffling its head, and silently quickened his pace. However, as he reached the midway point, he fell silent. According to his abilities and the panel's indications, the manifestation mirror was merely 20 meters away. Yet, the reality was starkly different, and Jiang Jing was almost driven to grind his back teeth in frustration. Despite the seemingly short distance of 20 meters, it was separated by a cliff. Are you familiar with the magical city of Shanxing in Huagua? The predicament Jiang Jing faced was akin to being in Shanxing. He believed he was on the first floor, with the manifestation mirror not far off. In truth, he would need to descend another 30 floors to reach the location of the mirror. Yeah, noticing Jiang Jing's unease, Shitsue Suolia couldn't help but voice its concern. Jiang Jing managed a strained smile, patting its head. Suolia, I'm fine. He sighed inwardly, trying to compose himself. What more could he say? He had no idea how long he had been running. He did his utmost to evade the wild spirits along the way and the various hidden traps, ultimately arriving near his destination. This area was lush with vibrant grass, the blades reaching approximately to an adult's knees, presenting a verdant panorama. Jiang Jing cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of wild spirits in the vicinity. He could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, leaning against a wooden stump about half a meter high to rest. Shitsue Suoluya, on the other hand, was eagerly scanning the surroundings, full of anticipation in search of the great treasure mentioned by Jiang Jing. However, this enthusiasm lasted merely a few fleeting minutes. Just stay put. Jiang Jing shook his head, speaking with a hint of irritation. Shitsue Suoluya, detecting the disdain in Jiang Jing's words, could not resist defending himself, attributing all the blame to the troublesome grass. It's all those bothersome weeds' fault. Jiang Jing paid him no mind, having regained some strength from his brief respite, and prepared to continue his journey. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Under the mark of his superpower, he noticed that the shape-shifting mirror seemed to have sprouted legs, rapidly approaching his current position. Faced with this situation, Jiang Jing was momentarily bewildered. As anticipated, just as he was pondering, Benjamin appeared before him in a disheveled state. The marked shape-shifting mirror quietly nestled within his backpack. In that instant, the air around them grew palpably still. The two exchanged a glance, descending into silence. Benjamin's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He could hardly fathom encountering Jiang Jing here. It was important to note that in the visions he had previously foreseen, Jiang Jing's figure had not been present. He had successfully escaped with the shape-shifting mirror by following this very route, having deliberately separated from Sibulin and others to confuse and divert the attention of the Huaguo Alliance. But where had things gone awry? Encountering such an unprecedented situation left Benjamin feeling somewhat lost. However, as he recalled the weight of his responsibilities, he quickly regained composure. Instinctively reaching for the last Pokeball at his waist, intending to subdue Jiang Jing, the obstacle in his path. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Jing was quicker. Upon sensing Benjamin's intent to attack, he immediately directed Shitsue Suolia to use a psychic move to incapacitate him. You foreign thief, trying to pilfer from Huagua. Jiang Jing could not help but spit out in disdain. Memories of the Chinese artifacts once exhibited in the British Museum flooded his mind, igniting a deep-seated loathing and contempt for Benjamin. Jiang Jing had initially believed that a Huagua trainer would acquire the shape-shifting mirror, only to discover it was this foreign interloper. With that revelation, he felt no further conflict. After all, stealing from one's own people was internal strife. But taking back what a foreign thief had stolen was a noble act of safeguarding Huagua's heritage and property, a matter worthy of being inscribed in the family annals with pride. Naturally, Jiang Jing would not refuse such an honor. Carefully retrieving the shape-shifting mirror from Benjamin's backpack, he calmly deliberated on his next course of action, deciding not to keep it for himself, but instead to submit it to the Huagua Alliance. His motivations were twofold. Firstly, although the revealing mirror is said to be a legendary artifact, its utility is rather limited. It only proves effective against the 4 legendary spirits, including the affectionate cloud, and holds no influence over ordinary spirits whatsoever. This was the conclusion Jiang Jing arrived at after his examination. Secondly, it seems that many shepherd dogs exhibit a rather amusing sense of patriotism. Zoroa, keep an eye on that foreign fellow. With the persistent sound of beeping ringing in his ears, the call finally connected. Jiang, what is it you need? Wei Yuan's weary voice came through the line. Having just handled matters concerning the Holy Fire sect, he had not yet found a moment to rest before being assigned by headquarters to investigate the Canaanites, forcing him to work overtime. Wei Yuan, I found a legendary artifact here at Wudong Mountain, Jiang Jing said, holding the revealing mirror in his left hand. Feeling its unusual weight, after a brief pause, he continued, I wish to hand it over to the Alliance. Would it be convenient for you to come and collect it? After confirming thrice with Jiang Jing that he was not jesting, Wei Yuan's heart surged with excitement. Jiang, please hold on a moment. I will send someone over immediately. Jiang Jing, upon receiving Wei Yuan's response, slowly hung up the phone. Just as he placed his phone down, he suddenly heard a commotion in the sky and instinctively looked up, locking eyes with the approaching Mu Qingyun. Upon noticing the distinct emblem of the Huagua Alliance on Mu Qingyun, only one thought remained in Jiang Jing's mind. He said to wait a moment. And he truly only made me wait a few seconds. Could it be that the Alliance has a direct transport for Cao Cao? They arrived just as they say? Chapter 66. Return to Jiangzhou. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun exchanged a brief gaze, yet their thoughts diverged entirely. Jiang Jing looked at the ethereal beauty of the celestial maiden in the sky, and upon realizing she was riding a divine-scaled dragon, the first thought that crossed his mind was, wow, she's a wealthy lady. If it were her, I could prepare my own steel wool. This thought lingered briefly in his mind before he swiftly extinguished it. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyun felt a twinge of regret as she gazed down at Jiang Jing's handsome face, his clean and refreshing demeanor filling her with a sense of loss. Due to a gap in information, she mistakenly believed Jiang Jing was associated with the group of Canaanites who had stolen the revealing mirror. After all, that group had pilfered the artifact and was currently hiding within Wudong Mountain, while Jiang Jing had appeared before her so inopportunely with the revealing mirror. Anyone would think along those lines, wouldn't they? Just as Mu Qingyun contemplated how to handle Jiang Jing, she was taken aback when he suddenly waved at her, seemingly signaling her to come down. Stunned by this gesture, Mu Qingyun was left speechless for a moment. Is it true? Have criminals become this audacious nowadays? The rock dog remarked, you all really do have an abundance of inner monologues. Divine-scale dragon, let us head down. Mu Qingyun spoke coldly, her expression cool as she gestured toward the vicinity of Jiang Jing, curious to see what this criminal intended to do. With a low roar, the violent flying dragon cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Jing, causing the surrounding air to tremble as it gracefully descended to the ground. Name, Violent Flying Dragon, Long Fei Hang. Gender, Level, 75, King. Characteristic, Overconfidence. Each time it defeats an opponent, its attack power increases due to heightened self-assurance. Individual value aptitude, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, Fly, Feather Rest, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Ember, Dual Wings, Glare, Dragon Claw. Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rage, Dragon Star, Roar, Hyper Beam. Item held, Dragon Tooth. Potential, Champion. Feeling the unintentional pressure emanating from the violent flying dragon, Jiang Jing's complexion shifted unnaturally, thinking to himself how fierce this creature was. Before Mu Qingyun could speak, he quickly stepped forward, his bright eyes surveying her, and with a gentle smile remarked, Are you the person sent by King Wei Yuan to coordinate with me? This is the reflective mirror I mentioned over the phone. As he spoke, he raised the reflective mirror with one hand. Mu Qingyun, caught off guard by Jiang Jing's words, felt the breeze tousle her hair. Her first reaction was one of confusion. Meow? What is this situation? How is it related to Wei Yuan? Noticing that Mu Qingyun did not respond, Jiang Jing pondered for a moment, suspecting that the brief time had left Wei Yuan unable to explain the situation in detail, so he reiterated the information. As a result, Mu Qingyun's ears began to flush, a hint of embarrassment and astonishment crossing her delicate features. It turned out she had misunderstood, mistaking a hero safeguarding the assets of Huagua for a thieving criminal. The rockruff she held in her arms stared wide-eyed, unable to refrain from covering its eyes with its tiny paws, its mouth twitching incessantly. Having accompanied its gluttonous trainer for so long, It could easily guess Mu Qingyun's earlier thoughts. This prompted it to wish to dig out a spacious flat for her. Seeing that Mu Qingyun still remained silent, and noting the inexplicable humor in Rockruff's actions, Jiang Jing could only wonder to himself, attributing it to her aloof personality. Gazing at the girl before him, radiant as moonlight, Jiang Jing felt his hand holding the reflective mirror grow weary. Remembering that the League personnel had arrived, he handed over the reflective mirror without further thought. At that moment, new commotion arose in the sky, capturing the attention of both Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun, prompting them to look up. The staff sent by Wei Yuan to receive the reflective mirror had arrived, descending slowly on the brave eagle. Upon spotting Jiang Jing, he sighed in relief and called out, "Mr. Jiang Jing, I am the person sent by King Wei Yuan to coordinate with you. Thank you for your contributions to the Huaguo Alliance." As his words fell, Jiang Jing was taken aback, staring incredulously at Mu Qingyun. If this was indeed the liaison assigned to him by Wei Yuan, then from where had Mu Qingyun emerged? At that moment, Mu Qingyun's expression was devoid of emotion, her demeanor even more aloof and frigid. Yet, whether it was merely his illusion, he sensed an incongruity surrounding the young woman. Mu Qingyun thought to herself, "This is bad, now I'm the one under suspicion." As dusk descended, the evening glow painted the sky crimson, reminiscent of a maiden's bashful countenance. After Mu Qingyun had verified her identity and Wei Yuan's personal confirmation, Jiang Jing finally felt at ease to hand over Benjamin and the revealing mirror to the Huaguo Alliance. Given his significant contribution, it was inconceivable that the Alliance would reward him with merely 500 yuan and a ceremonial banner. Wei Yuan had subtly hinted to him to remain patient for a few days, assuring him that the Alliance would deliver the promised reward soon. Given the gravity of the revealing mirror affair, the reward was bound to be satisfactory. Upon seeing Jiang Jing return safely, Meng Huai and the other classmates breathed a sigh of relief. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke swiftly. After parting ways with Meng Huai and the others, Jiang Jing casually summoned a Dujali and sped homeward for about half an hour, finally arriving outside his residential complex. He was almost home. Having been thoroughly exhausted over the past few days, Jiang Jing's steps grew noticeably lighter. Chapter 67. The Alliance's Reward, Wei Yuan's Gratitude. On Saturday, October 14th, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. It was on this day that the Alliance dispatched his reward for submitting the revealing mirror. Wei Yuan had even made a special phone call to inform him of this development. "Jiang, the Alliance's reward has been issued. Please keep your phone accessible over the next few days, as staff will deliver it to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing's lips curved into a slight smile as he expressed his gratitude to Wei Yuan. He wondered if it was merely his imagination, but just as the call ended, he thought he had heard laughter on the other end. Not dwelling on it further, he found himself anticipating the Alliance's reward. Then, the Alliance's staff made their appearance. The ethereal, cold figure of the young woman reappeared before him, leaving Jiang Jing utterly speechless. At that moment, he was indulging in sweet tofu pudding at the snack street with Luo Xiao and others. Jiang Jing, the young woman's voice, as crisp and clear as a blooming snow lotus, captured the attention of everyone present. Luo Xiao and the others gaped, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, their faces reflecting a mix of incredulity and envy. Witnessing such a stunning and aloof beauty seeking out Jiang Jing alone, their collective thought was, this rascal is secretly in a relationship, and with such a transcendent lady. Indeed, he was in for it. As if sensing the chilling aura emanating from the individuals nearby, Jiang Jing immediately comprehended the thoughts of Luo Xiao and his companions. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, he observed the group suddenly rising in unison, as if they had reached a mutual understanding. "Jiang Gu, you truly are something." Luo Xiao swiftly approached Jiang Jing, gently patting his shoulder while giving him a thumbs up. "We won't disturb you any longer." The other classmates followed suit, lightly tapping his shoulder and exchanging knowing glances filled with innuendo. What is this all about? Jiang Jing thought to himself, suppressing a bitter smile as he rubbed his forehead. Seeing Luo Xiao and the others drift away, he found himself unable to explain and thus decided to let it go for the moment. Turning his attention to the composed Mu Qingyun. "Senior Mu, may I ask what brings you here?" "I'm here to deliver a reward. You are that staff member mentioned by Wei Yuan Tian." Does it not seem so?" Jiang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed upon the exquisite features of the young lady before him. He never anticipated that merely delivering a reward would require Mu Qingyun to personally come forth. This was rather unexpected, perhaps during their last encounter. He was unaware of her true identity, but after subtly inquiring about her with Wei Yuan later, he had formed several conjectures. Ignoring Jiang Jing, who was still in a daze, Mu Qingyun set down the rock dog in her arms and placed the box she held in her left hand onto the table. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the sweet douhua on the table, and the unique, sweet aroma wafted toward her, causing her delicate nose to twitch slightly as she instinctively swallowed. With the aid of his supernatural abilities, Jiang Jing noticed Mu Qingyun's small gestures. A glance at the steaming sweet douhua on the table sparked a sudden thought in his mind. Senior Mu, could it be that you have a penchant for delicacies? To confirm his suspicion, Jiang Jing tentatively inquired, Senior Mu, this place's sweet douhua is delightful. Would you care to sit down and enjoy some with me? Certainly. Without a hint of hesitation, Mu Qingyun readily accepted the invitation and gracefully settled into the seat beside him. Jiang Jing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly requested another serving of sweet douhua from the owner. Receiving the dish from the proprietor, Mu Qingyun scooped up a spoonful with a glistening smile, savoring it slowly, her luminous eyes reflecting a hint of joy. This demeanor stood in stark contrast to her earlier cool composure. Wow. The rock dog sighed in exasperation, reminding Mu Qingyun to maintain her image. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Enchanted by the sweet douhua, Mu Qingyun remained oblivious to the rock dog's concerns, indulging in her treat with abandon. Feeling thoroughly exhausted, the rock dog decided to ignore her, silently licking the sweet douhua before him. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Jing's expression became quite complex. He realized that all his previous impressions of Mu Qingyun had crumbled in that instant. What was once perceived as a lofty flower on a distant peak, a cool moonlight, was revealed to be nothing more than a socially awkward, introverted girl with profound social anxiety. Perhaps sensing the unusual gaze from Jiang Jing, Mu Qingyun finished her sweet tofu pudding and absent-mindedly licked her lips. A delicate blush suddenly graced her exquisite face, and her ears turned a deep shade of crimson. At this moment, she realized she had lost her composure, especially in the presence of a young man, which stirred a sense of unease within her. Fidgeting with her hair, she instinctively lowered her head. Yengo noticed Mu Qingyun's subtle movements, but chose to disregard them, for her foolishness moments ago had gone unheeded. Jiang Jing chuckled softly, finding her flustered demeanor even more endearing, as it added a touch of earthly charm to her presence. To alleviate her embarrassment, he took the initiative to divert the conversation, pointing to the box on the table and tilting his head towards her, inquiring, Senior Mu, could you enlighten me about the contents of that box? At his words, Mu Qingyun lifted her gaze to the box, silently exhaling a sigh of relief as she regained her former cool composure. She opened the box and revealed 3 items contained within: a piece of charred charcoal, a sticker resembling an ominous glyph, and an enigmatic egg of a fairy creature. To obtain such an array of resources from a limited-use item like the Mirror of Transformation was something Jiang Jing had not anticipated. The charcoal and the cursed talisman are rewards bestowed upon you by the Alliance, Mu Qingyun explained softly, her voice akin to a delicate orchid in a secluded valley. These were specially arranged for you by Wei Yuan. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can assist you in addressing the Alliance. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Jing shook his head, interrupting her, Senior Mu, I am quite pleased with the Alliance's rewards and do not wish to exchange them at this time. But what about this egg? This fairy egg is a token of gratitude from Wei Yuan, hatched from his prized Pokémon, Shinado. Jiang Jing was taken aback by the magnitude of this gift. A shiny Ralts with potential for a champion. Name, Ralts, shiny, psychic fairy. Gender, level, unhatched ability. Copies the opponent's ability upon entry, becoming identical to it. Individual value qualities, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, none. Held item, none. Potential. Champion the beloved Shinado. As the evening deepened and autumn settled in, around 6 o'clock, the city of Jiangzhou began to shimmer with lights as night fell. The vibrant neon illuminated the metropolis with exquisite beauty. Jiang Jing then suggested to Mu Qingyun that they might consider departing. Senior Mu, shall we conclude our day here? The hour is getting late. At his words, the light in Mu Qingyun's beautiful eyes dimmed noticeably. The once aloof girl now resembled a forsaken little creature. She bit her lip, initially inclined to say something further. But upon noticing the weariness etched across Jiang Jing's face, she abruptly shifted her tone. Jiang Jing, today has been the most joyous day of my life. Thank you. Mu Qingyun's eyes sparkled like gems, bathed in the gentle moonlight that enveloped her, rendering her presence even more ethereal and enchanting, evoking an irresistible desire to lose oneself in her charm. Had it not been for the constraints of time, she might have wished for Jiang Jing to accompany her for a while longer. May I come to find you again in the future? Mu Qingyun gazed at Jiang Jing with eager anticipation. She herself could not comprehend the transformation within her, only realizing that her interactions with Jiang Jing brought her immense delight. Ever since she gained the recognition of the legendary Pokémon and became a renowned trainer, she had not experienced such joy in a long while. Due to certain intangible barriers, she had gradually become an aloof figure, a flower on a distant peak that others dared not approach, and her demeanor had consequently grown more frigid. Of course, Jiang Jing replied with a smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, and then posed a counter-question. Are we not friends? After uttering this, he picked up the box containing the rewards from the league, waved goodbye to the still-dazed Mu Qingyun, and turned to leave, not taking a single cloud with him. Friends. Mu Qingyun softly murmured those words, her eyes brightening even more, resembling the dazzling stars in the night sky. Too precious to be tarnished. Watching Jiang Jing's retreating figure, she summoned her Dragonite, her expression blossoming into a radiant smile, dispelling the earlier chill, her delicate face adorned with a brilliant grin. Then it settled. Mu Qingyun's gaze was resolute, her voice carried away by the gentle breeze. My friend. At 7:47. He dragged his weary body to the kitchen, retrieving 3 pristine porcelain bowls, each filled with different energy cubes and moo milk. He then located the incubation device, carefully placing the Ralt's egg inside, pouring in an appropriate amount of nutrient solution, and deftly pressed the start button. The display on the incubation device clearly indicated a countdown of 7 days. Everyone, come and eat. Jiang Jing tossed out 3 Pokeballs, summoning Charcoal and the other Pokemon into the living room. Charcoal greeted him, picking up its food bowl and eating quietly. Yeah. The mischievous Zorua turned its head away from Jiang Jing, seemingly expressing its discontent due to hunger. Milotic nodded in understanding, coiling its body around Jiang Jing, affectionately nudging his face with its head and emitting soft sounds to convey its empathy. While the 3 Pokemon dined, Jiang Jing leaned back on the sofa, acutely aware of the fatigue and soreness coursing through his body, and fell into contemplation, reflecting on the events of the day. Even now, he felt somewhat bewildered. How had he become so familiar with that aloof girl? After pondering carefully, he mused uncertainly. Could it be due to that bowl of sweet tofu pudding? How utterly ridiculous. A moment later, as Charcoal and Milotic finished their dinner, Jiang Jing gathered them all in the living room, opening the box to reveal the Charcoal and the cursed talisman, placing them before the 3 Pokemon. Perhaps sensing the potent allure emanating from the Charcoal and the cursed talisman, the small Charcoal attendant and the vibrant Soria began to manifest signs of restlessness, their gaze fixated intently on the 2 attribute treasures laid upon the table. You little rascals, Jiang Jing remarked with a gentle smile, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Feel free to take them. Upon receiving Jiang Jing's encouragement, the 2 creatures abandoned their restraint, darting forward with a swift motion to consume the attribute treasures that resonated with their essence. In the blink of an eye, they began to radiate a brilliant light, their powers surging and their inner momentum intensifying significantly. Observing this, Jiang Jing nodded appreciatively before shifting his focus to Minas. Minas, I regret to inform you that I did not acquire a water attribute treasure this time. Jiang Jing expressed with sincere regret. Minas, upon hearing his words, nuzzled against him affectionately, acknowledging her disappointment yet displaying understanding. Witnessing Minas's thoughtful demeanor only deepened Jiang Jing's sense of guilt. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly made his way to his room. This is a top-tier dragon's eye fruit. Minas, I shall bestow this final fruit upon you, Jiang Jing declared, extending the fruit with a hint of shyness. Without hesitation, Minas accepted the dragon's eye fruit and consumed it eagerly. Jiang Jing could sense that, upon receiving the fruit, Minas's spirits lifted considerably. As the night passed swiftly, the small Charcoal attendant and Soria soon absorbed the energy from their attribute treasures, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in their strength, now on the verge of breaking through to the elite level. Meanwhile, following her consumption of the dragon's eye fruit, Minas also achieved notable progress, successfully advancing to elite status. Gazing at the updated information on the panel, Jiang Jing nodded in approval. Name: Charcoal attendant, fire. Gender: level 29 senior. Ability: Firestarter. When struck by fire-type moves, absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type moves. Individual value potential: 31, attack 31, defense 31, special attack 25, special defense 31, speed 31. Skills: Glare, Ember, Scare, Destiny Bond. Smoke Screen, Phosphor Flame, Energy Ball, Flame Vortex, Nightshade, Protect, Clean Sweep. Item held: none. Potential: Champion. Name: Soria, Illusion Ghost. Gender: level 29 senior. Ability: Illusion, transforms into a recently observed Pokémon to deceive opponents. Individual value potential: 31, attack 31, defense 31, special attack 31, special defense 28, speed 31. Skills: Scratch, Glare, Play Rough, Shadow Sneak, Hone Claws, Curse, Psychic, Fake Cry, Protect, Taunt, Knock Off. Item held: none. Potential: Near Champion. Name: Minas Water. Gender: level 32 elite. Traits: Enchanting Form, occasionally mesmerizes opponents upon contact. Individual value qualifications: 31, attack 31, defense 31, special attack 31, special defense 31, speed 31. Abilities: Leap, Impact, Dragon Breath, Frenzy. Water Gun, Tightening, Wave of Water, Charming Voice, Water Ring, Tornado, Allure, Life Droplet, Water Tail, Dragon Tail, Self-Recovery, Rain Summoning. Held item: none. Potential: Master. Notes: evolved unexpectedly after absorbing a trace of the legendary spirit Suikun's essence, thus harboring remnants of purifying power within. Zhulan. Chapter 69, Flourishing in Dual Forms. Comprehensive Development in Land, Sea, and Sky, Supplement. In the following days, considering that the strength of spirits such as Milotic had just been enhanced, they would require time to acclimate to their newfound powers. Therefore, Jiang Jing refrained from initiating a new training regimen, allowing them to maintain their usual physical conditioning while repetitively practicing the skills they had acquired. Until October 17th, the latest issue of Legends magazine was released, featuring Jiang Jing's paper submitted a month prior. Given that this issue contained limited information regarding the historical details of legendary spirits, Jiang Jing's paper inadvertently became the centerpiece, with the cover showcasing photographs of Suicune and the wave of water from his submission. The appearance of the wave of water sparked extensive discussions within the academic community, attracting numerous trainers with an interest in the history of legendary spirits. These factors contributed to a significant surge in subscriptions for this issue of Legends, propelling its sales to the top of the monthly charts. At the Jiangzhou Spirit Research Institute, while their primary focus was not on the history of legendary spirits, Jiang Jing's affiliation with the institute kept them attentive to his academic pursuits. Upon learning that the main feature of the new issue of Legends was Jiang Jing's paper, Gu Mingtang promptly ordered a substantial quantity of this edition. It can be said that the success of this issue in achieving the position of monthly sales champion was significantly aided by the efforts of the Jiangzhou Spirit Research Institute. Jiang Jing has published another paper. How many is this now? Gu Mingtang mused, placing the magazine on the desk and turning to his assistant, Xiao Xiao. Since this paper was not related to spirit evolution, he merely skimmed through it without delving into the content deeply. Consequently, he discovered an intriguing aspect. Jiang Jing's published papers encompassed 3 distinct themes: spirit evolution, spirit nutrition and breeding, and the history of legendary spirits. This neatly corresponded with the 3 authoritative journals in the academic community of the Huaguo Alliance: Evolution, Breeding, and Legends. After Assistant Zhao stumbled upon such an intriguing matter, he could not resist sharing it with Gu Mingtang, only to find Gu Mingtang rendered speechless. The youth's spirit was so untamed. After a prolonged silence, Gu Mingtang finally uttered, "Is this an intention to flourish in both literature and sports, achieving comprehensive development across land, sea, and air?" Upon hearing this, Assistant Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. "You know, that description is quite fitting." Meanwhile, as Gu Mingtang and Assistant Zhao exchanged playful banter, the impact of the paper continued to resonate. Beyond the interests of the Jiangzhou Spirit Research Institute, numerous ordinary readers and institutions also encountered this paper, which revealed the emergence of new legendary spirits. Regrettably, it was not a paper concerning the evolution of ordinary spirits. Could the author not focus entirely on their main profession? Shi Xiaohou, initially astonished, let out a sigh, and couldn't resist ribbing Jiang Jing. Upon hearing about Jiang Jing's latest publication, he had anticipated another paper related to the evolution of ordinary spirits, only to be surprised by a sudden shift to the realm of legendary spirit history. This left Shi Xiaohou feeling quite uncomfortable. After all, for trainers like him, while the allure of legendary spirits was undeniable, they remained an unattainable dream. It could only serve as a topic of casual conversation during leisure time, offering little practical benefit. Many shared Shi Xiaohou's sentiments. Numerous individuals within the Hua Nation Alliance echoed similar exclamations, particularly upon learning that Jiang Jing had published 3 papers across various fields within a mere 4 months. Especially considering he was still a high school student on the brink of college entrance examinations. It was as if a shark had caught the scent of blood. It was nearly impossible not to pay attention to him. At the Spirit Research Institute of Magic City University, Xie Guanying, upon hearing the stirrings in the academic community, took the time to gather information on Jiang Jing. Discovering that the rumors were indeed true, his eyes lighting up with interest. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. This new wave of talent certainly displayed remarkable vigor. Setting aside his gold-rimmed glasses, Xie Guanying pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling deeply, unable to suppress his admiration. As a prominent figure in the academic circles of the Hua Nation Alliance, he recognized that these papers still had room for improvement in certain aspects, suggesting they could advance even further. Initially, upon reviewing the papers, he felt quite vexed, perceiving the author as lacking sufficient skill to do justice to such a splendid research topic. However, considering that the individual behind these works was merely a teenage high school student, new to the academic world without any guidance or mentorship, Xie Guanying's frustration transformed into understanding, followed by a sense of regret. What a splendid piece of unrefined jade. If only he could study further in the Spirit Research Program at Magic City University. Perhaps in a few years, Hua Nation could witness the rise of a renowned spirit expert. In that moment, Xie Guanying felt a pang of regret for the talent. His mind was filled with visions of Jiang Jing studying at Magic City University, graduating, and achieving various accolades in the academic realm of Hua Nation. Should we perhaps extend a special invitation to him? Bring this uncut gem to Magic City University ahead of time? This thought burgeoned within him like wild mushrooms in the mountains. After a fierce internal struggle, Xie ultimately reached a decision. He summoned an assistant from the research institute, pointed to the entry for Jiang Jing in the background information, and calmly instructed, "Please contact him shortly and inquire if he would be willing to study in Magic City. If he agrees, he can enroll in the Magical Studies program at our university, with all tuition and fees waived for 4 years, along with a corresponding scholarship. I can even serve as his academic mentor." The assistant trembled at these words, his expression turning blank as if he had just heard something utterly astonishing. "Director Xie, I will take care of it right away." At the same time, a similar scene unfolded in other prestigious Pokémon universities across Huagua. Chapter 70, Evolution, Zoroark. That evening, as Jiang Jing's thesis stirred up a tempest, the second round of the Provincial Training Association's Pokémon High School Rookie Competition was also confirmed. Following the previous round of eliminations, only 50 out of 100 high schools in Hebei remained. Jiangzhou No. 1 High School had drawn a comparatively weaker opponent, Tianmin High School, in this round, and the competition would take place in Jiangzhou, sparing Jiang Jing and his team the need to travel elsewhere as they had previously. When Ming Huai sent the competition details, Jiang Jing was preoccupied with directing his Shih Tsui Zoroark in training. He merely glanced at his phone screen and, upon learning the identity of their opponent, returned his focus to more pressing matters. Due to the recent absorption of a cursed attribute treasure, Shih Tsui Zoroark's strength had been rapidly increasing, and it had now reached a critical stage for evolution. The thought of the Zoroark from the movie, capable of using illusions to outwit legendary Pokémon like Inai, Suicune, and Raikou, ignited a fire within Jiang Jing. Naturally, he intensified Shih Tsui Zoroark's training. Zoroark, no slacking off. However, upon noticing Shih Tsui Zoroark idling under his watch, he began to sense something amiss. Hurrying forward, he was met with an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, Shih Tsui Zoroark's body burst forth in a dazzling white light, so radiant that Jiang Jing could scarcely open his eyes, instinctively shielding them with his hands. Moments later, as calm returned, Jiang Jing opened his eyes to find that the petite figure of Shih Tsui Zoroark had vanished, replaced by Zoroark, with its sinuous, pristine white fur and an aura brimming with vengeful energy. Upon encountering Zoroark, a singular thought filled Jiang Jing's mind. Wow, this Pokémon is incredibly cool. Zoroark, noticing Jiang Jing in a daze, approached him with a soft sound to snap him back to reality. I was a bit lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing realized and smiled sheepishly, sharing his joy. Saria. No, it should be Soriaku. Congratulations. Soriaku remained silent, gazing steadily at Jiang Jing, nodding slowly. In that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within Jiang Jing, a feeling that only a father could truly understand. This left him with a bittersweet sense of longing. He briefly collected his thoughts and redirected his attention to the information displayed on the panel. Name, Soriaku, Chlorophyll Variant, General Ghost. Gender, Level, 32, Elite. Ability, Illusion, transforms into a recently seen Pokémon to confuse opponents. Individual value qualities, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 28, Speed, 31. Skills, Scratch, Glare, Taunt, Shadow Sneak, Sharpen, Curse, Psychic, Fake Cry, Protect, Provocation, Knock Off, Grudge, Nightshade, Strange Light, Shadow Claw, Extreme Speed. Item, None. Potential, Champion. After reviewing all the information, a smile lingered on Jiang Jing's face. He was not particularly surprised that Soriaku had broken through to the elite level, but the enhancement of its qualities was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that the smoothness of Soriaku's qualification improvement might be attributed to the combined effects of the curse symbol's power and its evolution through breaking the cocoon. Thus, he chose not to delve deeper into this matter. Given that the Chlorophyll Soriaku is a rather fragile Pokémon, it fortunately excels in both special attack and speed. Moreover, it possesses immunity to typical ghost and fighting type moves, with only dark type as its singular weakness. Coupled with its innate ability to manipulate illusions, Jiang Jing decided to nurture it towards a path of specialized special attack, while also enhancing its illusion capabilities and speed training. With his thoughts organized and the training route for Soriaku clarified, Jiang Jing's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the Pokeball containing his Cinderace. Among the Pokémon he currently possessed, apart from the unhatched shiny Ralts, only Cinderace remained unevolved. With this in mind, Jiang Jing promptly accessed his Taotao app, searching for highly reputable shops to purchase large quantities of champion-level items such as the sad tea and fragments dropped by the Copper Mirror monster, preparing for Cinderace evolution. October 19th, Thursday. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, the chill of late autumn lingered in the air. With the competition scheduled for the morning, Jiang Jing had to leave home early to rendezvous with Meng Huai and others at school. The moment he stepped outside, a gust of cold wind rushed at him, causing his body to instinctively shiver. He inhaled sharply, rubbing his hands together and subconsciously reaching for Soriaka's Pokeball. Saria, warm my hands, Jiang Jing murmured softly. thinking this was precisely the moment when a fluffy companion could prove most beneficial. However, before he could release his Zoroark, he recalled that the previous day, his Zoroark had already completed its evolution. It was no longer the small, cuddly creature he could easily pick up. What a stroke of misfortune. Jiang Jing pursed his lips and let out a long sigh, relinquishing his unrealistic thoughts. He quickly ran to the roadside to hail a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. The taxi sped through the city streets and soon arrived at the entrance of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. At this moment, Meng Huai and the others had already begun to gather. Upon seeing this, Jiang Jing promptly settled the fare, opened the door, and dashed over. As he approached, he overheard Meng Huai mention a familiar location, the cedar forest of the secret realm. Chapter 71, Showdown at Tianmen High School, 1. A return to familiar grounds. Jiang Jing felt a surge of mixed emotions. He had not anticipated that the venue for this competition would be the cedar forest. A secret realm. Reflecting on his experiences during the exploration of the secret realm in July, he could not help but feel as if he were living in another era. He wondered how the Scyther he encountered would react upon seeing an old acquaintance like him, probably filled with a desire to charge at him with a vengeance. He mused silently. Meanwhile, the staff from the Provincial Training Association had arrived, and the participating team from Tianmen High School was making their final preparations before the competition. Meng Huai retrieved the gathered information and distributed it among the group for review. Jiang Jing glanced at the details and noticed a commonality among the Pokémon possessed by the Tianmen High School competitors. Most of these Pokémon were capable of learning Tailwind. Was Tianmen High School planning to adopt a Tailwind strategy? Jiang Jing stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. The Tailwind team, as the name suggests, utilizes Tailwind skills to control speed, aiming for rapid strikes against opponents to secure victory. This was a strategy Jiang Jing favored in his previous life while playing Pokémon games. It was simple, straightforward, and easy to master. 1 or 2 Pokémon adept at Tailwind, such as Flabby or Crobat, could be prepared, while the remaining Pokémon could be selected based on the situation. As Jiang Jing pondered, Meng Huai noticed that everyone had finished reviewing the materials and directly addressed the current situation. This time, their opponents were different from last time. Danjang No. 1 High School preferred to exploit weather tactics to gain advantages, while Tianmen High School favored a strategy of high-speed assaults for swift victories. I watched their last match on video. Their opponents were ultimately overwhelmed due to their slower speed. Does anyone have thoughts on this? Upon hearing Meng Huai's words, Zheng Chuyo and the others immediately took the matter seriously, immersing themselves in thought about potential solutions. Meng Huai, observing their engagement, did not rush them, instead patiently allowing them time to contemplate. After a considerable pause, Zheng Chuyo seemed to have conceived a solution. She lifted her head, pressed her lips together, and stated, "Teacher Ming, I believe we can counteract using techniques such as Ghost Face or Electromagnetic Wave. Among these two skills, Ghost Face can reduce speed, while Electromagnetic Wave can inflict a paralysis status, ultimately achieving a reduction in speed and neutralizing our opponent's advantage." Luo Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was indeed a commendable approach. Meng Huai nodded in approval, exclaiming, "A splendid idea. Are there any further suggestions from other classmates?" Yilan and her companions exchanged glances, unable to suppress their wry smiles, and collectively shook their heads. Observing this scene, Meng Huai felt no disappointment and gradually shifted his gaze towards Jiang Jing. Sensing Meng Huai's expectant gaze, Jiang Jing exited his contemplative state and leisurely uttered 4 words, "Illusionary space." After pondering the personnel arrangement for a moment, Meng Huai declared, "Jiang Jing, Kong Wu, Zhong Chuyo, Shiyu, and Song Qihong. You 5 shall take the stage this time." The group nodded in agreement, accepting Meng Huai's arrangement. "Brother Jiang, do your best." Luo Xiao, who was not participating, approached Jiang Jing and firmly patted his shoulder. "Awaiting your triumphant return." Jiang Jing nodded slightly, merely uttering a word of affirmation. The others who were not competing also came forward, offering their cheers of encouragement. As both sides readied themselves, the referee dispatched by the Provincial Training Association nodded, instructing the staff to register the relevant information and the Pokémon brought along, before signaling the contestants to enter the arena. The teams from Tianmen High School and Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School marched side by side towards the entrance of the secret realm. Just as they were about to step into the realm, the leading boy from Tianmen High School suddenly turned his head, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Jing and his companions. "I watched your last match. Don't cry when you face us." The contestants from Jiangzhou No. 1 were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Was this an attempt to employ trash talk tactics to unsettle them and apply external pressure? Jiang Jing recalled the boy, who sported a middle part and wore suspenders, his appearance reminiscent of a delicate young lad. He had seen the boy's profile. His primary Pokémon was a seasoned strong chicken. Realizing his taunts had no effect on Jiang Jing, the leading boy could only sigh in disappointment before striding into the secret realm. The team from Jiangzhou No. 1 followed closely behind, their figures swiftly disappearing from sight. Coincidentally, The location they occupied was near the territory of a flying mantis, the notorious ruler of the secret realm, perhaps sensing the intrusion into its domain. The formidable flying mantis emerged, its eyes turning red upon spotting Jiang Jing. With a swift movement, it brandished the sharp blades on its arms and charged forward with lightning speed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished, faced with the furious flying mantis. Zoroark merely employed a simple psychic move, effortlessly flicking its hand and sending the creature crashing into a tree, instantly incapacitating it. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Jing couldn't help but smile, wondering if he was still the naive newcomer who was easily bullied. Initially, he had intended to bring the little charcoal attendant along, but considering the speed factor of the Shunfeng team, he ultimately opted for the swifter Zoroark, liberating himself from the unexpected entanglement with the Scyther. Thanks to Jiang Jing's familiarity with this secret realm, the team from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School effortlessly evaded numerous traps along their path, as well as the occasional ambush from wild Pokémon. Without breaking a sweat, they arrived at the battlefield in the heart of the Hinoki Forest in just over 10 minutes. The moment they arrived, the team from Tianmin High School also made their appearance. In an instant, the two teams locked eyes, and the atmosphere around them became charged with tension. A battle was imminent. Chapter 72, Duel against Tianmin High School, 2. What a surprise. Both teams had arrived simultaneously. Observing the scene unfolding below, the judge Gu Mingtang immediately perked up, especially upon catching sight of Jiang Jing, causing him to squint with a hint of amusement. I find myself increasingly eager for this match. The director of education from Jiang University, Luo Yujia, who had been invited alongside him, nodded in agreement, stroking his chin with a smile as he remarked, both sides have almost simultaneously reached the competition site. Thus, there is no question of an initial advantage. This is a true face-off of skills. It now hinges on which team possesses the superior technique. Another judge couldn't resist chiming in, and the rest followed suit, sharing their perspectives. Just then, the match between Jiangzhou No. 1 High School and Tianmin High School commenced. As soon as the competitors' gazes met, they simultaneously summoned their Pokémon. Jiangzhou No. 1 High School's lineup included Zoroark, Alolan Vulpix, Shaking Slug, Bad Frogs, and Magnemite, while Tianmin High School fielded their own Pokémon, Blaziken, Crobat, Whimsicott, Passimian, and Rotom. Crobat, Whimsicott, Tailwind. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianmin High School's command followed immediately as their Pokémon entered the fray, opting for the classic Tailwind strategy to commence the battle. This had been their consistent tactic. Their previous opponents had been left dazed by it, leading to a sluggish response and ultimately losing the entire match. In an instant, a fierce whirlwind swept across the battlefield, prompting Blaziken, Passimian, and Rotom into action. As Crobat and Whimsicott executed the Tailwind move, they seamlessly charged towards Jiangzhou No. 1 High School's Pokémon. Buoyed by the power of the whirlwind, their movements becoming significantly lighter and their speed subtly enhanced. Seeing the opponent's forces advancing, Jiang Jing furrowed his brow. In that moment of distraction, Shiryu, who had momentarily lagged behind, quickly regained focus, inhaling deeply as he anxiously glanced at his Shaking Slug before issuing a command. Shaking Slug, Trick Room. As his voice faded, the whimsical dazzling Pokémon suddenly unleashed a mysterious power, gradually exerting its influence over the entire arena. The competitors from Tianmin High School displayed a shift in their expressions, promptly instructing their Kung Fu Weasel to utilize its clapping ambush in an attempt to disrupt the illusionary space being conjured by the dazzling Pokémon. In this critical moment, the Washsin Zoroark unleashed its illusion, transforming into the likeness of the dazzling Pokémon, thereby confusing the advancing Kung Fu Weasel, which inadvertently redirected the damage and effects of its clapping ambush onto itself. However, due to the immunity conferred by its type, the Washsin Zoroark remained unscathed, even retaliating against the Kung Fu Weasel with a powerful psychic force that sent it flying. Simultaneously, the dazzling Pokémon successfully released its illusionary space. Under the influence of the special power it carried, the speeds of both sides suddenly reversed. The previously fast-approaching Mighty Chicken felt an unexpected constraint on its velocity, slowing down uncontrollably, and its expression betrayed its alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jing and his companion's Pokémon distanced themselves from the Mighty Chicken, either retreating a few steps or deftly dodging, leaving no chance for it to launch an attack. Witnessing this turn of events, the competitors from Tianmin High School sensed impending doom, as this was the very scenario they had hoped to avoid. They hastily issued new commands in a bid to rectify the situation. Fairy Wind, let us also employ the illusionary space, urged the trainer of the fairy Pokémon, his anxiety palpable. Do not grant it any opportunities, Jiang Jing predicted, his voice steady. Zoroark, provoke. Following his command, Zoroark emitted a long howl, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson as it taunted the fairy Pokémon, which was poised to activate its illusionary space to counter the current effects. Under the influence of the provocation, the fairy Pokémon's attempt to release its illusionary space inevitably faltered. Caught off guard, Zoroark pressed forward relentlessly, striking with its shadow claw. sending the fairy Pokémon hurtling away with its sharp talons. In an instant, the fairy Pokémon's face contorted in agony, its body resembling a kite severed from its string, flying backward until it collided with the Rotom, which had been preparing to unleash its unique light. The Rotom too felt the repercussions, its actions disrupted by the fairy Pokémon's earlier misfortune, forcing it to halt its movements. The rhythm of their strategy was thrown into disarray. The competitors from Tianmen High School found themselves akin to ants on a hot pan, their commands to their Pokémon increasingly riddled with significant errors. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing and his companions pressed their advantage, offering no respite for their adversaries to regroup. Under their composed guidance, the hunting hour for Jiangzhou No. 1 High School commenced. The Ice Ninetales released a flurry of fine snow, sending icy particles towards the 5 Pokémon of Tianmen High School, aiming to hinder their movements with the freezing effect. The Toxic Frog's hands shimmered with a purplish glow, emanating a potent toxic aura as its gaze fixed intently on the mighty chicken, biding its time for a surprise attack. The Magnemite emitted a faint, paralyzing electric current, continuously disrupting and influencing their opponents. As the lively Leminian approached the Pokémon Academy of Tianmen High School, it joyfully began to perform a whimsical dance, inducing a state of confusion among its opponents. With the assistance of Ice Vulpix and other Pokémon, Zoroark utilized its phantasmal abilities to manipulate perception, stealthily positioning itself near the fairy Pokémon before launching an unhesitating assault. In that fleeting moment, it resembled a merciless harbinger of destruction, akin to a specter on the battlefield. Within mere breaths, the onslaught unfolded, a single strike, a double blow, a triple victory, culminating in an extraordinary quintuple triumph. It was only after every Pokémon from Tianmen High School lay defeated, stripped of all combat capabilities, that Zoroark ceased its relentless barrage. The outcome was utterly unforeseen by all present. Thus, when the referee declared the result, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Spectators in the hot air balloons fell into profound contemplation, the stillness resonating like a quiet night at Cambridge. The entire confrontation, from inception to conclusion, spanned a mere 2.5 minutes. What could one accomplish in such a brief interval? It was insufficient even to play a complete song. Yet this battle reached an abrupt termination, igniting a singular thought in the minds of all witnesses. Chapter 73, a special invitation from the Academy of Pokémon Studies. Following the conclusion of the match against Tianmen High School, Jiangzhou No. 1 High School secured their place in the main competition with 2 victories. Under the leadership of Meng Huai, Jiang Jing and his companions commenced their journey homeward. The orange minibus glided along the bustling highway, weaving through the incessant flow of traffic. As the cacophony outside intertwined with the laughter within, Luo Xiao and others quietly exchanged plans for the future. What are your plans next? Chun Xiaolong adjusted his glasses, casually inquiring. Sure, you scratched his head and grinned. I intend to take Leminian to the secret realm, hoping to elevate it to the advanced level before the main event begins. Is anyone interested in joining? Isn't it a bit soon after the competition to be so eager? That seems rather dull. Luo Xiao pouted, shedding the tension from the match, returning to his previous laid-back demeanor. The others nodded in agreement, preferring to take a few days to rest and unwind. At that moment, the front row occupant, Zhong Chuyo, engrossed in short videos, turned upon hearing their conversation. Raising her phone and her eyes sparkling with excitement, she proposed, according to the latest announcement from the observatory, the Orion meteor shower will occur in the coming days. Why don't we all go and watch it together? Upon hearing Zhong Chuyo's suggestion, several girls, including Yilan, expressed immediate interest and eagerly agreed. Naturally, the boys, who already held a fondness for them, seized the opportunity without a second thought. Only Jiang Jing remained silent, prompting Zhong Chuyo and the other girls to focus their hopeful gazes upon him, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Jing, what are your thoughts? I have other commitments at that time, so I won't be able to join you all, Jiang Jing replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret as he gently declined their invitation. He had never forgotten the words left by Kira. It seemed that he would awaken soon. Therefore, upon hearing Zhong Chuyo mention an impending meteor shower, Jiang Jing's first instinct was to promptly apply to the school for re-entry into the Moon Mountain secret realm. Well then, although Zhong Chuyo and the others were somewhat disappointed, they nodded in understanding. Luo Xiao, seemingly lost in thought, approached him with a mischievous grin and teasingly probed, Brother Jiang, you don't have a date, do you? Recalling the last time Mu Qingyun sought out Jiang Jing, he wore a knowing expression, akin to a fish that had seen through everything. Jiang Jing's train of thought was interrupted. He glanced at him, and, catching the ambiguous glint in his eyes, quickly waved his hand, insisting, don't think too much. Sister Mu and I are just ordinary good friends. Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow, filled with skepticism, utterly disbelieving his words. After all, what kind of friends would need to label their friendship as ordinary? The flying department's dojo master, Jiang Jing, had even claimed that he wouldn't engage in romantic entanglements. Yet he ended up marrying his good friend, the nurturing master Feng Nanan. I wonder how long you can maintain that stubborn fade. If only I could recall what General Douglas MacArthur of the United States had said, I would surely quote him to debate with you. Meng Huai quietly observed everything, refraining from interjecting, and suddenly felt a wave of youthful exuberance wash over him, his lips curling into an unbidden smile. As the minibus approached the gates of Jiangzhou One High School, it was at this moment that Meng Huai's phone rang, jolting him from his reverie. Glancing at the caller ID, he swiftly swiped right to unlock the screen and pressed the answer button. The next moment, upon hearing the voice on the phone, Meng Huai couldn't help but exclaim softly, his gaze occasionally drifting to Jiang Jing, who sat quietly in the minibus. The competition went smoothly. I understand. I'll take him over shortly. He then cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention as the minibus rolled into the campus of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. The others, without a second thought, swiftly dispersed like startled birds as soon as the minibus came to a halt and the doors opened. Jiang Jing, somewhat taken aback, was puzzled as to why Meng Huai wanted him to stay. Once everyone had left, Meng Huai slowly explained, "Come with me. Principal Zhang needs to speak with you." Jiang Jing nodded. Though still curious, he decided not to dwell on it and followed closely behind Meng Huai towards the principal's office. Moments later, the two appeared before the principal's office door. With a series of firm knocks, a resonant voice called from within, "Please enter." Upon receiving Principal Zhang's permission, Meng Huai led Jiang Jing inside. "So this is Jiang Jing, our student," Principal Zhang remarked, his gaze meeting Jiang Jing's, and a broad smile illuminated his face, reflecting his satisfaction. "You have indeed bestowed upon me a considerable surprise." Principal Zhang, greetings. Jiang Jing offered a salutation, though he found himself somewhat perplexed by the words. Perhaps Principal Zhang perceived Jiang Jing's confusion and had no intention of keeping him in suspense, if it were not for the special invitations from various esteemed Pokémon academies, particularly the distinguished universities of the Imperial Capital and the Magical Metropolis, specifically requesting your enrollment in their Pokémon research program. I would have remained unaware of the exceptional talent that Jiang Jing represents in this current class. Jiang Jing stood momentarily stunned, his mind swirling in a haze. Chapter 74, The Awakening of Jirachi. Time flowed slowly, and before long, half an hour had slipped by. Jiang Jing was uncertain how he ultimately emerged from the principal's office. All he knew was that upon stepping through the office door, the school's governance over him would become remarkably lenient. At the very least, he would have the autonomy to arrange his training schedule. It would pose no issue if he chose to study independently at home, as long as he remembered to participate in competitions punctually. Jiang Jing understood this well. After all, prodigies are often afforded certain privileges. He was already on the path to a special admission, so who would truly concern themselves with his college entrance examinations? As for the special invitations from the various Pokémon academies that Principal Zhang mentioned, he had yet to respond, merely stating that he had not yet made a decision. The conditions presented by these academies were undeniably generous, and the array of rewards was enticing, making it understandable that he found himself in a quandary. Principal Zhang and Meng Huai, upon noticing his indecision, refrained from urging him, instead earnestly advising Jiang Jing to consider his options thoroughly. Should he require assistance, the school would strive to support him as best as possible. Consequently, Jiang Jing, feeling no need for formality, readily agreed and subsequently expressed his desire to enter the Moon Mountain secret realm once more. The outcome, as one might expect, was evident. In the evening, the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the water's surface. Arriving once again at the Moon Mountain secret realm, Jiang Jing navigated the terrain with ease, quickly orienting himself towards the location of the shrine at the mountain's summit. Given his prior amicable interactions with the wild Pokémon within this realm, upon recognizing his presence, they abandoned their usual arrogance and, without exception, turned tail and fled. This spectacle made Jiang Jing's lips twitch in bemusement. He felt compelled to inquire of these wild Pokémon. Was he truly so fearsome? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, sighing, "I must prioritize reaching the shrine soon." Following the markers established during his last visit, navigating the dimly lit caverns, Jiang Jing arrived at the mountain's peak. He set down his backpack near the shrine, releasing his Pokémon, Charcoal, Zoroark, and Milotic, before retrieving a tent to establish camp. Uncertain of when Jirachi might awaken, Jiang Jing steeled himself for a prolonged wait. "Charcoal and Zoroark, come lend a hand," Jiang Jing called out, wiping the sweat from his brow as he opened the tent. With a resounding bang, the ground was sent into a flurry of dust and debris, enveloping them in a thick cloud that left Jiang Jing gasping for breath. Silent yet resolute, Zoroark nodded and mirrored the actions of the small charcoal attendant on the opposite side, intensifying the already swirling smoke. Minas, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious. It promptly unleashed a tornado attack, whipping up a fierce wind that dispersed the dust surrounding Jiang Jing, nearly sweeping him away in the process. Fortunately, sensing the precarious situation, Jiang Jing quickly grasped Zoroark, thus averting potential disaster. After a series of tumultuous events, Jiang Jing finally erected the tent before nightfall. Stealing a glance at his three Pokémon, He noted with satisfaction that they had matured into capable beings. They instinctively engaged in skill training without needing his guidance, filling him with a sense of pride. As time ticked away, the night deepened, and the entire Moon Mountain fell into a serene silence. Cradling the Ralt's egg, Jiang Jing gazed at the countless stars dotting the night sky, his thoughts drifting far and wide. He pondered when Kirichi might awaken, perhaps sensing Jiang Jing's musings. Or perhaps nearing the moment of its revival, the once quiet white stone began to crystalline transformation, suddenly radiating a dazzling light that flickered, casting the mountaintop into a dance of shadows and brilliance. At that very instant, a faint, inaudible sound echoed, calling to him. This sudden change roused Jiang Jing and the other Pokémon from their contemplative states. Charcoal. The small charcoal attendant stared at the crystalline stone. Confusion etched across its face. Zoroark remained silent, its gaze fixed intently on the shrine, sensing a powerful force stirring to life. Minas nestled closer to Jiang Jing, ready to shield against any unforeseen occurrences. Is it about to awaken? Jiang Jing was filled with uncertainty, gesturing to Minas to calm down. He approached the shrine. His eyes locked onto the pulsating crystal, and noted that the closer he got, the clearer the mysterious voice became. Let me recall the steps to awaken Kirichi. It seems a pure heart must sing. This thought brought Jiang Jing some difficulty. While he could manage to sing, he was acutely aware of his lack of musical talent. But a pure heart? He was doubtful of possessing such a quality. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, accompanied by a mischievous grin. He promptly retrieved his phone. Under the watchful eyes of Minas and the other Pokémon, as a cheerful melody began to play, he sang, "What is Grandpa called?" "Grandpa is called Grandpa. What is Grandma called?" "Dad's mom." "Surely, this should suffice for purity," he mused with satisfaction, called by the tender and cheerful melody. The twinkling crystal seemed to respond to an unseen stimulus, suddenly bursting forth with resplendent and dazzling light. In the next moment, the crystal gradually melted away, revealing a slumbering figure within, though the blinding radiance obscured its features. At that moment, all attention was drawn to Karaki. Dimly, Jiang Jing heard a soft and sweet voice whispering in his ear, "Ah Jing, I miss you so much." Chapter 75, Karaki, let's play together. As the light faded, Karaki's form floated in midair, gazing at Jiang Jing with eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Two fabric-like appendages fluttered in the breeze behind him, while the wish paper dangling from his head swayed gently. In that instant, Karaki resembled a delicate porcelain doll. "Karaki?" Jiang Jing murmured, momentarily entranced, instinctively calling out. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's voice, Karaki spread his arms in a gesture of embrace and flew directly towards him. Jiang Jing had no time to react. Feeling a soft body tumble into his embrace, clinging to him without a hint of wanting to let go. "Ah Jing, it's wonderful to see you again," Karaki exclaimed innocently, filled with joy. "Waking up to see you is such a delight." Jiang Jing, taken aback by the words, felt his mind swirl with confusion as a flurry of thoughts overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The nearby spirits, including Teng Xiaoxi, exhaled in relief. They sensed the formidable presence of Karaki, a being of secondary divinity, acutely aware of the ominous aura that accompanied him. A shared glance among them conveyed a silent understanding. Recognizing that Karaki had no intention of harming Jiang Jing, they chose to refrain from interrupting the reunion. After a brief silence, Jiang Jing gradually sorted through his chaotic thoughts. Lowering his gaze to meet Karaki's innocent stare, he gathered his words and hesitated before voicing his curiosity. "Karaki, how do you know me? And what do you mean by seeing you again?" Karaki tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with childlike wonder, seemingly perplexed by the question. "Because I know Ah Jing. Seeing you again simply means we are meeting again." Karaki mimicked a cute gesture, resembling a playful expression. Upon receiving Karaki's mental communication, Jiang Jing couldn't help but place a hand on his forehead, revealing a look of profound exasperation. The disconnection between their thoughts was palpable. Listening to you is like hearing a riddle. This sentiment encapsulated his current state of mind. He realized he should not harbor hope regarding this matter. Despite Karaki having existed for ages, each awakening lasted only a fleeting 7 days. Thus, in reality, Karaki's true age was akin to that of a 1 to 2-year-old human child. Karaki seemed to sense Jiang Jing's complex emotions, curiously lifting its little head to gaze at him. "Hey Jing, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. I just want some peace," Jiang Jing sighed, waving his hand as he looked at the naive Karaki, realizing that it was indeed impossible to feel anger towards such innocence. Is being quiet also a way to play with friends? Karaki expressed its desire to enjoy playtime with companions. Its voice rang out again, retaining that pure innocence untouched by the world. Suddenly, it appeared to recall something, and its mood dampened instantly. Before long, Karaki would need to sleep again. A cold wind brushed past Jiang Jing's ears, striking his heart like an arrow, causing his dark pupils to tremble slightly, and an inexplicable ache welled up within him. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. He gently patted Karaki's head, a faint smile playing on his lips, and took a deep breath to keep his tone calm. "Karaki, shall we play together?" Upon hearing this, Karaki looked up in delight, its spirits lifting once more. It soared out of Jiang Jing's embrace, circling around Charcoal Sprite and the other Pokémon, its wish paper fluttering as if moved by an unseen wind, brimming with joy and excitement. Friends, let us all play together. Karaki laughed. Jiang Jing nodded with a smile, and Charcoal Sprite and the others joined in. However, as they played, Jiang Jing found himself momentarily stunned. Something felt amiss. He realized that Karaki's version of play seemed to involve imparting skills to Zoroark and the others. Was he seeing things? Jiang Jing couldn't help but rub his eyes, only to confirm that it was not an illusion, leaving his expression rather nuanced. Such play, he hoped, would be repeated often for Charcoal Sprite and its companions. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiang Jing, at the very moment Karaki awakened, the night sky outside transformed from a sparse starry expanse to a dazzling display of celestial brilliance. Countless rays of starlight cascaded from the heavens, akin to the Milky Way tumbling down to Earth, plunging into the Moon Mountain secret realm on Jiangxin Island. In an instant, the Moon Mountain, previously merely a secret realm, began to elevate in status. Stimulated by the rules, it swiftly broke through the confines of levels, ascending through tier after tier, finally halting at an exalted rank. Due to this alteration in rules, the resources within the Moon Mountain secret realm began to erupt in abundance, with various rare treasures and top-tier fruits gradually coming to fruition. This sudden transformation soon attracted the attention of teachers stationed at Jiangzhou First High School. They sensed the rapid surge of energy and observed the familiar secret realm visibly changing. Their mouths agape as if they could swallow an ostrich egg whole. The Moon Mountain secret realm has leveled up, exclaimed Teacher Zhou, his eyes glazed over in astonishment. The reactions of the other teachers mirrored his, all displaying expressions of utter shock, their amazement rivaling that of Fan Jin upon hearing of his success in the imperial examination. Time passed, and aside from Jiangzhou First High School, the swiftest response came from the Huaguo Alliance. Having just resolved the chaos wrought by the Canaanites, Wei Yuan gazed at the ominous phenomenon before him, instinctively shattering the antique porcelain cup in his grasp, a surge of irritation and toothache washing over him. He was acutely aware that Jiangzhou was a city of heroes, a place where valor was invariably accompanied by trials. Yet, was it not the case that the tribulations of Jiangzhou were becoming excessively frequent? How many times had it been? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Wei Yuan. The phone rang, its sound piercing the silence. Emotionless, he turned his gaze toward the desk phone. As anticipated, it was a call from the Alliance headquarters. Taking a deep breath, he answered, listening in silence for an extended period. Only when the voice on the other end faded did he quietly place the receiver down. Frustrated, he raked a hand through his hair, acutely aware that his once plentiful locks had thinned considerably since his arrival in Jiangzhou. There was no time to dwell on such trivialities. A quick glance at the increasingly conspicuous phenomenon, resembling a colossal light bulb, prompted Wei Yuan to exhale deeply before he resigned himself once more to his work. As he arrived at Jiangxin Island, the disturbances in the Moon Mountain secret realm had gradually subsided. Wei Yuan, you have finally arrived. Thanks to Principal Zhang's early notification, Teacher Zhou and the others did not exhibit any surprise upon seeing him. Wei Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and immediately inquired about the situation. What is the current status? Are there any casualties? Thus far, there have been no reported casualties, but upon hearing the initial words, Wei Yuan felt a fleeting relief, only to be gripped by tension when he heard the mere 2 words that followed. But it's not good. Wei Yuan frowned. Teacher Zhou took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. His hands clenched into fists, and his voice trembled slightly. Earlier this evening, a student entered the secret realm and is currently unaccounted for. Do you have any specific information? Wei Yuan massaged his temples, fatigue crashing over him like a wave. Teacher Zhou remained silent, handing over the prepared documentation. As Wei Yuan accepted the papers, his gaze inadvertently swept across the details, and his expression froze in shock. Jiang Jing, how is it him again? He pondered if the lad had taken to the field as a war correspondent. The recurring appearances of Jiang Jing in these incidents compelled Wei Yuan to voice his suspicions. Are you all right, Wei Yuan? Teacher Zhou noticed the change in his expression and gently nudged his shoulder. Wei Yuan shook his head, feeling a heavy weariness settle in his heart. Summoning his strength, he left a brief message for Teacher Zhou and the others before summoning his ace spirit, Shinado. You all move back for now. I will retrieve him. Shinado, evolve. Signaling for Teacher Zhou and the others to step back, Wei Yuan cleared his throat, his face flushing slightly as he recited the awkwardly dramatic evolution incantation, his words almost comical in their earnestness. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted. The key resonated with the Mega Evolution Stone. Under the influence of the bond power linked by the radiant colors, Shinado underwent a transformation, gradually completing a magnificent metamorphosis. Its momentum surging rapidly, and its strength abruptly elevating to a master level. The Super Shinado made its grand entrance. Without hesitation, at the moment of Super Shinado's emergence, Wei Yuan pointed towards the swirling light at the entrance of the secret realm, uttering with unwavering calm, "Magic shines." In the next moment, Shanado emitted a low cry, its body exploding with a brilliant pink light as terrifying fairy-type energy coalesced before the eyes of the onlookers. It struck directly at the swirling light. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion ensued, enveloping the scene in thick black smoke that obscured everyone's vision. Once tranquility returned and the smoke was dispersed by a gentle breeze, Wei Yuan turned his gaze back to the light swirl, which had suddenly fallen silent. Following his line of sight, it became evident that the recent attack by Super Shanado had failed to impact the secret realm in any way. The psychic barrier preventing entry and exit remained unbroken. Once again, it was a legendary power. Wei Yuan's eyes were deep with inscrutable emotion. Aware that this force stemmed from a legendary Pokémon, he refrained from allowing Super Shanado to continue its assault. Although he held confidence in his own capabilities, the disparity in power levels could not be overlooked. The urgency among Teacher Zhou and the others grew. Even Wei Yuan, a champion of the league, was at a loss, causing them to worry for Jiang Jing, who was trapped within the secret realm. Sensing the anxiety etched on everyone's faces, Wei Yuan chose not to speak further. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a number to summon assistance. As soon as the call connected, he succinctly described the dire situation. An anomaly has occurred at the Moon Mountain secret realm in Jiangzhou. A student named Jiang Jing is trapped inside, just like last time. Before Wei Yuan could finish, a cool voice interrupted, hastily hanging up the phone, leaving him no chance to respond. He pocketed his phone, wearing a subtly peculiar expression, murmuring to himself, "Why is this lady so agreeable this time?" Meanwhile, within the Moon Mountain secret realm, Jiang Jing and Tan Xiaoshu could no longer endure. Jing, come play with us," Karaki cheerfully exclaimed, brimming with energy. Perhaps having slept for too long, Karaki was bursting with vitality. Still lively and animated even after an hour of play with Jiang Jing and the others. In response to Karaki's invitation, Jiang Jing wearily waved his hand, saying helplessly, "Karaki, let us take a break for now." Karaki tilted its head, mimicking a playful gesture, appearing exceedingly adorable. Sensing that Jiang Jing and the others were fatigued, it decided to settle into Jiang Jing's embrace, resting alongside them. With the guidance of Karaki, a secondary deity of psychic attributes, not only this, but Jiang Jing was also thrilled by the long-abandoned fire stove mask, previously regarded as a mere ornament, has successfully shattered the lingering seals above it with the formidable assistance of Karaki. Freed from the constraints of the seal, the legendary flames stored within the mask became a boon for Tan Xiaoshu, significantly enhancing its power. Even Jiang Jing did not anticipate that Tan Xiaoshu would break through to the elite level under such circumstances, becoming the most powerful spirit in his possession. Thus, all of the spirits held by Jiang Jing have now reached the elite level. Name, Tan Xiaoshu, Fire, Gender, Level, 34 Elite. Ability, Firestarter, when attacked by Fire-type moves. Absorbs the flames, strengthening its own Fire-type moves. Individual values, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 25. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills, Glare, Ember, Scare, Shared Life. Smoke Clear, Phosphor Flame, Charged Flame Attack, Flame Vortex, Nightshade, Protect, Incinerate, Dream Talk, Substitute, Item, None, Potential. Champion, Remarks. Influenced by legendary flames. The power of fire-type moves is significantly enhanced. Super Shanado. Chapter 77. Research on Move Learning Devices. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10 o'clock the following morning. Jiang Jing was awakened by hunger, having exhausted himself the previous night. His prolonged slumber was interrupted by the grumbling of his stomach in protest, rubbing his almost flattened belly. He tossed aside the covers and rose, stretching languidly, appearing utterly lethargic. Karaki, disturbed by Jiang Jing's movements, stirred awake, rubbing its sleepy eyes and gazing at him in a half-asleep, half-awake state, looking adorably dazed. "Karaki, did I wake you?" Jiang Jing asked, tilting his head towards Karaki, who was yawning, feeling a bit guilty and scratching his head with an apologetic expression. Karaki tilted its head, showing no signs of anger, as its stomach also emitted a sound of hunger, mirroring Jiang Jing's. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Jing inquired. "Karaki, try the energy cube I made." Seeing this, a smile flickered in Jiang Jing's starry eyes as he rummaged through his backpack for the energy cube and handed it to Karaki. This energy cube, crafted from oran berries, primarily served to satiate hunger and restore vitality, lacking the special effects of other exclusive energy cubes. Karaki accepted the energy cube, seemingly familiar with it, and without hesitation, began to eat. Its eyes momentarily curved into crescent shapes, radiating joy. Jing, Karaki wants more. After finishing one energy cube, Karaki licked its lips, blinking its watery eyes, and extended its hand once more. Upon hearing the coaxing tone, Jiang Jing did not refuse. He turned and retrieved another energy cube, offering it to Karaki while gently rearranging the disheveled wish slips atop its head. Seizing the moment while Karaki was occupied with eating, Jiang Jing took out the food for charcoal servants and summoned the 3 sprites, who had just finished their morning exercises. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "I overslept again today. Let us all have something to eat." Zoroark and the others remained silent, merely nodding their heads in understanding, recalling the wildness of the previous night. Watching the sprites as they dined, Jiang Jing smiled and stepped outside the tent to freshen up briefly. He then produced a piece of compressed food, which he casually mixed with mineral water to satisfy his hunger. Moments later, once the sprites had finished their breakfast, he instructed Milotic and the others to practice the substitute move they had learned yesterday, aiming to master the skill as swiftly as possible. However, upon realizing that Karaki had been left alone, it appeared somewhat disoriented and quickly flew into the air, attempting to chase after charcoal servants. Yet, before it could act, Jiang Jing's voice resonated, causing it to halt in place. "Karaki, I need your assistance." Jiang Jing retrieved the scales that the ugly fish had dropped from his backpack, his eyes reflecting sincerity and anticipation as he made his request. He wished to seize this opportunity to experiment with an idea he had long contemplated, to create a move-learning device in this world. The scales from the ugly fish were the primary material for crafting a learning device for the Shadow Mist move. Karaki, upon hearing this, blinked its eyes and looked at Jiang Jing with palpable excitement, ready to assist. With Karaki's consent, he speculated that the sprites' dropped items must retain some form of power, containing vital information about the sprites' memories of their own power combinations, what are commonly referred to as skills. Jiang Jing's task was to sift through the myriad of chaotic information to extract the specific details he needed, recording them onto a medium for other sprites to read. In essence, the principle behind this was reminiscent of certain concepts found in novels online, where relevant memories are extracted from genes and exposed through special machines or methods. Does this description make it clearer? Karaki appeared somewhat perplexed, remaining clouded in confusion even after hearing Jiang Jing's explanation. Nevertheless, it proceeded to follow his guidance, using its psychic abilities to crush the 2 scales. It then sensed the information Jiang Jing described, transforming the powder into an object akin to an old vinyl record, inscribing it with unique patterns specific to the Shadow Mist move. "Is this correct, Jiang?" Karaki tilted its head, looking inquiringly at Jiang Jing while nibbling on its hands. "Well done, Karaki," Jiang Jing exclaimed joyfully, unabashedly praising it in a tone reminiscent of a popular milk tea brand. Subsequently, his gaze returned to the old vinyl record. Uncertain as this was his first attempt at such a venture, the potential for success hinges on the information encapsulated within, specifically whether the Pokémon capable of learning the move can indeed master it. With this thought, he directed his gaze towards the still training Milotic, beckoning it to join them for the testing. However, their progress was far from smooth, lacking the appropriate machinery to extract the data from the vinyl record. Jiang Jing and his companions faced repeated failures. It was only through an inadvertent harnessing of Karachi's power, forcefully employing psychic abilities to read the data while simultaneously unleashing the move hypnosis, that Milotic was able to tenuously grasp the move Black Mist. Yet, this was merely a preliminary understanding. Proficiency would require relentless practice. This method proved significantly more effective than the trial-and-error approach of watching videos. Having confirmed his hypothesis, Jiang Jing's next objective was to study the intricate patterns of other moves, aiming to develop a machine specifically designed to read these unique patterns. In the special chapter of the comic, the move learning device resembled a wristwatch, but the exact mechanics of its operation eluded him for the time being. Thus, his current ambition was to utilize technology to create specialized equipment capable of deciphering the exclusive patterns on those ancient records. Meanwhile, as Jiang Jing immersed himself in the study of the move learning device, an unexpected visitor arrived at the summit of Moon Mountain. "Mushuegia, what brings you here?" At that moment, Jiang Jing remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. His initial reaction upon encountering the ethereal girl in a white dress was one of astonishment, marveling at the serendipity of their meeting. Mu Qingyun wrinkled her delicate nose, relieved to see Jiang Jing unharmed, a glimmer of joy flashing in her beautiful eyes. Clearing her throat, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Jing and earnestly declared, "I have come specifically to find you." "Ah Jing, is she also a companion?" Kirichi asked, puzzled by the sudden appearance of Mu Qingyun. Before Jiang Jing could respond, he observed Mu Qingyun, with a serious demeanor, extend her hand towards Kirichi, affirming with unwavering conviction, "I am Jiang Jing's friend." Kirichi is also Ah Jing's partner. In the ensuing half-hour, Mu Qingyun and Kirichi engaged in a lively exchange, gradually growing more acquainted. Jiang Jing occasionally interjected their conversation. In this harmonious atmosphere, he swiftly gleaned the happenings occurring outside and the reason for Mu Qingyun's presence there. "Is that so?" Jiang Jing pondered, a peculiar emotion stirring within him. Perhaps it was gratitude, though it felt more complex than that, leaving him at a loss to fully articulate his feelings. "I apologize for causing you concern, Mushuegia." "Jiang Jing, you said we are friends." Mu Qingyun replied with a frown, her beautiful eyes filled with playful reproach. Jiang Jing's overly formal tone inexplicably irked her. Jiang Jing was momentarily taken aback, sensing the estrangement in the conversation. He quickly apologized to Mu Qingyun, admitting that he had misspoken. Mu Qingyun's expression softened considerably upon hearing this. Observing her swift return to her aloof demeanor, Jiang Jing exhaled slowly, pondering how rapidly Mu Xuejia's mood oscillated. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but think that her earlier anger rendered her quite beautiful. At that moment, noticing that their quarrel seemed to have subsided, Kira Chichi suddenly perched on Jiang Jing's shoulder, tugging at his clothing with a pitiful expression. "Ah Jing, come play with Kira Chichi," she implored. Turning to Kira Chichi, Jiang Jing cradled the porcelain doll in his arms, affectionately ruffling her hair, and inquired with a beaming smile, "What would you like to play?" Having recently completed the preliminary development of the move learning device with Kira Chichi's assistance, Jiang Jing was quite amenable. Kira Chichi paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by the question. Sensing her distress, Mu Qingyun gently suggested from the side, "How about we go to an amusement park? Joy Valley in Jiangzhou is quite delightful." As her cool voice trailed off, Kira Chichi's eyes instantly sparkled, and she began to dance excitedly around Jiang Jing. "Ah Jing, let us go to the amusement park. Let us go to the amusement park." Kira Chichi was no stranger to the amusement park Mu Qingyun mentioned, thanks to bedtime stories. She understood it to be a place of joy. "I got it." Jiang Jing nodded in agreement with Kira Chichi. Simultaneously, his gaze flickered towards Mu Qingyun, sparking a sense of suspicion within him. He recalled that during his last outing with Mu Qingyun, they had failed to visit the amusement park due to time constraints. Now, as Mu Qingyun encouraged Kira Chichi to go, he couldn't help but wonder if she wished to play herself. Jiang Jing stroked his chin, his eyes fixated on the composed celestial maiden, attempting to discern any hidden intentions from her expression. Unfortunately, Mu Qingyun's masterful expression management rendered it impossible for him to detect anything amiss. He decided to temporarily suppress his suspicions. Noticing Jiang Jing's gaze shift away, Mu Qingyun quietly sighed in relief, her autumn-like eyes brimming with delight and eagerness. Soon, after reaching a consensus, they were fortunate to have Kira Chichi as their mascot. The nearby wild spirits, upon sensing Kira Chichi's concealed aura, were immediately intimidated and dared not approach. What a remarkable change in this secret realm. Jiang Jing silently marveled. As they stepped into Joy Valley, Kira Chichi seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. At Kira Chichi's behest, Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun indulged in every amusement ride available, including the drop tower, bumper cars, swinging pendulum, roller coaster, carousel, haunted house, and log flume. After experiencing all these attractions, Jiang Jing felt utterly drained, his body weary to the point of immobility. "Ah Jing, Kira Chichi is so happy." Karaki, indulging in ice cream, found his eyes transforming into star shapes as he reminisced about the attractions they had just enjoyed. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he proposed, "I want to play again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing's expression shifted dramatically. The pallor of his face deepened as he hurriedly sought to dissuade Karaki from this perilous notion. His palms were slick with sweat, and his legs trembled, fearful that Karaki might sense something amiss. At that moment, Mu Qingyun, with a slight furrow in her brow, seemed unsatisfied with the day's entertainment and instinctively aimed to expose Jiang Jing's unease. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she interjected firmly, "During these unusual times, I must ensure the safety of Jiangzhou's citizens." Her gaze frequently darted toward Karaki, conveying her implicit concerns. Thus, Jiang Jing had no choice but to acquiesce to Mu Qingyun's insistence to accompany them. Ignoring their exchange, Karaki remained engulfed in his disappointment over not being able to play again. Yet, this sentiment did not linger long. Upon hearing a familiar sound nearby, his drooping head perked up instinctively, and he excitedly called out to Jiang Jing, "Ah Jing, let us go play that." Both Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun were momentarily taken aback, then followed the direction of his pointing finger. In the next instant, they discovered a ride designed like a carty dog, an attraction beloved by children, adorned with vibrant lights that beckoned friends to join in the fun. The two fell silent, their expressions remarkably nuanced. Jiang Jing felt utterly humiliated. He was resolute in refusing Karaki's unreasonable request. However, 3 minutes later, melodious singing erupted from the carty dog ride. "What is Grandpa called?" "Grandpa is called Grandfather." Blushing furiously, Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun found themselves seated on the ride, enduring the stares of passing tourists while Karaki joyfully nestled in their laps, laughing heartily. The embarrassment was palpable. Here he was, an esteemed figure in academia, reduced to riding a children's attraction. Jiang Jing couldn't help but cover his face, feeling as if he were on the brink of social demise. At that moment, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Jiang Jing sensed a commotion emanating from his backpack. Instinctively, he glanced inside, discovering that the Pokémon egg was shaking. Alarm surged within him as he worried that in such an inappropriate environment for prenatal education, this shiny Ralts might develop unfavorably. "Ah Jing, is this a new partner?" Karaki's voice broke through again, having noticed Jiang Jing's distress. He turned to look, and upon seeing the egg's movement, which seemed to be greeting him. The gentle energy enveloping them intensified. The vibrations from the egg grew more vigorous, and with a faint crackling sound, the surface of the shell began to reveal fissures. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun, the Pokémon egg hatched. Shiny Ralts emerged. Chapter 79, Jiang Jing, My Wish Crack. The crisp sound of the eggshell shattering filled the air. Before Jiang Jing had time to react, a petite life finally emerged from the Pokémon egg. With eyes concealed beneath azure locks, it began to survey the newly unveiled world. The moment its gaze met Jiang Jing's, a jubilant expression lit up its face, and it eagerly leapt into his embrace. LaRue. Although caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Jiang Jing, having previously experienced the hatching of a carbon little servant, knew precisely how to respond. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a warm towel to wipe away the viscous residue from its body, followed by offering some moo milk. LaRue Lallis, welcome to this world, Jiang Jing exclaimed, wrapping the little creature in a pristine towel, his dark eyes radiating kindness, and a gentle smile gracing his lips as he cradled it. Aware that such exuberance was common among newborn Pokémon, he refrained from further disturbing LaRue Lallis. Unintentionally, he glanced at the panel displaying updated information and was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the last time he checked, LaRue Lallis had a champion-level aptitude, yet now it had suddenly transformed into a master-level aptitude. Name, LaRue Lallis, Shiny, Psychic Fairy. Gender, Level 1 Novice. Ability. Copy, upon entry, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Individual value aptitude, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Skills. Charming voice, telekinesis, call, shadow clone, magical flame, cuddle. Illusion ray, light wall, reflective barrier. Item held, none. Potential, master. Remarks. Received a significant enhancement in aptitude due to the second-level divine blessing of Kirichi before birth, resulting in a marked boost in the power of psychic-type moves. It was not until he read the remarks that everything became clear to Jiang Jing, and he instinctively lifted his gaze towards Kirichi. Just as he intended to express his gratitude, he discovered that Kirichi was currently resting in Mu Qingyun's arms. Its breath was noticeably faint, and its spirit appeared somewhat diminished. This was the aftermath of utilizing its essence to enhance LaRue Lallis's aptitude. Kirichi, are you alright? Jiang Jing inquired with concern. Kirichi is tired and wishes to sleep for a while, it replied before nestling deeper into Mu Qingyun's embrace and drifting off to slumber. Mu Qingyun said nothing, cradling the porcelain-like Kirichi, her eyes softening with warmth. After observing intently for a moment, Jiang Jing realized that Kirichi was merely exhausted and not in any serious distress, allowing his previously taut nerves to gradually relax. Is that a shiny LaRue Lallis? Mu Qingyun approached Jiang Jing and, upon noticing the creature in his arms, displayed a look of astonishment. You truly are fortunate. There was a hint of envy in her tone. After all, shiny Pokémon were relatively rare. Even for her, a legendary trainer. Acquiring a shiny LaRue Lallis was no simple feat. Hearing the whisper of voices at his side, Jiang Jing smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The two departed from the Joy Valley of Jiangzhou, side by side. In the blink of an eye, the evening of the 21st arrived. The Orion meteor shower began to grow more active, with meteors streaking across the sky, leaving behind long tails before plummeting to the earth. Perhaps influenced by the energy released by the meteors, Giratina absorbed enough power to swiftly recover from the aftermath of its origin consumption, awakening from its slumber. You're awake, Giratina, Jiang Jing said with a smile. Mu Qingyun produced some Pokémon food and presented it to Giratina, her cool voice softened with a hint of tenderness. Have something to eat. You must be hungry. Giratina yawned, tilting its head as it accepted the food, yet it did not consume it immediately. Instead, it gazed vacantly at the sky, as if something up there was calling to it. Noticing this, Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow and could not help but inquire. Is something the matter, Giratina? The stars are calling me, Giratina replied, turning its gaze to meet Jiang Jing's, its expression tinged with melancholy. I might fall asleep again. I won't be able to play with everyone anymore. At these words, both Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun trembled slightly, exchanging a glance before sinking into silence. Giratina only awakened once every 1,000 years, while human lives were fleeting, insignificant against the expanse of time. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, this farewell could indeed be their eternal parting. The weight of this realization cast a shadow over their hearts. Perhaps aware of the somber nature of this topic, Giratina, having witnessed many such scenes over the ages, did not linger in sorrow for long. Soon, it gathered its emotions and turned its starry, radiant eyes towards Jiang Jing and Mu Qingyun. What are your wishes, Jing? Giratina asked, its voice imbued with a touch of pride. I can help everyone realize their wishes. It looked at them with eager anticipation, waiting for their responses. There were many things Giratina desired to accomplish, making it difficult to choose. It needed time to listen to the truest thoughts of its heart. Mu Qingyun, too, pondered deeply, her autumn water-like eyes sparkling with light. Giratina did not rush them. The wish papers atop its head swayed gently in the breeze, awaiting their answers. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Jing suddenly smiled. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Giratina's. His dark pupils seemed to reflect the brilliance of the starry sky. At that moment, he had discovered the truest answer within himself. I hope everyone can be safe and happy. This is my wish. Jiang Jing's voice rang clear and strong. His gaze resolute like never before. In that instant, this was his most sincere thought. As for other wishes, he would ultimately strive to fulfill them through his own efforts. Chapter 80. The main event begins. Jiang Jing has unleashed his power. The deep blue sky sparkled with stars. Meteors trailed long tails across the heavens, silently descending onto the vast plains below. As Jiang Jing's words lingered in the air, the Orion meteor shower graced the night sky. Mu Qingyun's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair like a cascading waterfall. Jiang Jing's words fell upon her heart like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. She had envisioned numerous possible responses from Jiang Jing, powerful artifacts, high-aptitude sprites, or even an encounter with legendary beings, each a commonplace aspiration for a youth who had only recently embarked on the path of a trainer. Yet, she had never anticipated such an answer. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingyun softly articulated her wish. Although Jiang Jing could not fully grasp her words, he discerned a few key phrases, seemingly related to friendship. Karachi's emotions were somewhat complex. After noting Mu Qingyun's wish, it turned to Jiang Jing, its clear gaze now imbued with a mix of confusion and understanding. Ah Jing, your wish remains unchanged from last time. Jiang Jing shuddered slightly, abruptly lifting his gaze toward Karachi, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. It seemed he had gleaned some insight from Karachi's words. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He fixed his gaze on Karachi, smiled, and replied, because that is just who I am. Karachi nodded, seemingly understanding. Then what is your wish, Karachi? Jiang Jing inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, the wish note atop Karachi's head swayed, and it suddenly broke into a wide grin, its eyes sparkling with a soft psychic resonance. Are you going to help Karachi fulfill its wish again, Ah Jing? Jiang Jing affectionately patted its head. Karachi is my friend, and I will do my utmost for you. Karachi beamed with joy, its eyes twinkling like brilliant stars. Karachi hopes that when it awakens next time, it can still see Ah Jing. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Jing smiled, his eyes shimmering with determination. I will do everything in my power to fulfill that wish. He vowed silently. Karachi sensed his resolve, covering its mouth with a suppressed giggle, its expression sweetened. Then, as if recalling something, it swiftly flew to his side and whispered a particular phrase in his ear. Time flew by swiftly, and after several days, as the Orion meteor shower faded into memory, Karachi soon transformed back into its slumbering cocoon, resembling the form Jiang Jing first encountered. Accompanied by Mu Qingyun, everything echoed their initial meeting. The alliance had reached an agreement with Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School. With her dress fluttering, Mu Qingyun's voice remained as melodious as a lark. In the future, we will dispatch trustworthy elite trainers to protect Karachi. Jiang Jing nodded, having anticipated such an outcome. After parting ways with Karachi, he occasionally visited Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School to collect training resources provided by the institution. During the remaining time, he either utilized the facilities at the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute to enhance the development of move learning devices or devised training plans for the now mature shiny Ralts. Training continued for his other Pokémon, including Charcoal, Milotic, and Zoroark. Due to the recent deceleration in the pace of strength enhancement, Jiang Jing has redirected his focus towards the mastery and application of skills. Time has quietly slipped away, and soon over a month has passed. On November 25th, news from the Provincial Training Association confirmed the schedule for the Provincial Pokémon High School Rookie Competition, set to commence on December 1st, just a week later. The venue is within a certain secret realm in Jiangzhou. Upon receiving a message from Meng Huai, Jiang Jing calmly prepared his attire and, as usual, summoned a shared dada to hasten his way to Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Upon arriving at the designated training area for competitors, he found Meng Huai engaged in tactical analysis with Luo Xiao and others, accompanied by several teachers from the training course, presumably there to assist. Given that this was an official competition, unlike the preliminary rounds, it is understandable that the school would place greater emphasis on the event. Stepping into this familiar environment, Jiang Jing greeted everyone with a smile. Long time no see, everyone. The previously engrossed Luo Xiao and the others instinctively turned towards the sound of the familiar voice, their eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, the elusive brother Jiang has finally appeared. Jiang Jing, did you suddenly find your student ID? The group erupted in excited chatter, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. They had already heard from Meng Huai about Jiang Jing's special invitation to the Pokémon Academy. Earlier, Zhong Chuiwei and others had expressed regret. believing Jiang Jing would proceed directly to university and not participate in this provincial Pokémon high school competition. However, compared to other matters, their curiosity now lay more with Jiang Jing's current prowess. It is known that due to the extraordinary advancements within the Moon Mountain secret realm, the most evident manifestation has been the enhanced abilities of Luo Xiao and the others. All participating Pokémon have steadily reached a senior level, a feat previously deemed unimaginable. Brother Jiang, it's been so long. How about a battle? Luo Xiao, eager to gauge Jiang Jing's strength, couldn't resist issuing a challenge. Meanwhile, Yu Miao Miao and Kong Wu remained silent, their gazes intently fixed on the composed Jiang Jing, their intentions unmistakable. Meng Huai did not intervene. Rather, he welcomed the opportunity, eager to discern how far Jiang Jing had progressed. All right, Jiang Jing replied with a raised eyebrow, sharing a knowing look with Luo Xiao. 10 minutes later, the entire training ground was strewn with fallen Pokémon. Jiang Jing's Milotic emitted a joyful hum, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next challenger. The onlookers fell silent, their gazes toward Jiang Jing now imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. Despite their diligent efforts, why did the gap in strength seem to widen? Could it be that Jiang Jing possessed some extraordinary advantage? Chapter 81. The Unusually Enthusiastic Duck. On the eve of the competition, under the guidance of Meng Huai and several other instructors, the competition team from Jiangzhou No. 1 high school has checked into a hotel specifically arranged by the organizing committee. Although the competition venue is located in Jiangzhou, allowing them to arrive just before the event, one can never predict the unexpected. There still circulate tales online of candidates who, despite residing near the examination venue, were ensnared in an elevator mishap, resulting in them missing their college entrance exams. To avert such misfortunes, the teachers at Jiangzhou No. 1 high school, having reflected deeply, arrived at this prudent decision. At least, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would be in close proximity to the competition site for a timely response. Upon their arrival at the hotel, they found numerous participants already present, having traveled from other cities to partake in the competition. Due to distance and travel constraints, these contestants had no choice but to arrive early. When the sign for Jiangzhou No. 1 high school appeared, the many competitors in the hotel lobby merely cast a cursory glance before resuming their conversations. Witnessing this, Jiang Jing merely shrugged, showing no signs of concern. After all, in the previous competition, Jiangzhou No. 1 high school had merely placed in the mid-range, not yet commanding the caution of the other competing schools. Of course, this did not include Danjang Middle School and Tianmen High School. Due to the competition format, only 25 teams could emerge victorious. To complete the roster of 32, the organizing committee arranged for a revival elimination round, selecting 7 winning teams from the defeated to serve as substitutes. Among these were Danjang Middle School and Tianmen High School. Upon noticing Jiang Jing and his companions, Ji Chang'an and Lu Wenle could not divert their gaze from them. Sensing the scrutiny upon him, Jiang Jing instinctively looked up, locking eyes with Ji Chang'an and the others. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled before following his team to check in at the hotel. Boss. Lu Wenle hesitated to speak. This time, we will win, Ji Chang'an remarked quietly, watching Jiang Jing and the others depart, his right hand clenched into a fist. Last time, we were merely careless. Lu Wenle and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. The following morning at 10 o'clock, with all participating teams having arrived, the competition officially commenced. The opening ceremony took place in a nearby open area, where a stage had been meticulously erected. The host, Zhang Xiaobai, dressed in a well-tailored suit and accompanied by a rotom, stood confidently on stage, smiling as he addressed the audience. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Xiaobai, the host for this opening ceremony. Please allow me to introduce the esteemed leaders, guests, and the various competing school teams present today. At this juncture, he paused momentarily. Director Gu Mingtang of the Jiangzhou Spirit Research Institute. Pan Zhou, head of the Jiangzhou Training Association. Distinguished faculty from local key universities such as Jiang University and Huazhong University. And special guests. When he regained his composure, the time had already slipped past 11 o'clock, and the opening ceremony had concluded, with the recent competition roster now revealed. Teacher Ming, who are our opponents? Jiang Jing inquired, curiosity piqued. The gaze of Luo Xiao and his companions converged upon Meng Huai, eager to uncover the specifics of their adversary. Meng Huai lifted his eyes towards the group, presenting the meticulously prepared materials. Our opponent is Yingqing High School, and the match is scheduled for tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. The gathered individuals received the documents, perusing them in silence. Upon noting that Yingqing High School's previous ranking was nearly on par with Tianmen High, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. It was essential to recognize that their current strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, far surpassing what it had been a month prior. Given that Yingqing High School's capabilities were comparable to those of Tianmen High, securing victory in the forthcoming match seemed a mere formality. Jiang Jing scrutinized the Pokémon possessed by their opponents, but found no discernible formations to strategize against. Consequently, he dismissed the matter. Unbeknownst to them, This very attitude had nearly led Jiangzhou No. 1 High School to disaster in their encounter with Yingxing High School on December 2nd, Saturday. Adhering to the regulations established during the preliminary rounds, the staff registered the participants' information and their accompanying Pokémon before granting access to the competition venue. The Secret Realm Hunting Grounds. Yingxing High School deployed a formidable roster of Pokémon: Heracross, Shinx, Ducklet, Sandile, and Herdier. In contrast, Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, due to their underestimation of the situation, dispatched a more casual selection, comprising only Jiang Jing's Milotic alongside Shroomish, Alolan Vulpix, Panzage, and Raichu. Upon entering the hunting grounds, Jiang Jing and his team retrieved their map to ascertain their current location, swiftly making their way towards the central battleground of the Secret Realm. With the aid of their interface and psychic abilities, they traversed the area without incident, encountering no wild Pokémon and arriving at their destination unscathed. As time inexorably flowed by, half an hour passed. Just as Jiang Jing and his companions began to grow impatient, the participants from Yingxing High School finally appeared before them, accompanied by their Pokémon. However, the ensuing spectacle took everyone by surprise. In a mere skirmish, Ducklet unleashed a dual strike using its energy tail, obliterating Raichu in an instant. Jiang Jing was taken aback, realizing that the situation had exceeded their expectations. Ducklet's prowess was decidedly abnormal. Promptly, he began to examine the panel's notifications. Name: Ducklet, Water. Gender: Level: 25, Elite. Ability: Overconfidence. Each time it defeats an opponent, its confidence boosts, thereby enhancing its attack power. Individual values: 25, Attack, 31, Defense, 31. Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 24, Speed, 31. Skills: Wing Attack, Sing, Water Gun, Work Up, Dual Strike, Aerial Ace, Water Pulse, Hydro Pump, Low Sweep, Water Knife, Rapid Spin. Item held: None. Potential: Gem. Upon meticulously reviewing the information regarding the exuberant duck, Jiang Jing finally discerned the underlying anomaly. The creature's prowess had been artificially augmented. Originally, its strength was merely at the senior level, only marginally surpassing that of Raichu. However, after enhancement, the overall strength of the exuberant duck had escalated to an elite standard, far exceeding Raichu's capacity to contend. This was a significant factor behind Raichu's swift defeat. Jiang Jing pondered with a peculiar expression, wondering if the competitors from Yingxing High School had arrived late primarily to train in the wilderness. Chapter 82, A Hard-Won Victory. The Enchantment of a Captivating Form. Simultaneously, a sudden realization struck Jiang Jing, causing his countenance to shift dramatically, engendering an unsettling intuition within him. He lifted his gaze towards the opposing side, focusing on the small lion, the black-eyed crocodile, the large wolfhound, and Heracross, among other Pokémon. As he suspected, the situation aligned precisely with his conjectures. The 5 Pokémon dispatched by Yingxing High School exhibited an astonishing uniformity in their abilities, all possessing the trait of excessive confidence. What troubled Jiang Jing further was that, after merely half an hour of combat, the Pokémon on Yingxing's side had already completed their development. Even the black-eyed crocodile, the weakest among their ranks, had demonstrated a comprehensive strength comparable to that of an elite Pokémon. Their displayed power had vastly eclipsed that of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. It could be said that the advantage previously boasted by Luo Xiao and his companions had completely evaporated, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. Reflecting on this, Jiang Jing felt a pang of guilt and frustration. The victories in the previous 2 matches had inadvertently led him to overlook the significance of wild Pokémon within the Secret Realm and to forget that certain traits and skills could temporarily enhance a Pokémon's strength. Could this be the intended purpose of the organizing committee? By employing the complex environment of the Secret Realm as a battleground, they aimed to balance the disparities in strength among the competing teams, thus granting the weaker teams a chance for victory. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Jing's mind, but there was no time for further contemplation. Observing the encroaching opponent's Pokémon and witnessing the perilous situation of Mushrooms and others, who were on the verge of following Raichu's fate, he called for his Pokémon to evade. The opponent's strength was clearly amiss. The already disoriented team promptly complied with Jiang Jing's command, instructing their Pokémon to dodge and retreat in a guerrilla fashion. Confronted with a 5-4 scenario, where their side was at a disadvantage, Jiang Jing swiftly contemplated a solution. However, the competitors from Yingxing High School seemed unwilling to grant them any opportunity, hastening the offensive of the black-eyed crocodile and Heracross. Consequently, the Ice Ninetales, Mushrooms, and Pato Monkey rapidly succumbed to their combined assault, losing their last vestiges of combat capability. This culminated in the most unfortunate outcome. Only Minas remained capable of battle on Jiangzhou No. 1 High School's side, while the 5 Pokémon from Yingxing High School remained in pristine condition. A 5-1 situation had suddenly materialized. All the spectators and judges witnessing this scene shook their heads in unison. In their eyes, Minas was unable to stand alone, and the defeat of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School seemed inevitable. Even Gu Mingtang, who had consistently held faith in Jiang Jing, could not help but furrow his brow and sigh repeatedly, expressing his bleak hope. Pan Zhou, the head of the Jiangzhou Training Association, went so far as to assert that Jiangzhou No. 1 High School would stop here. At this critical juncture, the turning point that Jiang Jing had long awaited finally appeared. Just as the great wolf dog employed its Thunderfang technique to inflict damage upon Manus, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. In a moment of acute sensitivity to its psychic abilities, it seemed that the great wolf dog's actions were inexplicably hindered, pausing for several seconds upon contact with Manus. The other 4 Pokémon from Yingcheng High School exhibited a remarkably similar behavior, prompting Jiang Jing to ponder deeply. After a brief contemplation, an uncertain eyebrow raised. He seemed to have stumbled upon an idea. Could the ability of Charming Body be in effect? Based on the information just provided on the panel, it appeared that all 5 Pokémon on Yingcheng High School side were male. This made them particularly susceptible to the effects of Charming Body. Thus, it seemed that Jiang Jing and his team were not entirely devoid of a chance at victory. He lifted his gaze toward Manus, took a deep breath, and commanded, "Manus, create some distance, and then use the move charm." In the next instant, Manus radiated an enchanting allure, causing the great wolf dog and the other Pokémon to fall under its spell. Their offensive actions uncontrollably ceased. Under the influence of the charm, their eyes were filled with adoration, as if they had entirely forgotten their trainer's commands, harboring no thoughts of harming Manus whatsoever. The competitors from Yingcheng High School, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale as they shouted hoarsely, desperately attempting to rouse their Pokémon. Alas, all their efforts were in vain. Seizing the hard-won opportunity to breathe, Jiang Jing directed Manus to initiate the Water Ring move, utilizing its effects to recover from its injuries before unleashing a powerful Dragon Breath attack to sweep the field. With particular focus on the weakest among them, the Black-Eyed Croc was the first to be eliminated, becoming the first Pokémon from Yingcheng High School to lose its fighting capacity. Manus replicated the same fate that the Black-Eyed Croc had endured upon the other Pokémon, leaving them no chance for a comeback. Even when some Pokémon momentarily regained consciousness from the pain during the release of Dragon Breath, Manus remained unfazed, effortlessly casting another charm to ensnare them back into a charmed state. The competitors from Yingcheng High School were frantic but utterly helpless, forced to watch as their Pokémon were defeated by Manus without any resistance. As the last of Yingcheng High School's Pokémon, Heracross, fell, the prepared referee promptly announced the outcome of the match. As Jiang Jing's taut nerves gradually relaxed, the emotions of those standing beside him, including Luo Xiao, became increasingly fervent, their faces brimming with disbelief. After a brief silence, they spontaneously erupted into cheers, expressing their elation. Oh my, brother Jiang is incredible. Long live Manus." It is worth noting that when only Manus remained among the Pokémon on the field, their initial response was one of despair, doubting any possibility of victory. However, they had not anticipated that Manus, alongside Jiang Jing, would ultimately turn the tide in the final moments. The audience roared with applause, their cheers echoing like a tidal wave through the venue. In that instant, the fervor and atmosphere in the stands ignited. After the conclusion of the match, Jiang Jing and the other competitors had already exited the arena. Yet, the reactions from the audience showed no signs of waning. Displaying the professionalism of a journalist, Zhang Xiaobai sought to seize this trending topic, directing the microphone and camera towards the judges present. "Esteemed judges, what are your thoughts on the match between Jiangzhou No. 1 High School and Yingcheng High School?" Taking the microphone from the host, Gu Mingtang was the first to speak. As a staunch supporter of Zhang's faction, he stroked his chin and unabashedly exclaimed, "What a stunning turnaround." The most unexpected response came from Pan Zhou, the head of the Jiangzhou Training Association, who, with a cool demeanor, candidly expressed his view. "The sycophants must perish." The host, Zhang Xiaobai, his eyes gleaming with excitement, sensed that the viewership might soar, quickly signaling the cameraman to give Pan Zhou more airtime. Jiang Jing was also watching the live broadcast, and upon hearing their evaluations, he nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of gratitude within. Just as Luo Yujia had said, they were fortunate indeed. Had there been even one female Pokémon in Yingcheng High School's lineup, the outcome of the match could have been drastically altered, with Jiangzhou No. 1 High School potentially facing an early exit. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao and Zhong Qiu hurriedly stepped forward, lowering their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes, their faces reflecting a sense of apprehension. "Teacher Meng, we also recognize our shortcomings in this competition. We should not have been complacent and underestimated our opponents based on their information." Meng Huai and several other teachers exchanged glances. Realizing that there was no need to reiterate what had already been understood, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in their eyes. Let us remember this lesson and strive to remain humble and dedicated in our future endeavors. Following this moment of reflection on their missteps, Jiang Jing engaged in further discussions with Meng Huai and the others. With no forthcoming battle information and no matches scheduled in the near future, Jiang Jing bid farewell and left the venue. Upon returning to room 416, He had just released several Pokémon that had been anxiously cooped up when a series of knocking sounds echoed at the door. With a sense of curiosity and bewilderment, he opened the door to find a courier standing before him. The courier smiled and inquired, "Are you Mr. Jiang Jing?" "I am Jiang Jing. How may I assist you?" Jiang Jing nodded, gazing at him in bewilderment. After the courier verified his identity, he produced a hefty cardboard box and handed it to Jiang Jing, cheerfully explaining, "This is a delivery from Ms. Yi. Please sign for it." Suddenly enlightened, Jiang Jing, though unsure of what his mother had sent, quickly signed and expressed his gratitude to the courier. Before them lay two meticulously wrapped objects. Jiang Jing carefully tore open the tape on top, revealing a half-meter-high shard of a bronze mirror, within which faint waves of supernatural power shimmered. The other item was a shattered teacup, scarcely larger than a palm. Emanating an aura reminiscent of the ghostly Pokémon, Sableye, it bore the distinct scent of the ghostly attribute. As he regarded these two items, the interface updated with new information prompts. Bronze Mirror Fragment, the remains of a King-level Bronze Mirror Pokémon, containing a unique power that certain Pokémon find appealing. Grief Tea Fragment, the remnants of a King-level Grief Tea Pokémon, possessing a special power that certain Pokémon are drawn to. Sableye and other Pokémon, upon discovering the contents of the box, exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unable to comprehend why Jiang Jing would acquire such items. In contrast to the glimmering Ralts, the small fiery servant was brimming with excitement. The instant its gaze fell upon these two artifacts, it sensed an overwhelming allure that made its breath quicken, rendering it unable to look away. Uncharacteristically, it approached Jiang Jing, eagerly pointing at the items and gesticulating animatedly for an extended period. Amused, Jiang Jing smiled. It was the first time he had witnessed such a display from the little creature. Without any teasing intentions, he pushed the two artifacts closer to it. "Little fire servant, take a moment to absorb the power embedded in these fragments. There may lie a chance for your evolution. Evolve." The little creature was filled with elation, the flames in its eyes dancing with joy. It seemed almost incredulous, repeatedly questioning Jiang Jing's assertion until, upon receiving a nod of affirmation, it gradually relaxed, eagerly accepting the box. In the Pokémon games of his previous life, the little fiery servant needed 10 Grief Tea Fragments or 10 Bronze Mirror Fragments to exchange for either the Armor of Sorcery or the Armor of Celebration in a town called Zuezhazen. However, whether it was the Armor of Sorcery or the Armor of Celebration, the essence that facilitated the servant's evolution lay within the energy they contained. Ultimately, it was this energy that would enable the little creature, incapable of independent evolution, to achieve its final transcendence and experience a remarkable transformation. Thus, Jiang Jing believed that the existence of these items was merely superficial. The special energy they held was the true essence, the very thing the little fiery servant truly needed. And indeed, circumstances unfolded just as he had anticipated. In the moment when Tan Xiaoshi grasped the two items, he distinctly sensed the energy within the fragments converging towards him through his extraordinary abilities. Confronted with these two opposing forces, he found himself in a state of deep contemplation, uncertain of the path he should choose. "Tan." He raised his head, locking eyes with Jiang Jing, and softly inquired, seemingly eager to gauge Jiang Jing's thoughts. "Follow your innermost feelings." Jiang Jing smiled and gently shook his head, opting not to make the choice for Tan Xiaoshi, but rather guiding him towards a direction. For Jiang Jing at that moment, it mattered not whether Tan Xiaoshi evolved into the Crimson Lotus Armored Knight or the Azure Flame Blade Phantom. He would wholeheartedly accept either outcome. Tan Xiaoshi nodded, gazing intently at the two items that held a fatal allure for him, contemplating for a long while before ultimately deciding to heed his true inner voice. "Tan Xiaoshi, have you made your choice?" Tan. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Jing and the other spirits, Tan Xiaoshi resolutely extended his hands, selecting a heavy fragment from the box, and silently began to absorb its energy. In that very instant, the light of evolution erupted forth, and the energy from the fragments surged wildly into his body. Under the influence of this overwhelming power, an armor-like form gradually manifested on Tan Xiaoshi's surface, enveloping him completely and continuously enhancing his strength and prowess. He had evolved into the psychic fire type, Crimson Lotus Armored Knight. Chapter 84, Confronting Huanggang High School, 1. As the brilliant light of evolution faded, a serene calm returned to the room. Jiang Jing lifted his gaze towards Tan Xiaoshi, only to find that the familiar figure had vanished, replaced by a brand new, extraordinary spirit. Clad in an old armor steeped in resentment, it wielded a massive sword imbued with ghostly flames, its gaze profound and fierce, exuding an air of chilling coldness. This was the ghost fire-type spirit, Azure Flame Blade Phantom. "Congratulations, Azure Flame Blade Phantom." Jiang Jing noticed its spirited demeanor and nodded approvingly, smiling to convey his congratulations. Ugh. Zoroark and Milotic approached, circling around Azure Flame Blade Phantom with curiosity. Ralt shrank back slightly, quickly darting into Jiang Jing's embrace, peering out timidly and weakly greeting Azure Flame Blade Phantom. To be frank, Ralts possessed an innate ability to sense the emotions of humans and spirits, which made it averse to the resentment-laden presence of Azure Flame Blade Phantom. Seizing a moment amidst the spirits' exchanges, Jiang Jing swiftly glanced at the panel, eager to ascertain the current status of the newly evolved Azure Flame Blade Phantom. Name: Azure Flame Blade Phantom, Ghost Fire. Gender: level 39 Elite. Ability: Fire Absorption. When hit by fire-type attacks, absorbs the flames, strengthening its own fire-type moves. Individual value qualifications: 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills: Glare, Spark, Fright, Shared Fate, Cleansing Smoke, Phosphorescent Fire, Charged Flame Strike, Flame Vortex, Shadow of Night, Guard, Purify, Dream Speech, Substitute, Sneak Attack, Sunlight Blade. Shadow Strike, Rapid Defense, Sword Dance, Smoke Spray. Items: none. Potential: Champion. Notes: influenced by legendary flames, the power of fire-type moves is significantly enhanced. A moment later, after perusing all the information about the Fiery Blade Phantom, Jiang Jing's gaze lingered on the qualification section, and a flush crept onto his face. A flicker of excitement shimmering in his calm eyes. It truly succeeded, according to his initial design, by absorbing the residual power of a Monarch-level Pokémon. He aimed to achieve the goal of breaking through to evolution, which might alter the Fiery Blade Phantom's qualifications. Of course, Jiang Jing's speculation was also inspired by the attribute treasures, Charcoal and the Hearth Mask, both imbued with legendary flames. After absorbing these two items, the qualifications of the Charcoal Servant had evidently been on a gradual rise, with evolution merely accelerating the completion of this process. The situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The Fiery Blade Phantom's qualifications had indeed reached the champion level. Moreover, after absorbing a portion of energy from 10 Monarch-level Bachas, the Fiery Blade Phantom's strength had greatly improved. Nearing the gym leader level, as Jiang Jing's initial Pokémon, it undeniably became the cornerstone of his team. In the following days, Jiang Jing engaged in a period of adjustment with the Fiery Blade Phantom, diligently testing and documenting relevant information. This endeavor served two purposes: to gather data for his research paper and to devise a new training plan. After considerable contemplation, he finally conceived a suitable trump card for the Fiery Blade Phantom. This involved developing combat techniques based on the Sword Dance move, leveraging the amplification from Sword Dance combined with the Firestarter trait to merge the legendary flames from the Hearth Mask, resulting in an instantaneous eruption of power far surpassing its current capabilities. In essence, it was the adaptation of the ghost/skill utilized by the Spectre Swordsman in the Toxic Milk Powder. On December 6th, Wednesday, just 4 days after the Charcoal Servant's evolution, the match roster for the 16-8 competition was announced. Upon learning about their opponent, Menghuai promptly gathered everyone from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, his expression grave as he issued a cautionary statement. Our next opponent is Huanggang High School. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Hearing Menghuai's words, Luo Xiao and the others felt as if their throats were constricted, momentarily at a loss for words, their heads drooping as their fighting spirit evaporated. Like the top-ranked Huasher-affiliated high school, Huanggang High School was also a strong contender for the championship, widely recognized as a formidable team. Furthermore, there were whispers suggesting that Huanggang High School's leading figure was an apprentice of a certain dojo, currently possessing some of that dojo's genuine teachings. Jiang Jing found himself somewhat troubled. Gazing at Huanggang High School's information, he couldn't help but inwardly lament. In my past student days, I was perpetually under the influence of Huanggang's rigorous materials, and now I must contend with a school bearing the same name. Is fate intent on pitting me against these two characters? Noticing the somewhat somber mood among the group, Menghuai took a deep breath and promptly offered pre-competition encouragement, though the effect was not particularly pronounced. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he glanced at Jiang Jing, who was still lost in thought, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Give your best in this competition." "I understand, Teacher Meng," Jiang Jing replied, his eyes glinting as his fingers tightened around the spirit ball containing the Cangyan Rin demon. Meanwhile, as Jiang Jing and his companions engaged in discussion, the team from Huanggang High School received match information from the staff. Our next opponent is Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Based on previous competitions, you must pay close attention to their key player, Jiang Jing. As for strategy, we will continue employing our familiar mental battlefield tactics. Everyone should coordinate with Cui Ying and Yang Jila to maximize our strengths and secure victory in this match. The team members of Huanggang High School had no objections to the arrangements made by their coach, having successfully navigated similar situations in the past, defeating several formidable schools along the way. Time flew by, and before long, it was afternoon, with only 15 minutes remaining until the match commenced. The competitors followed the staff to the designated waiting area, where they awaited the final confirmation of participant and Pokémon details. As the thought of their potential opponents loomed, Luo Xiao felt a twinge of apprehension and nervously remarked, "I wonder who they will send out?" From Menghuai's provided information, It was clear that the Huanggang High School competitors were all quite strong. Even the last member of their team matched his current capabilities. It was undeniable that Jiang One middle school could not compete with Huanggang High School in terms of overall strength, even though they possessed the resources of the secret realm Moon Mountain. Time was too short for that to fully translate into their own power. Chueying was certain to take the field. She was the core of their team, and Huanggang's strategies revolved around her Yangjila. The remaining Pokémon would likely include Gu Ran Wang, who would work in tandem with Yangjila to execute defensive counterattacks. Feeling increasingly despondent, Yilan became more withdrawn with each word he heard. Observing his teammates lose their fighting spirit even before the match had begun, Jiang Jing found himself troubled and quickly interrupted their conversation, frowning. "Remember to coordinate with me later." Upon hearing Jiang Jing's statement, his teammates exchanged bewildered glances. Noticing that Jiang Jing's demeanor remained largely unchanged, a thought crossed their minds. Could there possibly be a way? Before they could voice their inquiries, the staff member who had previously registered their information hurried back, visibly anxious, and approached Jiang Jing. His face flushed as he asked, "Jiang Jing, may I ask which Pokémon you registered?" The staff member was almost at a loss. He had intended to input the competitors' details and the Pokémon for battle onto the electronic display, but found that the Alliance database yielded no results for the Sanyan Rin Demon. Sanyan Rin Demon. Jiang Jing calmly uttered its name, appearing somewhat flustered in front of the staff, and added, "I will find time to announce its information after the competition." At that moment, the staff member trembled, his face a picture of astonishment. Clearly, he had grasped the implication of Jiang Jing's words, realizing that the Sanyan Rin Gui was a newly discovered Pokémon. As the staff member departed, those nearby could hardly avoid overhearing the exchange, their expressions mirroring the shock of the earlier staff member, and their gazes towards Jiang Jing were tinged with complexity. It seemed they had not anticipated Jiang Jing's quiet emergence of a new Pokémon. The impact of this revelation dissipated the despondency on the faces of the crowd, and their previously low morale began to revive. Jiang Jing, with an expression devoid of turbulence, noticed their hesitation and simply smiled. "The competition time is approaching. Let us proceed to the contest." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing that Jiang Jing had no intention of elaborating, and thus suppressed their curiosity, following him towards the entrance of the secret realm. Simultaneously, with the announcement of the competitors' information, the audience and judges erupted in excitement even before the contest officially commenced, as they discovered that Jiang Jing's information appeared markedly different from that of the other contestants. The battling Pokémon he brought forth bore only a simple name, with its avatar and other related details completely blank. This sparked a wave of bewilderment among the spectators and judges, who clamored for the organizing committee to provide clarity. However, the committee members were equally at a loss, as they too lacked specific information about the Sanyan Rin Gui and could only offer vague reassurances. It was not until the electronic screen broadcast the silhouette of the Sanyan Rin Gui that the audience and judges quieted down, only to be met with even greater astonishment and confusion. A collective discourse about the Sanyan Rin Gui ensued among all present. On the other side, the competition officially commenced. At the referee's command, the contestants from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School and Huanggang High School filed in. Once inside the secret realm, Jiang Jing instructed everyone to release their Pokémon and, seizing the opportunity during their trek, began employing various enhancement techniques, such as Swords Dance, Growth, and Motivational Boost, to bolster his Pokémon's strength. This strategy was a lesson learned from his previous match. "Brother Jiang, is this the Sanyan Rin Gui?" Luo Xiao first had the Pingguo Long use the growth technique before shifting his gaze to the uniquely distinguished Pokémon. Jiang Jing nodded slightly, declaring, "Indeed. It is the Sanyan Rin Gui, a Fire Ghost type Pokémon. It looks so cool." "Sure," you remarked, continuously admiring the Sanyan Rin Gui, finding its appearance aligned perfectly with his aesthetic tastes. Meanwhile, Zhong Chu Yao appeared contemplative, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Let us proceed and complete the competition," Jiang Jing said, gazing towards the center of the secret realm, his eyes sparkling. The others nodded in agreement and swiftly followed Jiang Jing as they raced towards the heart of the secret realm. Moments later, the teams from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School and Huanggang High School confronted each other directly. Almost simultaneously, the trainers from both sides issued their respective commands. With the presence of the supportive Pokémon, the ability of the Psychic Creator activated successfully, and the psychic terrain spread from beneath its feet, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Under the influence of this psychic field, the psychic Pokémon from Huanggang High School experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, gradually surpassing normal levels. Meanwhile, the Sanyan Rinjian, adhering to the original strategy, launched an immediate attack upon the first encounter without waiting for Jiang Jing's command. Swiftly closing the distance to the supportive Pokémon with agile movements, it seized the moment when the supportive Pokémon was caught off guard, delivering a malicious strike that directly targeted its vital area. A sudden ambush on the critical spot. In that fleeting moment, Sanyan Rinjian deftly evaded, and the supportive Pokémon collapsed, becoming the first to lose its combat capability in this match. Yet, Jiang Jing appeared quite pleased with the outcome, showing no signs of surprise. After all, with the sword dance technique achieving 6 layers of enhancement, the power unleashed by Canyon Renjian had already reached gym-level strength. And the critical strike dealt double damage to the supportive Pokémon. With its already modest health, the supportive Pokémon stood no chance against the lethal blow, which was thus entirely expected. As Canyon Renjian triumphed over the supportive Pokémon, the live footage on the electronic screen captivated the audience. The once raucous crowd and the podium fell into an eerie silence, as if a hand had grasped their throats, eyes widened in disbelief. All fixated on the synchronized broadcast on the screen. What were they witnessing? Jiang Jing had dispatched an entirely new Pokémon before their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly astonishing. Contestant Jiang Jing has summoned an unprecedented Pokémon. With Jiang Xiaobai's announcement, the audience erupted in a thunderous roar, as if awakened from a dream, their exclamations drowning out all other sounds in the arena. Wow, wow, wow. I take back my previous criticisms of the organizing committee. I owe them 3 minutes of apology. I can't believe a new Pokémon has emerged today. Am I still dreaming? This feels surreal. You have 3 minutes. I need every detail about this new Pokémon. It's evident tonight as trending topics are about to explode. The emergence of Canyon Renjian not only shocked the audience present, but also left the judges and guests at the podium in awe. Gu Mingtang, who had previously appeared composed, suddenly leapt from his seat at the sight of Canyon Renjian, his starry eyes fixated intently on the figure brandishing a sword on the large screen, as if attempting to penetrate the mystery of this never-before-seen Pokémon. One wonders where this picturesque riverside view was sourced. Luo Yujia's complexion flushed, his hands instinctively gripping the teacup before him, his expression a canvas of shock and disbelief. Even Pan Zhou, typically aloof, displayed a rare look of astonishment. How intriguing indeed. A seemingly mundane provincial high school league has given rise to an unprecedented Pokémon. At this very moment, disregarding the spectators' emotions outside the arena, the Canyon Renchi, having vanquished the Aiguan Shi, did not cease its advance, but rather nimbly approached the solar EV of Huanggang High School, seemingly intent on recreating the prior spectacle and claiming a second Pokémon. However, its ambitions were thwarted. No way, commanded the solar EV, Illusion Ray. As the words left its mouth, the ruby gem on its forehead blazed to life, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy that transformed into an ethereal beam, hurtling towards the approaching Canyon Renchi. Dodge, Canyon Renchi. Jiang Jing calmly instructed. Without hesitation, Canyon Renchi propelled itself off the ground with tremendous force, leaping into the air to evade the Illusion Ray attack. At that moment, however, the formidable Yangjila, having regained its bearings, unleashed a terrifying psychic assault, manifesting as tangible blades of psychic energy that sliced through the air with formidable resistance, aimed directly at Canyon Renchi. Mental blades. Meanwhile, the Tianshan Niao soared into the sky, its eyes suddenly aglow, launching a peculiar beam of chaotic light to disrupt Canyon Renchi's movements. Strange light. In a critical instant, as Canyon Renchi found itself suspended in midair, unable to pivot and evade the imminent strikes from Yangjila and Tianshan Niao, reinforcements finally arrived in the form of Pingwa Long and Kamigi. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pingwa Long summoned a massive whirlwind, colliding with the psychic blades unleashed by Yangjila, shielding Canyon Renchi from this impending peril. Simultaneously, Kamigi unleashed a torrent of water, arcing below Canyon Renchi, allowing it to regain its footing and leap once more, narrowly escaping the chaotic light. At that same moment, the ice Lyoshi swiftly darted across the ground, exhaling delicate snowflakes to harass the solar EV, while the Padong monkey provided support with its leaf blade, engaging in a 2-on-1 assault. Despite Wang's earnest desire to assist the solar EV in defending itself, the speed of the ice Lyoshi and Padong monkey's offensive was too swift to counter, ultimately compelling it to concede. In a heartbeat, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Canyon Renchi swung its arm, wielding the sword of resentment, launching lethal strikes at Yangjila. Yet all efforts faltered due to the instantaneous teleportation abilities displayed. Even more disconcerting for Canyon Renchi was Yangjila's tactical use of a swapping technique with Wang, rendering its subsequent assaults futile and constrained. Fearing that a single strike could vanquish the unsuspecting Garanong, while simultaneously being ensnared by its fateful move, the natural bird, having just freed itself from the clutches of Kamikyu and Pingwolong, understood the futility of prolonged defense. After distancing itself from the other Pokémon, it suddenly flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce whirlwind. With the advantageous tailwind in play, the 4 Pokémon from Huanggang High School experienced a dramatic surge in speed, their movements becoming remarkably more agile. Harnessing this newfound velocity, the solar EV swiftly evaded the ice Vulpix and Padong monkey, and upon exchanging a knowing glance with the natural bird, they simultaneously turned to launch an assault on their foes, caught off guard by the formidable psychic onslaught. The ice vulpix and padong monkey were unable to evade in time and were struck squarely by the illusion ray and the natural bird's peck. Moments later, both fell, following in the unfortunate footsteps of the love guardian. As the natural bird prepared to turn and assist the courageous Jira, it barely had time to act before the vengeful sword of the Tsungyin blade demon appeared ominously before it. Propelled by the force of its previous clash with the courageous Jira, intending to rescue its companions, the Tsungyin blade demon sought to draw near with a rapid defensive maneuver. But it was too late. In that fleeting moment, it unleashed a malevolent slash, capitalizing on the natural bird's exposed vulnerability. A critical strike. The next instant, the natural bird, struck down, joined the ranks of the fallen as the fourth Pokémon to succumb in this battle. At that moment, it became evident to any observant onlooker that despite the current 3-on-3 scenario, Huanggang High School, bolstered by the effects of the psychic terrain and tailwind, alongside their superior strength, maintained a significant advantage. Jiang Jing realized that the situation could not persist, quickly signaling Yilan and Luo Xiao to direct their Pokémon to harass the courageous Jira, while he dispatched the Tsungyin blade demon to pursue the solar EV. Perhaps sensing Jiang Jing's intentions, Shui Ying commanded the courageous Jira to use teleport to support the solar EV, intending to mount a counterattack in unison. Faced with this dual-front assault, Jiang Jing hesitated not an instant, commanding the Tsungyin blade demon to use protect, effectively blocking the courageous Jira's advance while bracing for the solar EV strike. Simultaneously, as the courageous Jira and solar EV remained preoccupied, Pingwolong executed the seed bomb move, successfully incapacitating Garanong, though it too fell victim to the same fate, collapsing alongside its partner. At this juncture, both Jiangzhou High School and Huanggang High School were left with merely 2 Pokémon each. The Solar EV. Chapter 87. The final outcome. Upon witnessing Garanong's loss of combat capability, the atmosphere thickened with tension as the situation escalated towards a critical climax. Shui Ying exchanged glances with her remaining teammate, their expressions subtly shifting as they recognized that the circumstances were slipping slowly out of their control. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shui Ying swiftly made her decision, raising her eyebrows and taking a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she turned to her companion, Shinqua. Help me stall for time against Yang Jila. The boy named Shinqua nodded, his dark eyes shining with determination beneath his tousled bangs, and quickly commanded his solar EV to step forward in defense. Aiming to mitigate the onslaught of the scorching blade ghost, he understood that Shui Ying was about to employ her signature technique. If only he could buy her enough time, Yang Jila would surely turn the tide of battle and secure the final victory. Solar EV, illusionary ray. Shinqua instructed, his gaze fixed. Upon hearing her trainer's command, Solar EV distanced itself, the ruby on its forehead glowing intensely as it unleashed an invisible, magical beam. The scorching blade ghost did not evade. Its arm coalesced with a sword of vengeful energy, glowing a sinister blue, slashing fiercely to counter the illusionary ray while relentlessly advancing towards Solar EV. Meanwhile, Squirtle approached rapidly from another direction, employing water pulse to create disturbances, gradually coordinating with the scorching blade ghost. Faced with the threat from both sides while also needing to keep an eye on Yang Jila, Solar EV's focus became taut. In a flurry of swift counterattacks, it soon became riddled with vulnerabilities, allowing the scorching blade ghost to seize the opportunity and deliver a critical strike with Shadow Claw, inflicting severe damage. Squirtle's eyes flickered as it radiated a dazzling white light, utilizing its water tail to strike down forcefully, consequently finishing off the weakened Solar EV. Just then, before Yilan could revel in the victory for too long, Shui Ying and Yang Jila completed their preparations, unleashing a formidable barrage of psychic blades from behind, manifesting as sharp, tangible blades that surged toward Squirtle. Caught off guard, Squirtle had no time to evade and could only retract into its shell, relying on its defensive capabilities to absorb the oncoming assault of psychic blades. However, it regrettably misjudged Yang Jila's current strength, having only withstood 2 of the psychic blades. Squirtle was heavily wounded and teetered on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Shui Ying held nothing back, commanding Yang Jila to execute a telekinetic move, using its terrifying psychic prowess to drain away Squirtle's last vestiges of fighting spirit. Jiang Jing, the rest is up to you. Yilan's voice was low, tinged with reluctance, yet more so with anticipation and hope. Jiang Jing smiled gently, nodding with resolute assurance. We will emerge victorious. After uttering this, he disregarded Yilan, redirecting his full attention to Shui Ying and Yang Jila, then murmured in a tone only he could hear, a psychic adept. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Shui Ying, regarded as the trump card by Huanggang High School, wielded her psychic abilities with finesse, and at this moment, she utilized her powers to forge a final psychic link with Yang Jila. This was one of the secret techniques of the Sioux, New Jersey dojo, empowered by Shui Ying's psychic enhancement. Yang Jila's strength inevitably surged, ascending from near elite level to the brink of professional tier, coupled with the augmentation from the psychic field and the meditative technique. The unleashed might could even rival that of a professional. Sensing the imposing aura emanating from Jiang Jing, all the spectators and judges present could not help but gasp, their faces betraying expressions of disbelief. Indeed, the youth of today is truly formidable. Luo Yujia, upon witnessing the live broadcast on the large screen, could not suppress a sigh of astonishment and horror. To possess such prowess before even graduating high school is a feat surpassing many third-year college students. Gu Mingtang nodded thoughtfully, his deep gaze fixed upon Jiang Jing. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he spoke in an oddly enigmatic tone. This young lad must be a disciple of the Sioux, New Jersey Taoist temple. Moreover, it seems he has received a considerable degree of authentic teachings, even mastering the esoteric technique of mental sharing. What piques my curiosity now is how Jiang Jing will respond. Pan Zhou remarked with keen interest, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Jing on the big screen, seemingly eager to discern the thoughts that crossed his face. Gu Mingtang and Luo Yujia shook their heads, letting out a heavy sigh. Difficult. The audience, hearing the judge's assessments, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety and tension for Jiang Jing and the Canyon Ringui, especially since this battle marks its debut. While the staunch supporters from Huanggang High School had already begun preparations to celebrate Jiang Jing's anticipated victory, the majority of the remaining audience silently prayed for the Canyon Ringui. In that moment, Jiang Jing, the focus of their concern, remained inexplicably calm and at ease, showing no signs of being affected by the pressure. Is this akin to pilfering Naji's patent? Jiang Jing mused, stroking his chin, his dark eyes gleaming with intrigue. Yet, rather than dwelling on that, his interest in the Taoist temple grew. The ability to impart such secretive techniques suggests that those temples indeed possess substantial knowledge. At that moment, a gentle voice from Cui Ying broke through Jiang Jing's thoughts. The match is about to conclude. Jiang Jing, unleash your most powerful mental force. In an instant, before Cui Ying's words had fully dissipated, a surge of power erupted from within Jiang Jing, a terrifying superpower unleashed like a tempest on the open sea. The formidable psychic energy gradually coalesced into a tangible form, exuding an aura comparable to that of a professional, and surged towards the alert Canyon Ringui, causing the very air to tremble. Upon witnessing this, Yilan felt a wave of despair wash over her, her eyes closing in resignation. Yet, Jiang Jing's voice suddenly resonated, imbued with an incomprehensible tone, softly murmuring, "Indeed, it is about to conclude." Clearing his throat, he turned his gentle smile towards the cold-faced Canyon Ringui. Canyon Ringui, unleash the ghost slash. As his words fell, the previously motionless Canyon Ringui sprang into action, executing the sword dance technique, its fire mask glowing with a radiant light, revealing the influx of golden flames converging within it. The lingering aura of the flames was stirred, and behind the still-charging Canyon Ringui, a faint ethereal shadow appeared. The silhouette of the legendary spirit, a Gui Peng. With the vengeful sword of the ghost unleashed, fragments of the legendary spirit's power were imbued within it. Without the slightest hesitation, in the fleeting moment when the mental force of the spirit slash was about to descend, the Canyon Rini possessed an unwavering determination, channeling every ounce of its belief to execute a powerful cleave, suddenly unleashing a terrifying force that transcended professional levels, enhanced to its utmost by the sword dance technique. Coupled with the legendary flame's might, the fire-attracting properties were maximally unleashed, rendering the Canyon Rini's strength comparable to that of a gym leader. It cleaved through the barriers of mental force, and before the incredulous gazes of Cui Ying and others, the covert strike landed fiercely upon Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing fell to the ground without a trace of resistance. This demonstrated the immense toll exacted by the previous ghostly slash. In that fleeting instant, the outcome of the match was unequivocally determined. Chapter 88. The sensation caused by Canyon Rini. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, although the match between Jiangzhou No. 1 High School and Huanggang High School had concluded, the ensuing uproar continued to ferment. News of the Canyon Rini and this match directly soared to the top of the trending charts in Huagua's online sphere, with the top 3 spots entirely occupied by them. While the subsequent 7 positions also featured numerous mentions. Jiang Jing, upon hearing the reminders from Luo Xiao and others, hastily retrieved his phone and logged onto the relevant websites, where he was immediately greeted by a barrage of news dominated by the Canyon Rini. New Pokémon Canyon Rini, trending. High school students unveil unprecedented Pokémon, trending. Desperate pleas for the announcement of new Pokémon information, trending. Hebei Province's Pokémon High School Newcomer Competition match today, trending. Tensions escalate in the conflict between Canon and Bale, with Hama claiming a counterattack is imminent. The Alliance urges trainers not to venture into the area casually, trending. A 2-year-old girl from Sichuan was bitten by a large wolf dog. The heir of the Sioux, New Jersey temple suffered a crushing defeat to appear from high school. Gazing at the array of trending topics before him, Jiang Jing pondered for a few seconds before clicking on the top 3 trending entries, which, as expected, were the video recordings from this afternoon. In the footage, the Canyon Rennie's arms were adorned with luminous blue flame swords, exuding an aura unique to ghost-type Pokémon. It swiftly charged towards the equally formidable Yanjila, and with a mere flick of its flaming great sword, it shattered the barriers of psychic power. One decisive blow felled Yanjila, whose strength was on par with that of a gym leader. The video concluded at this juncture, but the comments below were in a continuous state of flux, swiftly accumulating to 99.99 and still rising. Among the comments, Jiang Jing spotted his alliance account being exposed, resulting in a frenzied surge in his follower count, which rapidly climbed to 300. Clicking on his account, he found his private messages, as anticipated, overflowing, predominantly filled with requests for the disclosure of Canyon Rennie's information. The remainder consisted mostly of ambiguous messages seeking casual connections. With a silent sigh, faced with this situation, Jiang Jing reluctantly composed a post on his account, stating that he would publish a paper regarding the relevant details following the match. This satisfied the eager netizens, gradually calming the fervor. The pace of material acquisition must now accelerate, thought Jiang Jing, stroking his chin. He had anticipated such a scenario, thus while procuring the king-level fragments. He also intensified his efforts to acquire several ordinary copper mirror monsters and fragments of the lamenting tea available in the market. After all, it was a surefire investment. Therefore, while ensuring his normal livelihood, he expended all his available funds and even borrowed a substantial sum from Mu Qingyun. To prevent any prying eyes from noticing these transactions, he deliberately mixed in other fairy drop items to obscure the purchases. Now, he merely awaited the publication of the paper, confident that he would profit handsomely from the price differential, allowing him to procure some enhancing items for a few little companions. With this thought, Jiang Jing felt optimistic about the future, repeatedly marveling at the adage that knowledge is power. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou Institute of Fairy Research, Gu Mingtang and his colleagues were not faring well. Since the conclusion of the afternoon competition, the institute's phone had been ringing incessantly. With the emergence of the new fairy, the scorching flame blade ghost, fairy academies and research institutes from various regions, alongside numerous powerful trainers in prominent positions, had shifted their focus to the Jiangzhou Institute. This was not without reason. They had utilized their privileges to investigate information related to Jiang Jing and discovered that this underage high school student was, in fact, a junior researcher affiliated with the Jiangzhou Institute. Thus, a delightful misunderstanding was born. Upon receiving this information, the immediate reaction in everyone's minds was that the Jiangzhou Institute had comprehensive data on the scorching flame blade ghost. Consequently, a situation arose that left Gu Mingtang and his peers in a bind. To this day, countless calls from across Huagua were queuing up, eager to reach the Jiangzhou Institute for first-hand information regarding the scorching flame blade ghost. Ring, ring, ring. As the phone rang once more, Gu Mingtang could not help but rub his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Just as he contemplated hanging up manually, he noticed that the caller ID displayed Jiang Jing's name. Unable to suppress his emotions any longer, he hastily pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, before Jiang Jing could speak, Gu Mingtang's impatient voice came through, laden with evident frustration. Jiang Jing, sensing the dissatisfaction in his tone, touched his nose and took a deep breath, ready to articulate the carefully prepared words he had organized. Director, the scorching flame blade ghost evolves from charcoal little servant. What? The newly emerged fairy is actually the evolutionary form of charcoal little servant. Gu Mingtang was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an answer. Long ago, they had attempted to utilize evolution stones and other items, only to discover that charcoal little servant did not exhibit any signs of evolution. They had thus categorized it alongside fairies like the affectionate servant, which were believed to be incapable of evolving. Little did they know that it would have a chance for resurgence. This revelation prompted Gu Mingtang to reflect on the unpredictability of life. Could you elaborate on the specifics? His insatiable thirst for knowledge surged within him, and after much hesitation, he tentatively inquired of Jiang Jing. I have made a commitment online to disclose all information regarding the Canyon Ren Gui in the days following the conclusion of the competition, and I hope the Institute can provide me with some assistance. That is certainly not an issue, Gu Mingtang nodded, finding no reason to decline. Subsequently, Jiang Jing revealed the conditions for the evolution of Tan Xiaoshi. When asked how he had discovered this information, he cleverly deflected with the excuse of previously borrowing the laboratory to study Pokémon drops. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingtang's expression transformed into one of shock and surprise. He had not anticipated that such an evolutionary method existed, utilizing the remains of other Pokémon for evolution. This was somewhat different from the combination of the sluggish Pokémon and the largemouth clam, which evolved into the sluggish hippopotamus. Jiang Jing, non-committal, added, I also discovered that, besides the fragments from the lamenting tea, Tan Xiaoshi seemed to have reacted to the fragments of the bronze mirror monster. Thus, I speculate that, apart from Canyon Ren Gui, Tan Xiaoshi may possess another new evolutionary form. Jiang Jing's words detonated like a deep-sea bomb, causing Gu Mingtang to leap to his feet, exclaiming instinctively, what? Tan Xiaoshi has other evolutionary forms. Chapter 89. Stopping at the top 4. The world's gaze is focused. United States, New York City. St. John's University. This renowned private institution is affiliated with the Spirit Phantom Society, and all its faculty members are also members of this organization, including Lilith Garcia. Unlike the wicked organizations such as the Holy Fire Sect, the Spirit Phantom Society is a globally recognized lawful entity, officially permitted to operate educational institutions. It is dedicated to researching ghost-type Pokémon and exploring the mysteries of their formation, aspiring to realize a vision and goal that originally founded the organization. Due to the pressing importance of recent tasks, around 7 in the morning, Lilith Garcia meticulously applied her makeup and dressed before heading directly to her office. However, her mood was far from pleasant. She had been closely following a matter that now seemed to have reached an impasse. The content of the emails mirrored those of the previous 2 occasions, gently refusing their request for a Dracosalt egg for research purposes. With yet another failure. This marked her 3rd setback. Lilith Garcia sighed, her eyes filled with desolation and confusion. Experiencing 3 identical situations in succession had instilled in her a desire to give up. Yet, considering the current circumstances of the Spirit Phantom Society, she had no choice but to muster her spirits. So far, the Society's research on ghost-type Pokémon had hit a bottleneck. Most of the known ordinary ghost-type Pokémon in the world had already been studied by the Society, except for strictly controlled Pokémon like the quasi-divine Dracavolt. In their quest to transcend the existing limitations, they found themselves compelled to shift their focus towards the elusive Dalu Baruto, hoping to discover a new avenue for research. However, acquiring the spirit egg of Dalumija seemed akin to an insurmountable challenge. Gazing out at the crimson maple leaves cascading from the trees, Lilith Garcia's complexion turned as pale as snow, and an impractical thought flickered through her mind. If only there existed other ghostly Pokémon. Yet, this notion was fleeting, quickly dismissed from her consciousness, accompanied by a bittersweet smile as she inwardly chided herself for such fanciful thinking. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl named Ivanka Smith burst into Lilith Garcia's office, breathless and flushed with excitement. Ms. Garcia, a new ghost Pokémon has emerged in Huagua. Without further ado, Ivanka thrust her tablet forward, revealing a news article she had accessed via VPN. As Lilith Garcia scrutinized the report from Huagua, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of astonishment, and she abruptly made a decision. Ivanka, prepare the students. We are heading to Eastern Huagua. Understood, Ms. Garcia. This scene unfolded in various corners of the world, as countless gazes turned towards the Huagua Alliance, spurred by the emergence of the Tsangyan Rin ghost. On December 9th, Saturday, a biting cold wind swept through the air, and not a single cloud marred the sky. Jiangzhou First High School found themselves pitted against Danjang Middle School in the quarterfinals. Confronted with this familiar adversary right from the start, Jiang Jing and his team went all out, employing a strategy centered around the Tsangyan Rin ghost, focusing on a 4-protect-1 tactic. Fueled by the immense power of the Tsangyan Rin ghost, they cleaved through all defenses and resistances of Danjang Middle School's rain team, mirroring the outcome of their initial encounter. Though Ji Chang'an and Lu Wenla felt a pang of dissatisfaction, they could do nothing to alter the result. After yet another victory over Danjang Middle School, Jiangzhou First High School successfully advanced to the semifinals, but their journey would end there. In 2 days' time, the remaining 4 teams were all perennial top contenders from Hebei Province, including Huasher Affiliated School, Jiangzhou Second High School, and Shangfan Fifth High School. Faced with these formidable opponents, the overall quality of Jiangzhou First High School's team fell short. Even though the Tsangyan Rin ghost could unleash tremendous power in an instant, this competition ultimately hinged on teamwork, with victory relying on the collective effort of each member. To avoid a repeat of their encounter with Danjiang Middle School, Jiangzhou First High School's semi-final adversary, Shangfan Fifth High School, immediately employed the Song of Death strategy, with the primary focus on safeguarding their team by utilizing the soundproof magical wall doll. Shangfan Fifth High School's Chimyan Bird unleashed the devastating move. Despite Jiang Jing's attempts to direct the Tsangyan Rin ghost to eliminate the magical wall doll first, aiming for a mutually destructive scenario, the protective barriers and the interference from the Dream Demon ultimately thwarted his plans. As the time for the Song of Destruction drew near, the entire battlefield, save for the magical wall puppets which, due to their soundproof properties, remained unaffected, succumbed to its influence. Without exception, all Pokémon lost their ability to battle and collapsed on the arena floor. It was truly a case of the moment the song resounded, the match concluded. Consequently, Jiangzhou No. 1 High School's journey in this competition reached its conclusion, ultimately securing a place among the top 4. To have advanced this far, you have already given your utmost effort. That is indeed commendable. Lift your spirits. Jiang Jing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Luo Xiao and Yi Lan, along with others, remained silent, their heads bowed. Had it not been for the tournament's regulations prohibiting Pokémon substitution, the outcome might not have been so lopsided. Nevertheless, the results were now clear, and Jiang Jing and his companions could only accept, albeit reluctantly, the reality of finishing in 4th place. In fact, Jiang Jing offered himself a small consolation. Compared to the 16th place, at least they had progressed further than the foolish ones. Meng Huai, sensing Jiang Jing's thoughts, readily agreed without a second thought. Chapter 90. Determining Aspirations. On the eve of the press conference, Jiang Jing stepped out of the hotel with his luggage. He summoned a shared Dudrio on the roadside and softly uttered the words Eagle Terrace Community, witnessing the Dudrio speed off with fervent haste, guided by the navigation. In less than an hour, the shared Dudrio safely delivered Jiang Jing to his destination. Jiang's mother, cradling a pair of mice, left the living room to them, stating she would wash some fruit before heading straight to the kitchen. Jiang Jing found this puzzling but obediently took a seat. Xiao Jing, your father has a question for you. Jiang's father lowered the television's volume, pausing briefly before continuing. What are your thoughts on the special recruitment matter? Jiang Jing suddenly understood. He had been pondering why his parents were behaving unusually today. It was indeed due to the special recruitment. Noticing Jiang Jing's silence, Jiang's father continued to ramble on about the various prestigious academies contacting them, his face brimming with pride and joy. At that moment, Jiang's mother emerged with the freshly washed fruit, presenting it to the father and son still engrossed in conversation. Son, it's time for you to express your stance. Which school will you choose? Your mother and I fully support you. Despite the recent emergence of the Tsunyan Blade Ghost, which had led numerous academies to recognize Jiang Jing's value and subsequently increase the incentives promised in the special recruitment, Jiang Jing remained resolute in his choice of Magic Capital University. His decision stemmed not only from the rewards promised by the university, but also from the words left by Jirachi before its slumber. According to Jirachi, someone had once told him that within the treasury of Magic Capital University lay an artifact of great significance to his future. Considering these factors, Jiang Jing did not hesitate. Magic Capital University, indeed, holds great promise. Hearing this, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom nodded in agreement. Although it was not their long-desired capital university, it was nonetheless a prestigious institution on par with it. As they gazed at their beaming expressions, a gentle light flickered in Jiang Jing's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Mom and Dad, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Upon noticing the seriousness etched on his face, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom's smiles faded, replaced by expressions of attentive anticipation. Jiang Jing then shared his aspiration to establish a company, seeking their assistance in managing it. This endeavor served a dual purpose: to enhance their working environment and to ensure that the operations and finances of the company remained under his control. Entrusting such a substantial sum to a professional manager made him uneasy, as it pertained to the future nurturing of several young individuals. Xiao Jing, have you truly thought this through? Jiang Dad inquired, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After a few moments of silence, he fixed a serious gaze upon him. Jiang Mom remained silent, yet her expression mirrored that of Jiang Dad's. Jiang Jing nodded emphatically, producing his phone to display bank transaction records, and elaborated on his upcoming plans, leading to a shared look of astonishment between his parents. They found it hard to fathom how their son had accomplished this, feeling a blend of disbelief and pride. Given this, your mother and I shall resign from our jobs, Jiang Dad said, his eyes lowering momentarily before a smile broke through. We will focus solely on overseeing the company. Jiang Mom shot him a disapproving glance, yet her demeanor reflected support. Relieved by their agreement, Jiang Jing exhaled deeply. They then began deliberating on the company name. Jiang Dad suggested Danjang Spirit Technology Company, Limited. However, Jiang Jing swiftly rejected the idea, reasoning that they were not in the drone business and had no need to compete with DJI. After extensive discussion, they tentatively settled on the name Duan Spirit Company, Limited, Duan being Jiang Dad's name, and also the height Jiang Jing aspired to reach. With a plan in place, the subsequent registration of the company would need to be handled by Jiang Dad, as Jiang Jing was still underage. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou Spirit Research Institute, Gu Mingtang had painstakingly sourced a suitable charcoal little servant, alongside procuring high-quality copper mirror monster fragments. They were now poised to conduct an experiment involving the evolution of the charcoal little servant. Is everything ready? Gu Mingtang inquired calmly. The staff nodded in unison, confirming that all preparations were complete. Then let us commence. Gu Mingtang took a deep breath and instructed that 10 gym-level copper mirror monster fragments be presented to the charcoal little servant. In the next moment, as the charcoal little servant made contact with the fragments suddenly, its body erupted with a dazzling light of evolution, and a dense aura of supernatural energy spread from the fragments to the surface of Tan Xiaoshu's body, gradually forming a golden armor that enveloped it. Under the influence of this magnificent golden armor, Tan Xiaoshu's form began to undergo a dramatic transformation, slowly morphing into a Pokémon never before seen. A fire psychic type Pokémon, the Red Lotus Armored Knight. It was truly a success. Gu Mingtang was momentarily dazed, shocked to the point of murmuring to himself. The other staff members, however, erupted in cheers, their faces illuminated with overwhelming excitement and joy. An hour later, as a prelude to the upcoming press conference, The Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute, after communicating with Jiang Jing, released photos of the Red Lotus Armored Knight along with basic attribute information online, instantly captivating and astonishing countless netizens. Diligent observers noted that this Pokémon, akin to the Tsungyin Blade Ghost, had never been seen before. And one particular line caught attention in its accompanying information. This Pokémon is named the Red Lotus Armored Knight, representing a distinct evolutionary branch from the Tsungyin Blade Ghost. This revelation undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the internet. The trending topics in Huagua surged once more. Chapter 91. Unveiling the Evolution Method. The highly anticipated press conference. New Pokémon Red Lotus Armored Knight, trending. A different evolutionary branch from Tsungyin Blade Ghost, trending. The lower forms of Tsungyin Blade Ghost and Red Lotus Armored Knight, trending. In merely a minute, through the collective efforts of numerous netizens in Huagua, the news of the Red Lotus Armored Knight and the Tsungyin Blade Ghost surged back to the forefront of the trending topics, occupying the top 3 positions. The suddenness of the event, devoid of any forewarning, left a certain singer, who had prepared a new album for release, in utter despair. Despite having established connections and coordinated with fellow artists, the stark reality was indisputable, akin to a curse. Upon hearing the news later, Jiang Jing could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the singer. On December 17th, Tuesday, in Jiangzhou, the Water Turtle Arena, a newly constructed sports venue at Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School, sprawls over 8,000 square meters in the northwest of the campus, boasting 1,500 seats. As an emerging venue yet to be utilized, the Water Turtle Arena buzzed with unusual activity today. After discussions with Principal Zhang, Jiang Jing decided to host the press conference here, hoping to garner exposure and attention for the school. Outside the arena, a multitude of broadcasting vans from various platforms were parked closely together. Inside, the arena was teeming with people, nearly all the seats filled. However, the audience today was not composed of students from the school, but rather scholars and professors arriving from across Huagua, along with some international guests permitted entry through application. The remaining attendees included reporters from various platforms, accompanied by professional live-streaming film crews, featuring both domestic journalists and foreign reporters with blonde hair and blue eyes. They are currently anxiously adjusting the equipment, preparing for the final tweaks before the live broadcast of the press conference. This event has captivated the attention of over 100 countries worldwide, marking an unprecedented spectacle. As the live broadcast cameras flicker to life, a throng of eager online viewers swiftly floods into various streaming rooms. This surge causes the viewership for several platforms hosting the conference to spike dramatically, reaching historic highs almost instantaneously. Take the Douyin video live streaming platform, for instance. The current viewership has soared to 10 million, with new spectators continuously joining the stream. Furthermore, this figure only accounts for the online audience, as numerous television teams are simultaneously broadcasting the event across their respective channels. Estimates from relevant sources suggest that the total viewership could exceed 500 million by the end of the broadcast. Why hasn't the live stream started yet? This is utterly exasperating. There are murmurs about whether the Tsungyin Ringue and Honglian Kaiji represent distinct evolutionary branches. Is this true? I am eager to learn about their initial forms. I simply cannot wait to acquire at Tsungyin Ringue. This Pokémon is truly magnificent. I implore researcher Jiang Jing to reveal the pertinent details immediately. The barrage of comments in the live chat is a flurry of speculation and excitement, with every viewer yearning for specific information. At 9:30 a.m., the time agreed upon by Jiang Jing and the attendees, he appears before countless viewers worldwide, dressed in a black round-neck knitted sweater, alongside Gu Mingtang in a tailored suit. Good morning to all the esteemed guests present and our online audience. Jiang Jing, Gu Mingtang, announces. Today, we shall unveil everything about Tsungyin Ringue and Honglian Kaiji. As their words echo, the ground at the center of the Blastoise arena suddenly fractures, rapidly shifting apart, as the rocky and earthen battlefield begins to rise. Following this, each of them retrieves a Pokeball, and under the gaze of innumerable viewers, they press the buttons to release the Pokémon contained within. In a blaze of crimson light, Tsungyin Ringue and Honglian Kaiji make their simultaneous debut. According to the prearranged process, nearby staff members promptly release their own Pokémon to assist. Charizard, Cold Turtle, Ninetales, Duskull, Flareon, and Houndoom all emerge onto the rocky battlefield. Gu Mingtang takes the microphone and gestures to introduce the Pokémon. Tsungyin Ringue and Honglian Kaiji both currently exhibit the Firestarter ability, should any additional abilities be discovered. The Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute will provide timely updates. As soon as Gu Mingtang finishes speaking, Jiang Jing seizes the microphone and declares, "The ability testing commences now." The assembled staff exhibited no hesitation, simultaneously commanding their Pokémon to unleash fiery jets, launching an assault on the battlefield occupied by the Flame Blade Ghost and the Crimson Armored Knight. The crimson flames erupted with a ferocity akin to an unrelenting tidal wave, engulfing the two Pokémon in a torrential blaze. The terrifying heat caused the temperature within the arena to rise swiftly, leaving the onlookers feeling an unexpected warmth, entirely incongruous with the wintry season. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The grand conflagration, upon making contact with the Flame Blade Ghost and the Crimson Armored Knight, was swiftly consumed by the two Pokémon. Remarkably, there were no visible signs of injury. Following the conclusion of the characteristic assessment, Gu Mingtang produced two identical bracelets, adorning the Flame Blade Ghost and the Crimson Armored Knight with them. The moment the bracelets were activated, they emitted infrared rays for scanning, promptly recording the physical attributes of the two Pokémon. Simultaneously, this information was projected onto an electronic display. This is a specialized detection bracelet developed by our Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute. You may examine the data regarding the attack strength and various attributes of the two Pokémon, Gu Mingtang announced with a smile. Wow! A staggering physical attack strength of 125 points. The Flame Blade Ghost is merely 5 points shy of rivaling the quasi-deity, Mega Garchomp, in this regard. The special attack strength of the Crimson Armored Knight is equally impressive, placing it on par with my wife's Shinado. Can it get any more outrageous? I am eager to discover the Pokémon from which they evolved. Upon hearing Gu Mingtang's explanation, the viewers in the live stream began to engage in lively discussions, many expressing astonishment after comparing the relevant Pokémon data. At last, the moment arrived to unveil the evolution methods of the Flame Blade Ghost and the Crimson Armored Knight. Jiang Jing, noticing the scrolling comments in the live stream, grasped the microphone, pressed his lips together, and allowed a faint smile to grace his face. As his words fell, the audience's attention converged, eagerly anticipating the revelation. Before long, staff members from the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute approached Jiang Jing and Gu Mingtang, carrying two transparent plastic bags containing mysterious items. In the presence of witnesses, Gu Mingtang wore an enigmatic smile, producing two Pokeballs and, almost simultaneously, releasing the Pokémon contained within. Those who witnessed this moment were left bewildered, their faces reflecting confusion and incomprehension. Before them stood two charcoal sprites. Chapter 92, an unimaginable evolution method. What is happening? Wasn't it announced that the evolution methods of the Flame Blade Ghost and the Crimson Armored Knight would be revealed? The crowd was filled with questions, casting puzzled glances at Jiang Jing, seemingly hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. After all, in the collective memory of the crowd, the charcoal sprite was considered a Pokémon incapable of evolution, and with its singular fire-type attribute, it had become a largely overlooked, niche Pokémon. Indeed, intelligent individuals are not absent. As the vast network of users began to question due to stereotypes, several astute minds swiftly grasped the situation, subsequently revealing expressions of shock and disbelief, murmuring incessantly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." To their astonishment, the Ember Blade Demon and the Crimson Armor Knight were, in fact, evolutions of the seemingly improbable Pokémon, the Emberling. Lilith Garcia appeared somewhat dazed, the astonishment and shock in her eyes yet to dissipate, as she slumped in her seat within the Blastoise arena, seemingly drained of all energy. Simultaneously, another thought began to take root in her mind. If the Emberling could evolve, what of those other Pokémon that were deemed incapable of evolution? Could it be that they were truly beyond redemption? At Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, in the principal's office, Principal Zhang and Meng Huai were enjoying tea. The computer screen before them displayed the unfolding events at the Blastoise arena. Upon witnessing the Emberling's appearance, both men were momentarily rendered speechless. Who would have anticipated it would be the Emberling? Yet how could it possibly be the Emberling? Meng Huai could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose, feeling as though his very understanding was being shattered. The foundation of his acquired knowledge of Pokémon teetering on the brink of collapse. This particular Pokémon had shown no reaction to evolution stones, nor did any other items capable of inducing evolution have any effect on it. How had Jiang Jing achieved this? Principal Zhang gazed at the agitated Meng Huai, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Were it not for his advanced age, which rendered him unable to withstand such upheaval, his reaction might have surpassed that of Meng Huai. Setting aside the matters within the office, he thought to himself, I still cannot believe this. It is utterly absurd. The research on the Emberling was conducted by me. It cannot evolve using evolution stones or items, nor does it evolve through friendship like the Sun and Moon EV. I have personally verified this. Today, the impossible has been claimed. I cannot believe that the Ember Blade Demon and the Crimson Armor Knight have evolved from such a trivial Pokémon. Amidst the cacophony of gasps and skepticism around him, Gu Mingtang found himself momentarily lost in thought, glancing toward Jiang Jing, who remained unfazed, his eyes betraying a hint of complexity. Were it not for having learned the answer from Jiang Jing in advance, and having personally evolved the Crimson Armor Knight, he surmised he too would be swept up in the excitement and astonishment of the crowd. Jiang Jing, it is time to proceed with the final step. Gu Mingtang could not help but remind, feeling somewhat exasperated by the ongoing disputes. Let us begin. Jiang Jing nodded at this, casting his gaze over the entire Blastoise arena. signaling the staff from the Jiangzhou Pokémon Research Institute to commence their action. In the next moment, before the eyes of countless witnesses worldwide, the two Emberlings extended their hands into bags, drawing forth the energy contained within the transparent plastic bags holding the fragments of the sad tea or the copper mirror monster. With a resounding thud, as the energy from the fragments was absorbed, the flames atop the Emberlings began to transform, shifting either to a golden hue or a deep azure. In the very heart of the arena, two forces of stark contrast suddenly emerged. One radiated an intense heat, while the other enveloped the surroundings in a chilling cold. It resembled the duality of the Taiji symbol, where opposites not only stand in opposition but also coexist in harmony. As their energies surged, the surrounding area inevitably succumbed to their influence, prompting Jiang Jing and Gu Mingtang, along with other staff members, to retreat and yield the stage to the principal protagonists of the day. The scholars and professors, who had been embroiled in heated arguments moments ago, found themselves rendered speechless at the sight unfolding within the arena, as if their throats had been constricted. The truth does not lose its luster in the face of skepticism. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to begin grasping the essence of this statement, their expressions complex as they gazed towards the center of the water arrow turtle arena. They were astonished by this extraordinary evolutionary method. The mystery of Pokémon evolution was indeed profound and enigmatic. It was evident that research into the direction of Pokémon evolution was poised for significant advancement. Dr. Zhang Xiaoyang, a renowned Pokémon researcher from Huahua, could not help but exclaim in awe. As an authority on Pokémon evolution, he recognized the items that had just emerged from the bag. Yet, this very realization compelled him to express his astonishment. Witnessing the successful evolution of Tsungyan Renjun and Honglian Kaiji, Jiang Jing once again grasped the microphone, pressed his lips together, and proceeded to elucidate the specifics. As you can see, the evolution method of Tan Xiaoshi differs from the past. They must absorb 10 shards of Leibeka, or an equivalent number of fragments from Tongjingwai, to complete their evolution. For those wishing to delve deeper, I encourage you to follow the journal Evolution, where I have submitted relevant papers, and you should soon see them published. This was not merely a slight deviation. It was a complete upheaval of the established evolutionary paradigm. The notion that evolution could be completed using the remnants of other Pokémon was staggering. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's remarks, the atmosphere among the assembled scholars turned somber. Beyond the collapse of the evolutionary system, they were increasingly anxious about another pressing concern. With the revelation of Tan Xiaoshi's evolution method, would it incite trainers to take reckless risks, ultimately leading to the mass demise of Leibeka and Tongjingwai? Perhaps the revision and enactment of new Pokémon laws in Huahua had become imperative. Meanwhile, the audience watching through the live stream fell into silence, unable to fathom such a gruesome method of evolution. Unlike the remnants of other Pokémon, the fragments of Leibeka and Tongjingwai essentially represented the corpses of these creatures. It could be said that the rise of each Tsungyan Renjun or Honglian Kaiji signified the death of tenfold Leibeka and Tongjingwai. As this thought crossed their minds, a singular idea emerged. Could it be that Tan Xiaoshi, too, possesses the divine stature of a deity? Might it be possible for it to ascend through the sacrifice of soul rings, ultimately becoming a powerful title de law? Chapter 93. The Invitation to the Lingyu Society. The press conference regarding the evolution method of Tsungyan Renjun concluded swiftly. The only notable difference is that following this press conference, the previously overlooked charcoal little servant suddenly became the object of fervent interest. This surge in popularity resulted in the price of its spirit egg skyrocketing, experiencing a threefold increase that even surpassed the price of a standard spirit egg from the renowned starter trio. After all, the fragments required for their evolution were traditionally perceived as inexpensive, akin to items left unnoticed by the roadside. It wasn't until a trainer who had purchased the charcoal little servant eagerly set out to buy the necessary fragments for the evolution into the sought-after flame blade ghost, akin to Jiang Jing's, that he was horrified to discover that those once dirt-cheap fragments had seemingly vanished from the low-end market overnight. When they reappeared, their prices had inflated by several dozen times. For instance, the ordinary copper mirror monster fragments, previously selling for merely 200 yuan, had now been inflated to several thousand, or even tens of thousands of yuan. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jing's Duan company listed its substantial stock of the sought-after fragments, reaping abundant profits amidst the commercial frenzy. He then realized just how much he had gained this time, 17 small goals. Even after deducting costs in the loan from Mu Qingyun and accounting for the applicable tax rates, there was still at least a small target's worth of profit. Truly, this was the correct approach for a common trainer. Knowledge is power. General MacArthur did not deceive me. A gleam of joy flickered in Jiang Jing's eyes as he mused inwardly. However, Jiang Ma lamented the missed opportunity, reflecting on the current soaring prices and feeling a pang of regret over the money seemingly lost. In response to Jiang Ma's discontent, a pair of mice, sensing her mood, presented an apple like a treasure, chirping sweetly in an attempt to comfort her. "My little treasures, you are the best. Jiang Ma's heart warmed as she accepted the apple from the mice and affectionately patted their heads. The mice, content, squinted their eyes in delight, pressing their bodies against her hand. Conversely, Jiang Ba held a differing opinion. We have accumulated too many items. Clearing our inventory at this juncture is already a commendable outcome. Jiang Jing nodded in agreement, jesting. Mom, let us consider this as making friends, giving Du & Company a chance to shine in the market. While speaking, he fed a berry to his larvitar. Larvitar. The antenna atop Larvitar's head quivered with delight as it nestled in Jiang Jing's embrace, quietly savoring the berry. Son, how should we proceed with the company's future business? Jiang Ba posed a crucial question. After selling this batch of fragments, he sensed that Du & Company's primary business direction appeared somewhat vague. Jiang Jing raised his gaze to his parents, a contemplative expression on his face. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I still have 2 significant items on hand. The company will pivot towards selling Pokémon items moving forward. Upon finishing his words, he produced an energy cube and the initial version of the technique learning device, introducing their details to Jiang's parents. These items could undoubtedly be showcased at the upcoming spring fair in April next year. Jiang's father, visibly excited, promptly suggested this idea. Jiang Jing found no reason to decline and readily agreed to his father's proposal. Having earned such a substantial sum of money this time, Jiang Jing decided to allocate 20 million to his company as short-term working capital, intending to spend the remainder to enhance the strength of several Pokémon. After all, the primary motivation behind his venture was merely to nurture his beloved Pokémon. Is there an auction in Hong Kong recently? Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow, noticing a sudden notification from the Alliance, which he couldn't resist clicking on. In the past, he would have disregarded such news without a second thought, primarily due to financial constraints. However, now that he possessed 80 million in funds, he began to feel a newfound confidence. To his astonishment, the auction featured mysterious water droplets, curved spoons, and even evolutionary stones for sale. Jiang Jing was taken aback, scanning the list of auction items, and silently resolved to participate in this event. Just then, his phone chimed, and a message from Meng Huai popped up, prompting Jiang Jing to instinctively open it. Upon reading the content, he couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. A university abroad wished to invite him for a meeting? What was going on? The following morning, the sky was an endless blue, devoid of any trace of white clouds. At the Monini CAF in Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School, Jiang Jing arrived for the appointment based on the information he had received the previous day. As soon as he entered the CAF, he spotted a server dressed as a Monini, who greeted him with a sweet smile and guided him to a private room. Jiang Jing, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lilith Garcia. I apologize for any inconvenience this meeting may have caused. Upon Jiang Jing's entrance, Lilith Garcia and her companions rose, their faces adorned with gentle smiles as they approached him. Jiang Jing scrutinized the individuals present and politely inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit today? We would like to invite you to attend St. John's University." Lilith Garcia stated candidly, "In addition to waiving all tuition fees, we can offer you a generous scholarship." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing shook his head and expressed his thoughts directly. "I have already accepted a special enrollment at Moda University and do not have any immediate plans to study abroad. Therefore, Ms. Garcia, I regret to decline your invitation." Though Lilith Garcia appeared somewhat disappointed, she waved her hand to indicate that he need not be concerned, then posed a question that took Jiang Jing by surprise. "Jiang Jing, are you familiar with the Lingyu Society? I represent the Lingyu Society and extend an invitation for you to join us." Lingyu Society. Isn't it an organization similar to the Holy Fire Cult? Jiang Jing momentarily froze, a flicker of instinctive resistance passing through his eyes. Lilith Garcia had been observing Jiang Jing, noting the subtle shifts in his expressions. And suddenly, she seemed to comprehend a multitude of matters, before explaining with a hint of resignation. "It appears that Jiang Jing has likely encountered other organizations. However, our Spirit Echo Society is distinct from those entities, so I kindly ask you to listen to my explanation in its entirety." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing smiled and assumed a posture of patient anticipation. Noticing his demeanor, Lilith Garcia felt no aversion. Her thoughts drifted far away as she spoke contemplatively. "The foundation of our Spirit Echo Society lies in the quest to unravel the mysteries surrounding the birth of ghostly Pokémon, thereby preparing to hatch a particular legendary Pokémon. This legendary creature is entwined with a significant secret, one that pertains to the existence of the fabled King of Abundance. Of course, I am unable to disclose specific details at this moment." Jiang Jing listened intently, silently analyzing her words. Despite Lilith Garcia's vague hints, they provided ample food for thought. The legendary King of Abundance likely referred to the esteemed Regigigas. Moreover, the name of the Spirit Echo Society suggested that the legendary Pokémon they sought to hatch was none other than the King's steed, Spiritome. "Jiang Jing, you possess remarkable talent on the path of a researcher," Lilith Garcia exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm as she reached the end of her statement. "I am confident that should you join the Spirit Echo Society, we will undoubtedly uncover more ghostly Pokémon, just as we have with this recent discovery of the Cinderace. Do you not wish to unravel the secrets surrounding the whereabouts of those ultimate legendary Pokémon? After uttering this, Jiang Jing excused himself, claiming he had other matters to attend to, and turned to leave the private room. Yet, before his departure, Lilith Garcia, unwilling to relent, left him with a parting remark that the doors of the Spirit Echo Society would always remain open to him. Garcia, has it ended in failure? Shortly after Jiang Jing's exit, the golden-haired Ivanka entered the room, only to find it empty, causing her to frown in inquiry. Lilith Garcia nodded, collecting her thoughts before turning to Ivanka Smith with a serious expression. What is the current status? Based on the information released by Jiang Jing, we have successfully evolved the Cinderace, and the laboratory has reported that the previously stalled research has been resumed. Ivanka Smith responded, understanding her mentor's inquiry. With the matter concluded, Lilith Garcia sipped her coffee, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly outlined the next steps. Ivanka, we shall make another trip to the British Alliance. Certainly, teacher. I shall book the tickets right away. Meanwhile, after exiting the Monini CAF, the process of obtaining documents went smoothly. Yet he still required approximately 10 working days to receive them. Thus, during this interval, Jiang Jing shifted his focus entirely to the training of several Pokémon. Thanks to the initiative of Cinderace and Zoroark, among others, they had already begun training autonomously, requiring no supervision from Jiang Jing. Reflecting on this, he summoned the data panel to review the current status of Ralts. Name, Relura's Shiny, Psychic Fairy. Gender, Level 15, Beginner. Ability, Copy, at entry. It copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Individual values, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Moves, Charm Voice, Telekinesis, Growl. Shadow Clone, Magical Flame, Cuddle, Illusion Beam, Light Screen, Reflect, Teleport, Kiss of Absorption, Hypnosis. Item, None. Potential, Master. Remarks. Born with the blessing of the second-tiered deity Kirichi, Relura's experienced a significant enhancement in its aptitude, notably amplifying the power of its psychic-type moves. Given the presence of a move tutor, learning skills is not overly difficult for Relura's. The true challenge lies in mastering the application of the acquired moves. It has 3 weaknesses: Poison, Ghost, and Steel types. Jiang Jing prioritizes training Relura's in Phosphor Fire, Flame Punch, and Psychic-type moves to equip it with counterattack capabilities against these types of Pokémon. Concurrently, he has reinforced its basic training, focusing on reaction time, movement speed, and the speed of releasing moves. To aid in Relura's development, Jiang Jing even procured a top-tier berry, Sandscale Fruit, through school channels for Relura's to consume. The results were indeed gratifying. Under the influence of the Sandscale Fruit, Relura's reaction time and speed significantly improved, allowing it to unleash telekinesis almost instantaneously. For instance, moves like Teleport, Mind Link, Future Sight, and Telekinesis. Thanks to the previous favor from Kirichi, Jiang Jing has now learned to utilize Mind Link and Telekinesis, setting his sights on mastering Teleport. Days passed, and on December 29th, Jiang Jing finally obtained the Hong Kong Island Pass. With less than 3 days remaining until the auction in Hong Kong Island, he hurriedly booked a high-speed train ticket from Jiangzhou to Hong Kong Island. He then packed his bags alongside a few Pokémon, preparing for the journey. The Abundant King, Lei Guanwang. Chapter 95, Securing the Attribute Relic. December 31st, 9:45 p.m. As train 305 gently pulled into Kowloon Station, Jiang Jing finally arrived at Hong Kong Island. For his own safety, he refrained from leaving the shiny Relura's outside, to prevent any malicious intent from lurking individuals. Following the crowd, he disembarked from the train, underwent a series of inspections, and after verifying his Hong Kong Island Pass and relevant documents, he hailed a taxi to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. By the time he settled into his room, it was already past 11 p.m. Relura's, you must be bursting with energy. Jiang Jing closed the door, put away his luggage, and promptly released a few Pokémon. Considering the presence of several Pokémon, Jiang Jing deliberately booked a presidential suite, intending to provide a comfortable space for his Pokémon, including the Tsangyan Rinjian. Ralu expressed some dissatisfaction, tilting its head and wrinkling its nose at Jiang Jing. In contrast, the Tsangyan Rinjian seemed accustomed to the change, quickly finding a suitable spot in the new environment, silently awaiting Jiang Jing to offer them food. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Jing scratched his head and retrieved energy cubes and berries from his suitcase, distributing them among his 4 Pokémon. Zoroark and Milotic took the energy cubes and effortlessly turned on the hotel television, searching for a popular Pokémon show, happily munching away while watching. Swana. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the youth of the impoverished. Today, I, Charizard, shall rest with you. Dare you agree to a 3-year pact? Jiang Jing's mouth twitched at the sight. He realized he had been neglecting his Pokémon, as he was unaware of when they had developed an affinity for Pokémon shows. Ralu Rala's bobbed its little head, a proud expression on its face. revealing itself as the mastermind behind the entire affair. Jiang Jing covered his face at the sight, feeling a sense of embarrassment before retiring to rest. After all, he needed to ensure he was well rested for the auction scheduled for the next morning. A night passed without incident, and when Jiang Jing opened his eyes again, it was already past 7 the following morning. As he opened the door, he found his 4 Pokémon still lounging on the sofa. The television still playing the Pokémon show. Ralu. For distinct voices chimed in as Ralu Ralas lazily greeted Jiang Jing, occasionally yawning. Clearly having not had a good night's sleep. Around 9 in the morning, Jiang Jing arrived at the venue for the auction, guided by the attendants. He submitted his deposit and completed the necessary verification, receiving a bidding paddle before being led to the inner auditorium. There was little time left before the auction officially commenced, and many attendees had already taken their seats. Jiang Jing estimated around 60 participants. He did not have to wait long. The staff soon closed the entrance doors, and an elderly gentleman in a tailcoat with graying hair slowly approached the auction podium. As this was not a grand auction by Christie's or Sotheby's, the event simply introduced the auctioneer's name before diving straight into the proceedings. The first item for auction was 10 fragments of a gym-level copper mirror Pokémon, starting with a minimum bid of 150,000, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 1,000. Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. But as the auctioneer's voice fell, the room erupted with a flurry of bids. 151, 153, 168. Number 13 bids 168. Is there any higher offer? 168 for the first time, 168 for the second time, 168 for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to bidder number 13 for winning the first item of this auction. The second item for auction, 3 crustacean fossils, commenced at a starting price of 10. The preceding items were an assortment of trivial auction pieces that did not pique Jiang Jing's interest, prompting him to merely glance over them before succumbing to drowsiness. As time inexorably ticked away, he remained oblivious to its passage. It was not until the auction began to draw to a close that the auctioneer's familiar voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing the name of the enigmatic water droplet, Jiang Jing's eyes abruptly flew open. The 35th item for auction, the water attribute secret treasure, the mysterious water droplet, began at an opening bid of 10 million. Each subsequent bid could not be lower than 100,000. As the auctioneer's announcements echoed, the mysterious water droplet was placed upon the auction block, inciting fervent competition among the bidders, their eyes gleaming with ambition. The intensity of the bidding was markedly heightened due to the well-known effects of attribute treasures. A bidder to Jiang Jing's left promptly announced a bid of 12 million, only to be immediately outbid by another voice at 13 million. Jiang Jing remained unhurried, observing the contest unfold until the price approached 17.5 million. Just as the deal seemed imminent, he leisurely entered the fray with his own bid, 20 million. Perhaps it was his calm demeanor that prompted the competing bidder to reveal a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation and withdrawing from the contest for the mysterious water droplet. Bidder 66 offers 20 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to bidder 66 for acquiring item 35. Jiang Jing smiled faintly, patiently awaiting the auctioneer to present the next item. The final 4 auction pieces were a black belt, a magnet, a curved spoon, and the grand finale, a beadrill evolution stone. In accordance with his current needs, Jiang Jing expended approximately 23 million to secure the curved spoon, refraining from engaging with the other items. Before long, the auction concluded, and under the guidance of an attendant, he was escorted to a private room. After settling the payment of 43 million, he promptly received the mysterious water droplet and the curved spoon, his resolve unwavering. Under his eager gaze, both Milotic and Ralts swiftly absorbed the 2 attribute treasures, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their strength and an undeniable increase in their aura. Remarkably, Ralts even evolved as a result. Chapter 96, Cerulean. Journey to the Enchanted City of Yangqing. Name, Cerulean, Shiny, Psychic Fairy. Gender, Level 21 Senior. Ability, Synchronize, copies the opponent's ability upon entering the battle, adopting the same characteristics. Individual value potential, 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31. Skills, charm, telekinesis, growl, shadow clone, magical flame, cuddle, illusion beam, light screen, reflect, teleport, drain kiss, hypnosis, illusion beam. Item held, none. Potential, master. Note, before birth, the second-tier deity Kirachi bestowed a baptism of origin, significantly enhancing the innate qualities and power of psychic abilities. Cerulean, I look forward to your guidance. Jiang Jing smiled. A soft, melodic voice reached his ears, causing him to feel somewhat out of place, prompting him to turn his head away and gaze at the tranquil Milotic. Name, Milotic Water. Gender, Level 37 Elite. With the assistance of the mysterious attribute treasure, the sacred droplet, Milotic's strength surged, elevating it to level 37, making it Jiang Jing's second most powerful elite Pokémon. Milotic is quite remarkable. Jiang Jing, ever fair-minded, did not hesitate to commend Milotic upon witnessing its enhancement. With a joyful cry, Milotic's eyes curved into crescent moons, unable to resist nuzzling against Jiang Jing, serenading him with a lovely song. Satisfied with the completion of his mission in Hong Kong Island, Jiang Jing visibly relaxed over the following days, leisurely indulging in sightseeing and shopping. Simultaneously, upon discovering a popular outdoor battle arena near his hotel, he began accepting challenges from local trainers to hone Kyrillian's combat skills. It was at this moment that he encountered a trainer with a rather comical-looking Incineroar. Glancing at the panel, Jiang Jing recalled that this was likely the Fire-type starter from the 9th generation. Name: Incineroar, Fire. Gender: Level: 23, Experienced. Ability: Intimidate, allows attacks to ignore changes in the opponent's abilities. Individual values: 28, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 25, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills: Scary Face, Ember. Tackle, Lick, Round, Bite, Yawn, Incinerate, Slack Off, Try Again. Item: None. Potential: Gem. Kyru. Kyrillian emitted a low cry, its psychic energy emanating as a mystical beam, striking towards Incineroar's position. Vani. Incineroar swayed left and right, preparing to evade the incoming illusionary beam, but due to an unsteady center of gravity, it stumbled and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Clearly, its foundational training was lacking. Thus, without a shadow of a doubt, the illusionary beam accurately struck Incineroar. With just a single blow, Incineroar was rendered unable to continue the battle. Witnessing this, Jiang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the notes that his Kyrillian had been blessed by Kirichi, endowing its psychic moves with innate power. Next battle, after 2 or 3 days. Observing significant progress in Kyrillian's practical experience, Jiang Jing felt that remaining there served little purpose, prompting him to embark on his journey homeward. Time flew swiftly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During the span of these 3 months, aside from refining and upgrading the technique learning device at Duin Company, Jiang Jing devoted the remainder of his time to nurturing several Pokémon. Regrettably, this endeavor did not yield the desired results. As Pokémon advanced in strength, the enhancement of their abilities became increasingly arduous. Except for the still-growing Kyrillian, the power progression of the other 3 Pokémon was notably disheartening. While Zoroark displayed some discernible changes, the impression that Milotic left upon him was rather nebulous. Ultimately, the formidable Chandelure exhibited no apparent improvement in its prowess. Confronted with such circumstances, Jiang Jing found himself at a loss. He could only assign Chandelure to further explore the technique of Phantom Slash, hoping to amplify its potency or mitigate its side effects. As for Milotic, Jiang Jing tasked it with continuing to comprehend the vestiges of purification bestowed by Suicune, striving to enhance the power and healing efficacy of its water-type moves. As for Zoroark, there was no need for elaboration. Enhancing the scope and authenticity of its illusion abilities was paramount. Jiang Jing harbored aspirations of witnessing his own shiny Zoroark reach the caliber of the one featured in the cinematic adaptations. Soon enough, the date arrived, April 10th. Only 5 days remained until the commencement of the spring fair. In accordance with the plans discussed last year by Jiang Jing and his parents, they intended to seize this rare opportunity to unveil the technique learning device and energy cubes produced by Duin Company at the fair. Thus, in order to catch this favorable wave, Jiang Jing was compelled to set off with his father, embarking on a high-speed train from Jiangzhou to Yaodu Yangqing. Chapter 97. The fair commences. On April 15th, a Monday, the 135th Spring Fair officially began, held once again at the well-known exhibition hall. This year, a brand new venue was utilized, boasting an exhibition area of 1.5 million square meters, with the spotlight focusing on Pokémon tools, innovative Pokémon food, and advanced technology. Despite Duin Company being a relatively nascent enterprise, they managed to secure a booth within the district thanks to their submitted exhibition project. Albeit one situated towards the back, Jiang Jing exchanged glances with his father, and although they regarded their modest booth with a sense of decorum, they refrained from voicing any concerns. The day before the fair began, they, along with their staff, meticulously arranged the exhibition space. At precisely 9 o'clock a.m., only half an hour remained until the exhibition hall opened its doors to visitors. Jiang Jing and his team arrived early at the venue to finalize their preparations. Upon reaching the Duin Company booth, they observed that numerous staff members from neighboring booths were already present, anxiously fine-tuning their reception arrangements. Upon noticing Jiang Jing and his team, who appeared remarkably composed and distinct from the crowd, these workers could not help but cast a few extra glances, their attention subconsciously drawn to their booth. Just then, Zhang's father was directing his employees to prominently display products such as the move learning devices and energy cubes, while a small electronic screen above showcased relevant information. A slightly chubby girl, elegantly dressed in a women's suit and possessing a charming visage, couldn't help but lean forward, inquiring curiously, "Does your company also produce Pokémon food?" As she spoke, her Pachirisu perched upon her shoulder gazed intently at the energy cubes on Jiang's display, its throat instinctively making a swallowing motion. Pokémon food is merely one of the many products our firm offers. If you are interested, feel free to bring your Pokémon over for a tasting, Jiang responded. Noticing the speaker was a staff member from a nearby booth, promoting the Rotom washing machine, her name tag reading Ten Xiao Xiao. Observing Pachirisu's antics, a smile crept onto Jiang's face as he graciously extended the invitation. Upon reaching the booth of Devon Company, they witnessed an employee just extracting an electric-type energy cube, at which point Tan Xiao Xiao's Pachirisu leapt down eagerly, jumping onto the table to partake in the meal. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Tan Xiao Xiao's face flushed, seemingly surprised by her Pokémon's behavior, as she bashfully apologized. "I truly apologize. This child has been rather spoiled lately. However, the Pokémon food developed by your company is indeed impressive. It is the first time I have seen my Pachirisu so eagerly attracted to a food item." As she spoke, she gave a thumbs up, her expression filled with admiration, adding, "I believe your Pokémon food deserves the silver award this time." Tan Xiaoxiao's words were no mere flattery. They reminded her of the previous event when the renowned Qiangxin Group's Pokémon food had secured the silver award. Yet its efficacy paled in comparison to Devon's energy cubes. "Thank you for your kind words." Jiang raised an eyebrow, offering a simple smile without challenging her statement. The silver award, known as the Guangzhou Fair Design Innovation Silver Award, is a prestigious accolade. During this event, a professional evaluation team from the Huawei Alliance would assess the various exhibits presented by different companies, awarding them with bronze, silver, gold, and supreme gold medals. Regardless of the category, any company that secures an award would subsequently receive substantial support from the Huawei Alliance. Moreover, should any project associated with the Supreme Gold or Gold Awards be proven to significantly impact the development of Pokémon research or the enhancement of trainers, the primary researchers involved could be exceptionally awarded the title of Pokémon Doctor, along with substantial funding to facilitate in-depth research. As time passed, while Jiang and his companions conversed, the doors of the Guangzhou Fair exhibition hall finally swung open, allowing a throng of visitors to pour in. Guided by signs towards their areas of interest, Zhao is one among the throng of tourists, and she also serves as a reviewer on a popular video platform. Her primary objective for attending the Canton Fair is to explore the newly launched Pokémon food by Glory Group. Curious to ascertain the prowess of this product that claims to surpass the renowned Baok Muffin. Navigating through the dense crowd, Zhao gently cradles her EV, gradually advancing until she reaches a spot not far from the Glory Group's exhibition booth. "Evie, darling, shall we sample the new Pokémon food?" she inquires, pointing towards the booth, her gaze warm and affectionate as it falls upon her EV. From their vantage point, they can clearly see an array of delectable treats displayed on the table, designed to entice Pokémon. "Evie," the creature's eyes sparkle with excitement, ready to nod in agreement, yet is suddenly distracted by a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Curiosity overtakes it, and it turns its head, a look of confusion adorning its face. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, the overwhelming desire for food conquers its rationality, leading Evie to succumb to the alluring scent. In the next instant, Evie wriggles free from Zhao embrace and leaps onto the ground, dashing towards the source of the enticing fragrance. Zhao, momentarily taken aback, struggles to comprehend the situation. "Evie, wait for me." After what feels like an eternity of searching, just as Zhao is on the verge of giving up and seeking assistance from the staff, a fleeting glance reveals Evie's whereabouts. At that moment, she spots Evie squatting in front of a booth. Relieved, Zhao hastens towards her disobedient Evie, lifting it up with a feigned reproach. "Evie, darling, you naughty little one." "Evie." The creature gazes up at her with innocent eyes, then points with its tiny paw towards the front, displaying a longing expression Zhao has never witnessed before. Curious, she looks up and her gaze lands on a modest booth belonging to a lesser-known company named Duan. To her surprise, this booth also offers Pokémon food, though it lacks the crowd that gathers around the larger Glory Group's display. Zhao finds this unremarkable. After all, Glory Group has also unveiled a new line of Pokémon food. From a consumer's perspective, it is only natural that they would gravitate towards products from a reputable company, assured of their quality and effectiveness. Just then, as someone approaches, the employees of Duan Company become noticeably animated, particularly upon noticing Zhao EV, wide-eyed and sparkling. Fixated on the energy cubes displayed on the table, one employee's expression shifts to one of understanding. "These are the new energy cubes for Pokémon food from Duan Company. Would you like to let your EV try one, miss?" As Qiao Wei listened to the employee's words, her enchanting eyes were drawn to the lustrous energy cube resting on the table, and she couldn't help but notice that its appearance seemed to surpass even the new products showcased at the Glory Group's booth. Surely this cannot be an illusion? How could that be possible? Could you please provide an energy cube suitable for my EV? She requested. Certainly. Please try this standard energy cube first. The employee from Duin Company nodded, producing a typical energy cube meant for common Pokémon, a professional smile gracing his face as he handed it over. EV. The creature sniffed the air, its brown eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement, and it eagerly devoured the energy cube. Xiao Weiwei, witnessing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, instinctively covering her face to shield her awkwardness. She had never anticipated that her EV would exhibit such a display. The employee chuckled softly, his demeanor calm and collected, suggesting that he was quite accustomed to such scenes. EV. After finishing the energy cube, EV let out a gentle burp, licking its lips, with a look of lingering satisfaction etched upon its face. Xiao Weiwei glanced at it, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. She distinctly remembered not having fed EV before leaving home, and typically, EV's appetite was equivalent to half a bag of Pock muffins. Yet now, having consumed merely a small energy cube, it appeared utterly content. This left her somewhat perplexed, perhaps out of concern for EV's well-being. She looked up at the attending employee and pointed at her EV, inquiring about her concerns. Excuse me, may I ask what is going on here? Ma'am, our energy cubes are crafted using a special process. Despite their small size, the energy they contain is sufficient to meet the dietary needs of a small Pokémon like EV. These were developed by our esteemed researcher Jiang Jing, the very same who created the Pock muffin you may recall. This is truly a unique offering in the market, the employee from Duin Company explained calmly. Yet a note of pride surfaced in his tone when he mentioned Jiang Jing's name. What? The developer of this Pokémon food is the very same researcher who created the Pock muffin. Xiao Weiwei's pupils dilated, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps sensing that this revelation was not sufficiently thrilling, the Duin employee suddenly recalled something and murmured softly, "That's not all. I remember there is a blue energy cube that might even assist Magikarp in evolving." At his words, Xiao Weiwei snapped back to reality, her disbelief evident as she stared at him, her thoughts escaping her lips uncontrollably. What? Your energy cubes can help Magikarp evolve into Gyarados? Caught off guard and failing to lower her voice in time, her exclamation immediately attracted the attention of nearby visitors. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Countless visitors initially stood in silence, only to subsequently erupt into animated discussions, spontaneously converging upon the booth of Duin Company. Could it be that I am hallucinating? What precisely did that girl just say? A product that could facilitate the evolution of the ugly fish into Milotic? A substitute for the beautiful scales has emerged? And this is merely the first day? This year's Canton Fair is starting off with such grandeur? Duin Company? A relatively obscure entity dares to make such bold claims? I eagerly await the moment they are proven wrong. I am keen to see the essays they post on Weibo. Simultaneously, the evaluation team from the Huahua Alliance happened to arrive in this vicinity. They had intended to proceed to the booth of the Glory Group to inspect the Pokémon food they were debuting, but were suddenly drawn to the cacophony of discussions nearby, capturing the attention of the team led by Professor Zhang Xiaoyang, the Pokémon expert, the breeder master, Su Wan, and the esteemed Professor Yunlong, who specializes in Pokémon tools, exchanged glances, while the dedicated Pokémon trainer, Dr. Saimangd, exhibited a flicker of curiosity. Even Professor Qinziyue, an authority in breeding, showed a hint of interest upon hearing the commotion. Through the animated exchanges of the surrounding visitors, Zhang Xiaoyang and his colleagues gradually pieced together the unfolding scenario, yet this only deepened their frowns. It is well acknowledged that the ugly fish requires beautiful scales for its evolution into Milotic. Now, a company boldly asserts that it has developed a product that allows for this evolution without the need for beautiful scales. How could this not raise suspicions among Zhang Xiaoyang and his colleagues? Had it not been for the overwhelming presence of curious onlookers, the most tempestuous member of the team, Yunlong, might have marched up to the Duin Company representatives and unleashed his ire. Let us first ascertain the situation, Zhang Xiaoyang pondered momentarily before decisively making his choice. He then turned to his fellow evaluators and said, "We should investigate further." The team nodded in agreement. Their curiosity piqued regarding the audacity of this company to make such grandiose claims. In the following moment, the evaluation team, led by Zhang Xiaoyang, maneuvered through the throng of spectators surrounding the Duin Company booth and approached Xiao Weiwei and her colleague. Zhang Xiaoyang surveyed the booth, which was neither too large nor too small, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the energy cube adjacent to the Move learning device. After a brief silence, he inquired with a measured tone, "I have heard that your company's product can aid the evolution of the ugly fish. I happen to have one here. Might we conduct a live demonstration?" Upon the arrival of the evaluators, the Duin Company employee immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under the formidable aura of Zhang Xiaoyang, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, rendering him speechless, as if he had momentarily forgotten all words. Observers noted the employee's prolonged silence and his noticeably diminished composure, leading them to silently brand Duin Company with the label of false advertising. "Of course. Please release the ugly fish for us." It was at this moment that A resonant, youthful voice emerged, instantly capturing the attention of all present, compelling them to instinctively turn towards the source. As the crowd parted, Jiang Jing's figure gradually materialized. EV. Chapter 99. The Concept of Beauty. The energy cube wins the gold medal. He expressed his gratitude to the surrounding visitors. Little did he anticipate that a mere trip to the restroom would attract such a throng of people. Truthfully, he was quite taken aback. Meanwhile, the panel of judges, led by Zhang Xiaoyang, stood momentarily stunned. The recent announcement of the evolution method for the carbon little servant had catapulted Jiang Jing to prominence within the academic community, establishing him as a rising star. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Jing's arrival, their astonishment was palpable. Researcher Jiang Jing, it has been a long time. Zhang Xiaoyang greeted him with a smile, while the other 4 judges extended their goodwill as well. Dr. Zhang, greetings. Jiang Jing acknowledged him, then shifted his gaze to the remaining 4 judges, exchanging pleasantries with each. This Pokémon food called the energy cube must be your handiwork, right? Zhang Xiaoyang inquired, picking up a small piece for examination. Can it really aid the ugly fish in its evolution? Perhaps the brilliance of Jiang Jing's past accomplishments softened Zhang Xiaoyang's demeanor, as the skepticism in his gaze towards the energy cube diminished. Indeed, as our staff at Do & Company has stated, the energy cube can indeed facilitate the evolution of the ugly fish. My Milotic evolved in this manner, Jiang Jing confirmed. Have you perhaps included any substances like the beauty scale powder? Professor Yun Long, known for his forthright nature, posed this question, as it was the only method he could conceive at present. The others remained silent, yet their eyes unanimously turned towards Jiang Jing, hoping he would elucidate their lingering doubts. Jiang Jing shook his head, picked up a blue energy cube, and after a few moments of contemplation, cleared his throat and slowly articulated. The sole ingredient of the energy cube is the berry. There are no other components. How can this be possible? Su Wan and the others were profoundly shocked. If Jiang Jing's assertion were true, the established knowledge system regarding the evolution of the ugly fish might soon face significant upheaval. Observing the furrowed brows of the crowd, Jiang Jing had no intention of withholding information. He proceeded to introduce the concept of beauty and elucidated the influence of emotional energy on evolution. Countless trainers and researchers previously believed that the evolution of the ugly fish into Milotic could only be achieved through the use of the beauty scale item, simply because they lacked the concept of beauty. The essence of beauty is, in fact, a form of emotion or, perhaps, a manifestation of spiritual power. The beauty scale aids the ugly fish in its evolution because, upon acquiring this item, the emotion known as confidence within the ugly fish reaches its zenith, resulting in a qualitative transformation. The energy cube enables the ugly fish to evolve for the same reason. Similarly, the koi king, which also inhabits water, shares a comparable situation. The evolution of Magikarp is also attributed to the absence of a force known as anger. When this force reaches its zenith, it catalyzes a transformation, evolving it into Gyarados. Whether it is the climactic scene of Kojiru's evolution in the anime or Team Rocket's experiments at the Anger Lake in Johto, both illustrate the profound impact that the emotion of anger has on Magikarp. The concept of beauty is indeed a wondrous notion. Zhang Xiaoyang, lost in thought, gazed at the blue energy cube in Jiang Jing's hand and murmured to himself. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's explanation, the expressions of others mirrored Zhang Xiaoyang's contemplative demeanor. Subsequently, at the unanimous request of the group, Jiang Jing prompted Zhang Xiaoyang to release his FIBA, initiating an experimental validation of the hypothesis on beauty. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyang unleashed the FIBA he had nurtured for a considerable time. Judging by the sheen of its scales, it was evident that its hidden beauty was not insignificant, which relieved Jiang Jing. With merely a perfect grade blue energy cube, the onlookers witnessed a spectacle that left them utterly astounded. In the absence of beautiful scales, FIBA truly evolved into Milotic. Feeling the transformation within, the newly evolved Milotic expressed sheer delight, unable to contain a triumphant cry that radiated joy. The success of beauty was indeed real. Professor Yunlong appeared momentarily dazed, his gaze now reflecting a sense of emptiness. The other members of the judging panel wore expressions of disbelief, despite their mental preparations. They were still taken aback by such an occurrence. Undoubtedly, this product was destined to win a gold medal. Zhang Xiaoyang stared at Jiang Jing's refined features, a complex array of emotions suddenly surfacing on his face. The surrounding spectators nodded in agreement, recognizing that with the existence of this Pokémon food called the Energy Cube, the offerings from other companies paled in comparison. Even the new product from Glory Group, which claimed to surpass the effects of Pock Puffs, seemed trivial beside the Energy Cube. Thank you, esteemed judges, for your feedback. Jiang Jing's lips curled into a slight smile as he picked up the technique learning device from the table and presented it before Zhang Xiaoyang and the others. This is another product our company is showcasing at this conference, the technique learning device. Its primary function is to assist Pokémon in learning skills directly. I welcome your esteemed critiques. Before Jiang Jing's words could fully resonate, the minds of those present exploded in astonishment. displaying expressions of shock and disbelief. Even seasoned professionals like Simonda and Qin Ziyue found themselves swallowing hard, their pupils momentarily losing focus, their faces a tapestry of mixed emotions. For them, Jiang Jing's announcement was akin to a game-changing revelation. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, they might have disregarded their dignity and tugged at Jiang Jing's collar, exclaiming in astonishment, "No way, are you serious? You've taken this to an entirely new level?"